Su Liang, who was supposed to perish in the self-destruction of the divine seal by the vermilion bird empress Bai Qianqian, found himself back at the age of 18 upon opening his eyes. In a moment of disorientation, memories flooded back. Back then, in order to confess his love to the school beauty Long Lianshuang, he risked embarrassing himself in front of everyone on the playground. Students had already gathered around, watching the scene unfold with interest. Long Lianshuang, standing gracefully, wore a floral dress that accentuated her shapely figure, her chest full and round, and her long, snow-white legs attracting attention. The school beauty is stunning, voices buzzed in the crowd. I think Su Liang from Class 7 is quite handsome, and since he's her classmate and they're often seen together, maybe they could actually end up together? I doubt it. Without awakening a divine sense, the school beauty won't accept anyone's confession. Exactly, for someone like Long Lianshuang, she'd at least choose someone who has awakened and a level divine seal, right? Hearing these discussions, Su Liang felt a mix of emotions. In his previous life, after Long Lianshuang awakened and level divine seal, she advanced rapidly, becoming a level 45 5 seal general. Despite his best efforts, he only reached the 20s, becoming a lowly 3 seal master. Worse yet, during a mission, Long Lianshuang not only failed to help him but used him to distract a beast, nearly costing him his life. Su Liang, have you had enough? Long Lianshuang spoke coldly and calmly. In that instant, a hint of mockery flashed in Su Liang's eyes. To think that being reborn would allow him to see the true nature of this aloof school beauty. Just then, Zhang Tianhao suddenly charged from the crowd, throwing a fierce punch towards Su Liang's face. The students around held their breath, expecting Su Liang to suffer a blow. But he easily sidestepped the attack and, with a swift turn, struck Zhang Tianhao hard in the back with his elbow. With a loud thud, Zhang Tianhao was sent flying, landing face first on the ground. The scene fell silent, everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Long Lianshuang's cold eyes showed a hint of surprise. With a slight smirk, Su Liang stretched his youthful body. How refreshing. I, Su Liang, have been reborn. Zhang Tianhao had no idea how he ended up being knocked into the air. All he felt was a burning pain on his back. Lying awkwardly on the ground, a mix of shame and confusion filled his mind. As an expert in level combat skills, being knocked away by Su Liang, a level fighter, was a tremendous disgrace. Zhang Tianhao slapped the ground with both hands and sprang to his feet, shouting angrily, Su Liang. It was only then that the surrounding classmates snapped out of their shock and began to chatter. Some said it must have been an accident, as Su Liang couldn't possibly be a match for Zhang Tianhao. Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao felt slightly relieved and scoffed. Do you think a fluke makes you my opponent? Clinging to Lian Shuang is a death wish. Su Liang sneered. Did you eat something disgusting for lunch? Your breath is that bad? This remark thoroughly enraged Zhang Tianhao. He charged at Su Liang with swift, vicious punches. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Liang effortlessly dodged each strike, as if toying with him. The more Zhang Tianhao fought, the angrier he became, shouting, Are you a coward? Dare to face me? Su Liang smirked, sidestepped the attack, and once again knocked Zhang Tianhao to the ground with an elbow strike. The crowd was in an uproar, beginning to question if Su Liang's abilities were more than they appeared. Just as Zhang Tianhao was about to attack again, their homeroom teacher, Liao Yuqian, arrived just in time. Clad in a white blouse and pencil skirt, she angrily ordered them to stop. Seeing her, Su Liang realized he couldn't continue teaching Zhang Tianhao a lesson and felt a tinge of regret. Liao Yuqian turned to Su Liang and reprimanded. Su Liang, what are you doing? It's after school. Get home immediately. If you want to spar, do it in the combat class, not here causing trouble. Liao Yuqian showed a look of disdain and snapped. Shut up. Su Liang held back his anger, silently cursing in his mind, damn old maid. Is it really me causing trouble? Not even a chance to explain. He watched as Liao Yuqian turned to Zhang Tianhao with concern. Zhang Tianhao, are you okay? Zhang Tianhao, feeling both ashamed and annoyed, didn't want to respond. Seeing Zhang Tianhao's injuries, Liao Yuqian turned angrily to glare at Su Liang. Look at what you've done. Your classmates, did you really have to hit so hard? He's bleeding. Go write me a 10,000-word reflection. Su Liang, burning with rage, couldn't help but retort, Teacher, I wasn't the one who started this. Not you? I only saw you using dirty tricks to hurt Zhang Tianhao. Liao Yuqian shouted sternly. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, feeling that Su Liang wasn't at fault. Zhang Tianhao felt his face burning with embarrassment, and Liao Yuqian seemed to sense something was off. She scanned the crowd and barked, Disperse. Or do none of you want to go home? The crowd began to break up immediately. Liao Yuqian shot Su Liang one last warning glance. I want to see your reflection tomorrow. Su Liang rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, I'll reflect on your nonsense. He turned and left, unwilling to argue further with the old maid. Long Lianshuang stood in silence for a moment. Watching Su Liang's retreating figure, puzzled, he just left without a word? Then she too left the sports field. Seeing this, Zhang Tianhao became anxious and said to Liao Yuqian, "Thank you, teacher. I'm fine, I'll be leaving now." With that, he hurriedly chased after Long Lianshuang. "Lianshuang, let me walk you home," Zhang Tianhao offered enthusiastically. Long Lianshuang coldly declined. "No need." Zhang Tianhao awkwardly smiled. "All right, but don't worry, if Su Liang bothers you again, I'll make sure to chase him off." Long Lianshuang ignored his words, her mind replaying Su Liang's earlier remark, "Let's just not be friends anymore." She felt that Su Liang seemed different today. Zhang Tianhao hesitantly asked, "Lianshuang, are you going to my family's training ground for extra practice today? The awakening is soon." "Not today," Long Lianshuang replied absent-mindedly. "All right, maybe tomorrow," Zhang Tianhao said with a forced smile. Watching Su Liang disappear into the distance, his expression darkened, and he vowed to himself, "Embarrass me in front of Lianshuang? This isn't over. Just wait for tomorrow's combat class." After leaving the field, Su Liang couldn't resist cursing "old maid" a few more times. Remembering Liao Yuqian's ugly face in his past life made him feel sick. Quickly shaking off those thoughts, he began pondering his future. "With my mediocre talent, surviving in this life is going to be tough," Su Liang calculated. "I need to latch onto the Vermilion Bird Empress. She's an SS-rank Divine Seal awakened, a top-tier chosen one." Su Liang recalled the legendary life of the Vermilion Bird Empress. She fought her way to the Tin Seal Divine Emperor realm, becoming the 4th Divine Emperor of Huaxia and the only female one. She founded the Vermilion Bird Divine Army, slaying countless 8- and 9-star beasts, becoming the new totem of Huaxia. She should have continued to shine, but was betrayed and had to self-destruct her divine seal to kill a 10-star beast. Su Liang sighed. "Now that I've been reborn, with my talent, I'd only reach the level of a 3-seal divine master in this life. Better to hold on to the Empress's coattails and change both our fates." After some thought, Su Liang decided to check on Bai Qianqian. Building a good relationship with Bai Qianqian starts now, he mused, a bold idea forming in his mind. "Could I raise the Empress myself?" Hehe. In the eastern part of Rongqing, there is a modest residential area with no skyscrapers, just simple, ordinary houses. As Bai Qianqian reached her doorstep, her backpack still slung over her shoulder, she heard the sound of drunken cursing from inside. Clenching her fists, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The room was in complete disarray, with empty bottles scattered haphazardly across the floor. Bai Huajing, in a drunken stupor, was grabbing Lu Xian by the hair and slapped her across the face. "Wretch, where's the booze? Go buy some more." Lu Xian choked back her tears, retorting, "Where's the money to buy it? Have you ever earned a penny? You dare talk back?" Bai Huajing, his eyes bloodshot, picked up a bottle, ready to strike. Bai Qianqian rushed forward, placing herself between her mother and father. "Dad, calm down." Bai Huajing paused, then erupted in even greater fury. "You little brat, how dare you defy me?" He shoved Bai Qianqian aside and yanked Lu Xian's hair, slamming her head against the wall. Bai Qianqian fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she saw her mother bleeding. She lunged forward, embracing her mother, and shouted angrily, "Get out of here!" Bai Huajing, enraged by her defiance, grabbed a bottle to smash it over the mother and daughter. At the critical moment, a figure rushed into the room, shielding them. With a dull thud, the bottle shattered on the person's back. Bai Qianqian looked up in surprise to see her classmate, Su Liang. Despite the pain, Su Liang gritted his teeth and swiftly delivered a karate chop to Bai Huajing's neck. Bai Huajing collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Su Liang's hand stung painfully, and he shook it off, turning to the shaken mother and daughter. "Are you two all right?" Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. In that moment, Su Liang seemed like a beacon of light in her otherwise bleak life, illuminating her path. Looking at Bai Qianqian and her mother, someone asked, "Bai Qianqian, are you all right?" Bai Qianqian blinked in confusion, staring in disbelief at the boy in front of her. This usually quiet classmate had suddenly appeared to rescue them from danger. Su Liang was also taken aback, his gaze lingering on Bai Qianqian. He never imagined that the future majestic and queen-like Vermilion Bird Empress would look so pitiful at this moment. Her delicate face was streaked with tears, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, evoking sympathy. Recalling the noble and aloof promotional posters of the Vermilion Bird Empress, and then looking at the frail, pitiable girl before him, Su Liang felt as if he were in a different world. No wonder the future her was always alone. Such a childhood could freeze anyone's heart. He secretly felt fortunate to be so close to the legendary future empress in this life, and even able to save her. He decided to stick close to her from now on. Lu Xian softly called out, "Qianqian," bringing Bai Qianqian back to her senses. "Mom, I'm fine. Let me help you up." "I'll help you." Su Liang quickly stepped forward to assist Lu Xian. All three of them turned their gaze to Bai Qianqian, who lay unconscious on the ground. Lu Xian burst into tears, filled with regret. Trembling, she asked, "Is he?" Su Liang calmly replied, "Don't worry, auntie, he's just fainted. He'll be fine. But you two are injured and need to get treated quickly." Lu Xian nodded, holding back her tears. "You're Qianqian's classmate, right?" "Yes, auntie. I'm Su Liang, Bai Qianqian's classmate." Bai Qianqian then turned her attention to Su Liang, asking with concern, "Thank you. You seem to be hurt too. Is it serious?" Su Liang shook his head. "It's nothing, but you two should be taken care of. Let me take you to the hospital." Lu Xian shook her head repeatedly. "No need, thank you, Xiao Su. I'm embarrassed you had to witness this." Su Liang insisted, "Auntie, it's the least I can do. You really need to get those injuries treated, as do I. Besides, you don't want to be here when he wakes up and starts being violent again, do you? It's better to leave." Lu Xian hesitated, lacking the money for a hospital visit. Bai Qianqian suggested, "Mom, let's go to a small clinic to get treated. I still have some money." Su Liang understood their financial struggles. No wonder Bai Qianqian had missed a week of school in the previous life. It must have been due to the severe injuries from today's beating. With Su Liang's help, the three of them went to a nearby clinic to treat their injuries. Su Liang had a long bruise on his back, which made Bai Qianqian feel guilty. After the treatment, the two stood at the clinic's entrance. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her calloused hands nervously twisting together. "I'm sorry, you got hurt because of us." Su Liang took a closer look at the girl in front of him. She had good features, but long-term malnutrition made her look thin. However, her eyes were exceptionally clear. Based on the previous life's events, the so-called school beauty Long Lianshuang was nothing compared to her. With a bit of grooming and proper nutrition, Bai Qianqian would outshine Long Lianshuang by far. Su Liang smiled gently. "It's all right. I train in martial arts often, so I'll heal quickly." Bai Qianqian glanced up at Su Liang, finding him observing her, and quickly lowered her head again. "I promise to repay you for the medical expenses." Su Liang shook his head. "No need, it's not much." "I insist. I must repay you." Bai Qianqian insisted. Su Liang chuckled. "You can repay me, but I won't accept it." After a pause, he asked, "Are you going back home? If he wakes up, he won't let it go easily." Hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed in Bai Qianqian's clear eyes. "If not home, then where?" Su Liang hesitated, considering whether to invite the future empress to stay at his place. He then suggested, "Why don't you and your mom come stay at my house? It would be safer away from that drunk." Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned, looking at Su Liang in disbelief. Did she hear that right? He was inviting them to stay at his place? Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he observed Bai Qianqian's astonished expression. Bai Qianqian's frail figure contrasted sharply with her lively eyes, making her appear both regal as a queen and endearing as a fawn. Su Liang gently explained, "I have a small courtyard with 2 spare rooms. It's just my grandfather and me living there, no one else. You and your mom could move in to avoid any more abuse from your father." Bai Qianqian shook her head in a fluster. "No, thank you. My mom wouldn't agree to it." Su Liang sighed inwardly, just about to persuade her further when Lu Xian emerged from the house. "Qianqian, let's go home." Bai Qianqian quickly supported her mother and turned to Su Liang. "You should head back too. It's not safe after dark." After a moment's silence, Su Liang replied, "I'll walk you home first and then leave." Lu Xian smiled. "You're so kind, Liang. Thank you for the trouble." Hearing the word Qianqian made Bai Qianqian's heart skip a beat, and she lowered her gaze, avoiding looking at Su Liang. She shook her head internally, dismissing the ridiculous notions. Liang had a crush on the school beauty Long Lianshuang. Why would he care about someone like her, the ugly duckling? As night fell, the streets became increasingly deserted. Su Liang reassured them, "Don't worry, the city guards will be patrolling." Suddenly, a metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. 3 figures in black robes appeared at different corners of the residential area, simultaneously activating the Forbidden God realm. Beams of light shot up, forming a massive triangular cage. A stern voice came through the earpiece. "Exterminate the bloodthirsty rats. Minimize casualties." Gong Lai, lighting a cigarette, was about to take action when an urgent female voice came through his earpiece. "2 bloodthirsty rats have escaped the Forbidden God realm." "Which direction?" "Towards Old Gong's side." Gong Lai's eyes gleamed fiercely. "Give me their location." 1.5 kilometers to the west. Gong Lai transformed into a shadow and sped off. Meanwhile, Su Liang had just escorted Bai Qianqian and her mother to their door. Lu Xian noticed the glow of the Forbidden God realm and her face turned pale. "Another beast has appeared. Liang, you should stay here tonight. It's too dangerous outside." Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian seemed a bit flustered. Live here? But where would he stay? Surely, he couldn't share a room with her, and there were no other rooms in her house. Su Liang glanced at the Forbidden God realm and reassured, Auntie, maybe this cleanup will be quick. Once the Forbidden God realm disappears, it means the beasts have been defeated. I'll wait a little longer. In truth, Su Liang knew that danger was ever present, regardless of the Forbidden God realm's status. However, he didn't want to burden the mother and daughter. Lu Xian insisted, it's no trouble, you should stay. Bai Qianqian kept her head down, too shy to speak. Su Liang smiled and was about to politely decline when a furious roar erupted from inside the house. You wretch! Where have you been? Where's my wine? Where's dinner? A drunken figure staggered out the door. It was Bai Huajing. His face was filled with anger, clearly still intoxicated. Su Liang frowned, wondering how much this man had drunk. Lu Xian and Bai Qianqian wore expressions of bitterness. Lu Xian suppressed her sorrow and said, I'll go make dinner. Bai Huajing squinted his drunken eyes, seemingly recalling something. You wretch! You dare bring a pretty boy home? Was it him who hit me? You cheater! I'll kill you! He grabbed a wooden stick by the door and charged at Lu Xian. Bai Qianqian's eyes were devoid of emotion. She had lost all hope in this man. Su Liang stepped forward, thinking that if this mother and daughter stayed any longer, they'd eventually be beaten to death. He was ready to intervene. At the critical moment, a shadow suddenly leaped out of the darkness. The shadow stood up, opened its massive jaws, and bit fiercely into Bai Huajing's shoulder. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the night. Su Liang's eyes widened. Bloodthirsty rat. The two women finally opened their eyes and, upon seeing the gruesome scene, screamed in horror, their faces turning pale. The bloodthirsty rat towered over Bai Huajing by two heads, its blood-red eyes filled with malice as it violently shook its prey. Lu Xian was heartbroken. Huajing, despite his alcoholism and violence, he was still her husband. Su Liang grabbed the stunned mother and daughter. Run! Don't think about saving him. Just run. He knew that only a chosen one could defeat a one-star beast. In his past life, killing a bloodthirsty rat would have been easy, but now he had not yet awakened his divine mark. The two women were still in shock. Lu Xian was dragged away, looking back tearfully at the now silent Bai Huajing. Su Liang understood that once a bloodthirsty rat found its prey, it usually wouldn't attack others. Now was the perfect time to escape. But they had only run a few meters when Su Liang suddenly stopped. Another bloodthirsty rat appeared right in front of them. Su Liang's heart sank. This is it. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty rat, as if seeing a delicious dinner, charged at them with terrifying speed. The bloodthirsty rat lunged at them with its jaws wide open. In an instant, Su Liang pushed the mother and daughter aside, a reflex honed from decades as a chosen warrior. His muscles tensed as he unleashed his full potential at the moment the rat pounced, narrowly avoiding its claws with a deft slide. The rat, having missed its target, quickly turned around, its crimson eyes locking onto the three of them. Su Liang knew that he had to take the offensive now, or one of the women would surely fall victim. A memory flashed through his mind. Bai Qianqian's disappearance for a week in his past life. It dawned on him her parents must have fallen prey to the rat, leading to her tragic fate of being alone and relentlessly hunting beasts. Without wasting another moment, Su Liang drew the short dagger his grandfather had given him for protection and charged at the rat with a standard attack stance. Despite knowing the odds were against him, he had no other choice. They clashed instantly. Drawing on years of combat experience, Su Liang evaded the rat's claws with a sidestep and roll, positioning himself behind it to thrust his dagger with force. The sharp blade cut through the beast's hide, leaving a long gash on its right side. The rat screeched in pain, enraged. It attacked wildly, while Su Liang dodged with all his might. Fortunately, the dagger was incredibly sharp, managing to pierce the beast's skin with each strike. This gave Su Liang a glimmer of hope. Man and beast fought fiercely in the dark. Meanwhile, Lu Xian crawled over to the shell-shocked Bai Qianqian, shaking her daughter with tears streaming down her face. Qianqian, we must find help for Xiao Liang. Bai Qianqian snapped back to reality, her eyes darting to the struggling Su Liang, filled with both anxiety and disbelief. She couldn't fathom how he could hold out for so long. This was beyond what an ordinary level fighter could achieve. Just then, the rat's tail whipped out, striking Su Liang hard in the chest. He flew back several meters like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground heavily. Ignoring everything else, Bai Qianqian rushed towards Su Liang. He struggled to get up, spitting out blood, and shouted fiercely, "Stay back! Run!" The rat then turned its attention to Bai Qianqian, charging at her. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he gave chase with all his strength. Lu Xian was paralyzed with fear, screaming, "Qianqian!" As the massive creature bore down on her, Bai Qianqian's face went pale with despair. In that critical moment, Su Liang's urgent shout jolted her back to her senses. "Run!" Bai Qianqian suddenly saw Su Liang charge at the bloodthirsty rat. Su Liang shielded her with his body, knocking the rat off course. The two of them, man and rat, collapsed next to Bai Qianqian, leaving her frozen in place. The rat's tail whipped around, sending Bai Qianqian flying and causing her to cough up blood. With his eyes blazing red, Su Liang roared, "Beast! I'll take your life." He raised a short dagger and frantically stabbed at the rat's heart. At the same time, the rat's massive jaws clamped down on his shoulder. The dagger pierced the rat's heart, and Su Liang twisted it forcefully. The excruciating pain drove the rat into a frenzy. It lifted Su Liang high, intending to smash him to the ground, but its strength waned as its heart was fatally wounded. The rat collapsed, its jaws still gripping Su Liang, its crimson eyes dimming as its body twitched and finally lay still. Lu Xian, terrified, rushed to Bai Qianqian's side. "Qianqian," she cried, supporting the weakened Bai Qianqian, who was struggling to reach Su Liang. Despite the searing pain, Su Liang pried open the rat's jaws with great effort. He stood, bloodied and staggering, and made his way towards Bai Qianqian. Seeing her unharmed, he felt somewhat relieved. He reached out to touch her face but hesitated. Bai Qianqian grabbed his hand, her eyes filled with tears. "Su Liang," she exclaimed. He managed a faint smile. "Are you okay?" Bai Qianqian shook her head vigorously. Pale-faced, Su Liang urged, "We need to go." Lu Xian supported them both, ready to leave when Gong Lai, clad in a black robe, suddenly appeared. He looked in shock at the dead rat and the three of them, immediately calling for assistance. "Xiao Lan, notify Greenfield to come here. Civilians are injured, and 2 bloodthirsty rats have been slain." Su Liang turned his head with difficulty to look at Gong Lai, feeling a bit more at ease. The next moment, darkness overtook him, and he passed out. Su Liang. Xiao Liang. At Bai Qianqian's home, Su Liang lay on the bed, his face ashen. Beside the bed, a young woman in a black robe was intently treating Su Liang. Her hands emitted a shimmering green light, with a flickering leaf mark on her arms and forehead, marking her as a rare triple-marked divine healer. Bai Qianqian sat weakly nearby, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and worry, never straying from Su Liang. Moments later, the woman in black withdrew her divine marks, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Taking a deep breath, she said, "He's stabilized for now. No vital organs were harmed. A few days of rest and he'll recover." Bai Qianqian looked at the scabbed wound on Su Liang's shoulder, finally allowing herself to relax. "Thank you." Bai Qianqian expressed her gratitude repeatedly. The woman shook her head. "It was our negligence that let the bloodthirsty rat escape." She glanced apologetically at the shrouded corpse by the door, that of Bai Huajing. Lu Xian sat collapsed beside the body, her expression dazed. Bai Qianqian cast a brief glance, her emotions a mix of bitterness. This man, who had only ever scolded and beaten her and her mother, had died so suddenly. Yet she felt little sorrow, having never received love from him. She turned her gaze back to Su Liang on the bed, imprinting his face deeply in her mind. Soon after, Gong Lai returned to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Su Liang had killed the bloodthirsty rat, both he and Luin were astonished. Gong Lai praised, "What a promising talent. If he can awaken a divine mark, we might consider recruiting him into our team." He handed Bai Qianqian a blood-colored crystal, saying, "This is his trophy. Please pass it on to him." After Gong Lai and Luin left, the room fell into a heavy silence. Bai Qianqian clutched the beast crystal tightly, lost in thought. Suddenly, Su Liang shot up from the bed with a pained scream. Bai Qianqian was startled and quickly grasped his hand. "Su Liang, are you okay?" "Su Liang, I'm here. Did you have a nightmare?" Su Liang awoke with a start, breathing heavily. Instinctively, he glanced at Bai Qianqian, his eyes still haunted by the eerie eyes from his dream. The feeling was both familiar and strange, making his heart race, yet he couldn't recall where he'd seen them before. The pain coursing through his body snapped him back to reality. He took a moment to steady himself and softly said, "It's nothing, just a nightmare." Bai Qianqian sighed in relief and reassured him, "Don't worry, the bloodthirsty rats have been dealt with." Only then did Su Liang notice Bai Qianqian holding his hand tightly, which caused his heart to flutter. The future empress was concerned about him. A slight smile appeared on his lips, thinking that this accident might have been a blessing in disguise. Sensing the awkwardness, Bai Qianqian quickly released his hand, her cheeks turning slightly red. "Don't get the wrong idea," she stammered. Su Liang cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Who treated my injuries?" Bai Qianqian explained what had happened. It turned out that a military team had arrived in time, and their healing specialist had stabilized Su Liang's condition. Looking outside, Su Liang saw Lu Xian still watching over Bai Huajing's body and sighed deeply. This must be the turning point for Bai Qianqian in her past life, but this time, his presence had saved her mother. "I should get going. My grandfather will be worried," Su Liang said as he stood up. Bai Qianqian looked at his injuries with concern, but Su Liang shook his head, indicating he was fine. Surveying the house that had been damaged by the bloodthirsty rats, Su Liang suggested, "Why don't you move in with us?" Bai Qianqian paused, not responding immediately. Before he left, Bai Qianqian handed him a beast crystal. "This is your prize. I can't take it." As Su Liang walked away, Bai Qianqian felt a mix of emotions. Why was he helping her, the class's notorious troublemaker? She buried that tender feeling deep within her heart. Bai Qianqian's eyes showed a trace of affection, but she could only hide those feelings deep inside. When Su Liang returned home, his grandfather was waiting anxiously, his figure hunched with worry. Seeing Su Liang walk through the door, his grandfather finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Su Liang pushed open the door, the sight of his grandfather's stooped silhouette warmed his heart. Although his grandfather wore a stern expression, the anxiety in his eyes disappeared. Su Liang felt a mix of emotions. He never imagined he would see his late grandfather again after being reborn. "What happened? Why didn't you answer your phone?" his grandfather asked urgently, noticing the bloodstains on Su Liang's clothes. Not wanting to worry him, Su Liang replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I ran into a beast and got a little hurt. The military medic has already treated me." His grandfather scolded, "Come straight home after school. Do you want to worry me to death?" Su Liang gave a wry smile. "It won't happen again, Grandpa. You should rest. It's late." His grandfather quietly served dinner, advising, "Eat and get some sleep. Be more careful in the future, and let me know you're safe." "I understand, Grandpa. I'll be careful." Su Liang nodded in agreement. After dinner, Su Liang lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events. He had gotten closer to Bai Qianqian, but would the future empress remember him? He sighed, resigning himself to fate. He took out a beast crystal, pondering its use and value. As he held it, visions of the future battle of the fallen emperor filled his mind. He needed to warn Bai Qianqian about the suspicious Shun sect to prevent her from perishing alongside a 10-star beast. Exhaustion overtook him, and Su Liang fell into a deep sleep. In the darkness, the beast crystal in his hand emitted a faint glow, its energy flowing into him until it crumbled to dust. In the dream, Su Liang's eyes snapped open. "Not again," he muttered in frustration. Before him appeared those familiar golden beast eyes once more. "What is this? Beast energy transformation? Transforming what kind of beast energy?" Su Liang endured the intense pain, staring at the pair of golden beast eyes. Could it be that this transformation involved harnessing the power of these penetrating eyes? He was at a loss, unable to make sense of the changes happening to him. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted. A beam shot from the beast eyes, striking Su Liang's chest. A searing pain surged through him, only to fade quickly. Before he could examine it, the golden light flashed, and he was jolted out of this strange state. Su Liang's eyes snapped open, and he sat up in bed, gasping for air. Dawn had broken. Was it just another dream? However, he soon noticed something unusual. His vision had become so sharp that he could see tiny dust particles floating in the air and even discern the patterns on a mosquito's body. It was as if everything around him had slowed down in his sight. He turned to look outside the window, his gaze piercing through the distance, allowing him to see scenes kilometers away. This enhancement in vision was something that couldn't be attributed to a mere dream. Reaching for his collar, Su Liang accidentally grabbed a handful of dust. Frowning, he examined it closely, and a shocking realization hit him. It was the beast crystal. An unbelievable thought crossed his mind. Had he absorbed the beast crystal? Or was it that the eyes in his dream absorbed it? Or perhaps this so-called beast energy transformation had transferred the crystal's power into him. He quickly took off his shirt, discovering a beast-shaped tattoo on his chest. As he recognized its form, Su Liang's eyes widened in shock. The reedied heavenly Lin beast. The 10-star mythical beast that perished alongside Bai Qianqian. Those golden eyes belonged to the reedied heavenly Lin. For a long time, Su Liang couldn't snap out of the shock he was in. His mind was racing as he tried to make sense of the information he'd just received. The death in his previous life, the unexpected inheritance of the power of the Crimson Eye Tianlin, time reversal, the ability to transform beast energy, and the gift of the Eye of Insight. All of these events seemed to point to one conclusion: had been given a chance to defy destiny. With this realization, Su Liang jumped out of bed, spinning around the room in excitement. "This time, I won't stop at just being a 3-seal god master," he declared, clenching his fist, his eyes shining with determination. Just as he was reveling in his joy, his grandfather's voice came from outside the door. "Come out for breakfast. Or are you planning to skip school?" Su Liang quickly got dressed and washed up before heading to the dining table. Seeing the fresh fruits and vegetables his grandfather had grown warmed his heart. In this era dominated by processed food, being able to eat such fresh produce was a rare treat. "Come straight home after school. Things aren't safe lately," his grandfather, Su Luochen, advised, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Su Liang nodded with a smile, but was taken aback when his grandfather added, "You'll have some means to protect yourself once you awaken your divine seal." "Grandpa, how do you know I'll awaken a divine seal?" Su Liang asked curiously. Su Luochen glanced at him and replied calmly, "If you don't, just stay honest and safe." Understanding the hint, Su Liang bid farewell and left, not noticing the deep look in his grandfather's eyes as he watched him go. On his way, Su Liang hesitated for a moment, but decided not to visit Bai Qianqian's house. Considering that her father had just passed away, he assumed she wouldn't be attending school today. However, upon entering the classroom, he was surprised to see her sitting in the corner, wearing her worn-out school uniform. Ignoring the stares and whispers from his classmates, Su Liang walked straight to Bai Qianqian. Cheers erupted behind him, as someone had evidently won a bet about his actions. Lung Lianshuang clenched her fists, while Zhang Tianhao smirked, planning his revenge during the afternoon's combat class. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be taking care of things at home?" Su Liang asked softly. Bai Qianqian looked up at him, her voice subdued. "Everything's taken care of. You could take a day off, just ask for leave." Su Liang frowned, concerned. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting under the desk. "I thought you wouldn't come today, so I wanted to help you with your leave." Su Liang's heart softened. The future empress was unexpectedly endearing. Su Liang smiled and said, "Thank you very much." Bai Qianqian was about to shake her head when Su Liang quickly interjected, "I'm fine now, almost fully recovered." Bai Qianqian nodded gently, with a hint of concern in her eyes. Just then, the classroom suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were glued to the two in the corner. Su Liang frowned and looked up, realizing he had become the center of attention. He raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you all looking at? Is there something interesting?" The classmates snapped back to reality, their faces showing knowing smiles. A boy teased, "Hey, Su Liang, what's up with Bai Qianqian? Got rejected by the school beauty and now you've moved on? Your taste must be off, liking the ugly duckling." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in laughter. Bai Qianqian lowered her head in embarrassment, already accustomed to such ridicule. She was small, thin, with sallow skin, and had few friends in class. Her average grades often left her ignored and ostracized. At that moment, she felt she was causing trouble for Su Liang and regretted it deeply. Sitting in the third row, Lung Lianshuang remained expressionless, but her clenched fists revealed her displeasure. Just as Bai Qianqian was thinking of distancing herself from Su Liang, his cold voice rang out, "Everyone, shut up. What's wrong with Bai Qianqian? Who says she's an ugly duckling? What does it matter to you if I like her? What else can you do besides bully her?" Su Liang's unexpected reprimand shocked everyone. Bai Qianqian looked up abruptly, unable to believe what she heard. A boy named Lu Hao stood up and questioned, "Su Liang, what do you mean?" Su Liang's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Lu Hao. "What do I mean? Do you think bullying Bai Qianqian makes you superior? Lu Hao, haven't you had her run errands for you?" Lu Hao's face turned ashen. Su Liang then pointed at other classmates. "Ma Jiran, how much homework has Bai Qianqian done for you? Li Yin, Gulanqi, Han Ziao, how many errands has she run for you? How many times has she fetched meals?" The named classmates were filled with shame. Zhang Tianhao, seeing this, stepped forward to defend them. "Su Liang, isn't that just classmates helping each other out? Are you trying to pick a fight?" Su Liang sneered. "Helping each other out? Are you worthy of that term? Besides bullying and mocking her, what help have you ever given her?" "Zhang Tianhao, you're the class president, leading others to bully a classmate. Making Bai Qianqian handle your Caresto, you still deserve to be class president?" Zhang Tianhao was furious. "Su Liang." Su Liang was undaunted. "Why are you yelling? Does being loud make you right? Let me tell you all, from today on, anyone who dares to bully Bai Qianqian will have to deal with me. Bai Qianqian, I've got your back." Bai Qianqian stared at Su Liang, her eyes already red, her gaze shimmering. Is this what it feels like to be protected by someone? The classroom became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. As soon as Su Liang finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. The once noisy atmosphere seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of tense breathing. Su Liang's close friend subtly gave him a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. The students who were called out exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Tianhao's face turned ominously dark, a flash of menace in his eyes. Lung Lianshuang casually glanced back at Su Liang, a flicker of surprise in her gaze. Today, Su Liang seemed different, with a sharper edge than usual. She turned back thoughtfully, losing interest in the unfolding drama. Bai Qianqian stared at Su Liang's profile, her heart pounding. No one had ever stood up for her like this, and a warm feeling washed over her. Her eyes grew misty as she wished to remember this moment forever. Zhang Tianhao let out a cold laugh and sneered, "Oh, do you really fancy yourself a hero? You think you, a benevolent nobody, have the right to boast?" Let's see what you're made of in this afternoon's combat class. Other students chimed in, echoing his mocking words. Bai Qianqian anxiously tugged on Su Liang's sleeve, signaling him not to stir up more trouble. Su Liang remained unfazed, casting a cold glance around before saying, "I can take you all on with one hand." His words caused an uproar in the class. Laughter and skepticism erupted. Zhang Tianhao, now fuming, retorted with a derisive laugh, "Fine. This afternoon you'll learn the meaning of humiliation." At that moment, the bell for class rang. The teacher entered, and the noise ceased abruptly. Su Liang returned to his seat, whispering to Bai Qianqian as he left, "Don't worry, no one will bully you again." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, a single tear slipping down, but a slight smile appeared on her lips, her heart filled with a long-lost warmth. Su Liang settled back in his seat as the math teacher began the lesson. He rested his head on the desk, his thoughts already drifting far away. Yang Biao's eyes widened. Not good enough for Bai Qianqian, the ugly duckling? Nonsense. Su Liang didn't bother to explain further. He simply glanced at Bai Qianqian from time to time. She was trying to pay attention in class, but her eyes were unfocused. When the bell rang, Su Liang gathered his things and told Yang Biao he was going to spend time with Bai Qianqian. Yang Biao was surprised, but Su Liang just smiled and walked over to Bai Qianqian. "Bai Qianqian, may I sit here?" Su Liang asked with a gentle smile. Bai Qianqian was stunned, unable to believe it. The classmates around them started whispering, with some mocking Su Liang for choosing a nobody to practice on. Zhang Tianhao sneered, and Long Lianshuang frowned, feeling insulted. Ignoring the gossip, Su Liang focused on Bai Qianqian. She blushed and moved closer to the window, allowing Su Liang to sit down naturally. Her heart raced. Although she didn't understand Su Liang's intentions, she was willing to be deceived. During the next class, Bai Qianqian was distracted. Su Liang passed her a note. "Pay attention in class and stop daydreaming." Her face turned even redder, while Su Liang rested his head on the desk and fell asleep. Bai Qianqian took the note, opened it and read, "Pay attention in class and stop daydreaming." Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, but Su Liang was already asleep at his desk. Principal's office. The principal, a slender, middle-aged man exuding an air of affluence, was dressed in formal attire and smiling warmly as he shook hands with the two men in front of him. Principal Lu's eyes sparkled with delight as he enthusiastically welcomed the unexpected guests. "What brings such esteemed experts to our school?" His gaze flickered between the two men, inwardly marveling at the reputation of the Rongqing team of chosen ones. Standing opposite were two young men in their 30s. One of them was Gong Lai, whom Su Liang and his companions had briefly encountered the previous night. The other was Qi Hengqiu, who maintained a stern and reserved demeanor. Qi Hengqiu got straight to the point. "Principal Lu, we're here to review the records of a student." Principal Lu's eyes lit up. "Oh, Captain Qi, have you taken an interest in one of our school's young talents?" Gong Lai remained expressionless, while Qi Hengqiu replied calmly, "We know his appearance, but not his name." Principal Lu smiled as he opened his computer. "Anyone who catches Captain Qi's eye must be one of our SSS-rank combat students. Here, I have their information. Take a look and see who it is." As he searched, he asked, "Captain Qi, has something happened?" Qi Hengqiu and Gong Lai exchanged a glance. Gong Lai then explained, "Last night, there was a beast invasion in the civilian district. 2 one-star bloodthirsty rats escaped the Forbidden Realm, resulting in one fatality. The deceased was a parent of one of your students." Principal Lu frowned. "As far as I know, none of our SSS-rank students live in the civilian district." Gong Lai quickly clarified, "It's not her. It's another student. He managed to kill one of the one-star bloodthirsty rats." Principal Lu was too shocked to speak, muttering, "Even an SSS-rank student shouldn't be able to do that." Gong Lai explained their purpose, and Principal Lu was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. I never expected our school to have such a combat prodigy." However, after Gong Lai reviewed all the SSS-rank students' profiles, he shook his head, indicating none of them matched. Principal Lu's expression froze in disbelief. Suddenly, Gong Lai remembered. "Oh right, his name might be Su Liang." Principal Lu pulled up Su Liang's file, looking even more puzzled. "Him? But he's only a brank." After closely examining the file, Qi Hengqiu concluded, hiding his true abilities. Principal Lu was skeptical. "Captain Qi, are you saying he's concealing his real strength?" Qi Hengqiu nodded approvingly. "At such a young age, he's not burdened by vanity. His mindset is exceptional. Principal Lu, please keep an eye on this young man. We'll be back on the day of the awakening." Principal Lu was surprised but nodded. "I understand, Captain Qi. To earn your team's recognition, his future is indeed promising." Qi Hengqiu nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to take his leave. Principal Lu smiled and said, "Captain Qi, why don't you stay a while? This afternoon, their class has combat training. You've got me all interested. How about watching together later?" Qi Hengqiu pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. All right, I'll come back this afternoon. Principal Lu's eyes lit up and he warmly invited. How about a simple meal first? However, Shi Hongchu declined politely. Thank you for the offer, but we have some matters to attend to. Principal Lu nodded helplessly. All right then, I'll be expecting you both this afternoon. After leaving the school, Shi Hongchu quietly instructed Gong Lai. Find a chance to connect with that kid this afternoon. Test his character and thoughts. Gong Lai nodded seriously. Understood. In class, Su Liang was dozing off. When the lunch bell rang, classmates prepared for lunch. Yang Biao called out to Su Liang, only to see his gaze fixed on Bai Qianqian. Yang Biao rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, putting romance before friendship, that guy. Su Liang approached Bai Qianqian's desk. Aren't you going to eat? Bai Qianqian replied softly. I brought a packed lunch. Su Liang frowned. You can't eat that every day. Look how thin you are. Come on. Bai Qianqian hesitated. So Su Liang sat down resolutely. If you're not going, I'm not eating either. Bai Qianqian panicked. No way. You just recovered, and there's combat class this afternoon. They'll definitely give you trouble. You need to eat something. Su Liang smirked. Worried about me? Then come with me. Bai Qianqian reluctantly followed. Lung Lianshuang watched them leave, snapping the pin in her hand. Her heart churned with complex emotions, surprising even herself with how unsettled she felt by this. In the cafeteria, Su Liang brought back 2 trays of balanced meals. Bai Qianqian quickly declined. I said the packed lunch is enough. Su Liang remained unfazed. If you don't eat, it'll go to waste. Bai Qianqian panicked. No. Wasting food will get you punished. Su Liang ignored her. Bai Qianqian sighed and put away her biscuits, cautiously taking a bite of the meal, her eyes instantly welling up. Just eat. No need to cry. Su Liang was at a loss. Bai Qianqian looked up, her eyes filled with grievance and guilt. Why are you so nice to me? I really have nothing to repay you with. Su Liang was silent for a moment, then gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Because I want you to protect me in the future. After finishing the meal, Bai Qianqian still followed behind Su Liang, her eyes red. Su Liang led Bai Qianqian to a shaded area on the playground and gestured for her to sit down. Bai Qianqian stood there timidly, nervously twisting her hands together. Su Liang chuckled softly. If you want to know the reason, just sit down. Bai Qianqian hesitated for a moment before sitting down, deliberately keeping some distance from Su Liang. Su Liang confessed, I have a reason for being nice to you. Bai Qianqian looked at him in surprise. I'm poor, unattractive, and not good at studying. What could you possibly want? Su Liang shook his head. You're not unattractive, and grades aren't everything. Do you trust me? Bai Qianqian nodded. Su Liang revealed a mysterious smile. You will awaken an SS-level divine mark and become a favored one of the heavens. I value your talent and hope that when you become powerful, you'll protect me. Bai Qianqian was too shocked to speak, never having imagined she could possess such a gift. Su Liang continued. Now that you know my motive, if you truly awaken the SS-level divine mark, would you be willing to protect me? Bai Qianqian nodded without hesitation. Su Liang felt secretly pleased, realizing that sincerity is indeed the most powerful weapon. Bai Qianqian silently vowed that regardless of whether it was true or not, she would be willing to protect Su Liang with her life. Back in the classroom, some students had already changed into their combat training uniforms. Su Liang noticed that Bai Qianqian didn't have a training uniform, understanding that her family couldn't afford it. He reassured her. After the Divine Awakening next week, you'll get new ones at the Chosen Academy. I won't change today either. Bai Qianqian worried that the class monitor might cause trouble, but Su Liang smiled confidently. Don't worry, he's no match for me. Some classmates were heading to the combat arena. As Zhang Tianhao and others passed by, they cast provocative glances at Su Liang. Yang Biao came over to warn Su Liang to be careful, but Su Liang was full of self-assurance. If I need more than one hand to deal with those punks, I'll consider it my loss. Yang Biao muttered to himself, wondering about their closeness, while Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head. After Su Liang confessed, she seemed to no longer resist these things. Su Liang quickly prepared and said to Bai Qianqian, let's go. I'll come back to practice with you once I deal with them. Bai Qianqian nodded timidly, softly replying, okay, yet she felt an inexplicable excitement inside. They arrived at the combat arena of Rongqing No. 2 High School. As a level 4 city, Rongqing's population barely exceeded 1 million, just enough to be classified as the smallest of level 4 cities. Since the mutation in 2030, humanity had been devastated by monstrous beasts, drastically reducing the population. Over 3 centuries, a new ecological system gradually formed, with the majority of humans concentrating in cities, establishing unique defense systems. Rural areas and mountains had become territories for beasts, making resources and food extremely scarce. The senior class, comprising 6,000 to 7,000 students, was divided into 4 time slots for combat training. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian's class 7, was scheduled in the early afternoon. As they reached their designated spot, they saw a group led by Zhang Tianhao glaring menacingly at Su Liang, smirking coldly. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Liao Yuqian, appeared. She announced loudly, "All right, everyone's here. Pick your opponents and begin combat training. The Divine Awakening is next week, so make the most of this time to unleash your potential." Hearing this, Su Liang shook his head silently. He knew well that true awakening of the divine mark depended not on combat, but on fate. Out of the 60 or so students in their class, only a dozen would awaken the divine mark, mostly C or B level. Only a few, 3 or 4, would reach a level, while S and SS levels were rare across the entire school of over 6,000 students. However, Bai Qianqian's emergence as an SSS level was indeed unexpected. As the classmates began choosing opponents, Liao Yuqian suddenly turned to Su Liang, her tone unfriendly as she asked, "Where's the reflection I asked you to write? Why haven't I seen it?" Zhang Tianhao and his group immediately burst into schadenfreude, eager to witness Su Liang getting scolded. Suppressing the urge to slap her, Su Liang responded calmly, "I didn't write it." Liao Yuqian exploded instantly. "Didn't write it? You injured a classmate and still have the nerve? Write it now. 3,000 words. If you're short by even 1 word, you won't be training." Su Liang sneered. "What if I don't write it? Then get out. Don't you have any manners? Didn't your parents teach you to respect your teachers?" Liao Yuqian's ugly demeanor reached its peak. Zhang Tianhao and his friends watched the scene with great interest. However, Su Liang's heart turned cold. Such a person was unworthy of being a teacher. He let out a cold laugh and, unafraid of causing a stir, retorted, "Screw you." The entire class of 7th graders was stunned. Su Liang's words were like a bomb exploding in the classroom. Bai Qianqian's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The other students exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes full of shock. Even Zhang Tianhao and his group were momentarily dumbfounded. Liao Yuqian was initially taken aback, but then her expression turned dark, and her chest heaved with anger. "Say that again?" Su Liang snorted, unflinching. "I said, I was writing about your mother." This statement completely ignited the fuse. Liao Yuqian was furious, her voice shaking with rage. "Su Liang, you." Su Liang sneered, pressing on. "You what? Do you even deserve to be a teacher? Everyone knows it was Zhang Tianhao who provoked things yesterday. Are you blind? Or are you hoping cozying up to the rich kids will get you a promotion?" His words were like a sharp sword, tearing through Liao Yuqian's facade. Her face turned from red to pale, and she was left speechless. Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but interject. "Su Liang, how dare you? Do you have no sense of decency?" Su Liang laughed coldly. "Shut up. Birds of a feather flock together. Tell me, wasn't it you who started the fight yesterday?" Zhang Tianhao was stumped, unable to respond, and could only retort angrily. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly your underhanded tricks." Su Liang dismissed him with disdain. "Idiot." Liao Yuqian finally regained her composure and screamed hysterically. "Class president, seize him and take him to the disciplinary office." Zhang Tianhao, feeling relieved, quickly rallied the classmates to action. 7 or 8 students surrounded Su Liang aggressively. Su Liang remained calm, pulling out a prepared cane from behind his back and said to Bai Qianqian, "Qianqian, step aside." Bai Qianqian asked worriedly, "Are you sure it's okay?" Su Liang smiled confidently. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." He turned to Zhang Tianhao and his group, taunting them. "Come on, let's see how you plan to seize me." Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily, "Everyone, get him!" The 8 rushed at him. Su Liang moved nimbly, easily dodging their attacks. He swung the cane, aiming directly at Zhang Tianhao. Smack! The cane landed precisely on Zhang Tianhao's face. His initially fierce expression froze, and his face flushed bright red. A pained cry escaped him, reminiscent of a puppy being scolded. He clutched his backside and broke into a wild dance, his steps crossing over each other. Zhang Tianhao's eyes welled up with tears from the pain. Before he could react, Su Liang landed another whip. Smack! Zhang Tianhao yelped, frantically scratching his back as the searing pain contorted his body. Su Liang smirked slightly, his perceptive eye slowing down his opponent's movements. He navigated the crowd with ease. Before the others could react, Su Liang unleashed his frenzied whip technique. The air was filled with the crack of the whip and cries of agony. 8 people flailed like apes, unable to reach an inch on their backs, twisting and howling in pain. The onlooking students were dumbfounded. Some even closed their eyes, unable to watch. The principal, along with Qi Hangqiu and Gong Lai, observed from the shadows. The principal remarked, "Impressive skill, indeed. Handling 8 opponents with such ease." Qi Hangqiu nodded in agreement. "His combat awareness rivals some of my team members." Su Liang continued to lash out, focusing on Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao writhed on the ground like a snake, shouting in despair. Why do you keep hitting me? Su Liang teased. You're wearing a nanomaterial combat suit, and you're the class leader, so you should take more hits. With that, he delivered another whip. Tears streamed down Zhang Tianhao's face. If you have the guts, just whip me to death. Feigning surprise, Su Liang replied. That's the first time I've heard such a twisted request. All right, I'll oblige. Smack. Another whip followed. The surrounding students were stunned, finding the scene both terrifying and amusing. Just then, Liao Yuqian charged forward with an angry shout. Is the old maid bullying the young? Liao Yuqian was burning with anger. She was also taken aback by what had just happened. Liao Yuqian's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. A B-level student had effortlessly defeated several A-levels, completely overturning her understanding. By the time she regained her composure, Zhang Tianhao was already lying on the ground, battered and bruised. Su Liang. Insulting teachers and assaulting classmates, your offenses are compounded. Today, I'm sending you to the disciplinary office for expulsion. Liao Yuqian shouted sternly, a faintly glowing clevel divine mark appearing on her arm. Though it was the lowest level divine mark, it was still an irresistible force to ordinary students. Liao Yuqian squared her shoulders and charged at Su Liang, intending to subdue him directly. The surrounding students erupted in astonishment. The teacher's making a move. Su Liang's done for now. Many began to chatter, drawing attention from other classes and quickly gathering a large crowd of onlookers. Bai Qianqian was flustered. No matter how strong Su Liang is, he can't possibly take on a chosen one. Yang Biao looked equally alarmed. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao watched with schadenfreude from the sidelines. Teacher, don't let him get away. However, facing the aggressive Liao Yuqian, Su Liang remained unfazed. He called out to Yang Biao, Biaozi the spear. Yang Biao immediately understood and tossed the training spear to Su Liang. With an aerial flip, Su Liang caught the spear firmly. In an instant, his presence transformed, as if he had returned to being a battle-hardened warrior. The classmates were stunned. Su Liang dares to fight back against the homeroom teacher? Isn't that a death wish? Someone exclaimed. Liao Yuqian was even more infuriated. Insolent fool. Kneel before me. She reached out to grab Su Liang. Su Liang's eyes flashed with sharp focus, easily tracking Liao Yuqian's movements. He shouted, Furious dragon breaks the army, and the spear thrust forward like a dragon towards Liao Yuqian's hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, Liao Yuqian recoiled in pain. She was shocked to find that even a blunt training spear could inflict damage in Su Liang's hands. Outraged and humiliated, Liao Yuqian unleashed the power of her divine mark and launched another attack at Su Liang. Su Liang responded calmly, creating a distracting spear flourish before sweeping the spear to strike Liao Yuqian's arm. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as Liao Yuqian winced in pain. Despite her divine mark's protection, she was no match for the battle-hardened Su Liang. Liao Yuqian was both embarrassed and furious, her face alternating between shades of red and green. Stop it right now. Su Liang ignored her, his spear movements swift and precise, leaving red marks on Liao Yuqian. She was near tears, a chosen one, yet she couldn't handle a mere student. The onlookers were awestruck. Su Liang's spear skills are incredible, so smooth and seamless. Some girls even started to swoon. He's so cool. Yang Biao was too excited to speak. When did he become so strong? Bai Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief, but soon felt worried again. Nearby, Lung Lianshuang had stopped her training, gazing intently at the scene. Su Liang's display of power far exceeded her expectations, challenging a chosen one homeroom teacher. She pondered. Has he been hiding his strength all along just to spare me from embarrassment? Wow, is that your classmate? He seems even stronger than its level. The crowd buzzed with amazement. Liao Yuqian was utterly humiliated, wishing she could find a place to hide. She silently lamented. Why hasn't the principal arrived yet? Su Liang's eyes were cold and sharp, not daring to relax for a moment against his opponent. In the shadows, Principal Lu watched in sheer astonishment. And just then, a harsh voice suddenly broke through the chaos. Stop! Boomed a gruff voice, causing all the students to flinch. The headmaster had arrived. A man in a tracksuit rushed forward, and the fight came to an abrupt halt. Su Liang stepped back from the circle, holding his spear with an imposing presence. What is going on here? The headmaster's face was dark, his small mustache twitching slightly. Liao Yuqian, her eyes red with tears, moved forward, her voice trembling with emotion. Sir, I can't take it anymore. This student has not only insulted the teachers, but also hit other students. Look at what he did to me. He must be expelled. The headmaster glanced at Liao Yuqian briefly before asking in a stern voice, what exactly happened? Liao Yuqian exaggerated the story, avoiding the crucial details. The headmaster's expression grew even more severe, though inwardly he was pleased. This was a chance to deal with this troublesome woman. Outrageous. How could someone like you be in our school? He yelled at Su Liang, attacking teachers and students. You must be expelled. Come with me to the disciplinary office. The students' faces changed drastically. Bai Qianqian, desperate to explain, was cut off by the headmaster's angry shout. Zhang Tianhao laughed gleefully. Su Liang, weren't you so tough? Expelled. Ha ha ha. Su Liang gave everyone a cold look, finally fixing his gaze on the headmaster. You don't ask questions and just listen to her side of the story? Is this how you run things as the headmaster? How dare you? The headmaster was furious. Everyone saw you hitting people. The evidence is clear. Stop denying it. Let's go. Bai Qianqian tried to intervene, crying, but Su Liang gently pulled her behind him. He softly reassured her, don't cry. It's going to be okay. Then he turned to the headmaster, suddenly slamming his spear into the ground, sending a gust of wind through the crowd. Today, I want to see if this school truly can't tell right from wrong. Since things have escalated this far, why not take it even further? I want to see if there's anyone who will uphold justice. Su Liang took a stance, spear poised, causing his adversaries to back away. The entire crowd was stunned. Was he really about to confront the headmaster? In that moment, many of the students were inspired by Su Liang's aura. It was a feeling that stirred their blood. Su Liang's eyes were bright with determination, radiating an unyielding spirit. The classmates around him gasped, both shocked and impressed. Bai Qianqian and Long Lianshuang were stunned, looking at Su Liang's back in disbelief. At this moment, Long Lianshuang felt a flutter in her heart, realizing for the first time that this boy was truly unique. Liao Yuqian's face darkened as she glared at Su Liang. Director, students like him don't deserve to stay at our school. He must be severely punished. Just as the director was about to act, his phone vibrated. He glanced at it, and his face turned pale. Is your brain clogged with nonsense? The principal's furious voice came through the receiver. How dare you lay a finger on such an outstanding student? The director was thunderstruck, breaking out in a cold sweat. Forcing a smile, he made a complete turnaround in his demeanor. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Su Liang, I apologize. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were dumbfounded, and the other students were equally bewildered. Su Liang, however, remained calm and simply said, Teacher, I trust you'll give a proper explanation for this? The director nodded repeatedly. Of course, I'll investigate right away. With that, he hurriedly left, dragging a reluctant Liao Yuqian with him. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, speculating about Su Liang's background. As the crowd gradually dispersed, a wave of astonishment lingered in the air. Zhang Tianhao felt as if he'd swallowed something vile. He glared at Su Liang with a face full of resentment and discontent. Was that it? What was the point of the beating he took today? No, this was a humiliation, and he couldn't just let it go. As the dust settled, Yang Biao and Bai Qianqian gathered around Su Liang, showering him with praise. Only Long Lianshuang watched him thoughtfully. She had keenly noticed the sudden shift in the head teacher's attitude, which must have been influenced by some mysterious figure. This suggested that Su Liang's background was far more complex than it appeared. Liang, you're amazing. When did you get so strong? You even took down the class teacher. Bai Qianqian said with a bright smile. Su Liang chuckled and replied, it wasn't extra training. She was just too weak and couldn't even handle the basic power of the divine seal. Let's get back to training. I still need to practice with Qianqian. Yang Biao rolled his eyes and muttered something about choosing love over friends, but nevertheless, he kindly warned, be careful. Zhang Tianhao won't let this go easily. Watch out for him after school. Su Liang nodded in agreement. After Yang Biao left, he turned to the blushing Bai Qianqian. All right, let's get you some practice. Seeing Bai Qianqian's shy expression, Su Liang felt a stir in his heart. He knew Bai Qianqian had awakened the SS-level Flame Divine Seal and would one day become the formidable Vermilion Bird Empress. Come at me with the close combat techniques you've learned, and I'll guide you, Su Liang instructed. Bai Qianqian nodded, assumed a stance, and launched an attack at Su Liang. He countered effortlessly while offering guidance. Punch decisively, aim for the vital points. Slightly pivot your right foot to stabilize your stance. Don't hold back against an opponent. Use your full strength. Bai Qianqian, quick-witted and sharp, soon grasped the essentials and showed noticeable improvement. She was thrilled with her progress. Meanwhile, Long Lianshuang, distracted, sparred with a classmate, occasionally glancing at Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. A twinge of disappointment settled in her heart, as if her cherished toy had been taken away. Lianshuang, do you have a thing for Su Liang? A classmate teased. Long Lianshuang hastily denied it, but her classmate persisted. With your looks, Su Liang would definitely ditch Bai Qianqian for you. Why not make a move and chat with him? If he awakens a powerful divine seal, you'll regret missing the chance. Long Lianshuang pondered deeply. Since yesterday, Su Liang hadn't paid her any attention. Should she really compete for Su Liang over this ugly duckling? Perhaps there were things that needed to be cleared up? The director of studies office. As the director returned, Liao Yuqian anxiously stood up. The director's expression was grim, clearly having just been reprimanded by the principal. He glanced at Liao Yuqian's shapely figure, and an unscrupulous thought crossed his mind. Ms. Liao, we can't touch Su Liang, he said, feigning concern. Liao Yuqian was stunned and said, aggrieved, Director, he hit me. You have to stand up for me. She struck a seductive pose, igniting the director's inappropriate desires. Stand up for you? Weren't you the one who favored Zhang Tianhao first? The director retorted. They're planning to remove you from your position as head teacher. Liao Yuqian was shocked, realizing the gravity of the situation. She grabbed the director's arm, pressing it against her chest. Director, you must help me. The director shook off her hand, pretending to be troubled. This is an order from above. There's nothing I can do. Tears welled in Liao Yuqian's eyes as she pressed closer to him. As long as you help me, I can. Hearing the answer he desired, the director's mind began to wander. He coughed twice, feigning reluctance. This is really difficult. Liao Yuqian seized the moment and kissed him softly. Director, this is my first time. The director could no longer resist, pulling her into his embrace. Sweetheart, I'll be gentle. The office was soon filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. 2.5 hours later, the combat class ended. Su Liang returned to the classroom, met with respectful gazes from his classmates. Zhang Tianhao sat silently, seething with anger. In the afternoon, a new male teacher walked into the classroom. He introduced himself as the new head teacher, Hu Anshan, explaining that the former head teacher, Liao Yuqian, had been dismissed due to mishandling the situation. The class was in an uproar, looking at Su Liang in shock. Hu Anshan asked, Su Liang, are you satisfied with this outcome? Su Liang smiled and nodded. Yes, I have no objections. One nodded in agreement. All right then, let's get started with the lesson. The students, though suppressing their surprise, couldn't hide the curiosity in their eyes. Su Liang's background was a mystery, but his demonstrated abilities commanded attention. Zhang Tianhao clenched his fists, a shadow passing over his eyes. Lung Lianshuang, upon hearing the news, seemed to have an epiphany. In the classroom, the new teacher got straight to the point. The year 2030 marks the beginning of the Age of Awakening, when the first chosen one was born, and mythical beasts began to rise. The chosen ones were granted divine seals, wielding the power of the gods. The students had heard bits of this before, so their interest was lukewarm. They were more curious about Su Liang's identity, but the teacher offered no further details. As the dismissal bell rang, Su Liang offered, Qianqian, let me walk you home. Bai Qianqian blushed and initially declined, but eventually agreed to leave the school together. Yang Biao approached, inviting Su Liang to play virtual games, but Su Liang declined, citing his lack of funds, and jokingly called Yang Biao a third wheel. Yang Biao left, feeling a bit dejected. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian walked side by side, and the setting sun cast a beautiful glow on her profile. Su Liang reminded her to seek help if needed and suggested she move closer to his neighborhood. Bai Qianqian politely declined, contemplating how she could repay Su Liang's kindness. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Su Liang. Su Liang turned around, surprised to see the figure as cool and aloof as a snow lotus. She was actually seeking him out? Su Liang observed the girl everyone called the campus queen. Lung Lianshuang was indeed as beautiful as a fairy, the goddess in the eyes of many male students. Not only was she academically brilliant, but her combat skills were also exceptional. Yet, in Su Liang's eyes, she was a cold and rational woman, almost to the point of being heartless. If someone held no value for her, she would discard them without hesitation. Just like in Su Liang's previous life, after fawning over her for so long, he was ruthlessly abandoned once she awakened her divine mark. Su Liang glanced at her indifferently. What's up? Lung Lianshuang's eyes flickered. I want to talk to you alone. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian immediately felt self-conscious and couldn't meet Lung Lianshuang's eyes. You two talk, I'll leave. Unexpectedly, Su Liang grabbed Bai Qianqian's wrist. No need. Bai Qianqian's body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Seeing this, Lung Lianshuang felt a pang, as if she was being pricked by a needle. She was actually jealous over such a trivial matter. Su Liang said coldly, say what you have to say, we need to head home. Lung Lianshuang took a deep breath and looked directly at Su Liang. I told you I didn't want a relationship before awakening my divine sense. You should have understood when I rejected you yesterday. But did you have to find someone else just to disgust me? Are you that shallow? Su Liang chuckled coldly. That's amusing. Bai Qianqian's heart ached, thinking Su Liang was using her just to spite Lung Lianshuang. As Lung Lianshuang was about to speak, Su Liang interrupted. Stop, Lung Lianshuang. You're being too self-centered. What do you mean I found her to disgust you? Can you stop being so narcissistic? Lung Lianshuang's expression changed dramatically. Su Liang continued, I don't like you anymore, so stop bothering me. Continue being the campus queen. Even without me chasing after you, there's still Zhang Tianhao and his group. Bai Qianqian isn't someone I found to annoy you. She's Bai Qianqian, not an object for comparison. I ask you to show some respect. Both Bai Qianqian and Lung Lianshuang were stunned. Bai Qianqian was moved to the point of tears, realizing that in Su Liang's eyes, she was never the ugly duckling. Lung Lianshuang, on the other hand, felt a void filled with anger and grievance. You. Lung Lianshuang's chest heaved, her fair face turning red. Su Liang sneered. Know your place. While you may be the campus queen in everyone's eyes now, not everyone has to revolve around you. Lung Lianshuang trembled with rage. Su Liang, you'll regret this. Ha ha ha. Su Liang laughed heartily. Let me ask you. If you awaken in grade divine mark, and I only have a C or B grade, would you still let me near you? Lung Lianshuang instinctively wanted to say of course, but hesitated. Her family always taught her that talent dictated much of one's future. The difference between a grade and a grade chosen one's future achievements was vast, not to mention grade. She shouldn't get too close to those with low talent before awakening. If she awakened a low-level divine mark, or didn't awaken at all, it would be different. She would make many connections and then aim to get into a university to contribute to China's research in advanced source crystal weapons. However, she still couldn't get too close to everyone. She couldn't ignore the possibility of awakening a high-level divine mark. Su Liang's lips curled slightly, a hint of insight flashing in his eyes. See, you're hesitating. That proves you're thinking the same thing deep down. Lung Lianshuang wanted to argue, but Su Liang raised a hand to stop her. No need to explain, I understand. This is the proud you. That's why I don't want to try to please you anymore. We're not suitable for each other. He turned to Bai Qianqian, his tone gentle. But Qianqian wouldn't be like that. No matter what level of divine mark she awakens in the future, she wouldn't ignore others just because their abilities are weaker. Right, Qianqian? Bai Qianqian met Su Liang's gaze, her eyes curving into crescents, and nodded softly. Let's go home, Su Liang said, patting Bai Qianqian's shoulder. This was indeed Su Liang's true thought. He knew all too well that once Lung Lianshuang awakened in level divine mark, she would become arrogant and dismissive of her classmates. What was the point of trying to get close to her? Just to be discarded to the beasts in the future? Lung Lianshuang stood frozen, watching their retreating figures, unable to snap out of it. A sense of unprecedented defeat washed over her. Had she lost to that ugly duckling? Why? Su Liang's words were so inexplicable, yet they seemed to pierce through her heart. Maintaining her aloof persona was precisely because she was waiting for her divine awakening. After a long while, Lung Lianshuang scoffed. Su Liang, I don't think I'm wrong. Once I awaken a high-level divine mark, those with lower marks will just be a burden to me. Since you're so sure, let's see whose divine mark is stronger. If you win, I, Lung Lianshuang, might even try to please you. Survival of the fittest. That's the law of nature. As they reached the school gate, Bai Qianqian felt a surge of joy. This was what it felt like to be respected, something she hadn't experienced for a long time. Today, Su Liang had given her so many surprises. The two of them walked out of the dead end. Gong Lai looked at Su Liang in silence, thinking to himself that this guy was quite cunning. However, it also gave him a glimpse of Su Liang's vigilance and character, proving he was more than qualified to be a member of the Divine Hunters team. My name is Gong Lai, but you can call me Old Gong, Gong Lai said, extending his hand in an attempt to ease the tension. Su Liang wasn't having it and retorted. Seriously? You want me to call you husband, and yet you say you're not into guys? Gong Lai bristled instantly, pointing at Su Liang and cursing, you little. Su Liang ignored him and turned to the shop owner, shouting, 2 energy drinks, please. Gong Lai's eyes lit up. Wow, I didn't peg you for someone so generous. Got money to burn? Su Liang glanced at him. Really? You're a divine hunter and you're worried about a few bucks? Gong Lai was surprised. How do you know I'm with the divine hunters? Su Liang dismissed it. With that roguish vibe, if you're not with the divine hunters, then what kind of person would the military have? Gong Lai was left speechless, pointing at Su Liang. All right, you're something else. I suspect you've worked with the divine hunters before. Su Liang shrugged. Who says I haven't? I've been at it for decades, reached the 3-mark divine master level, and fought beasts for years without dying. As the energy drinks were served, Gong Lai grumbled while paying for them. Su Liang crossed his legs and asked, So, what do you want from me? Gong Lai took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Are you interested in joining our team? Su Liang was taken aback. Me? I'm only 18. You want me to die young? Gong Lai was so frustrated he could grind his teeth, glaring at Su Liang. Su Liang quickly backtracked. Just kidding. Which team in Rongqing are you from? Gong Lai proudly declared. the top-ranked Ember Slayer Divine Hunter team in Rongcheng. Su Liang was unimpressed. And how does that rank among the Divine Hunters? Gong Lai was stumped, retorting angrily. Do you know how many teams are there in the Divine Hunters ranking? You think just anyone can get in? Su Liang nodded. Oh, so it's not even on the list. Gong Lai suppressed his anger, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Realizing this kid knew quite a bit, he couldn't help but ask, you even know about the Divine Hunters ranking? Are they teaching this in school now? Su Liang shook his head, staying noncommittal. He knew that the so-called Divine Hunters were a group of chosen individuals independent of the military, consisting of around 10 members. The team included a commander, blood drinkers, combatants, long-range assassins, healers, and back-end surveillance experts. They were military-recognized teams capable of taking on military missions or protecting residents within the city. The Divine Hunters ranking was a highly prestigious list in China, with extremely stringent criteria for making it onto the list. In his past life, although Su Liang was just a level 3 Divine Master, he managed to become part of a renowned team through his knowledge, experience, and exceptional combat skills. Su Liang smiled slightly, reminiscing about his past glories. Seeing the change in his expression, Gong Lai couldn't help but ask, what's on your mind? Snapping back to reality, Su Liang replied seriously, the Ember Kill Squad is indeed formidable. Being ranked number 1 in Rome City isn't just for show. Gong Lai's eyes lit up at his words, and he proudly thumped his chest. Of course, I serve as the rearguard in the team. My strength is not to be underestimated. Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly, rearguard? More like a goalkeeper. Kid. Gong Lai clutched his chest in mock indignation, glaring at him. It's rearguard, not goalkeeper. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Waving his hands in mock surrender, Su Liang said seriously, just kidding. But honestly, I'm only 18 and haven't even started my divine awakening. Why are you interested in me? Gong Lai pondered for a moment before explaining. The captain saw your performance against the bloodthirsty rat and thinks you have extraordinary talent. Even without a divine seal, you could become an excellent warrior with source crystal technology. Su Liang nodded thoughtfully. Being able to kill a 1-star bloodthirsty rat at his age was indeed remarkable. He silently thanked his past life experience. Seeing his hesitation, Gong Lai added, think it over. Whether you have a divine seal or not, the Ember Kill name carries a lot of weight in Rong City. After a moment of silence, Su Liang asked, if I awaken a divine seal and get into the Divine Chosen Academy, can you still take me on missions? Gong Lai was taken aback but admitted, that depends on the captain's approval and your combat assessment. But as for the academy, the captain has his ways. Su Liang nodded. Understood. I'll think about it. Gong Lai stood up to leave, throwing a parting shot. If you do become a teammate, watch how I'll deal with you. Su Liang laughed. Already threatening me? Be careful or I might join another team. Gong Lai left, muttering under his breath. Su Liang watched him go, deep in thought. Joining the Divine Hunt Squad was indeed a good option, especially with Bai Qianqian's covert support. But for now, the most pressing matter was, wait, old Gong Lai. Su Liang suddenly called out to the departing Gong Lai. Gong Lai turned back annoyed. What now? Thick-skinned. Su Liang asked, could you spare a few beast crystals? Just 1-star ones. I want to study them. Gong Lai looked at him incredulously. You really have no shame, do you? Despite his grumbling, Gong Lai retrieved a few beast crystals from his spatial converter and placed them on the table before leaving without a backward glance. Su Liang looked at the crystals on the table. Perfect. This saved him some trouble. Time to head home and experiment tonight. After having dinner with his grandfather, Su Liang chatted for a bit, washed up, and then retreated to his room. Quietly closing the door, he took a deep breath and slowly removed his shirt. His eyes fell on the beast-shaped mark of the crimson-eyed Tianlin on his chest, and he frowned deeply. What is this? It can't be a divine mark, right? He murmured to himself. I've never seen anyone with a beast-shaped divine mark. Shaking his head, Su Liang placed 5 1-star beast crystals in front of him. A faint, eerie blood-red glow emanated from the crystals in the dim room. After a moment of hesitation, he picked one up and held it in his palm. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled his consciousness into a strange space. Golden eyes flickered in the darkness. It was the eyes of the crimson-eyed Tianlin. At the same time, the beast crystal in his hand began to release energy, and the blood-colored power was swiftly absorbed by his body. The golden eyes emitted a blinding light, and a searing pain engulfed him. Su Liang gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Beast power conversion in progress. He had no idea how long it lasted, but eventually, the golden light dimmed, and the intense pain began to subside. Su Liang exhaled deeply, and with a thought, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Examining the changes in the panel's data, Su Liang was surprised to see that only his strength attribute had increased by 5 points. He furrowed his brow in thought. Could it be that the first time is just an activation, and each attribute requires a corresponding beast crystal? Clenching his fists, Su Liang felt the surge of power within him. A mere 5-point increase had boosted his strength by nearly 50. He swung his fist lightly, and it even generated a sonic boom. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already midnight. Su Liang chuckled wryly. Just a short while and 4 hours have passed. I'll need to find a safe place for beast power conversion in the future. Lying in bed, he pondered ways to acquire a large number of beast crystals. Without divine perception, he couldn't venture out of the city alone. Even as a chosen one, reaching the second seal divine envoy level was necessary. It was quite a dilemma. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's right. The Chosen One Academy has a dedicated hunting ground. A smile crept onto his lips. The first step begins there. The next morning, a gentle breeze blew, bringing a sense of tranquility. His grandfather, hunched over, had prepared breakfast. It was a rare treat, millet porridge. While eating, Su Liang muttered, "Grandpa, I always feel like you're hiding something. You always manage to get good food, and even at your age, you've never needed my money." "Grandpa, how do you do it?" Su Luoqing glanced at him and tapped his head with chopsticks. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Su Liang rubbed his head, feeling wronged, and remembered how his grandfather had passed away in his 40s in his previous life, and he hadn't been able to see him one last time due to a mission. The government had handled everything, leaving only the key around his neck. "Grandpa, does that key lead to some secret stash?" The old man tapped him again. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Su Liang sighed, unable to get any answers. "I'm off to school." The old man didn't look up, and once Su Liang was gone, he touched the key on his chest, a sharp gleam in his cloudy eyes. "Hope you never need to use it, you rascal." At school, Su Liang ignored the hostile stares and noticed Zhang Tianhao's dark expression. He exchanged a glance with Long Lianshuang, as if they were strangers. Her friend asked about yesterday, and she calmly replied, "He doesn't like me anymore." Her friend didn't believe her, and even Long Lianshuang seemed surprised. Su Liang sat next to Bai Qianqian, chatted for a bit, then drifted into thought about where to find beast crystals. At lunchtime, when Bai Qianqian didn't get up, he leaned in, startling her. "Do I have to invite you to stand up?" Su Liang frowned. Bai Qianqian nervously explained that she felt bad about always letting him treat her. Su Liang laughed. "Just protect me more in the future." Seeing her hesitation, he jokingly threatened to carry her to the cafeteria. Bai Qianqian immediately stood up, both shy and expectant. While eating, Bai Qianqian invited Su Liang to her house for a meal. Su Liang readily agreed, and as he flashed a bright smile, Bai Qianqian shyly looked down. As Su Liang and Bai Qianqian left the cafeteria together, a pair of cold, sinister eyes from a corner fixated on their departing figures. Zhang Tianhao's menacing gaze followed Su Liang and Bai Qianqian as they walked away, his heart seething with anger. He turned to his companion and whispered, "Have you arranged everything?" His companion nodded in response. "Don't worry, everything's ready." Zhang Tianhao sneered, "Good. We'll make our move after school. He humiliated me in front of everyone. I'll pay him back tenfold." During the afternoon combat class, Su Liang continued coaching Bai Qianqian. He was secretly amazed by the future empress's astounding ability to grasp concepts, confident that in a few days, her combat skills would reach grade A. Once she awakened her SS grade divine mark and entered the Academy of Chosen Ones, everything would improve. At the end of the school day, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian left the campus together. As they stepped through the gate, Su Liang sensed someone suspiciously tailing them. He casually glanced back, his perceptive eye catching several shadowy figures. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Su Liang's lips as he said to Bai Qianqian, "Wait here for a moment. I have something to take care of." Bai Qianqian nodded timidly in agreement. Su Liang turned and walked toward a nearby alley, releasing a mechanical beetle quietly. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the footsteps behind him to draw near. "Hey kid, stop right there," a young man in his 20s shouted, flipping a knife in his hand. Su Liang pretended to be startled. "What do you want?" The young man approached with a sneer. "Hand over everything valuable." As Su Liang turned to flee, the young man's leg flashed with a white light, and he quickly caught up, pinning Su Liang against the wall with the knife at his throat. "Hand it over," the young man barked. When Su Liang remained silent, the young man raised his hand to slap him. In that instant, Su Liang's eyes sharpened, blocking the slap with one hand and countering a knee strike with his leg. Before the young man could react, Su Liang delivered an uppercut to his chin. Enraged, the young man's foot glowed with the light of a divine mark. Su Liang instinctively raised his arm to block the incoming whip-like kick. Reacting swiftly, Su Liang lifted his arm to deflect the young man's fierce kick. To his surprise, the expected pain didn't come. Instead, he was merely pushed back a few steps. Startled, He wondered if his strength level of 16 was more formidable than he had imagined. Seeing his attack fail, the young man's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly overtaken by anger. With a burst of divine energy, he closed the distance between them, aiming a dagger straight at Su Liang's vital points. However, to Su Liang, the young man's movement seemed slow and predictable. He easily dodged the attack and countered with a straight punch, unleashing the full force of his 16-point strength. With a dull thud, the young man's chest caved in, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall. His eyes widened in terror as fear gripped him. Su Liang let out a cold chuckle, stepped forward, and snatched the dagger from the young man. Lifting him with one hand, he slammed him into the ground. Bang! The young man screamed in agony, but before he could recover, a barrage of punches rained down on him. Bang! 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 Su Liang's relentless blows soon left the young man with no strength to fight back, his cries of pain growing weaker. Standing up, Su Liang scoffed. Rob me? You're not even worth the trouble, you weakling. He adjusted his clothes, glanced at a nearby alley with a sneer, and walked away. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao arrived at the dim alley, staring at the barely conscious young man. Zhang Tianhao's expression was dark with anger. Useless, he muttered. Let's get out of here. Class monitor, Lu Hao said, clearly frightened. But soon, a bold idea formed in Zhang Tianhao's mind. What if this guy dies? A sinister smile crept across his face. Two people boarded the school bus heading back towards Bai Qianqian's home. As the bus slowly pulled away, Bai Qianqian sneaked a glance at the shopping bag in Su Liang's hand and couldn't help but ask, why did you buy so many things? I was just going to treat you to dinner. Su Liang gave a slight smile. Silly. How could I come to your house for dinner empty-handed? I'm not that shameless. Don't worry, it's just some inexpensive stuff. Bai Qianqian looked down, her cheeks slightly flushed. The school bus sped along, and they reached their destination in 10 minutes. They got off the bus and walked into a rundown neighborhood. Bai Qianqian's home was still in a state of disrepair. She called softly, Mom, we're back. Lu Xian peeked out from the kitchen with a warm smile. Su Liang, you didn't have to bring anything. Su Liang responded politely. Just a small token, Auntie. Please don't mind. He quietly observed Lu Xian, noting that although she looked worn out, the worry on her face had eased a bit. A simple meal was soon laid out on the table. Though modest, it was the mother and daughter's rations for several days. Lu Xian said gratefully, Su Liang, thank you for saving us that day. Bai Qianqian quickly interrupted. Mom, let's not talk about that. She lowered her head shyly, avoiding Su Liang's gaze. Su Liang smiled calmly. It was nothing. Qianqian is my classmate. Lu Xian looked at the two with relief as time flew by and night fell. Su Liang, it's getting late. Be careful on your way home, Lu Xian reminded as she saw him off. Su Liang nodded and said goodbye. See you tomorrow, Qianqian. Bai Qianqian softly replied, watching Su Liang leave, already looking forward to seeing him again the next day. By this time, night had fallen over the neighborhood, and a few figures moved swiftly in the darkness. Xiaolan, have they emerged from underground? Qi Hengqiu asked as he ran. A voice came through the earpiece. In 2 minutes. Captain, be careful. There are more of them this time. Damn it, this place again. Gong Lai cursed. Xiaolan explained. We've discovered that ancient underground drainage systems connect to outside the city. Qi Hengqiu decisively ordered. No time for complaints. Deploy the divine barrier and protect the civilians. Gong Lai responded and rushed to the scene, only to unexpectedly bump into a familiar figure. What the hell? What are you doing here? Are you kidding me? Both spoke almost simultaneously. Gong Lai felt his heart skip a beat in frustration. Damn it, no time to waste chit-chatting. Gong Lai swiftly unhooked the suppression realm stake from the back of his armor and threw it onto the ground, his voice steady and confident. We've reached the designated location. Qi Hengqiu's voice crackled through the earpiece. I'm in position too. Activate the suppression realm, Qi Hengqiu commanded. Understood. Gong Lai responded without hesitation, striking the suppression realm stake with his palm. A surge of purple light erupted from his arm, shooting into the sky and merging with 2 other stakes to form a barrier. The suppression realm is in place, Qi Hengqiu confirmed. Blood drinkers, prepare for action. Eliminate with full force. Roger. Gong Lai acknowledged, but suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Another beast appearing? Gong Lai nearly dropped his cigarette, spinning around with a glare. What are you doing here? Get out of here. It's dangerous. Su Liang nonchalantly asked. Is it the bloodthirsty rats again? Gong Lai nodded gravely. Yes, more than last time. Su Liang frowned. How could they appear twice in the same spot? Gong Lai pondered briefly and explained. There's an old drainage pipe leading from outside the city walls that we missed last time. Just as Gong Lai was about to urge Su Liang to leave again, Xiao Lan's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Gong, 8 bloodthirsty rats have escaped the suppression realm from the last direction. What? Gong Lai's face darkened. Where exactly? Same place as last time. The exit must be the same. Xiaolan replied. Su Liang's face turned pale. The last spot? That was the direction of Bai Qianqian's house. Ignoring Gong Lai's protests, he turned and sprinted towards Bai Qianqian's home. Kid, you idiot. Do you want to die? Don't go. Gong Lai shouted after him. While Xiao Lan's warning came through, Gong, be careful. There seems to be a bloodthirsty rat king. Gong Lai's expression grew more serious as Captain Chi Hengchu's voice followed. Gong Lai, we can't provide support. It's all on you now. Be extremely careful. Got it. Gong Lai responded. Xiao Lan, send me the thermal imaging of the bloodthirsty rats. On it. Right away. A holographic display appeared before Gong Lai, showing swarms of bloodthirsty rats. Watching Su Liang sprint ahead, Gong Lai shouted, Kid, are you insane? Get back here right now. Su Liang ignored him, his mind fixated on one thought. Please, let nothing happen. Please, let nothing happen to Bai Qianqian. Su Liang pushed himself to the limit, accelerating to his utmost. Like an arrow released from a bow, Su Liang shot forward with Gong Long Island Expressway close on his heels, his expression dark. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Gong Lai shouted angrily. Su Liang didn't look back, responding only with, there's someone there I must protect. Gritting his teeth, Gong Lai sped up, and they quickly reached the vicinity of Bai Qianqian's house. The scene before them was alarming. Bai Qianqian and her mother were standing against the wall, pale-faced. Two bloodthirsty rats were eyeing them menacingly, with one particularly large and emitting a nauseating stench. Its needle-like fur stood on end, and a flick of its thick tail shattered the ground. Su Liang and Gong Lai's expressions changed drastically. Damn it, that's a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Lai cursed under his breath, swiftly reporting the situation to headquarters. The captain ordered them to handle it carefully and promised reinforcements soon. Seeing Su Liang, Bai Qianqian's eyes filled with tears. Su Liang, you need to leave, she cried out. But before she could finish, the Rat King lunged at the mother and daughter. Su Liang and Gong Lai acted simultaneously. Gong Lai activated his source crystal cannon, firing an energy ball at the Rat King. Su Liang kicked the other bloodthirsty rat with such force that it left Gong Lai in awe. The Rat King roared in fury, and suddenly, the rustling of more rats filled the air. 8 bloodthirsty rats emerged from all directions, their red eyes glaring. Gong Lai's expression grew serious as he tossed a source crystal handgun to Su Liang. Protect them. I'll handle the rest. Gong Lai unleashed his full power, with 3 divine sigils appearing on his skin, lightning patterns coursing over him. The source crystal cannon roared repeatedly, quickly dispatching several rats. However, the energy soon depleted, and without hesitation, Gong Lai drew his silver spear, surrounded by arcs of electricity, ready to face the Rat King in a final showdown. A dense layer of electrical arcs crawled over Gong Lai's body. His eyes were filled with lightning. Gong Lai's eyes blazed with fury, lightning flashing within them. He raised his spear, the tip pointing directly at the Rat King, with arcs of electricity coursing along the shaft. The Rat King let out an ear-piercing screech and lunged at Gong Lai. Gong Lai stomped the ground forcefully, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his powerful aura sweeping the surroundings. Man and rat clashed in an instant. Gong Lai's spear spun like a whirlwind, lightning wreaking havoc, striking sparks against the Rat King's impenetrable fur. The Rat King's razor-sharp claws collided with the spear, producing a metallic clang. Gong Lai's assault was relentless, attacking with full force and no defense, relying on his armor for protection. His immense strength sent the Rat King flying with a flick of his spear. The battle was intensely fierce, and Su Liang hurriedly guided Bai Qianqian and her daughter away from the battlefield. The two were terrified, and Su Liang felt a heavy weight in his heart. This Rat King was terrifyingly strong, and for Gong Lai to win would not be easy. The defense of a 3-star exotic beast was astounding, with the bloodthirsty Rat King's fur evolving toward metallic spikes, making it nearly immune to ordinary attacks. Even a source crystal cannon could only break those spikes. Su Liang, can he win? Bai Qianqian asked, slightly calmer now, hiding behind Su Liang. Su Liang's expression was grave. It's hard to say. Xiao Liang, let's leave quickly, Lu Xian said, her voice trembling with fear. Auntie, we don't know where to go, and we don't know if there are more bloodthirsty rats around. It's best not to run around blindly, Su Liang analyzed calmly. Lu Xian was terrified, just an ordinary person. Watching the fierce battle between man and rat, she couldn't help but tremble. Su Liang wasn't optimistic. Gong Lai was a level 3 lightning attribute master, wielding the power of lightning. Judging by his performance, his level shouldn't exceed 25. With such strength against a 3-star bloodthirsty Rat King, the odds were slim. But Su Liang couldn't help him. After several minutes of fierce fighting, the Rat King began to bleed, and Gong Lai was panting heavily. The Rat King screeched again and lunged. Beast! Go to hell! Gong Lai shouted, thrusting his spear like a dragon, lightning flashing. The Rat King let out a cry of pain. At that moment, the Rat King's sturdy tail swung fiercely toward Gong Lai. Watch out! Su Liang shouted, but it was too late. The tail struck Gong Lai heavily, shattering his armor. Gong Lai spat blood and was sent flying to Su Liang and the other's feet. How are you? Su Liang asked worriedly. Gong Lai, pale-faced, used his spear to stand. Why are you still here? Waiting to die? I'm afraid to leave. How do I know if there are more around? Su Liang replied helplessly. There aren't any more, just 8. Now go. Don't hold me back. You could have said that earlier. Gong Lai spat more blood. The Rat King gathered its strength, screeching skyward, the sound seemingly penetrating the ground. At that moment, Lan's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Captain, a large number of bloodthirsty rats are coming from underground. There are also 2-star bloodthirsty rats. Captain, you have a 3-star bloodthirsty rat king over there. Be extremely careful. Damn it, more bloodthirsty rats are heading toward Old Gong. A flurry of messages came through, casting a shadow over the faces of everyone in the Jingsha squad. Gong Lai's expression grew unprecedentedly serious. This is bad. We can't leave now. More bloodthirsty rats are coming. Bai Qianqian and her daughter's faces froze with panic. Su Liang's expression darkened. How many? The captain's voice came through the headset. Xiaolan received the orders and immediately reached out to other teams and the military for backup. Upon hearing this, Gong Lai felt a glimmer of hope, but when questioned by Su Liang, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Kid, the Rat King will soon bring more bloodthirsty rats. Find the right moment to escape. I don't know how long I can hold on. Su Liang frowned. Will the support really arrive in time? They've been notified, but it will take time. Gong Lai gritted his teeth and said, You must go. I can't protect you all for much longer. Su Liang nodded in agreement. Just then, the bloodthirsty Rat King screeched again, lunging fiercely at Gong Lai. Gong Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring, Damn it! Kill! He charged once more, electricity crackling around him as he bravely fought the enemy. Watching this unfold, Su Liang was filled with emotion. This was the Divine Hunt Squad. This was the mission of the Chosen Ones. In the face of monstrous beasts, they always charged forward. In his previous life, he had seen too many familiar faces fall, only for new warriors to step up and continue the fight. Such was the harsh reality of this era. As a rearguard, Gong Lai bore a heavy responsibility. The role of a rearguard was not only to finish off enemies, but also to hold the line during critical moments. They were the last barrier in front of their teammates, sworn to never retreat. This was the mission of a rearguard fight, to protect their comrades. As time passed, the battle between Gong Lai and the Rat King grew increasingly fierce. His body was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, with his armor shattered, revealing deep, bone-exposing injuries. Yet his eyes remained bloodshot, knowing he had to severely injure the Rat King before more bloodthirsty rats arrived, or they would stand no chance. After a violent clash, Gong Lai withdrew from the battle circle. His eyes flashed with lightning, and 3 divine seals burst into brilliant light. Lightning danced wildly around him as he shouted, Thunder Dragon breaks the army. In an instant, his spear glowed with dazzling lightning, thrusting forward. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot out, and the Rat King, sensing danger, immediately curled into a ball, its steel-like quills bristling in an attempt to withstand the deadly attack. Boom! The lightning struck the Rat King with a deafening explosion. Civilians in nearby buildings trembled in fear, not daring to look out. Su Liang calmly explained to Bai Qianqian, This is the power of the Divine Seal, also known as the Seal Pattern Power. Each Divine Seal awakens a unique ability. For offensive seals, this is their trump card, their life-saving skill. Bai Qianqian, still shaken, asked, Is the Rat King dead? Su Liang shook his head. No way. This is only Gong Lai's second seal pattern power, far from enough to kill a 3-star Rat King, unless he uses his 3rd seal pattern, but doing so would completely exhaust him. Thinking of Bai Qianqian's 10 seal pattern power from his previous life, Su Liang couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying force said to be capable of wiping out all life in a Tier 1 city. In all of Huaxia, only 4 had reached the God Emperor level. Such power had become forbidden. As the lightning dissipated, the Rat King was blasted into the ruins once more. Gong Lai's spear hit the ground as he panted heavily, the Divine Seal's purple glow on his body beginning to fade. He kept his gaze fixed on the Rat King, which emerged again, screeching in rage. A massive, charred wound marred its back, its quills destroyed, blood flowing freely. This strike had indeed severely injured the Rat King, but it had also enraged it completely. The Rat King's crimson eyes burned with immense fury, as if it wouldn't be satisfied until it tore this human to pieces. It screeched again, and rustling sounds came from all directions. More bloodthirsty rats appeared, converging towards the Rat King. Su Liang's expression grew grim. Damn. 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats, 5 1-star bloodthirsty rats. Gong Lai is in danger. The only good news was that the 3-star Rat King was already seriously injured. Kid, go. Gong Lai shouted, his body once again surging with electricity. The bloodthirsty Rat King gave a screeching command, and the 8 newly arrived bloodthirsty rats charged at Gong Lai. Su Liang knew it was time to leave. He cast a heavy glance at Gong Lai before turning away. Gong Lai chased after him, a resolute smile on his face. He dove into the swarm of bloodthirsty rats, fighting with his life on the line. That determined gaze made Su Liang momentarily flash back to his previous life, remembering the man who fought a path of blood for him. Gong Lai's voice echoed in his ears. Su Liang, damn it, next life, you protect me. And remember to pour some of that wine on my grave. Don't hog it all. See you in the next life. Su Liang's eyes were red as he quickly led the terrified mother and daughter away. When Bai Qianqian asked about Gong Lai, Su Liang remained silent. She seemed to anticipate Gong Lai's fate and fell into silence herself. The three hurried on, searching for a safe haven. Su Liang felt uneasy, recalling his previous life's cowardice. He realized that his survival was not due to his own strength, but to those comrades who risked their lives to pave the way for him. If he left now, he would forever be haunted by guilt. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared. It was a civilian safe house. Su Liang said to Bai Qianqian, you take Annie to the safe house. Bai Qianqian paused. What about you? Su Liang gave her a long look and smiled wryly. I owe that guy a few beast crystals. I can't just watch him die. Bai Qianqian's eyes instantly filled with tears, her words caught in her throat. Lu Xin exclaimed, Xiao Liang, don't be reckless. Su Liang shook his head. There are some things that must be done. He released their hands and turned back. Bai Qianqian cried out, you have to come back alive. Su Liang turned back with a grin, I will, and then disappeared into the darkness. Bai Qianqian covered her mouth, choking back sobs, her heart filled with dread. Was she about to lose him? Bai Qianqian's vision blurred as Lu Xin led her toward the safe house. Bai Qianqian's home. Gong Lai stared at the last 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats and the Rat King. Leaning on his long spear, blood flowed freely from Gong Lai's body. He was breathing heavily, close to exhaustion. The 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats were also severely wounded, while the 3-star Rat King watched intently, not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it gnawed on the corpses of the dead bloodthirsty rats, consuming their blood to heal its injuries. Gong Lai had a gaping, bloody wound on his right abdomen, nearly pierced through, bleeding profusely. Struggling to breathe, he asked, Xiao Lan, has backup arrived? Silence filled the earpiece. With a bitter smile, Gong Lai said, no backup? That's fine. Brothers, your old Gong might be leaving before you. I've enjoyed working with you all these years. Urgent voices cried out through the earpiece, Old Gong. Old Gong. Captain Shi Hengchu's voice came through. Gong Lai. Retreat. Don't fight to the death. Gong Lai shook his head. Captain, if I retreat, more people will die. My life isn't worth much. Remember to burn some busty beauties for me, so I won't be lonely. A sorrowful female voice cried out, you jerk. You can't die. With a pained smile, Gong Lai thought of her face. Luine, find a good man to marry. Captain, that kid's not bad. Make sure to recruit him. I'm off. Ignoring the cries in his earpiece, his eyes turned resolute. Beasts, come on. Let me chop you up. Gong Lai laughed wildly, his body surging with lightning, the third divine seal trembling. Sensing danger, the Rat King screeched. The 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats charged madly. Gong Lai laughed maniacally at the sky. Thousand thunder break. Through the earpiece, his teammates' desperate cries echoed. Old Gong. Gong Lai. Lightning and purple light shone brightly as Gong Lai used his last strength. His spear turned into a thundering dragon, piercing forward, bursting with thunder and fire. The 3 bloodthirsty rats were skewered together. Then the spear aimed for the 3-star Rat King. Su Liang arrived just in time to witness this final dazzling scene. His eyes widened as Gong Lai thrust his spear at the Rat King. The Rat King, sensing great danger, held the spear tip with its sharp claws. Die! Gong Lai shouted, electricity surging. With a crack, the Rat King's claws shattered, and the spear pierced its chest. Time seemed to freeze as Su Liang held his breath. Blood poured from Gong Lai's mouth as he watched the struggling Rat King, thinking, is this it? I still couldn't kill this beast. If there weren't so many bloodthirsty rats, maybe I could have won. His eyes gradually dimmed. The Rat King thrashed wildly, swinging its thick tail to stab at Gong Lai. Gong Lai, too weak to fight back, could only let the sharp tail pierce his right chest, lifting him and hurling him into the rubble. The Rat King screeched in anger, pulling out the spear and swinging it with its tail, aiming for the fallen Gong Lai. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat, shouting, "Gong Lai!" He kicked the spear, altering its course. It narrowly missed Gong Lai's right ear, embedding in the rubble. Su Liang rushed to Gong Lai's side. "Gong Lai! Gong Lai!" The teammates listening through the earpiece fell silent, overwhelmed with grief. A massive blood hole appeared in Gong Lai's chest as he coughed up blood. Barely seeing Su Liang, he muttered, "You idiot! Why? Come back? Go! Leave!" Su Liang looked at him. "You're the idiot. Couldn't you just escape?" Gong Lai couldn't respond. Su Liang gripped the silver spear, eyes determined. He remembered his past life's cowardice, hiding under his teammates' protection, their deaths weighing heavily on him. Perhaps having died once, he no longer feared. He couldn't bear to watch someone who fought for his escape die in front of him. In his past life, he'd seen too many people like Gong Lai, and back then, he didn't understand. However, now he gradually understood. In this world, we must hold on to something, for a cause or a purpose, and perhaps that is the meaning of our existence. Su Liang gripped his spear tightly, his gaze intense. It's only right to repay a debt. Since he owed 5 beast crystals, he must settle this score himself. He stared at the equally weakened bloodthirsty Rat King, a fighting spirit surging within him. As the spear came into his hand, the residual thunder power from Gong Lai left his fingertips tingling. Suddenly, a wave of heat spread from his chest throughout his body. Su Liang frowned and looked down, noticing a faint golden light emanating from his chest. This mysterious force filled him with boundless strength. With the inside eye, he saw golden light streaming from every pore. Su Liang was astonished. Could this be the legendary power? But now was not the time to delve into it. He looked up at the Rat King, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. The Rat King sensed the aura from Su Liang, its blood-red eyes showing instinctive fear. Su Liang snorted coldly, slamming his spear into the ground, sending out a ripple. Was this the power of the divine seal? It hadn't even awakened yet. He shouted angrily, "Kill!" He kicked the spear's butt, thrusting it forward. The enraged dragon breaks the army, the spear like a dragon. The Rat King screeched in retaliation but was pushed back by the spear's force. The soul pressure weakened its strength significantly. Su Liang's heart churned with complex emotions, the regrets of his past life being released at this moment. The spear danced, blood splattering. The Rat King's innate abilities were suppressed, making it Su Liang's prey. One thrust shattered its front paw, another severed its tail. The Rat King wailed continuously, its injuries worsening. Su Liang's eyes were cold as he seized the opportunity, thrusting the spear forward. The golden power enveloped the spear tip, piercing through the Rat King's head in an instant. He lifted it high, shaking the spear shaft violently, shattering the Rat King's skull, and the beast crystal fell to the ground. The battle concluded, and the golden light faded. Su Liang suddenly felt weak all over, nearly collapsing. He leaned on his spear, gasping for breath, his face pale. Was the side effect of this power so severe? Su Liang felt like he was about to collapse. Exhausted and mentally drained from using that power, Su Liang was on the brink of falling. Just as he was about to succumb, he heard a choked call. "Su Liang." He forced his eyes open to see Bai Qianqian running towards him, tears streaming down her face. A faint smile appeared on Su Liang's lips as he thought to himself that she still cared about him. Bai Qianqian caught him just in time, her voice trembling. "Are you okay?" She frantically examined him, tears flowing uncontrollably. Su Liang mustered a weak smile. "Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Help me over to that guy." Lu Xian hurried over as well. With Bai Qianqian's support, Su Liang made his way to Gong Lai. The sight of the gaping wound in Gong Lai's chest was too much for the two women to bear. Su Liang struggled to sit down and remove the earpiece from Gong Lai's ear. "Hello, can you hear me? Old Gong is in trouble. Send a healer quickly." Lu Yin arrived swiftly, kneeling beside Gong Lai. She was trembling, tears pouring down. "No, you can't die. You idiot." Her hands glowed green as she desperately tried to save Gong Lai. Other teammates arrived one by one, their expressions filled with sorrow. Lu Yin broke down in tears. "Wake up. You haven't married me yet." Just when everyone thought Gong Lai was gone, a faint voice emerged. "Stop shaking me, or I really will die." Overwhelmed with relief, Lu Yin laughed and cried. "You jerk. You made me cry for so long." Gong Lai coughed lightly. "I haven't married you yet. How could I bear to die?" All the teammates breathed a sigh of relief, their faces instantly changing to smiles. Gong Lai chuckled and said, "Xiaolongzi, how about grilling a few busty beauties for me?" Xiaolongzi grinned mischievously, his eyes twinkling. "As long as Luin doesn't mind, I'll grill 100 for you, so you can live it up every day." Everyone burst into laughter, and and Luin playfully smacked Xiaolongzi on the shoulder, pretending to be angry. Suddenly, Gong Lai cried out in pain, his face turning pale. I need to rest for a bit. It hurts too much. I'm exhausted, he said, closing his eyes. Don't you dare fall asleep, Luin commanded sternly, her hands channeling energy to heal Gong Lai. The other team members quickly stepped forward to help. Su Liang watched the scene quietly, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Thankfully, his presence here wasn't in vain. Gong Lai surviving was the best outcome he could hope for. In that moment, he felt a bit of the guilt weighing on his hard ease. Captain Qianqian signaled Su Liang to join him, and the two stood before the corpse of the bloodthirsty Rat King. I'm Qianqian, captain of the Ember Squad. Hello, I'm Su Liang. Qianqian nodded. Yes, I know who you are. Thank you for your help. Su Liang shook his head. It was Gong Lai who saved us. Without him, we'd all be dead. Qianqian glanced thoughtfully at the Rat King's body. Did you kill it? Su Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head in denial. He still hadn't figured out his own secrets and didn't want to invite more trouble. Gong Lai killed it. I just finished it off with a shot to the head after he passed out. Qianqian gave Su Liang a knowing look, clearly not entirely convinced, but he didn't press further. Once you've awakened your abilities, if you succeed, I'd like to invite you to join Ember Squad. Su Liang smiled. Let's see how things go after I've awakened. It's too early to say now. Qianqian nodded in understanding. Su Liang reminded him, it's best to seal that underground passage, or this will happen again. I've already notified the military. They'll handle it, Qianqian replied. Soon after, Gong Lai's condition stabilized, and a team member reminded them it was time to head back. As Qianqian was about to leave, Gong Lai suddenly called out to Su Liang, you little rascal, catch this. He tossed over 3 2-star beast crystals and 1 3-star beast crystal. Su Liang caught them, frowning. What's this supposed to mean? You said you needed beast crystals, right? They're yours now, Gong Lai replied impatiently. Su Liang shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. 3-star beast crystals are too valuable. He tried to return them. Just take them. Stop being so fussy. Gong Lai grumbled. Reluctantly, Su Liang accepted the 3 2-star beast crystals and returned the 3-star one. You're such a prude, Gong Lai scoffed. All right, guys, let's head home. Everyone laughed as they lifted the stretcher and left. Su Liang looked at the beast crystals in his hand and smiled knowingly. Turning to the devastated battlefield, Su Liang said to Bai Qianqian and her mother, your house is gone. Why don't you stay at my place for now? There's an extra room. Maybe today, I'll finally get the empress to come home with me. The three of them staggered back home, where Grandpa was already waiting at the door. Su Liang supported Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian as they stumbled into the courtyard. The old man, hunched over, was anxiously looking out from the doorway. Seeing their return, he hurried forward to greet them. Bai Qianqian initially wanted to refuse, and Lu Xian didn't want to impose either. But seeing their own home in ruins with nowhere else to go, they hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang offered, we have a spare room at our place. Why not stay over for now? Bai Qianqian bit her lip gently, then nodded in agreement. Su Liang was secretly pleased, finally having managed to bring the empress home. The old man unusually greeted them with enthusiasm. Come in, make yourselves at home. He picked up their bundles from the ground, which contained salvaged items from the wreckage. There would be more to retrieve tomorrow. Bai Qianqian timidly greeted, hello, Grandpa, her eyes filled with nervousness. Su Luochen smiled kindly, no need to be nervous. Treat this as your own home. Lu Xian also felt uneasy and said, thank you for having us, sir. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, the more the merrier. Seeing his grandfather's warm welcome, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Was this the usually stern old man? The grandfather led the way. There are 2 spare rooms. You and your daughter can each have one. Lu Xian quickly replied. No need to trouble. 1 room is enough for us. The old man chuckled. As you wish, they're just empty rooms anyway. Tomorrow, I'll help you gather some things so you can make it comfortable. Once settled in, the old man asked, have you had dinner? Su Liang answered, yes, we have. The old man nodded. Then get some rest early. We can discuss everything else tomorrow. Su Liang went to tidy up the rooms, with Bai Qianqian hurrying to help. As Bai Qianqian glanced around the courtyard, which resembled a Sihiyuan, she found it cozy and comfortable, much better than her own home. She softly said, Su Liang, thank you for saving us again. Su Liang smiled. No need to thank me. I have my reasons. You'll have to protect me in the future. Bai Qianqian's ears turned slightly red as she whispered, can I really protect you? It feels like I have nothing to repay you with. Su Liang teased, you're not thinking of marrying me, are you? Bai Qianqian suddenly looked up, then lowered her head shyly, stammering, I. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xian came in with a basin of water. It's quite clean here, no need to tidy up. Bai Qianqian quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. Su Liang chuckled silently and excused himself to Lu Xian. Noticing her daughter's flushed face, Lu Xian said meaningfully, Xiao Liang is a good kid, I support you. Bai Qianqian was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. Mom, what are you saying? Lu Xian just smiled silently. Outside, Su Liang heard this and couldn't help but smile, feeling delighted. Lying in bed, Su Liang took out 3 two-star beast crystals, his eyes burning with excitement. One two-star crystal was equivalent to 10 one-star crystals, meaning he had the equivalent of 31-star beast crystals. He was eager to find out how many value points he could convert tonight. Entering a meditative state, his consciousness was drawn into that mysterious space, where glowing beast eyes stared at him. He activated the value panel, ready to start the conversion. The beast energy conversion progress is at 61 million. Beast energy talent, Eye of Insight level 1. Divine mark, not awakened. Mental strength, 11100. Power, 16100. Agility, 11100. Speed, 11100. It's still the familiar interface. Su Liang stared at the virtual panel, frowning slightly. The percentage next to his physical attributes caught his attention. Could this mean the maximum attribute value is 100? He pondered, deciding to take it one step at a time. His gaze fell on the 3 two-star beast crystals, and Su Liang began to calculate how to distribute the power he would soon gain. Taking a deep breath, he mentally chanted, distribute evenly, and began the beast energy conversion. Golden beast eyes emitted light, enveloping his entire body. A fierce burning sensation surged through him, and Su Liang gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The 3 beast crystals turned into smoke and slowly merged into his body. This process was more prolonged than before. Without the mental fortitude from his past life, he might not have endured. Finally, the golden light faded, and the pain subsided. Su Liang let out a sigh of relief and brought up the panel again. Beast energy conversion progress, 361 million. Beast energy talent, Eye of Insight level 1. Divine mark, not awakened. Mental strength, 11,7100. Power, 16,9100. Agility, 11,7100. Speed, 11,7100. Su Liang was pleasantly surprised to see that the attribute distribution turned out exactly as he had hoped. The extra points were indeed allocated to power as he wished. He couldn't help but smile, realizing it was that simple. Although the Eye of Insight hadn't improved, his current abilities were already quite strong, and he was content for now. Opening his eyes, he noticed it was already daylight. Su Liang felt invigorated, and with a casual wave of his hand, he triggered a sonic boom. The terrifying power left him astonished. The enhancement in mental strength, speed, and agility was palpable. He was overjoyed, deeply aware that his fate had changed through beast energy conversion. Soon, he heard a voice from outside. Xiao Liang, come out for breakfast. It's time for school, called Lu Xian. For people sat around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. With a smile, Lu Xian invited. Xiao Liang, try this and see if you like it. Su Liang took a bite, his eyes lighting up with delight. Wow, Auntie, you're an amazing cook. This is delicious. Lu Xian waved her hand modestly. You're flattering me? Su Liang insisted sincerely. No, really, I mean it. It's truly delicious. Lu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Then have some more. Bai Qianqian looked down shyly, her mind restless from her mother's words the night before. Thinking about Su Liang's good qualities and her mother's support made her blush. Su Liang turned to Su Luochen. Grandpa, sorry for the trouble we've caused you lately. Su Luochen smiled warmly. No trouble at all. It's been a while since the house was this lively. Stay as long as you need. Don't worry about going back. It's still dangerous over there. Lu Xian felt uneasy. We're eating your food and staying in your house. It's really… Su Luochen interrupted. I told you, don't worry about it. Look at Qianqian. She's so skinny. I need to make sure she eats well. Don't worry about anything else. I still have some energy left. I'll go with you to pack your things later, so just settle in. Lu Xian's eyes welled up, touched by the kindness of this elderly man. She nodded gratefully. Bai Qianqian whispered, Thank you, Grandpa. Su Luochen smiled kindly. No need to thank me. We're family now. He turned to Su Liang. Boy, take good care of Qianqian at school. Su Liang grinned. I will, Grandpa. Bai Qianqian sneaked a glance at Su Liang and found him looking back at her, making her quickly lower her head. After breakfast, the two left for school together. Bai Qianqian followed timidly behind Su Liang. Su Liang, your grandpa is really nice. Su Liang chuckled. I told you, he's easy to get along with. He's even more welcoming to you guys than to me. He may seem stern, but he's warm-hearted. You'll see. Watching Su Liang's back, Bai Qianqian felt a sense of security she had never known before. She didn't speak much on the way, just quietly followed him. On the school bus, Su Liang shielded her from the crowd. Bai Qianqian felt warm inside and pondered how she could repay him. She secretly decided that once she awakened her SS-level divine mark, she would be the one to protect Su Liang. Upon arriving at school, Su Liang immediately sensed something was off as soon as they entered the classroom. His classmates' expressions changed upon seeing him. When he noticed Zhang Tianhao's sinister smile, he instantly understood what was happening. Su Liang's lips curled into a sly smile, thinking, "Trying to trap me?" Zhang Tianhao stood up, pointing at Su Liang and shouting, "Murderer! How dare you come to school?" Lu Hao chimed in, "Murderer, someone call the police." Some students had already run out to notify a teacher. Zhang Tianhao gloated, "You really have the guts to kill someone in broad daylight." The classmates looked at Su Liang as if he were a wild beast. Bai Qianqian was bewildered, unsure of when Su Liang could have killed someone. Lung Lianshuang also stood up, speaking with reproach. "Why would you kill someone? You're ruining your life. You're about to awaken your divine sense. Why act so rashly?" Bai Qianqian anxiously clutched Su Liang's sleeve. Su Liang gently held her hand, reassuring her. This scene pierced Long Lianshuang's heart, unable to understand why she cared so much. Su Liang sneered. "Who said I killed anyone? When did I kill someone? You're making baseless accusations." Hearing Su Liang's retort, Lung Lianshuang sighed and sat back down. "Why bother?" Su Liang dismissed it with disdain. Zhang Tianhao sneered. "Keep pretending. Just keep it up. I witnessed the entire process of you committing murder." Su Liang was taken aback, frowning slightly. "Where did you see that?" Zhang Tianhao, with a smug look in his nose in the air, taunted, "Feeling scared now? Come on, kneel down and beg me, and I might consider helping you." Su Liang remained expressionless. "I didn't kill anyone." Still denying it? Zhang Tianhao laughed sinisterly. "Today, you're going to the police station. Just wait to meet your end." He burst into loud laughter, and those around who had been wronged by Su Liang also showed mocking smiles. Yang Biao hurried over and asked quietly, "Brother Liang, what's going on? They say there's a video of you beating someone to death." Zhang Tianhao sternly interrupted. "Yang Biao, are you trying to coach him on what to say? Be careful, or you'll get dragged into this too." Yang Biao's face turned grim, and he hesitated to speak. Su Liang smiled calmly. "Biao, go back to your seat. Don't worry." Turning to Zhang Tianhao, Su Liang raised an eyebrow and asked, "You claim to have a video of me committing murder. Are you trying to frame me with something doctored?" Zhang Tianhao scoffed, "Still pretending even at the brink of death? What did you do in the alley to the left of the school after classes yesterday? Don't tell me you've forgotten." Su Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of panic. Zhang Tianhao and his group sneered continuously, eager to watch the drama unfold. Bai Qianqian clutched Su Liang's sleeve, her eyes filled with tears. "Su Liang could never be a murderer. You must be mistaken." Zhang Tianhao snorted. "Mistaken? There's both human and material evidence. What are you still denying?" Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. The new interim homeroom teacher, Hu Anshan, appeared at the classroom door with several police officers, followed by Liao Yuqian, who wore a cold smile. 3 officers approached quickly, one of them speaking in a deep voice, "Su Liang, you are suspected of murder. Please come with us." One of the officers immediately flashed his badge. The moment the badge was shown, the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. Without further ado, the other 2 officers moved forward to handcuff Su Liang. Hu Anshan sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. How did it come to this? Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian wore sinister, triumphant smiles, with a gleam of revenge in their eyes. Serves him right. Bai Qianqian could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face. She rushed forward, trying to stop the officers. "No." Hu Anshan quickly held her back. "Bai, don't cause trouble. Obstructing justice is a crime." With tears in her eyes, Bai Qianqian shook her head desperately. "Officer, Su Liang definitely didn't kill anyone. You must have made a mistake." The officer glanced at her coldly. "Step aside. This is law enforcement." As he spoke, he moved to cuff Su Liang's wrists. "Wait." Su Liang suddenly spoke, his voice calm with a hint of an imperceptible smile. The officer frowned, looking at him. "Whatever you have to say, save it for the station." Su Liang remained composed. "Officer, you can arrest me, but you should at least let me know why, right? You claim I committed murder, but I haven't. My classmates say you have a video of me committing the crime. Shouldn't I at least see it? Even if I'm to be punished, I deserve to know why. If something goes wrong on the way, whom do I speak to?" The officer's expression darkened. "What? Are you questioning the fairness of our law enforcement?" Su Liang quickly waved his hands. No, I just want to see the video." The officer snorted, swiftly operated his smartwatch, and projected a video. The footage showed a young man robbing Su Liang, their ensuing struggle, and Su Liang beating him until he was bloodied, frame by frame. "What do you have to say now?" the officer asked coldly. Zhang Tianhao immediately egged on, "Officer, quickly take this murderer away. He's a disgrace to our school." Some classmates chimed in agreement. Yang Biao stomped anxiously, while Bai Qianqian felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Did Su Liang really commit murder? Unexpectedly, Su Liang asked, "Officer, is the man dead?" The officer replied impatiently, "You can talk at the station." He moved again to cuff Su Liang. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were internally ecstatic, their victory seemingly within reach. "Wait," Su Liang suddenly shouted, "Officer, if the man is dead, shouldn't you be taking more than just me?" The room was abuzz. The officer frowned. "What do you mean? Are there accomplices?" At that moment, Su Liang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Not exactly accomplices, but I have another video. Once everyone sees it, you'll know who really needs to be taken away." With that, Su Liang's gaze locked onto Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. The two of them felt as if they'd plunged into an icy abyss, shivering all over. Before the officer could respond, Su Liang had already operated his Starlink device, projecting a new video. As the first frame appeared, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao turned pale, with only one thought in their minds. It's over. He had been waiting for them all along. Damn it. This bastard had kept this card up his sleeve. The video showed Zhang Tianhao, Lu Hao, and the young man walking together. Zhang Tianhao, "Teach him a lesson." Young man, "Easy, I'm not as dumb as your homeroom teacher." Zhang Tianhao, "You go in first, take him down, and then we'll come in." Watching these exchanges, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao's faces were ashen. The surrounding classmates were shocked. Zhang Tianhao was in cahoots with that guy. Liao Yuqian's face turned sour, feeling insulted by being called a dumb woman. Lung Lianshuang was somewhat surprised, thinking, so Su Liang was prepared all along. Such meticulous planning is impressive. But he still killed someone, right? What does this change? Yang Biao and Bai Qianqian felt a glimmer of hope. Was there still a chance? The officers exchanged glances and turned their attention to Zhang Tianhao. At this point, Zhang Tianhao's face was ghostly, silently praying. He couldn't have recorded the rest, right? Didn't he leave? Trying to maintain composure, Zhang Tianhao said, "What does this prove? Yes, I did get someone to teach him a lesson, but he killed someone. How can you deny that? Officer, take him away. He's just trying to confuse everyone. At most, this is just a grudge between classmates, but he committed murder." Zhang Tianhao was desperate to have Su Liang taken away quickly, so he could find a way to destroy that damned video. He had a foreboding sense of impending doom. Su Liang simply smiled calmly. "Oh, class rep, why the rush? The video's not over yet. The best part is still to come. If I've killed someone, I'll accept the punishment." Zhang Tianhao was terrified to his core. Lu Hao was also trembling, thinking, "It's over. If that footage is real, my life is ruined." The classmates too felt an ominous feeling rising in their hearts. It seems like things are about to take a surprising turn. In the footage, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao watch the video of Su Liang fighting with a young man. Their expressions tense. Su Liang walks in with a sly smile on his face and calmly says, "Don't worry, the crucial part is yet to come." The video continues, showing Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao appearing from an alley to talk with the young man after Su Liang leaves. Their faces gradually show signs of panic. Zhang Tianhao can no longer hold back and lunges at Su Liang, aiming to destroy the video evidence. He punches towards Su Liang's wrist but is repelled by a tremendous force, resulting in a fracture. Su Liang sneers, "Trying to destroy the evidence? I've already uploaded it." Everyone present is shocked by the scene. The video plays on, revealing Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao brutally beating the young man until he stops breathing. The truth is unveiled. This was a meticulously planned frame-up. The classmates realize what has happened and look at Su Liang with newfound respect. Lung Lianshuang ponders, thinking, this Su Liang is not simple. He set up a perfect counter-trap. Su Liang smiles at the officer and says, "Officer, the truth is out. I was just defending myself. The ones you should be arresting are those two." The officer reluctantly removes Su Liang's handcuffs and proceeds to arrest Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. Desperate, Zhang Tianhao roars, "Su Liang, I won't let you get away with this." Su Liang innocently replies, "Officer, you see, he's still threatening me. I'll take this to the Supreme Court." "Ah, Su Liang, they'll kill you. You bastard. You bastard." Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were taken away, leaving the classroom in complete silence. Those who were friends with Zhang Tianhao lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Yang Biao strode over to Su Liang, gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder, and laughed. "Lianggu, you're amazing. Haha, those two are doomed now." Yang Biao's laughter echoed harshly in the quiet classroom, leaving everyone with mixed feelings. Bai Qianqian wiped away her tears and forced a smile. As long as Su Liang was fine, she felt secretly relieved. The substitute teacher, Hu Anshan, walked into the classroom, looked around, and said, All right, everyone back to your seats. It's time for class. He gave Su Liang a meaningful look, but said nothing more before turning to leave. Su Liang caught sight of Liao Yuqian at the door and smirked inwardly. Want to see me embarrassed? Not a chance. He took Bai Qianqian's hand and returned to his seat with a victorious smile. Bai Qianqian blushed, lowered her head, and hurriedly followed. A wave of teasing erupted in the classroom. Bai Qianqian buried her head even lower in embarrassment. In the front row, Long Lianshuang felt a pang in her heart. She hadn't expected to care so much about Su Liang, nor that her prince would be won over by a plain girl. During class, Bai Qianqian whispered, "You knew about this all along. Why didn't you tell me?" "I was so worried." Su Liang replied softly, "It's just Zhang Tianhao. I could deal with him easily. Not worth your concern. It would be embarrassing if he managed to trap me." He paused, then with a grin added, "By the way, you're so worried about me. Could it be that you—" Before he could finish, Bai Qianqian pinched his waist hard. She blushed and scolded. "You, stop talking nonsense." Su Liang chuckled. All right, I won't say anything. Let's focus on the lesson." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, yet felt secretly delighted. Although she complained about being worried, she knew she had hopelessly fallen for this boy. Throughout the class, the students couldn't settle down. Su Liang's move had really put Zhang Tianhao in a tough spot. With the awakening ceremony approaching, it seemed like Zhang Tianhao's future was bleak. However, some speculated that his influential family might find a way to save him. After this incident, those who had issues with Su Liang realized they shouldn't mess with him. He was not to be trifled with, as he could ruin someone without a second thought. Everyone thought it best to stay out of trouble. Yet, they also worried if Zhang Tianhao's family might retaliate. After all, Zhang Tianhao had a cousin at Divine Awakening High School, a top student with a hidden level combat rank. This matter might not end here. But Su Liang didn't care about any of that. If they wanted trouble, he was more than willing to oblige. Now, he was only focused on acquiring beast crystals, as the feeling of growing stronger provided immense security. Unfortunately, beast crystals were hard to come by in the city unless you had money. A single level 1 beast crystal was worth several hundred yuan, enough to support an average family for half a month. Su Liang calculated silently, realizing he'd have to wait until he entered the Divine Chosen Academy to hunt beasts in the hunting grounds. Once in the academy, divine crystals would be distributed monthly for evolution. In just 3 days, the awakening ceremony would take place, and the girl beside him would finally transform. At lunch, Yang Biao unusually joined them. He asked curiously, "Liang Gu, how did you manage this? Can you predict the future?" Su Liang laughed. "Want to learn? Call me Dad first." Yang Biao rolled his eyes. "Fine. Keep your secrets." Su Liang said with a grin, "Actually, I really can foresee things. I can tell you that you'll awaken a Blevel divine mark." Yang Biao scoffed. "No way. Only Blevel? You're cursing me." Su Liang shook his head. "It can't be helped. It's Blevel. It's already better than most who can't awaken." Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang, wondering why he seemed so certain. Could it be true? Could she really awaken an SS level divine mark? Su Liang raised an eyebrow and explained, "Yesterday after school, I noticed those two sneaking around, so I knew they were up to no good. That's why I set a trap by releasing the ladybug, and it turned out to be a huge, unexpected gain." Yang Biao gave him a thumbs up. "You're amazing. I envy you. Your grandpa gives you such cool stuff. Look at me, stuck with an old phone." Su Liang glanced at the star bracelet on his wrist, where the little ladybug rested. In this era, almost all electronic devices could communicate. His star bracelet not only communicated, but also had scouting and holographic projection functions. For classmates living in the civilian area, it was indeed a valuable item. This was why Su Liang suspected his grandpa had a hidden identity. Despite living in the civilian area, they never struggled financially. Bai Qianqian also discreetly glanced at her old wristwatch. Though it could make calls, that was about it. Su Liang consoled with a smile. What's there to envy? Once you become a divine chosen, you can earn divine or beast crystals and get better gear. Yang Biao rolled his eyes again. It's not that simple. Su Liang just smiled. Yang Biao continued, "Good thing this didn't happen during the awakening ceremony, or the inspection bureau and punishment bureau would have come for you." With no chance to explain, Su Liang nodded. "I know my limits. If I were a divine chosen, I'd have registered first, not giving him any chance." Yang Biao nodded. After lunch, he tactfully left the two alone, not wanting to be a third wheel. Even a fool could see there was something special between them. They were likely together now. On the way back to the classroom, Bai Qianqian suddenly stopped under a tree and softly called, "Su Liang." Su Liang turned to see her standing under the shade, her frail figure exuding an inexplicable beauty. Her hands were behind her back, and the breeze lifted her skirt, making her look like a painting. A girl as beautiful as a painting. Su Liang knew she was about to transform and shine in the world. "What's up?" Su Liang asked. Bai Qianqian asked, will I really awaken an SS-level divine mark? Su Liang nodded firmly, yes, you definitely will. Bai Qianqian's eyes twinkled with a smile, then I'll protect you in the future. Su Liang grinned, nodding firmly. All right, you have to keep your word. The girl's gentle smile seemed to reflect a decision she had made. Time slips away when you least expect it. 3 days flew by, and Su Liang and Bai Qianqian spent every moment together, their feelings for each other growing rapidly. If it weren't for Bai Qianqian living with her mother, Su Liang would have loved to chat with her about life and dreams even in the middle of the night. During this time, Su Liang received news about Zhang Tianhao and cooperated with the police investigation. Although he did have a part in the incident, the video clearly showed Zhang Tianhao threatening his life with a knife. Su Liang's counteraction was self-defense and did not cause any fatal harm. The police had no choice but to ask him to continue cooperating with the ongoing investigation. Zhang Tianhao has been detained and might even miss out on the divine awakening because of it. As for Lu Hao, he ended up being an unlucky bystander, forced to side with Zhang Tianhao, and now both are behind bars, much to the satisfaction of many. Today marks a pivotal moment for the senior students of Shenzhou High School across the city. Divine Awakening Day. On this day, they will use a special device developed by the temple to awaken the divine seal within them. Although they could wait for a natural awakening, it might take 20 to 30 years, missing the prime growth period. In today's world, Huaxia needs a continuous influx of chosen ones to join the temple. Over 6,000 senior students lined up in orderly formations, their faces filled with excitement, hoping to awaken a high-level divine seal. However, according to normal statistics, only about a third might succeed, with most achieving a C or B level, while a level and above are exceedingly rare. Standing beside Su Liang, Bai Qianqian felt a flutter of nerves. Su Liang gently touched her wrist and smiled. Don't worry, just let things take their course. His smile instantly calmed Bai Qianqian, making her feel fearless with him by her side. Principal Lu Kaiyuan took to the podium to deliver a passionate speech. He encouraged the students, whether they awaken or not, to contribute to Huaxia. Those who succeeded should remain humble and work hard to improve their abilities, preparing to fight against the beasts in the future. Under the morning sun, Principal Lu Kaiyuan appeared, standing tall on the podium. Speaking through the microphone, he began his address. Don't be discouraged if you fail to awaken. Study hard, get into a university, and contribute to research. You can still bring glory to Huaxia. Each of you is the most valuable asset to our nation. Born for Huaxia. Supreme honor. As Principal Lu Kaiyuan finished speaking, the students on the field erupted with excitement. Their eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, as if a fire had been ignited within them. Lu Kaiyuan smiled as he looked around and gently raised his hand to signal for silence. All right, no need for more words. Divine awakening. Initiate. The principal's powerful voice echoed across the field, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Moments later, in the center of the field, 10 black metallic pillars, each 30 meters high and 1 meter in diameter, slowly rose from the ground at 10 different positions. These were the Divine Awakening Guidance Pillars, containing the most advanced source energy technology of the time. All the students stared at the 10 pillars with anticipation. Even Su Liang, who had lived another life, felt a ripple of emotion in his heart. He wondered if he would still be classified as Blevel this time. What about the Scarlet-Eyed Tianlin beast imprint on his chest? Su Liang was unsure and could only take things one step at a time. Even if he remained Blevel, he wouldn't be discouraged. Of course, if he achieved a higher level, he would be thrilled. Soon, several teachers appeared around the guidance pillars. Some were from the school, others from the Academy of the Chosen, and there was even a stern-looking member from the military. This was a matter of national importance, requiring the utmost seriousness. The platform was also filled with important figures who watched the scene intently. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the Divine Awakening ceremony officially began. Students lined up in front of the 10 positions, 10 per round, guided by teachers to place their hands on the specially designed indentations on the pillars. Almost simultaneously, a faint glow passed through the 10 guidance pillars. The students shivered slightly as if touched by electricity, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the results. About 30 seconds later, 3 of the pillars lit up in different colors. 1 white, 1 green, and 1 purple. A clevel, a blevel, and then a level. The crowd erupted again, as an A-level talent appeared in the first round. The students beneath those 3 pillars showed joy on their faces, with a divine imprint glowing on a part of their bodies. The A-level student was especially overjoyed, as their fate was forever changed. The other 7, however, looked disappointed, having failed to awaken. Chosen ones, proceed to registration. Next group, a teacher called out loudly. Principal Lu on the platform smiled. 3 successful awakenings in the first group was a good sign. Those around him nodded in agreement. Lu Kaiyuan's gaze casually fell on Su Liang, a slight smile on his lips. He wondered if this young man would awaken a divine imprint. If successful, he would be a sure member of the elite Jinsha squad. He hoped for good luck for Su Liang. Su Liang sensed someone looking at him and glanced at the platform to find the principal watching him. He felt puzzled, thinking it might be a mistake. The ceremony continued, group by group. The process was both long and nerve-wracking. Those waiting felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety, fearing they might not awaken. Among the failures were some top-tier fighters, a level, who trained diligently but ended up as ordinary people. 10 at a time. Sometimes none succeeded, which wasn't uncommon. So far, the highest level awakened was a level, extremely rare, 1 in 100. Overall, there were both joys and sorrows, all left to fate. Su Liang, can you tell what attributes or types of divine imprints those people have awakened? Bai Qianqian asked softly. Su Liang shook his head. I can't tell. Without knowing, the attributes and types of these people's divine imprints are secrets they wouldn't easily reveal. Bai Qianqian nodded thoughtfully and asked, what about me then? Su Liang smiled and said, you won't be able to hide it. He knew that when Bai Qianqian awakened, she would shock everyone. Her innate, overwhelming fiery aura would reveal her attributes. Su Liang was silent for a moment, a trace of worry crossing his mind. In the future, when she is surrounded by geniuses, would she still care about him? The divine awakening continued. The guiding pillar flickered with light, each of the 6 colors representing a different level of divine seal. Level white, level blue, a level purple, S-level black, S-level red, and SS-level gold. Su Liang watched the scene, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew that divine seals were not only ranked but also varied in attributes. Gong Li's a level lightning seal would glow with intertwined purple and blue during battle, while Lu Yin's a level healing seal emitted a green light. The attributes of divine seals were diverse, ranging from the 5 elements to wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, as well as strength, speed, and defense. However, there was a lack of a beast-type attribute, which puzzled Su Liang. 2 hours passed, and Su Liang raised an eyebrow. As expected, one of the guiding pillars erupted with dazzling black light, causing the entire crowd to go wild. And S-level divine seal. The principal and others stood up excitedly, all eyes fixed on the student. It was Wang Yin from class 28, hailing from the civilian district. After a moment of bewilderment, he was overwhelmed with joy and tears. An S-level seal promised a bright future, and becoming a 5-seal general was within reach. Yang Biao shook Su Liang eagerly. Liang, an S-level. If I could awaken in S-level, I'd be too excited to sleep for a month. Su Liang replied calmly. There aren't that many S-levels. It's just something to watch. He remembered that there were fewer than 10 people above S-level, including Bai Qianqian, who had an SS-level seal, and a member of a prestigious family with an S-level. Having Lung Lianshuang, an S-level, in their class was already remarkable. Time continued to pass, and it seemed that Class 7 would have their turn in the afternoon. Su Liang waited quietly, his mind filled with thoughts. No one complained about being tired. Everyone was incredibly excited. As time ticked by, the anticipation among the crowd grew even stronger. Another hour passed, and the black light surged again, igniting the entire venue. Yet another S-level talent. The teachers couldn't stop smiling, especially those from the Academy of the Chosen, who were secretly delighted these prodigies would soon be their students. Su Liang remained calm throughout. Although an S-level talent is impressive, the future is unpredictable. The higher the level, the greater the risks. The path of evolution is tough and demands a massive amount of divine crystals. Of course, advancing step by step can also increase survival rates. After all, a higher level means longer life, higher status, and more wealth and power. Bai Qianqian gradually calmed down and quietly asked, Su Liang, what should I do if everyone surrounds me? She had subconsciously assumed she would awaken to an SSS level. Su Liang smirked. Don't worry, the Academy of the Chosen will protect you. You can also choose not to say anything. Being SSS level is just that cool. Bai Qianqian nodded timidly. I'll listen to you and stay quiet. In front of the line, Long Lianshuang stood as aloof as a snow lotus on a mountain. She recalled Su Liang's words. If you awaken in S-level divine mark, while I'm only C or B level, would you still let me be close to you? She silently resolved. If she became stronger, she and Su Liang would belong to different worlds. I can admire you, but if you choose Bai Qianqian over me, that's your loss. I'll prove to you that you're wrong. She glanced back at the two whispering to each other, her gaze complicated. As afternoon approached, 5 S-level talents had emerged, making others envious. However, many faced disappointment, including a former S-level combat student who failed to awaken any divine mark. Finally, it was Class 7's turn. The first 3 failed in succession, but the 4th awakened AB level, bringing some good news. Yang Biao trembled with excitement. Liang, it's starting. Su Liang smiled wryly. Don't get too worked up. Take it easy. Soon, it was the school beauty Long Lianshuang's turn. She stepped forward, suddenly turning back to look at Su Liang. as if conveying a message. Su Liang remained expressionless. They were destined to walk different paths. Long Lianshuang seemed to understand something and resolutely approached the divine awakening pillar. 30 seconds later, the black light shone brightly. S-level. Everyone erupted in cheers, celebrating the school beauty's success. Long Lianshuang felt a wave of relief, her smile radiant and captivating. The school beauty smiled. So beautiful. I'd be willing to die for a chance to kiss the school beauty. Long Lianshuang couldn't hide her happiness. The joy of awakening and S-level divine seal was written all over her face, and her eyes sparkled with confidence. She glanced around and finally rested her gaze on Su Liang. As their eyes met, Long Lianshuang felt a strange sensation in her heart. Gracefully, she bid farewell to her teacher and walked towards Class 7 with her long, elegant legs. Her presence, as the school beauty, caused quite a stir. But Long Lianshuang went straight to Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. "Thank you for the suggestion," she said with a gentle smile. Su Liang responded impassively, "No need to thank me. What's meant to be yours will be yours." Long Lianshuang admitted that her mindset had changed but insisted on staying true to herself. She hinted, "I'm waiting for your results," implying that if Su Liang's awakening didn't match hers, they would become strangers. With that, Long Lianshuang turned and left, leaving her classmates buzzing with speculation. Bai Qianqian clenched her fists, looking at Su Liang with determination. When it was Su Liang's turn to awaken, he calmly approached the divine awakening pillar. As he placed his palm on it, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, finally concentrating in his arm. Su Liang realized that, barring any surprises, he was indeed marked with a level dual attribute of wind and fire divine seal. Just as Su Liang was about to give up, the electric current suddenly began to flow again, gathering at his chest. His heart skipped a beat. Could this beast seal actually be a divine seal? The current seemed to experience this for the first time, pausing briefly at the location of his beast seal before sending part of its energy back to his arm. At that moment, the divine sense guiding pillar in front of Su Liang trembled slightly, emitting a burst of blue light. "Blevel." The teacher standing guard beside him said calmly, but then his brow furrowed. In the midst of that blue light, there was a faint glimmer of gold. This small anomaly caught the attention of many. "What's going on? Why does his Blevel color look different?" Murmurs spread through the crowd. Soon, the light faded. Su Liang looked down at the blue glow shimmering on his arm, but his heart was shaken by the golden light in his chest that only he could sense. Could it be that he had become the unprecedented dual divine seal chosen one? And this beast seal, could it be the terrifying SS level? Su Liang couldn't be sure. It was unheard of. Yet he indeed could harness the power of the beast seal. A flood of questions surged in his mind as he struggled to maintain a calm demeanor. "Step down, Blevel." The teacher's voice pulled Su Liang back to reality. Clearly, the odd color hadn't caused much of a stir, likely dismissed as an anomaly. After all, everyone knew there were only a few colors for divine seal levels, nothing else. Yang Biao eagerly patted Su Liang on the shoulder. "Liang, Blevel is already impressive. I hope I succeed too." Su Liang nodded with a smile. "You will?" He glanced in Bai Qianqian's direction, giving her a meaningful look before heading to the registration area. As he passed Long Lianshuang, their eyes inevitably met. Her gaze gradually turned cold, and Su Liang understood that at that moment, a clear line had been drawn between them. Long Lianshuang thought to herself, "Su Liang, you look decent, and your recent performance has been okay. But the truth is, you're just a Blevel while I, Long Lianshuang, am S-level. I'm destined to shine brightly, and you are ordinary. We are destined to be worlds apart. I, Long Lianshuang, no longer need you." Su Liang was largely unfazed by Long Lianshuang's increasingly indifferent gaze. He had long understood Long Lianshuang's nature, similar to how some wealthy individuals inherently look down on the less fortunate. Su Liang smirked inwardly, thinking that awakening and S-level divine seal made her feel superior. That's not how life works. The future is unpredictable, after all. As Su Liang was about to turn away to register, a divine sense guidance pillar in the distance suddenly burst forth with a blinding red light. The entire venue fell silent before erupting like boiling water. "S-level. It's S-level." The crowd was abuzz with exclamations. The teachers on the dais stood up excitedly, while the students stared intently at the red glow. Principal Liu beamed with delight and exchanged a knowing smile with the head of the Divine Selection Academy beside him. "Old Huang, this candidate seems promising, doesn't he?" "Indeed, quite the pleasant surprise," the leader replied, grinning broadly. "An S-level in all of Rong City is a rare occurrence. This is a significant opportunity." The students were envious, itching with curiosity, and eager to find out who had achieved such a distinction. The answer soon came. Yi Qinghan, a descendant of the leading family in Rong City. Su Liang's eyes flickered with interest. He remembered that in his previous life, Yi Qinghan, after awakening as S-level, had tried to win over Bai Qianqian. But at that time, Bai Qianqian was consumed with grief and solely focused on becoming stronger to avenge her mother. Would things turn out differently in this life? Yi Qinghan basked in the attention, his handsome face making many girls swoon. Even the proud Long Lianshuang couldn't take her eyes off him, evidently believing that only someone like him was worthy of her. Su Liang chuckled softly to himself, thinking, just wait, the real shocker is yet to come. At that moment, Yang Biao came running over excitedly. Brother Liang, I'm level 2. Su Liang nodded with a smile. I told you you're level, but you didn't believe me. Yang Biao paused, about to say something, but Su Liang gestured for him to watch Bai Qianqian, who was about to awaken her divine sense. Watch closely, the real surprise is about to unfold. Bai Qianqian began the process, her small, determined hand pressing against the guidance pillar. Her expression was resolute. I trust Su Liang, what he says must be true. Long Lianshuang, I'll show you that being glass is not such a big deal after all. As a surge of electric-like energy coursed through Bai Qianqian's body, she felt an unprecedented power boiling in her veins. This force seemed to find its home, quickly gathering at her brow. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from her. The high-ranking Divine Seal experts and military personnel present immediately sensed something unusual. They felt an absolute pressure, as if they were facing the ruler of Divine Seals. All eyes were fixed on the 10 Divine Sense Guide pillars, filled with both tension and anticipation. Could they be witnessing the birth of a miracle? Suddenly, the guide pillar where Bai Qianqian stood began to tremble violently. The black pillar's patterns ignited, unleashing a tremendous force. Brilliant golden light enveloped the entire Divine Sense arena, illuminating Bai Qianqian as if she were a celestial being descending to earth. Everyone was stunned by the sudden burst of golden light. They turned their heads with difficulty, looking in disbelief towards Bai Qianqian. The air seemed to freeze, and every gaze was filled with shock and incredulity. Su Liang finally wore a confident smile, while Yang Biao beside him was completely dumbfounded. Everyone present doubted their own eyes. Was this truly the SS-level golden light? Could Rome City be witnessing the rise of a future divine sect leader, a divine emperor? Long Lianshuang felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She couldn't accept that Bai Qianqian had not only surpassed her, but had directly leapt to the pinnacle of SS level. Jealousy overwhelmed her reason like a tidal wave, and she began to suspect that Su Liang had known about Bai Qianqian's potential all along. The students from Class 7 were also engulfed in mixed emotions. They recalled Su Liang once saying, Bai Qianqian, I've got your back, and now it seemed that Bai Qianqian might be willing to protect him for life. Bai Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, feeling the golden light around her. Her heart was calm. Su Liang hadn't lied to her. She really was SS level. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips. From now on, it's my turn to protect you. The atmosphere was eerily silent. No one could believe what they were witnessing. Bai Qianqian slowly turned around, and the blazing divine mark on her forehead suddenly erupted, filling the space with an intense and commanding presence. Everyone held their breath, feeling the overwhelming power. SS level, someone exclaimed, sparking a wave of excitement. The future of the divine sect. Even the divine emperor. Our Rome City is destined to rise. School leaders, representatives from the chosen academy, and military officials rushed towards Bai Qianqian, each eager to recruit this prodigious talent. The chosen academy promised to invest all its resources in her development, while the military offered her the rank of major general. Both sides argued fervently, unwilling to concede. Bai Qianqian listened impassively, her gaze fixed solely on Su Liang. Yi Qinghan confidently extended a hand in greeting, only to be ignored by Bai Qianqian as she walked directly towards Su Liang, leaving Yi Qinghan awkwardly standing there. Classmates who had once bullied Bai Qianqian tried to make amends, but she paid them no attention. As she approached Su Liang, the military and academy representatives continued their relentless persuasion behind her. Long Lianshuang felt a growing sense of unease. Isn't it unlikely? Doesn't she have any ambition? Long Lianshuang felt anxious, hoping Bai Qianqian would distance herself from Su Liang. She didn't want to admit she felt abandoned. Meanwhile, Su Liang was equally restless. An SS-level awakening is bound to affect someone's mindset. Would Qianqian change? This was crucial for his future. Every step Bai Qianqian took seemed to weigh heavily on both of their hearts. She finally stood before Su Liang, their eyes meeting. Quickly, Bai Qianqian's eyes curved into crescents, her joy evident. Su Liang, I really awakened to SS level. Hearing this, Su Liang felt a huge relief and smiled. Yes, I'm happy for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, smiling back. Long Lianshuang felt like she was going to explode with frustration. Why did she feel like a loser, while Su Liang appeared to be the biggest winner? Miss Bai, please join our academy. Miss Bai, come to the military. Two prominent figures vied for her attention. Bai Qianqian then looked at them, as if to declare to everyone, wherever Su Liang goes, I will follow. Classmates from Class 7 were immediately filled with envy. That scoundrel! That jerk! He really won Bai Qianqian's heart. They regretted not having such foresight. Other uninformed classmates were even more puzzled. How could a Blevel earn the favor of an SS-level genius? Director Huang curiously asked, "Who is Su Liang? What level is he?" Yang Biao excitedly introduced, "That's him. He's a Blevel." Director Huang and the military figure looked at Su Liang in surprise. Facing their downpour of questions, Su Liang sheepishly wiped his face. "Don't worry, I'll talk to her." He looked at Bai Qianqian gently. "Qianqian, where do you want to go? You can actually decide for yourself." Bai Qianqian firmly shook her head. "Wherever you go, I go. I promised you." Su Liang felt warmth in his heart and smiled. "All right, then let's go to the Chosen Academy." Bai Qianqian also smiled warmly. "Yes, to the Chosen Academy." Director Huang was overjoyed, while the other classmates were in an uproar. Damn, an SS level listens to a Blevel? Yi Qinghan and Long Lianshuang were in disbelief. The military figure was anxious. "Su, don't rush. For Miss Bai, I can make an exception to recruit you into the military with the same benefits." Director Huang quickly added, "Old Tang, don't mess around. Su, come to the academy. I'll offer you both the same treatment." Amidst the competition, Su Liang smiled and said, "No need to persuade us. We'll go to the Chosen Academy. Thank you for the military's offer, but Qianqian's mother is also in Rongqing, so we'll be here for now." Old Tang from the military side but still said, "Don't rush your decision. I'll report to the military, and someone will come to discuss it further." Su Liang nodded politely, knowing that more people would come. Finally, things began to calm down as the Divine Awakening journey continued. The Divine Awakening continued, but it no longer stirred any excitement among the crowd. On the school field, the initial thrill among the students had long faded. Even the appearance of an A-rank divine mark didn't elicit any gasps. Bai Qianqian's SS rank mark had already set the bar sky high for everyone. Old Tang from the military had hurriedly left to personally report this significant news. Director Huang from the Chosen Academy stayed close to Bai Qianqian, worried that this valuable asset might be snatched away. However, Bai Qianqian's gaze was fixed on Su Liang. She silently vowed to use her power to protect the boy who had helped her when she was at her most vulnerable. This scene left everyone present envious. Su Liang was the true winner. In a corner of the field, Qi Hengqiu from the Jingsha squad was having a quiet conversation with his teammate, Xiaolan. Xiaolan excitedly suggested recruiting Su Liang, but Qi Hengqiu shook his head, indicating it wouldn't be easy. They decided to approach the two of them in a few days. After the Divine Awakening concluded, everyone dispersed. The students who had successfully awakened went home joyfully to share the news, preparing to report to the Chosen Academy in a few days. Those who hadn't awakened needed to adjust their mindset and continue preparing for the college entrance exams. Soon, the news of an SS-rank chosen one from Shenzhou's second high spread throughout the city. Other schools had only reached an S rank at best, with fewer than 10 students above S rank. Shenzhou's second high was in the spotlight. Amidst the attention, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian left together. As they were about to exit the field, Su Liang keenly sensed a cold stare. He turned and met the sullen gaze of Zhang Tianzi, the cousin of Zhang Tianhao and an S-rank awakener from Shenzhou's second high. Bai Qianqian asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Su Liang chuckled softly, reassuring her, "It's nothing, just a small fry. Let's go home." Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly and nodded. "Okay." Watching them leave, Zhang Tianzi's sidekick whispered, "Brother Tianzi, is that the guy who caused trouble for Brother Tianhao?" Zhang Tianzi nodded coldly. The sidekick sneered, "It could be tricky. Bai Qianqian seems to like him a lot." Zhang Tianzi was dismissive. "He's just a brank nobody. Over time, Bai Qianqian will see the difference. We have plenty of time to deal with him." The psychic agreed. "Right? Going against the Zhang family is asking for trouble." Zhang Tianzi inquired, "What rank did Tianhao awaken?" "A rank, same as me. But he's still restrained, trying to pull some strings." Zhang Tianzi nodded. "This debt will be settled." As they reached the school gate, Director Huang from the Chosen Academy had already parked his special car, eager to drive them. Su Liang understood his intentions and, knowing he couldn't avoid it, decided not to refuse. Having such a connection at the Chosen Academy would undoubtedly make future matters more convenient. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the two of them boarded Director Huang's private car. As Director Huang drove slowly, his face was adorned with a constant smile. He turned to Bai Qianqian, his tone tinged with excitement. "Bai, awakening an SS-level divine seal is something Chengdu hasn't seen in 300 years. You're bound to make waves. I hope you'll consider your hometown as you move forward." Bai Qianqian appeared slightly bashful, instinctively seeking support from Su Liang with her gaze. Understanding her cue, Su Liang smiled and replied, "Director Huang, Qianqian is a bit shy. But rest assured, we'll definitely prioritize Chengdu's Divine Chosen Academy. After all, This is our home. Director Huang felt somewhat reassured, but still remained cautious. He continued, that's fantastic. Although Chengdu might not be a top-tier city, the Divine Chosen Academy will certainly channel all its resources to support Bai. Take a few days to rest. I'll personally come to pick you up. If you need anything, just let us know, and the Academy will ensure it's provided. Su Liang nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Throughout the journey, Bai Qianqian remained silent, seemingly leaving all decisions to Su Liang. Before long, the car stopped in front of Su Liang's home in a modest neighborhood. Director Huang was surprised to learn they lived there. Upon discovering that Bai Qianqian's home had been destroyed by a bloodthirsty rat invasion, he immediately suggested, how about this? The Academy will provide you with a villa in the city center, which is both convenient and safe. Bai Qianqian shook her head repeatedly, wanting only to stay with Su Liang. Su Liang sighed inwardly, aware of the immense value an SS-level Divine Seal brought luxuries that ordinary people could hardly imagine were easily within reach. Seeing this, Director Huang smiled and persuaded, Bai, don't be too quick to refuse. The Academy will also allocate accommodation for you, and this villa can be your private space. I'll bring the keys tomorrow. Recognizing Director Huang's enthusiasm, Su Liang knew they couldn't refuse. He said to Bai Qianqian, it's okay to accept it. Think of it as a gesture from the Academy. The value you'll bring to them will more than justify this gift. Director Huang was overjoyed to hear this and, after expressing his agreement, hurried off to make further arrangements for them. Once Director Huang left, Bai Qianqian asked Su Liang, puzzled as to why they were still so enthusiastic even after she agreed to join the Divine Chosen Academy. Su Liang chuckled, this is just the beginning. In the next few days, our doorsteps will likely be overwhelmed. Not only the military and the 3 heavenly armies, but also the Divine Chosen Academies from major cities, and even top families across China will be eager to recruit you. Bai Qianqian felt a bit flustered. I don't want that, I don't like it. Su Liang reassured her, don't worry, I'll shield you from all of it. Only then did Bai Qianqian break into a sweet smile, okay? In the courtyard, Lu Xian was completely stunned. Her eyes were unfocused, and her hands trembled slightly. She looked at Bai Qianqian and Su Liang, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Qianqian, Liang, are you two playing a joke on me? Su Liang nodded with a smile, Auntie. We're definitely not joking. Tomorrow, you'll see people lining up at our door. Bai Qianqian smiled in agreement, Mom. It's really an SSS level. Look. She closed her eyes, and a golden light shimmered at her forehead, revealing a faint fiery divine mark. Tears welled up in Lu Xian's eyes and began to fall. She reached out, trembling, wanting to touch the golden light but hesitating. SSS level. This is the highest level of divine mark talent, she murmured. As long as she grows steadily, she'll surely become a top figure in Huaxia. Bai Qianqian hugged her mother's arm gently, comforting her. Mom, you won't have to struggle anymore. I'll work hard to evolve and give you a good life. Off to the side, Su Luoqing watched the golden divine mark, equally astonished. He couldn't help but marvel that this rascal of a grandson had brought home an SS-level talent. Coming back to his senses, Su Luoqing clapped his hands and said with a smile, let's talk about other things later. Today, we must celebrate for our girl. Come on, let me handle the cooking. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian laughed in agreement, with Bai Qianqian helping the still-dazed Lu Xian to a seat inside. Su Liang followed his grandfather into the kitchen to assist. In the kitchen, Su Luoqing skillfully prepared the ingredients. Ham, beef, pork, and half a chicken, everything was there. Su Liang watched, wide-eyed, wondering where his grandfather had acquired all these delicacies. Just then, Su Luoqing suddenly asked, aren't you worried that the girl might drift away from you in the future? Su Liang paused, his movements halting for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he smiled calmly, Grandpa, there's nothing to fear. If Qianqian does drift away, I won't mind. It's a natural progression for her. She's destined to evolve, and that's inevitable. If I were to fear that and try everything to keep her by my side, that would be truly sad. If she wants to leave, I can't stop her, and I won't feel lost. But I believe she won't drift away from me. Su Luoqing looked at his grandson, nodding with satisfaction. I'm glad you think that way. I was worried you wouldn't be able to accept it in the future. Su Liang shook his head with a smile. There's nothing I can't accept. He paused, pondering silently. Perhaps he too could reach the pinnacle like Bai Qianqian. After all, he had a golden beast-shaped divine mark. Before long, a table full of sumptuous dishes was ready. The 4 of them sat together, and Bai Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, wow, I've never seen such a feast before. Su Luoqing chuckled. Today, you awakened to an SSS level, so of course, Grandpa had to celebrate for you. Eat up. You need to grow strong and healthy. Bai Qianqian felt a little shy. Thank you, Grandpa Su. Su Luoqing smiled warmly and said, no need to thank me. Come on, it's a happy day, and you're all grown up now. Let's all have a drink. Su Liang swiftly filled everyone's glasses. Bai Qianqian carefully picked up her glass, taking just a small sip. The atmosphere was filled with the warmth of family harmony. After taking a couple of sips, Su Luochen turned his gaze to Bai Qianqian and asked, "Girl, now that you've awakened to an SSS level, have you thought about joining the military directly?" This question left Bai Qianqian and Su Liang momentarily stunned. Bai Qianqian's cheeks, already flushed from the alcohol, turned even redder. She replied, somewhat tipsy, "Grandpa Su, I don't want to join the military. Su Liang is going to the academy, and I want to be with him." Her words drew the attention of everyone at the table, each with a different expression. Bai Qianqian seemed to suddenly realize she had said too much and lowered her head in embarrassment, her voice growing softer. I don't dare go to the military alone. I'd rather follow Su Liang." Su Luochen gave a kind smile and said, "All right, it's up to you. With your level, you'll excel anywhere." Su Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief but felt a pang of guilt, thinking he might be holding Bai Qianqian back. After dinner, Su Liang called Bai Qianqian out to the courtyard. Under the night sky, they sat side by side. Su Liang carefully began, "Qianqian, Grandpa is right. Joining the military is the best choice for you. There, you can grow the fastest and the best." Bai Qianqian, still a bit tipsy, smiled and asked, "Will you go?" Su Liang shook his head, "I won't. Even if I join under your name, I'd have to start from the bottom, and it wouldn't mean much." Bai Qianqian said firmly, "Then I won't go either. Wherever you are, that's where I want to be." Su Liang looked at her sincere expression, feeling warmth in his heart, but also a slight sense of helplessness. "I feel like I'm holding you back." Bai Qianqian shook her head and said seriously, "Without you, I wouldn't have survived until now. Besides, I promised you I'd protect you in the future, didn't I?" Su Liang gazed into Bai Qianqian's earnest eyes, a surge of warmth rising within him. Could it be that she really? Bai Qianqian looked up at the stars and softly said, "A place without you holds no meaning for me. From the day you stood up for me, I made up my mind." At that moment, Su Liang could no longer hold back and pulled Bai Qianqian into his arms. Bai Qianqian froze, her face turning beet red, her heart racing. "Su Liang is hugging me." Her body went limp, almost melting into Su Liang's embrace. Su, Bai Qianqian stammered, trying to say something, but then she heard Su Liang's gentle voice in her ear. "Qianqian, thank you." At night, Bai Qianqian lay on her bed, unable to calm her racing thoughts, barely catching any sleep. She tossed and turned, her mind replaying the warmth of Su Liang's embrace. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and a strange yet sweet sensation spread through her chest. Meanwhile, Su Liang sat at the edge of his bed, slowly removing his shirt. He gazed at the cloud-like dual element divine mark on his arm, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "It's exactly the same," Su Liang murmured to himself, feeling the power within the mark gradually awaken. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. His consciousness was drawn into that mysterious realm, once again meeting those beastly eyes. Su Liang pulled up his attribute panel and froze in place upon seeing SS grade Scarlet Eye Heavenly Lin Mark. Beast God Mark? Su Liang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that he wasn't seeing things. A wave of euphoria surged through him, causing his entire body to tremble with excitement as he burst into laughter. He realized this could mean a path to becoming part of the 9-mark Divine Sect, or even a 10-mark Divine Emperor, but he quickly regained his composure, understanding that this secret must never be revealed. Su Liang carefully analyzed the attribute changes, deducing that his power now far exceeded that of ordinary chosen ones. A subtle smile played on his lips as he felt a surge of satisfaction. With this, he would only grow stronger. After exiting his meditation, Su Liang lay in bed, restless. The image of Bai Qianqian drifted into his mind, and a mischievous grin appeared. Could I possibly win over the future empress as my wife? Neither of them found much rest that night. By morning, both were sporting dark circles under their eyes. Both of them stepped out at nearly the same time, still in their pajamas. When they saw each other, they both blushed slightly. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian exchanged awkward glances, their cheeks turning pink. Su Liang flashed a grin, showing his white teeth. "Morning, Qianqian." Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head and dashed back to her room, but she tripped on the doorstep, instantly shattering it to pieces. Su Liang's face twitched as he silently marveled at the terrifying power of an SS-level strength. Bai Qianqian looked anxiously at the broken doorstep. "Did I cause trouble?" Su Liang reassured her, "It's nothing, just a normal occurrence. Go change your clothes." Their grandfather poked his head in and commented, "That's the typical reaction of an SSS level. Most chosen ones below S level can't compare to her." Su Liang pondered, realizing that the higher the level of the Divine Seal, the stronger the initial attributes, but the more resources needed for evolution. Just as Su Liang was brushing his teeth, There was a knock on the courtyard gate. He sensed several presences and opened the door to find 3 impeccably dressed individuals standing there, with a luxury car parked outside. The middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s exuded a strong aura and introduced himself. I am Zhao Kongshua, the chief commander of Rongqing's military department. Su Liang was stunned the city lord himself had come. He quickly shook hands and invited Zhao Kongshua inside. Zhao Kongshua glanced around and smiled. I've come to meet our Rongqing's SS level Bai Qianqian. Su Liang called for his family, and Bai Qianqian timidly greeted them. Zhao Kongshua said kindly, no need to be nervous, I'm just here for a simple chat. But Bai Qianqian nervously replied, I won't go to the military department. I want to stay with Su Liang. Zhao Kongshua was taken aback before chuckling softly. Indeed, if they wanted Bai Qianqian to join the military, they'd have to persuade Su Liang first. What a lucky young man, winning the heart of a girl at such a young age. Should force be considered? City Lord Zhao Kongshua, Su Liang, and the mother-daughter duo of Qianqian were gathered together. Zhao Kongshua was passionately trying to persuade them, speaking with sincerity. Su Liang had a faint smile on his lips, thinking to himself, the once lofty vermilion bird empress is now so endearing. He made a silent vow. He must win her over to be his wife. Zhao Kongshua gently urged, joining the military is your best path for growth. Whether it's resources or mentors, you'll get the best. After all, the military is the true leader of Huaxia. Bai Qianqian insisted with her head down. Wherever Su Liang goes, I go. Zhao Kongshua smiled wryly to himself. This girl is really unyielding. He turned to Su Liang. For Bai's future, you should persuade her. You could join the military too. There's no issue with that. Everyone looked at Su Liang. He smiled and said, Commander, I understand your point. I also admire the military, especially the 3 Divine Corps. But my potential is limited, and my achievements will be too. Even if you promise great benefits now, over time, as a blevel taking prime resources in the military, I'd inevitably face resentment. That pressure is unimaginable. It's not the life I want. Zhao Kongshua was surprised by Su Liang's foresight, but wasn't ready to give up. What about Bai Qianqian? Aren't you willing to sacrifice a bit for her? Su Liang shrugged. I tried convincing her to join the military last night, but she refused. At that moment, Su Luoqing came over with tea. Zhao Kongshua immediately stood up, but the elder stopped him from saluting with just a look. Su Liang wondered, why is Zhao Kongshua so respectful? Su Luoqing smiled and said, Commander, the military is indeed good, but we should respect the young people's choices, shouldn't we? Zhao Kongshua nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, of course, their wishes come first. Su Luoqing continued, with the girl's SS level divine mark, she'll gain experience wherever she goes. Once she joins the military, mentioning her hometown and the Rongqing military might earn her some care from the commander. Bai Qianqian nodded blankly. They'll remember that, Grandpa Su. A smile appeared on Zhao Kongshua's face as he stood up to leave. Before leaving, he reminded them, the 3 Divine Corps will also be recruiting. Su Luoqing chuckled, it's all the same. If the girl doesn't want to go, no one can force her, right? Watching Zhao Kongshua leave, Su Liang gave his grandfather a puzzled look. Grandfather merely exchanged a glance with him, as if understanding his inner thoughts, but choosing not to speak of it. A hint of realization flickered in Su Luoqing's eyes, but he only remarked calmly, the fact that you understand joining the military division isn't a good thing shows you have some sense. Su Liang was taken aback, then chuckled wryly, Grandfather, do you think I'm usually foolish? The old man glanced at him and shrugged dismissively, average, I'd say. He turned to leave, paused and added, more people will come bearing gifts. You handle it yourselves. I won't show up. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian nodded quickly. Bai Qianqian hesitated for a moment before asking, Grandfather, should I accept the gifts from others? With his back to them, Su Luoqing replied calmly, as long as they're not enemies, it's fine to accept them. You're still weak. Getting familiar with people through gifts won't hurt. After the old man went inside, Lucian took her daughter's hand with concern and asked, Qianqian, have you really made up your mind? Bai Qianqian nodded resolutely, her gaze involuntarily drifting to Su Liang. Mom, I've decided not to join the military division. I want to. She trailed off, blushing and lowering her head. Lucian smiled knowingly. If that's your decision, I respect it. Matters of the young should follow their hearts. Bai Qianqian nodded firmly, sneaking a glance at Su Liang, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Su Liang, trying to appear nonchalant, looked around, but everything was understood without words. Before long, there was another knock at the door. The neighborhood was becoming lively, drawing the attention of the neighbors. Some whispered, why are so many people visiting the Su family? Have they struck it rich? Though they knew there was an SS-level girl from Rongqing, wasn't there only a grandson in the Su family? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian continued to welcome guests. Representatives from the Academy of Chosen Ones came in droves, offering generous terms to recruit Bai Qianqian. They promised full access to the Academy's resources and listed existing S-level, S-level, and even SS-level students, urging Bai Qianqian to join. In the face of such enthusiasm, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian responded politely, either declining or saying they would consider it. Just from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, 20 or 30 academies visited, nearly wearing down their threshold. It was Bai Qianqian's first time seeing such a spectacle, often feeling overwhelmed and hiding behind Su Liang. After bidding farewell to the Academy representatives, they were visited by local prominent families and chosen ones factions. Following the old man's instructions, they accepted some daily necessities but declined valuable gifts like divine crystals and equipment, not wanting to owe too much or burden Bai Qianqian. Inside, Su Luoqing observed everything, pleased with his grandson's handling of the situation, a slight smile on his lips. By afternoon, the number of visitors began to dwindle. Exhausted, Bai Qianqian pouted and complained, "Su Liang, I didn't expect awakening as an SS level to be so tiring. They're more excited than I am." Su Liang reassured her, "Don't worry, it's just for a day or two." Looking at the mountain of supplies, he joked, "If we had accepted everything, we'd have enough to live off for a lifetime." Bai Qianqian gasped in surprise, feeling a bit regretful. Su Liang quickly explained, "If you took those, you'd be overwhelmed later." As they spoke, another visitor arrived. When they saw who it was, both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were stunned. Yi Qinghan, an S-level divine seal chosen one from Divine Perception, High School Number 2. From Rongqing's most prestigious family, the Yi family. Su Liang was a bit surprised by the appearance of Yi Qinghan. Su Liang was chatting with Bai Qianqian when he suddenly noticed Yi Qinghan walk in, causing him to frown slightly. Yi Qinghan's eyes were sharp as they locked onto Bai Qianqian, and he flashed his signature charming smile. "Hello, Bai classmate. We met yesterday. I'm Yi Qinghan." He extended his hand for a handshake, but Bai Qianqian leaned closer to Su Liang instead. Seeing this, Su Liang quickly stepped forward to shake Yi Qinghan's hand. Hello. I know you. You're the only S-level in our Divine Sense Second High. Nice to meet you." Qianqian is a bit shy. "Sorry about that. Please, have a seat." Yi Qinghan felt a chill in his heart as he withdrew his hand with a stiff expression after being greeted by a blevel. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside Yi Qinghan spoke up. "Haha, you must be Su Liang?" Su Liang smiled at the man. "Yes, I am. And you are, sir?" "I'm Yi Jianqi, Qinghan's father. I came by to visit today and brought some small gifts," Yi Jianqi said, pulling out a large number of divine crystals, level weapons, and source crystal armor from a space converter, neatly placing them on the ground. Su Liang inwardly sneered, knowing these were clearly meant for Bai Qianqian. He politely said, "Uncle, you're too kind. I can't accept such gifts without earning them." Yi Jianqi shook his head with a smile. "As the only SS level awakened in Rong City, just like my son at Divine Sense Second High, you deserve it. Please don't refuse. I brought my son to meet my classmate and establish a good relationship. After all, you are the hope of Rong City and should get along well." Su Liang detected the underlying message, realizing Yi Jianqi wanted to matchmake Yi Qinghan with Bai Qianqian. He calmly replied, "Patriarchy, really, there's no need. If Qianqian wanted these things, the military and the Divine Chosen Academy could deliver truckloads at any time. Besides, Qianqian doesn't like these things. If they don't suit her, keeping them is pointless. Please take them back." A hint of displeasure flickered in Yi Jianqi's eyes, yet he maintained his smile. "I understand that if my classmate wants these things, others would rush to offer them. I have no other intentions, just hope Qinghan and my classmate can become acquainted. They have a great chance to grow together and might fight side by side in the future as divine generals and kings." Yi Qinghan looked around with disdain. "Bai Qianqian, as an SS-level chosen one, you shouldn't live in a place like this. I'll have my dad arrange a villa in the city center for you, making it easier to commute to the academy." Sensing the tension, Bai Qianqian shook her head. "Uncle Yi, please take the things back. We haven't accepted anyone's gifts today. The academy has already promised that if I want anything, I can just go and get it." Yi Jianqi's heart skipped a beat. "Did Director Huang promise you that? You're not going to the military or another academy?" Bai Qianqian decisively replied, "I'm staying at Rong City Divine Chosen Academy." Yi Jianqi smiled. "All right then, I won't insist. But you and Qinghan should still keep in touch. You'll likely collaborate in the future. At our academy, only you two have the highest divine seal level." Yi Qinghan stepped forward. "Bai Qianqian, what's your Starcom ID? I'll add you." Bai Qianqian shook her head. "I don't have one, and I don't need it. Anyone who needs to contact me does so through Su Liang. You can connect with him." Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched. "All right then. A grade B trash. He doesn't want any involvement." Su Liang noticed Yi Qinghan's disdainful glance, but simply smiled indifferently, unconcerned. Seeing this, Yi Jianqi remarked with a meaningful tone, "No rush. There will be plenty of opportunities to interact in the future." With that, he stood up and took his leave. Su Liang calmly saw him off. Take care, no need to see you out. Yi Jianqi maintained a serene smile, unperturbed by Su Liang's cold demeanor. Just as they were about to leave, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. 3 men in different military uniforms, each bearing silver stars on their shoulders, strode into the courtyard. Everyone immediately recognized them as the lieutenant generals of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise divisions of the Heavenly God Army. Yi Jianqi immediately halted and respectfully saluted. Greetings, generals. Zhang Muyang, the lieutenant general of the Azure Dragon division, looked at him quizzically. And you are? Yi Jianqi hastily introduced himself. The 3 lieutenant generals nodded slightly, then focused their attention on Bai Qianqian. Zhang Muyang solemnly stated, Bai Qianqian, on behalf of the 3 divisions of the Heavenly God Army, we invite you to join our ranks. Bai Qianqian, however, resolutely shook her head and declined. I won't go. Wherever Su Liang is, that's where I'll be. Upon hearing this, the 3 lieutenant generals frowned. Yi Jianqi and his son secretly rejoiced, thinking this might give Yi Qinghan another chance. Su Liang was about to speak when Zhang Muyang sharply interrupted. Shut up, did I give you permission to speak? Su Liang's expression froze, silently cursing. Damn, not even a shred of respect. Yi Qinghan coldly chuckled at the scene. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's demeanor suddenly changed. Her gaze turned icy and determined as she fearlessly retorted to Zhang Muyang. You shut up. Bai Qianqian fiercely defended Su Liang. The entire place fell silent instantly. Su Liang looked at Bai Qianqian in disbelief. Bai Qianqian's eyes were filled with determination as she faced the 3 generals. Her mother, Lu Xian, hurriedly pulled her daughter aside, repeatedly apologizing to the trio of generals. However, Bai Qianqian remained resolute, her gaze unwavering as she addressed them. Mom, go inside. I'm not being unreasonable. No one can bully Su Liang. Her words stunned everyone present. Yi Qinghan and his son exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe their ears. Even the usually cautious Lu Xian was taken aback, fearing that she might have offended the powerful figures of the Heavenly Army. Surprisingly, the 3 generals did not react with anger. Instead, they laughed. Zhang Muyang praised her. Good. We like people with spirit in the Heavenly Army. He then solemnly bowed to Su Liang in apology. Su Liang felt a stirring within him, remembering that he too was S level. He stood tall and accepted the apology, leaving others around them utterly astonished. Zhang Muyang, suppressing his irritation, turned to Bai Qianqian and offered, we can recruit him into the Heavenly Army as well, so you don't need to worry. But Bai Qianqian shook her head, refusing. I'm not going. I want to attend the Chosen Academy. If I ever decide to join the Heavenly Army, I'll consider it then. Zhang Muyang furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze to Su Liang, realizing that the key lay with this young man. He nodded and said, all right, we'll just register you. As the others went inside to register, Zhang Muyang stayed back with Su Liang. He glared at Su Liang, his tone threatening. I don't want to waste words with you. Taking her to the Chosen Academy is a waste of time. For her sake, you should let her join the Heavenly Army. Su Liang remained unfazed, his gaze surprisingly calm and even more profound than Zhang Muyang's. He replied simply, no. Zhang Muyang's eyes widened with anger. I'm not negotiating with you. You have no choice. Su Liang met his gaze coldly. Su Liang stared directly at Zhang Muyang, showing no hint of intimidation despite the latter's rank as a lieutenant general. He refused to join the Celestial Army, primarily to keep his secrets safe and to retrace his past life's path to make amends for the brothers who sacrificed themselves for him. Inside the house, the old man quietly sensed everything happening in the courtyard, his gaze calm and composed. Zhang Muyang furrowed his brow, and an overwhelming pressure immediately enveloped Su Liang. I told you, this isn't a negotiation, he said coldly. Taking her to the Celestial Army is your only option. Otherwise, can you bear the consequences? The pressure was like a mountain, causing Su Liang's knees to bend slightly, yet he stubbornly kept his head held high. I said, I'm not going. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Zhang Muyang. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, keep dreaming. A fierce look appeared on Zhang Muyang's face as the pressure intensified. Su Liang finally couldn't withstand it and dropped to one knee. Do you really think I won't dare? Zhang Muyang sneered. Killing you won't cause me any trouble. Go ahead. Su Liang shouted in anger. If you don't kill me, I'll make sure to settle the score with you one day. A brank. Come after me? Zhang Muyang scoffed. Fine. I'll be waiting. In 3 days, we'll take you to the military headquarters directly. You have no choice. The pressure suddenly vanished, leaving Su Liang drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Zhang Muyang remarked coldly, do you really think you have the power to change any of this? I said, you have no choice. Meanwhile, the registration inside the house was complete. Bai Qianqian asked in surprise, Su Liang, Are we going to the military headquarters? Su Liang remained silent, his gaze icy as he watched Jiang Muyang. The three lieutenant generals left with a swagger. Yuan Feihua asked, did he agree? Jiang Muyang shook his head. No, but it doesn't matter. In 3 days, we'll take them away directly. He can't stop us. However, just a few steps out of the courtyard, their expressions changed abruptly. The surroundings fell silent, as if isolated from the world. Jiang Muyang's face turned pale. It's the divine forbidden domain. From across the alley, an old hunched man emerged, his eyes as cold and deep as an abyss, locking onto Jiang Muyang. Jiang Muyang was doomed. As Yi Jinqi and Yi Qinghan walked side by side on their way back, Yi Jinqi furrowed his brow, deep in thought about the recent meeting. Yi Qinghan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Dad, do you think they'll agree to join the Celestial Army? Yi Jinqi paused for a moment before replying slowly, it's hard to say. But regardless, once they enter the chosen academy, you must seize the opportunity. He turned to his son, a glint in his eye. You must act while the girl is still weak to secure your position. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. I understand. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. But that Su Liang is a bit of a nuisance. He really thinks he's something. Yi Jinqi let out a cold laugh. He's just an ant. Not worth worrying about. No matter how much he jumps around, he's just a pitiful creature. Bai Qianqian might value him now, but in time, she'll definitely discard him. He patted his son's shoulder. So, once you're at the chosen academy, your chance is the greatest. You must seize it. An SS grade talent must be acquired. In the future, you'll be the one to revive the Yi family, with limitless prospects. Yi Qinghan's gaze became firm, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, Dad. I'll succeed. Yi Jinqi nodded in satisfaction. If you need any support, just let the family know, and we'll back you completely. With a deep, thoughtful look in his eyes, Yi Qinghan murmured, all right. As Bai Qianqian's image came to mind, he thought to himself, Bai Qianqian, you will be mine eventually. Meanwhile, Director Huang couldn't hide his excitement. Great. I won't disturb you any further. If you need anything, just reach out to me, and I'll be there at a moment's notice. Su Liang let out a wry smile, thinking to himself about the high level of attention he was receiving. Director Huang got up to leave. Su Liang quickly grabbed his arm and warmly invited him. Director Huang, why don't you join us for a meal? It's about time to eat. Don't be shy. Director Huang waved his hands repeatedly. No, I wouldn't want to intrude. Just then, Su Luoqing came into the courtyard with some dishes, and the old man smiled and urged, please, join us. It's just a matter of adding another set of dishes. Unable to resist everyone's warm hospitality, Director Huang eventually stayed for dinner. The atmosphere at the table was lively and pleasant, bringing everyone closer together. Later that night, Su Liang checked his attribute panel again and was thrilled to discover that his 4 fundamental attributes had increased slightly, and there were new developments. The Beast Energy conversion progress showed 361 million, with the Beast Energy talent Eye of Insight still present, and there were significant improvements in the Divine Seal aspect. The Level Wind and Fire Divine Seal had reached 1 seal, level 1, with an evolution progress of 1, while the SS level Reedy Tianlin Seal had advanced to 1 seal, level 2, with an evolution progress of 2.0. Staring at the panel in shock, Su Liang finally understood the secret. These power attribute values corresponded directly with the level of the Beast God Seal, and by converting Beast Crystal Energy through Beast Energy conversion, he could enhance his attributes and thus advance the Beast God Seal's evolution. Additionally, the base values brought by the awakening of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal were also factored in. Although the evolution of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal might have limits, as long as there were enough Beast Crystals, he could continuously strengthen his power. Filled with excitement, Su Liang quietly planned his future development strategy. He decided to request special permission from Director Huang to hunt low-level exotic beasts in the hunting grounds to obtain beast crystals. With dreams of the future, Su Liang slowly drifted to sleep. Early the next morning, he took Bai Qianqian to the city center. The bustling scene left Bai Qianqian amazed, with skyscrapers reaching the clouds and neon lights flashing. It felt like stepping into a futuristic world. Looking at a villa hidden in the lively district, Su Liang chuckled. The academy really splurged on this. This villa would probably be worth billions if converted to RMB. Bai Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise, and Su Liang explained, here, every inch of land is precious, and it's not something money can buy. It's all exchanged with divine crystals or source crystal resources. Half-jokingly, Su Liang said, Qianqian, you're quite the rich lady now. I'll rely on you to support me in the future. To his surprise, Bai Qianqian blushed and softly replied, all right, I'll take care of you. Her words hit him like a bolt, leaving Su Liang stunned, his heart racing. Well, it looks like I'm about to be spoiled, but why does that make me strangely excited? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian stepped into the villa, immediately overwhelmed by the sheer opulence before them. The lavish decor was a testament to ultimate luxury. As they marveled at their surroundings, a gentle female voice broke the silence. Welcome home, master. Bai Qianqian jumped a little, but Su Liang chuckled softly to reassure her. Don't worry, it's just the smart assistant. Yes, master. I am your personal assistant, Xiao Bai. The voice continued with the same soft tone. Bai Qianqian relaxed and curiously took in her surroundings. As they ventured further inside, Xiao Bai illuminated the path for them. Xiao Bai proceeded to explain, Master, this villa is equipped with the latest class defense system, capable of withstanding 5-star beasts, an AA-class intelligent medical system, complete with a dedicated treatment room, and 2 A-class combat vehicles, ready to provide you with travel and combat convenience at any time. Just call, and I'm at your service. Bai Qianqian was a bit overwhelmed by the drastic change. Su Liang laughed. Living here, Xiao Bai will handle all the chores. Anything you think of, it can do. It will even help you in the bathroom. Bai Qianqian blushed, playfully punching Su Liang's chest. Won't living here turn us into lazy people? Bai Qianqian asked, puzzled. Su Liang explained with a smile. Qianqian, you're SS class, so just focus on evolving. Bai Qianqian nodded in understanding. So should we go home today and tell Grandpa Su and Mom, then move in? Bai Qianqian asked. Su Liang stroked his chin, his face slightly flushed. Bai Qianqian immediately caught on to his thoughts and retorted, embarrassed? Don't get any ideas. It's living together, not sharing a bed. I'm not ready yet. Su Liang, slightly taken aback by her frankness, cleared his throat. All right, we'll go home later and inform Grandpa and Auntie. Just bring some clothes. Everything else is provided here. Bai Qianqian murmured her agreement. They continued their tour and reached the garage. Su Liang's eyes lit up. Wow. In a class energy-powered low-altitude flying 4-seater armored vehicle, and in a class energy-powered single-seat armored combat motorcycle. He felt elated, thinking how fortunate he was to have aligned with the Empress, gaining access to equipment he never dreamed of in his previous life. Bai Qianqian asked, should we drive them back? Su Liang smiled wryly. No energy crystals. These vehicles consume a lot. We'll wait until you're enrolled and the school provides energy crystals. As they left the villa, Bai Qianqian lagged a step behind, feeling grateful for everything Su Liang had brought into her life. She smiled, envisioning their cozy future home. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Hey, Su Liang? Bai Qianqian. Lu Yin playfully glared at him. What are you crying for? Call me Sister Lu Yin. How's old Gong Lai doing? Is he getting better? Levian's eyes twinkled as she smiled. Do you want to go see him? He lives in that building. Su Liang followed her finger and saw a towering apartment building, not a villa, but certainly expensive. He exchanged a glance with Bai Qianqian and hesitated. Is it convenient? What's inconvenient about it? Levian encouraged warmly. Gong Lai is Qianqian's lifesaver. Let's go. Bai Qianqian seemed a bit embarrassed, but we're empty-handed. Oh, don't worry about such trivial things. Levian waved dismissively. Su Liang gave a resigned smile and nodded to follow. The 3 of them took the elevator straight to the 30th floor. Upon entering, Su Liang was quietly impressed by the luxurious decor, complete with a smart home system, though it seemed not quite on par with Xiao Bai's level. Gong Lai was lounging by the floor-to-ceiling window, bandages wrapped around his chest. Su Liang jokingly greeted him. Hey, old Gong Lai, enjoying the view? Gong Lai whipped around, eyes widening as he recognized them. You little rascal? Who are you calling names? Su Liang feigned anger. Bai Qianqian politely greeted. Hello, brother Gong. Gong Lai smiled awkwardly. Hello. How did you guys find out I was staying here? Su Liang teased. What? Feeling too ashamed to face anyone? Gong Lai rolled his eyes. Will it kill you not to mock me? Levian was surprised at their familiarity and explained. The academy gave them a villa, and they came to check it out today. I happened to run into them. Gong Lai's eyes widened with surprise. Su Liang boasted, jealous. Old Gong Lai? It's not given to you. It's for Bai Qianqian, Gong Lai scoffed. Hey, isn't it obvious how close Qianqian and I are? Su Liang wrapped an arm around Bai Qianqian's shoulders, causing her to blush and look down. Don't get cocky, have a seat. Gong Lai put away his playful expression. I'm feeling better. Once the wound fully heals, I'll be fine. Levian brought over some tea, while Bai Qianqian quietly compared the apartment to the villa in her mind. Gong Lai asked, how did you kill that rat king last time? I thought I was seeing things. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. You used the power of 3 seals back then. It was already on its last legs. I just poked it randomly with your gun. Do you really think I have that kind of strength? Gong Lai eyed him suspiciously, sensing there was more to the story. Now that your divine seal has awakened, do you want to join us in Jinsha? Gong Lai suddenly asked. Su Liang pondered for a moment. I could, but I'm worried that Qianqian might need to go to a higher-level city in the future. You don't need to worry about that, Gong Lai smiled. When that day comes, we won't stop you from leaving. That's the captain's stance. Su Liang nodded. Then there's no problem. Great. I'll inform the captain right away and share the good news with everyone, Gong Lai said excitedly. Su Liang smiled wryly. I'm just a blevel. What's so good about that? You're more interested in Qianqian, aren't you? Bai Qianqian was taken aback. Gong Lai chuckled. We don't need to say it out loud, but we do value you. I said that right from the start. Just as Gong Lai was about to send the message, both his and Levian's communicators flashed red. They exchanged glances as a screen popped up with Tianyan Xiaolan's image. Gong Lai, Levian, per the military's orders, a beast horde has breached from underground in the northern part of the city. Assemble immediately. Gong Lai and Levian's expressions changed dramatically. Su Liang was equally shocked. Another beast horde? What's going on lately? Levian quickly said, Xiaolan, Gong Lai's injuries haven't healed. He can't go into battle. Gong Lai insisted, I'm fine. I can go. No way. Levian firmly refused. If your injuries flare up, even a 2-star beast could take your life. Xiaolan was silent for a moment before the captain's image appeared. Gong Lai, you won't be on this mission. Levian, take the Forbidden Divine Realm stake and head out now. Yes, Captain. Levian responded immediately. Gong Lai was anxious, Captain. I can do it. How can they manage without me? She's a healer. She can't hold the rear. Levian gave him a stern look. Stop talking nonsense. I know best. Gong Lai persisted. Levian, I really can do it. You can't handle the rear. I said no, and that's final. Do you want me to cry over you again? Levian's tone was resolute. At that moment, Su Liang's voice broke in. How about I take the rear? Everyone present, along with the two people on the screen, stared at Su Liang in shock. Su Liang calmly nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that he not only knew how to use the Forbidden Divine Realm stake, but also possessed combat skills comparable to a divine envoy. This revelation left everyone astounded. Lu Yin and Xiao Lan immediately voiced their opposition, arguing that Su Liang was still a student and shouldn't be involved in such a dangerous mission. After a moment of silence, Gong Lai also joined the opposition, but Su Liang was adamant about going. He needed the beast crystals and knew that even as a support, he could earn some task rewards. Seeing this, Gong Lai volunteered himself, emphasizing that he was more suited for the position. Unexpectedly, Captain Qi Hengchu's gaze remained fixed on Su Liang. After hearing Su Liang's explanation, Qi Hengchu made a shocking decision to allow Su Liang to join the mission. Although the team members expressed confusion and concern, Qi Hengchu's orders were indisputable. He instructed Gong Lai to prepare equipment for Su Liang and arrange for them to guard the Forbidden Divine Realm stake together. Bai Qianqian, though worried, could only silently wish Su Liang well after seeing the determination in his eyes. Su Liang skillfully donned his armor, his fluid movements surprising both Gong Lai and Lu Yin. Soon, the team was ready and boarded the combat vehicle to depart. During the ride, Gong Lai continued to grumble about the absurdity of the decision, but Su Liang remained confident. Xiao Lan promptly stopped their argument, beginning a detailed briefing on the mission. This time, the scale of the beast invasion was large, and the situation was dire. Finally, through the communication system, Qi Hengchu announced to the entire team that Su Liang was joining them. The other members were both curious and concerned about the newcomer, but with the mission imminent, they quickly focused on the impending battle. Su Liang smiled. The chariot sped through the air swiftly. Lu Yin deftly maneuvered the chariot through the city center and reached the outskirts of the civilian area. After dropping off Gong Lai and Su Liang, she gave Gong Lai a gentle look and cautioned, "Be careful." Gong Lai nodded in agreement. Lu Yin drove away, ready to provide support as a mobile unit. Almost simultaneously, Su Liang and Gong Lai reported through their earpieces, "Captain, we've reached the designated location." Qi Hengchu responded, "We've been waiting for you. Activate the God-banishing field." Before Gong Lai could act, Su Liang expertly tossed the God-banishing field stake to the ground. He harnessed the power of the wind and fire seal, and with a soft command open, a beam of light shot skyward. Gong Lai was astonished. "When did you learn to operate the God-banishing field stake?" Su Liang replied nonchalantly, "First time in this life." Gong Lai scrutinized Su Liang with curiosity. Clad in armor and wielding a spear, Su Liang exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior. Qi Hengchu's voice came through the earpiece, "Blood drinkers move. Slaughter those beasts before they surface." Su Liang and Gong Lai stood guard by the stake, vigilant for any potential beasts. Gong Lai lit a cigarette and asked curiously, "How come you know so much about everything?" Su Liang evaded, "See enough and you learn." As they talked, Xiao Lan warned through the earpiece, "Everyone, be careful. Not just ghost-faced spiders, but a pack of bloodthirsty rats are coming too." The team felt a surge of tension, realizing the task was more challenging than anticipated. Xiao Lan continued, "Captain, a 3-star bloodthirsty rat king and a 3-star ghost-faced spider king are headed your way. Be very careful." Qi Hengchu responded calmly, Understood? Shortly after, Xiaolan added, Old Gong, Su Liang. For 1-star bloodthirsty rats and 4 1-star ghost-faced spiders are coming at your stake from both sides of the boundary wall. Stay alert. Su Liang felt his blood boiling, battle fervor rising. Without waiting for Gong Lai's instructions, he charged into the boundary wall, leaving behind, you take the left, I'll handle the right. Gong Lai was exasperated. Does this kid really have no fear at all? In the Forbidden Realm, only mythical beasts are restricted, while those in armor can easily pass through. Su Liang and Gong Lai crossed into the Forbidden Realm and split up. Su Liang found himself on a street and quickly encountered 4 bloodthirsty rats. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he twisted his spear, his eyes gleaming with determination. With the enhanced strength from his Class C armor, Su Liang charged at the beasts like a tiger descending a mountain. His spear struck like a dragon, instantly piercing through the head of one rat. Without pausing, he swung the spear to hurl the carcass at another, while simultaneously ducking to evade the pounce of 2 more beasts. Flipping back to his feet, Su Liang spun his spear in a dazzling display, leaving bloody trails on the remaining 3 rats. The beasts screeched in pain and lunged at him with renewed ferocity. Su Liang's eyes flashed coldly as he swept them aside with a horizontal slash of his spear. With a sharp cry of "Dragon's Fury," he thrust the spear forward like lightning, skewering all 3 rats at once. He slammed the spear into the ground, causing it to crack, and with a final sweep, he deftly severed their heads. With the battle over, Su Liang swiftly collected the beast crystals and hurried to join Gong Lai, just in time to see him take down the last ghost-faced spider. After exchanging a few words, Su Liang noticed blood on Gong Lai's chest. Frowning, he inquired about it, but Gong Lai brushed it off casually. Su Liang insisted, even a seasoned fighter shouldn't be so reckless with their life. Gong Lai shook his head and explained, you don't understand? This is about trust among teammates. We must hold the Forbidden Realm, so their efforts aren't in vain. If we fail, they'll face even greater danger. In his past life, when he was in his 30s, a man in his 50s had told him the same thing. During a mission to eliminate monsters, he stood his ground to protect the sacred boundary post, bravely facing the attack of 10 3-star beasts alongside numerous 1- and 2-star creatures. Amidst the chaos of blood and flesh, Zhou Ziru's figure slowly merged with the image of Gong Lai in front of him. Su Liang felt a tremor in his heart as he recalled the man who was famously known for his ease amidst countless beasts, yet fell at the boundary post. He cursed quietly, idiot, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. As a rearguard, Gong Lai was supposed to be the older or wounded defender of the post. This bias was actually the resolve to use his life to buy time for his teammates. When one rearguard fell, a new member would take his place. You're the idiot, just awaken to your powers and rushing to your death? Gong Lai growled through gritted teeth. I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to take over. Su Liang glanced at him but said no more. These rearguards, who put their lives on the line, were driven by a steadfast belief for their teammates. Gong Lai sized up Su Liang and suddenly remarked, you seem like a battle-hardened veteran. Su Liang smirked. What if I am? Gong Lai snorted. You little brat. Who are you trying to fool with that act? Just then, an urgent voice crackled through their earpieces. Xiao Lan's voice warned, Old Gong, Su Liang, a wave of beasts is heading your way. Bloodthirsty rats and ghost-faced spiders. Be careful. Their eyes sharpened, and they responded in unison. Understood. Standing before the boundary post, their spears pointed skyward. A murderous intent surged from them. Reports from teammates echoed in their earpieces, indicating that the beast tide was fiercer than usual. Xiao Lan reassured them, hold on, the military has dispatched divine warriors to destroy the entrance outside the city. The reinforcements will stop soon. Su Liang and Gong Lai exchanged a look and almost simultaneously charged forward. A horde of beasts was racing along the boundary wall, their blood-red eyes filled with rage. Kill. Kill. Perhaps it was because both Gong Lai and Su Liang wielded spears, or maybe their personalities were similar. Either way, Su Liang quickly became friendly with Gong Lai. The two of them fought like seasoned partners, spears in hand, charging into the beast horde. Standing back to back, they demonstrated absolute trust in each other. Lightning surged around Gong Lai, with 3 divine seals glowing, while Su Liang relied on his eye of insight and high attributes to fight. The ghost-faced spider danced wildly with its 8 legs, and the bloodthirsty rat moved swiftly, yet they were steadily pushed back by the duo's cooperation. Kid, nice spear work. Gong Lai teased during a brief pause. Better than yours. Su Liang retorted without hesitation. Oh, wanna compete? Bring it on. No sooner had the words left their mouths than they unleashed their powers. Gong Lai's lightning intensified, and Su Liang was enveloped in flames. With their spears sweeping through the battlefield, the exotic beasts fell one after another. However, after continuous battles, Gong Lai's chest began to bleed, and his face turned pale. Here, take this. Gong Lai handed Su Liang a stamina orb. Su Liang took it and swallowed, casting a worried glance at Gong Lai's chest. You okay to keep going? If you can do it, so can I. Gong Lai grinned. Just as they thought victory was within reach, another wave of beasts attacked. Xiaolan's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Old Gong. Su Liang. Watch out. It's a 2-star ghost-faced spider. Don't worry, we've got this, they replied in unison. Su Liang chuckled. Old Gong. Don't let Sister Luine down. Don't worry, we'll take these beasts down. Gong Lai shouted. They charged again. Gong Lai took on the 2-star beast, while Su Liang cleared out the smaller ones. Su Liang's spear techniques were fierce and decisive, taking out one beast after another. But when he turned back after dealing with the 1-star beasts, he saw Gong Lai being flung by the 2-star ghost-faced spider, landing heavily near the boundary marker. Su Liang's expression changed dramatically. He rushed towards Gong Lai, drawing his energy pistol to fire at the 2-star ghost-faced spider, trying to stop its advance. Su Liang reached Gong Lai's side, his face filled with concern. Gong Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest continuously bleeding, and his face deathly pale. Despite barely holding himself up, Gong Lai's eyes remained resolute. He gritted his teeth and said, Go. I can't hold on much longer. Su Liang frowned, stepping forward. Let me do it. Gong Lai glared angrily. What do you mean, let you do it? Get out. I said I'll do it. I'm the one meant to fight after you. Get out of here. Su Liang's voice was firm. Struggling to his feet, Gong Lai pulled out his crystal cannon. I don't have time to argue. Get out now. He aimed at the 3-legged ghost-faced spider and fired without hesitation. The spider leapt high, dodging the attack. Su Liang's expression turned serious. This ghost-faced spider was almost a 3-star beast, far beyond what an injured Gong Lai could handle. Hurry up and go. Why are you just standing there? Gong Lai grabbed Su Liang's arm and forcefully threw him out of the restricted zone. With a maniacal laugh, he shouted, Come on, you beast. I said I could hold on, and I will. Gong Lai fired wildly, but the ghost-faced spider was too fast, easily evading most of the attacks. In an instant, it was upon Gong Lai. With a furious shout, Gong Lai unleashed his power. Thunder Dragon breaks the army. Lightning flashed along the barrel of his gun. Su Liang halted, watching the scene unfold, his emotions a tumult. In a past life, Zhou Zero had thrown him out of the restricted zone just like this. Now, Gong Lai's figure overlapped with Zhou Zero's. Why did everyone want to protect him? Why were they willing to risk their lives for their teammates? In his past life, he had been a coward. This time, he didn't want to be that person anymore. No one should have to die for someone else. He, too, could fight for his teammates, protect them. In a flash, Gong Lai severed 2 more legs of the ghost-faced spider, but his own thigh was pierced by the spider's sharp legs. Gong Lai screamed in pain. Gong Lai! Su Liang shouted anxiously, his eyes red with emotion. Teammates yelled in anger. Old Gong! Fall back! Quickly! But none could spare themselves to help. Gong Lai, gritting his teeth against the pain, swung his spear, aiming to pierce the spider's head. But the ghost-faced spider spat webs, disrupting his attack, merely scratching one of its eyes. The spider howled, enraged, and flung Gong Lai out of the restricted zone. Blood flowing, he landed in Su Liang's arms. Gong Lai! Su Liang's voice was choked. Gong Lai, his breath weak and lips turning blue, managed a faint smile. Couldn't hold on, you should go. He glanced at the ghost-faced spider preparing to destroy the boundary stake, and sighed. Captain, Xiaolan, everyone, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it. The boundary stake will be destroyed. With that, Gong Lai's consciousness began to fade. The captain's voice came through the earpiece. Kid, stay outside. Be ready. The restricted zone is going to fall apart, and the beasts will escape. Prepare to hunt them down. Wait, I can hold it. Su Liang suddenly spoke up. Sister Luine, Gong Lai is poisoned and injured. He needs treatment. All the team members were shocked. Su Liang, no. Don't act recklessly. Su Liang, fall back. But Su Liang was beyond caring. He gently laid Gong Lai down, picked up his silver spear, and said firmly, Please trust me. I can hold it. With those words, he resolutely charged at the 2-star ghost-faced spider that was destroying the boundary stake. Su Liang, Gong Lai, barely conscious, exclaimed in shock. All the team members were astounded, thinking he was marching to his death. Perhaps it was because Su Liang wanted to erase the guilt in his heart, or maybe he had already considered Gong Lai and the others as his teammates. Su Liang's eyes narrowed, and a golden glow surged within him, instantly restoring him to his peak state. He let out a furious shout, wielding his spear with immense power as he lunged at the ghost-faced spider. Die! Dragon's wrath! The aura of the beast god seal surged, causing the three-legged ghost-faced spider to tremble. Su Liang's spear pierced its abdomen, sending it flying. Seizing the opportunity, he struck again, the shimmering spear severing another leg. As the spider's silk shot toward him, Su Liang tapped the ground with the spear's tip, propelling himself upward like an arrow. From above, his eyes burned with killing intent. Die! Falling goose. With a flash of golden light, Su Liang descended from the sky, the spear tip aimed at the top of the ghost-faced spider's head. The spider, now with only 2 legs, staggered, unable to evade. The spear pierced through its skull and embedded into the ground. The ghost-faced spider thrashed wildly, flinging Su Liang aside. It crashed about briefly before collapsing motionless in the rubble. Su Liang walked over, withdrew his silver spear, and coldly declared, "The 2-star ghost-faced spider is slain. The boundary post is safe. Everyone can rest assured." His teammates were stunned. Hongchu urgently shouted, "Hold on. Almost there." Su Liang replied calmly, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, the boundary post is secure." Before long, more beasts charged in. Su Liang grabbed Gong Lai's source crystal cannon and fired in rage, blasting a swath of them. When the cannon's power waned, he charged with his spear, fighting furiously through the streets. Amidst the bloodshed, Su Liang forgot everything, driven only by the desire to erase his past life's guilt. Instinctively, he swung his spear, thrusting repeatedly to annihilate every beast. It was unclear how much time passed, but Su Liang's vision was blurred with blood, yet he continued to roar defiantly. "Come on," until Luin arrived anxiously, shocked to see him standing atop a mountain of corpses, as if emerged from a sea of blood, refusing to retreat. The beast chaos finally subsided. Extremely weakened, Su Liang's body slumped, and Xiaolan caught him in time, carrying him out of the forbidden god realm. Even in unconsciousness, Su Liang's grip on the silver spear never loosened. To her, it seemed impossible for anyone but a battle-hardened warrior to have such determination. Luin extended her hands, healing both Gong Lai and Su Liang simultaneously. Later, other teammates arrived, all stunned by the sight of the corpses. Though not many compared to what they had faced, he was just a high school student who had recently awakened his divine sense. They watched Su Liang, unwilling to release his hold on the spear, and fell silent. Hongchu was covered in blood as he calmly asked, "Did he kill all of them?" Xiaolan nodded in confirmation. Since they had slain the 2-star ghost-faced spider, a total of 48 1-star beasts had appeared, none of which got close to the boundary post. The team was visibly shaken by this news. Hongchu paused briefly before sincerely expressing, "He truly deserves to be our teammate." Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with respect. "Clean up the battlefield and separate the beast crystals he collected," the captain ordered, and the team quickly got to work. A few members stayed back to watch over Su Liang and Gong Lai. About an hour later, Su Liang awoke weakly, relieved to see familiar faces around him. "Captain, did I hold the line?" Su Liang asked feebly. Hongchu nodded. "You held it. The mission was a success. You and Gong Lai are more seriously injured, but the rest are fine." Su Liang grinned foolishly, feeling a rush of excitement had really done it. With Lu Yin's help, Su Liang struggled to his feet, his gaze falling on the unconscious Gong Lai. Lu Yin reassured him, "Don't worry, he's fine. He just needs a longer recovery time this time." Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his endurance. Had the boundary post been destroyed, countless innocent lives would have been lost. Su Liang sent Bai Qianqian a message to let her know he was safe, and soon other team members returned. Hongchu led the group to Su Liang and solemnly announced, "From now on, you are an official member of the Ember Strike team." Each team member then introduced themselves. Hongchu handed over a pile of beast crystals to Su Liang, saying, "This is your haul from this mission, and there's more to come from the military rewards." Seeing this, Long Lan offered a small spatial converter to Su Liang. Despite Su Liang's hesitation, Long Lan insisted he keep it for now. On the way home, Lu Yin remarked, "It's almost surreal that a level 1 chosen one like you has become a member of our Ember Strike team." Su Liang humbly replied, "I'm grateful for everyone's trust in me." Lu Yin shook her head. "Your abilities have earned everyone's respect." Looking out the window, Su Liang felt a familiar warmth in his heart. As soon as he got home, Bai Qianqian saw his injuries and her eyes welled up with tears. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Knowing that Bai Qianqian hadn't eaten, Luin arranged for them to have a light meal before sending them home. After urging them to rest well, Luin hurried back to take care of Gong Lai. Bai Qianqian and Su Liang returned home, looking a bit weary. Bai Qianqian frowned slightly, clearly still worried about Su Liang's injuries. "Please be careful in the future," she said softly, her voice filled with concern. Su Liang nodded with a smile. "I will, for sure. Let's not tell Grandpa and your mom, so they don't worry." With that, he quickly changed his clothes, hiding his injuries. Thanks to Luin's treatment, The superficial wounds had already scabbed over and were not noticeable. Bai Qianqian responded with a gentle okay, though her eyes still showed a hint of worry. Lu Xian greeted them with a warm smile as they came in. Qianqian, Su Liang, how's the house? Bai Qianqian mustered some energy to reply. Mom, the house is great, with plenty of rooms. I even thought about having you move in with me. Lu Xian shook her head with a smile. I won't go. You have a dorm at the academy and won't stay there often. I'm more comfortable here. Bai Qianqian nodded. All right, I'll visit you often. Lu Xian smiled with satisfaction. Some people came by with gifts today, but I've turned them all down for you. That's good. Accepting too much feels awkward. Bai Qianqian agreed. At this moment, Su Liang also came out and asked, when are you planning to move? Tomorrow, Su Liang replied. We'll head straight to the academy. Su Liang nodded. All right, let's have something nice to eat today. He then headed to the kitchen. Lu Xian quickly offered, Uncle Su, let me help you. Su Liang waved her off. No need, you chat with the girl. They are leaving for the academy tomorrow. After some thought, Lu Xian agreed. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Su Liang shook his head with a smile and went into the kitchen. Su Liang followed him, and the old man said meaningfully, when you're over there, don't do anything to take advantage of Qianqian just because you're living together. Su Liang's face turned red. Grandpa, I wouldn't. I'll mostly stay at the academy. The old man chuckled. I know your character too well. Su Liang laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, I won't. The old man said casually, go rest, you're just in the way here. Scratching his head, Su Liang realized he was more of a hindrance than a help and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, exhaustion washed over him. Using the beast god seal had drained his mental and physical strength. He quickly fell asleep, only waking up when it was time for dinner. The four of them shared a meal and a few drinks to see them off, as they wouldn't be coming home daily after joining the academy. That night, after washing up, everyone retired to their rooms. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian shared a bed. Sweetheart, Lu Xian called softly. What's up, Mom? Bai Qianqian asked. Staring at the dark ceiling, Lu Xian's eyes showed a mix of emotions. Sweetheart, you've chosen Su Liang, and I support you. But living together, you need to be mindful of certain things. You're both still young. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed instantly. Mom, what are you saying? It won't happen. All right, I trust you. Just a reminder, even though you're young, you're adults now. You need to think things through. With a voice as soft as a whisper, Bai Qianqian replied, Mom, I understand. She then buried her face in her pillow. She had thought about these things too. It was Su Liang, after all. She liked him, and those things would happen naturally in the future, wouldn't they? She couldn't reject him forever. But just thinking about it now made her blush. Su Liang probably wouldn't be in too much of a hurry, right? She was still so thin. Meanwhile, Su Liang sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the beast crystals he had taken from the spatial converter, his eyes alight with excitement. 126 pieces. And one 2-star, which counts as 136. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. Looks like doing missions is the way to go. How much can I improve tonight? But he quickly calmed down. Converting 136 pieces at once might take a lot of time. It wouldn't be good if I'm interrupted in the morning. Better start with 50. Nodding to himself, he thought, no need to rush. He put the other crystals away, and with a focused mind, he was instantly transported to that ethereal space, standing before the eyes of the scarlet-eyed Tianlin. The interface appeared before him. Su Liang gazed at the panel, a slight smile playing on his lips. He keenly noticed that the evolution progress and level seemed closely tied to the lowest of the 4 attribute values. If any of them were just 19 points, the evolution progress and level might both drop to 1.9 in level 1. What thrilled him even more was that the base value for an SS-level Divine Seal Awakening was as high as 10 points, while a level was only 2 points. He speculated that a Clevel might only have 1 point, with a level, S-level, and S-level ranging between 2 to 10 points. Based on this calculation, if all 4 attributes reached 100 points, he would ascend to an SS-level Beast God Seal at level 10, stepping into the realm of a 2-seal Divine Envoy. As for how to enhance the Eye of Insight, Su Liang had no clues for the moment and could only take it one step at a time. The immediate priority was to boost his strength. With a thought, the cold system voice rang out, Beast Energy Conversion in progress. In an instant, the crimson-eyed heavenly Qianlin's eyes burst forth with dazzling golden light, enveloping Su Liang entirely. Intense pain surged through him once again. But this time, Su Liang felt an unprecedented thrill. The pain mingled with excitement, making him shout inwardly, it's just pain, right? As long as I don't die, I can endure it. Time quietly slipped by in the midst of this painful yet exhilarating ordeal. As the pain gradually subsided, it signaled that 50 beast crystals had been fully absorbed. Su Liang eagerly pulled up his attribute panel. Beast Energy Conversion Progress, 861 million. Beast Energy Talent, Eye of Insight. Divine Seal, Level Wind and Fire Divine Seal, 1 Seal, Level 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 1. Beast God Seal, SS Level Crimson-Eyed, Heavenly Qianqian Seal, 1 Seal, Level 3. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress, 3.2. Spirit, 2014100. Strength, 2710100. Agility, 2012100. Speed, 2014100. Seeing this significant improvement, Su Liang's grin widened. He still had 76 1-star beast crystals and 1 2-star beast crystal, enough to level up at least 2 more times. It's just a matter of time. Now at 1 seal, level 3, his lowest attribute was already at 32 points. According to his estimate, the base value for a level divine seal was 2 points, meaning a level 10 level divine chosen would only have 20 points. He had already far surpassed a level 10 level divine chosen and could even compete with an 11th level 2 seal divine envoy. This vast gap undoubtedly showcased the immense power that came with the higher divine seal levels. Being SS level had already given him a head start. Su Liang was ecstatic. With enough time and beast crystals, he could continually grow stronger. His destiny had been irrevocably changed. After calming his excitement a bit, Su Liang slowly opened his eyes. It was indeed dawn. Although he had only leveled up once overnight, he was more than satisfied. With ample beast crystals, perhaps in just a few days, he could ascend to a 2-seal divine envoy. For now, he'll hold off and head to the academy for registration. Bai Qianqian reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Xian. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Xian gently caressed her daughter's cheek. Go on, dear. I'll take good care of myself. If you ever miss my cooking, just come back. Bai Qianqian nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. This parting was a significant turning point in Lu Xian's life. Her daughter was about to embark on the path of a chosen one, and they would no longer be together as they once were. Su Luoqing patted Su Liang on the shoulder. Take good care of the girl. Don't let her be wronged. Su Liang nodded earnestly. Grandpa, Auntie, don't worry. I'll make sure Qianqian is well taken care of. The two waved goodbye and officially left home. Rongqing, a bustling metropolis with a population of millions, could take an hour or two to traverse from east to west. They decided not to trouble Director Huang from the academy and first went to settle their luggage at the assigned villa. Looking at the two adjoining rooms, Bai Qianqian blushed slightly. Su Liang, please take care of me in the future. Su Liang's face turned red as he teased. Does this mean I'm living off you? Bai Qianqian shot him an annoyed look. They arrived at the Chosen One's academy, where the grand entrance was bustling with people. As they stepped onto the campus, 3 enormous statues came into view: Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu, the 3 divine emperors, the cornerstones of China's national strength. Bai Qianqian was mesmerized, while Su Liang thought to himself, the empress training plan, commence. Just as they were envisioning their future, a scream interrupted them. Bai Qianqian, an unfamiliar girl, ran over excitedly. It really is you. I can't believe you didn't go to the military. Her voice attracted a crowd of curious onlookers. It's the SS level Bai Qianqian. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Bai Qianqian hid behind Su Liang, nervously clutching his shirt. Su Liang frowned and tried to lead her away, but they were quickly surrounded by the throng of students. Bai Qianqian, can you sign an autograph for me? The future goddess. Please, an autograph. Someone noticed Su Liang. Who's that with Bai Qianqian? Looks like that Blevel guy. Blevel? How's that fair? Does he deserve it? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian paid no mind to these comments. Su Liang hurriedly pulled her away, but more and more people were drawn to them, not just new students but many older ones as well. The news of Bai Qianqian's appearance at the academy spread like wildfire, causing a frenzy on both the school and Rongqing forums. As the rumor spread, more and more people flocked to see them. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian found themselves surrounded by a dense crowd, leaving no room to move. Bai Qianqian, overwhelmed by the scene, turned pale, while Su Liang frowned, trying to contain his anger. Please make way, we still need to register, he urged. Yet the crowd was relentless, shouting for autographs and photos. Someone even yelled, Bai Qianqian, you're the pride of our academy. Bai Qianqian's face grew more distressed, and Su Liang's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He suddenly stopped, gripping Bai Qianqian's hand tightly. Sensing his change in mood, Bai Qianqian gently tugged at his sleeve. But Su Liang had reached his limit, channeling his power with a shout. Everyone back off. The force of his voice stunned the crowd into silence. Both new and returning students paused, looking at Su Liang in surprise. His gaze was sharp as a knife as he commanded, clear the way, or don't blame me for what happens next. Someone in the crowd scoffed. Who do you think you are to boss us around? Some senior students, with more advanced abilities, sneered openly. One even taunted, he's just a brank nobody, acting all high and mighty. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian turned their piercing gaze on the speaker, causing the freshmen to shrink back in fear. However, the seniors grew more brazen. A brank trying to act tough? Get lost. Bai Qianqian, he's not good enough for you. Our academy has plenty of S-rank and S-rank geniuses. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. Everyone, move aside. Before the words had fully settled, a powerful gust swept over the crowd. They looked up to see a tall figure standing against the light Luo Ziwen. The senior students' expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly backed away. Luo Ziwen approached with a commanding presence, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. You're scaring the new students. Disperse immediately. Turning to Bai Qianqian, Luo Ziwen's demeanor softened, extending a hand with a friendly smile. Hello, Bai. I'm Luo Ziwen, an S-rank. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bai Qianqian nodded timidly in thanks, but didn't extend her hand. Luo Ziwen continued. Come on, shake hands. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Su Liang interjected coldly. That's not necessary. We're passing through. Luo Ziwen's face darkened. I'm speaking to Bai, not you. A brank, thinking you're worthy of her? These words infuriated Bai Qianqian. She held Su Liang's hand tightly and glared at Luo Ziwen. Get lost. Su Liang is my boyfriend. No one has the right to talk down to him. At that moment, the entire room fell silent. All eyes were on the frail-looking girl. Moments ago, she seemed timid, but now she exuded an aura of confidence and power. Whether it was to protect her boyfriend or not, her boldness was truly impressive. This was the presence expected of an SS class chosen one. The students' eyes sparkled with admiration, as if they could already envision Bai Qianqian's future reign. Many of the boys looked at her with admiration. Su Liang was also stunned by the scene, feeling a warm gratitude for Qianqian's affection. Bai Qianqian coldly met Luo Ziwen's frozen gaze and said, word by word, I'm not interested in any of you. Don't bother me. With that, she took Su Liang's hand and left without looking back. Luo Ziwen's expression darkened. Up class, daring to take away an SS class? Ridiculous. He had returned from military training with the goal of joining the Celestial Army. His family had suddenly called him back just for this SS class chosen one. He was confident that his handsome appearance would easily win her over, but he hadn't expected to be thwarted by upclass. Luo Ziwen sneered as he watched them walk away. A mere boyfriend? How could upclass possibly stay with an SS class? He wasn't going to let it end there. He was determined to win the SS class girl. As for that class, it would be easy to make him disappear. As Su Liang and Bai Qianqian distanced themselves from the crowd, a few stragglers followed but dared not get too close. Su Liang smiled slightly, feeling the warmth of Qianqian's firm grip on his hand. He whispered in her ear, Qianqian, you were amazing back there. Feeling the warmth of Su Liang's breath on her earlobe, Bai Qianqian blushed. Stop it, she murmured. But I want to say it. Su Liang continued, you were really cool. And Qianqian, when you said I was your boyfriend, did you mean it? Bai Qianqian's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. You, I only said that because you, she stammered, thinking to herself, I don't feel worthy of you yet. You're already part of the elite hunting squad, so strong. And I'm still so skinny. I need to gain some weight, look better, and wait until I'm strong enough to protect you. Besides, you haven't confessed yet. Isn't it the guy's job to do that? Silly. If Su Liang knew what Qianqian was thinking, he might have been moved to tears. Does it count? He gently asked again. Bai Qianqian was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Idiot, not now. Don't ask anymore, she thought, hoping he would understand. Not now, but maybe in the future. Su Liang was taken aback. Not now? So when? He was about to ask more when he saw someone running towards them. Director Huang arrived, panting. Oh dear, Bai, Su. I'm sorry, I should have been here to meet you. Did those senior students give you a hard time? He asked apologetically. Qianqian was still too shy to speak, leaving Su Liang to handle the situation. Su Liang shook his head. No big deal, we expected it. The students are just enthusiastic. It'll probably calm down soon. Director Huang sighed with relief. That's good. It's understandable, given that Bai is our first SS class in Rongqing. Su Liang nodded. We understand. After a few polite exchanges, the matter was settled. Su Liang then asked, Director Huang, do we still need to register? Director Huang shook his head. You don't need to worry about that. I'll handle everything. Let me show you around the academy. Su Liang smiled and said, Thank you, Director Huang. Director Huang nodded with a smile. No problem, follow me. As they walked, Director Huang personally guided them, introducing various areas of the academy. Over there is our combat training ground, special training room, armory, resource department, teaching building, and student dormitories. You have special privileges to use any training room, special facility, or resource at will. If you have any questions, you can come to me. and I'll do my best to assist you. Su Liang thanked him and then said, Director Huang, there is something I'd like your help with. Director Huang nodded with a smile. Sure. What is it? About the Academy's hunting grounds. Can I enter them now? Director Huang was momentarily stunned, as if he misheard. You mean the hunting grounds? Su Liang nodded. Yes. Director Huang was a bit surprised. What do you want to do in the hunting grounds? Students aren't allowed in there until they become a second mark envoy. Even a single one-star beast could easily kill you. Su Liang chuckled wryly. Director Huang, I don't know how to explain it, but I want to see if I can get special permission to enter the hunting grounds. Director Huang was puzzled. What would you do in the hunting grounds? Hunt, of course, Su Liang replied. Director Huang paused, then said, Su Liang, it's not that I underestimate you, but even Bai Qianqian can't enter the hunting grounds yet. She doesn't have the strength to hunt beasts. Su Liang smiled wryly. Bai Qianqian chimed in, Director Huang, Su Liang can hunt beasts now, and he's already a full member of the Ash Hunters. He went on a mission with them yesterday and hunted many beasts. What? Director Huang was shocked, completely taken aback. When Su Liang heard someone call him Brother Su Liang, he felt his heart melt. Director Huang was slightly overweight but carried it well, giving off a warm and approachable vibe. At this moment, his shocked expression was quite amusing as he excitedly asked, Is it the renowned God Hunter team of Rongqing, Jiansha? Su Liang nodded with a smile. Yes, that's the one. The captain is Qi Hengqiu. Director Huang was taken aback, unable to believe it as he pondered. Why would Qi Hengqiu recruit Su Liang at this time? It didn't align with his usual principles. Could Su Liang be an unpolished gem? But he's only a blevel. My courtesy towards him was largely because of Bai Qianqian. Could it be that Qi Hengqiu is also interested in Bai Qianqian? But that doesn't seem right. Su Liang calmly said, Director Huang, please keep this matter confidential. I don't want others to know for now. Director Huang gave Su Liang a complex look and nodded in agreement. Su Liang continued, That's why I'm heading to the hunting grounds to improve my combat skills. I hope you can assist me. Director Huang pondered for a moment and seriously asked, Su Liang, are you sure there won't be any problems? Su Liang nodded confidently. No worries, I can handle it. Director Huang sighed lightly. All right, I'll help you apply for the beginner's hunting ground qualification. Whether you pass or not is another matter. Su Liang expressed his gratitude. Soon, the three of them arrived at the dormitory building. Director Huang suddenly asked, There's one more thing to discuss. Do you two want to share a dorm? Bai Qianqian and Su Liang blushed immediately. Director Huang explained, Students above S level have double rooms. But with Bai Qianqian's qualification, she can have a room to herself. They remained silent. Su Liang cleared his throat and said, Director Huang, let's go with the usual arrangement. I'm a blevel, so I'll be placed with blevel students, and Qianqian is SS level, so she should be with SS level students. Bai Qianqian looked up at Su Liang, feeling a bit disappointed. Su Liang continued to explain, We can't be lone wolves at the academy. We need to make new friends. We already have a villa outside, so let's stick to normal arrangements to avoid any gossip. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's disappointment gradually faded. Director Huang chuckled. It's good that you think this way, but it might be challenging, as many will likely seek you out because of Bai Qianqian. Su Liang smiled confidently. That's my business. I'm not one to be underestimated. Director Huang nodded. All right, I have a suitable person in mind. She's an S-level student from Shenzhou 6th High, with a modest background and a personality similar to Bai Qianqian's. Su Liang nodded thoughtfully. That sounds good. He wondered if this upcoming roommate might be the one who would become a great general in the military in his previous life. Under Director Huang's guidance, they quickly arrived at Bai Qianqian's dormitory. Director Huang opened the door to reveal a luxurious two-bedroom apartment, fully equipped. He said, Bai Qianqian, you can choose a room first. Your roommate should arrive today as well. As he spoke, he handed Bai Qianqian a ring-shaped space converter and a star communication bracelet, saying, Here are 10,000 low-grade divine crystals and source crystals. Use them wisely. Hearing this, Su Liang was secretly surprised by the generous accommodations. He politely declined Director Huang's offer to accompany him, stating that he would find his own dormitory. Director Huang nodded and left, leaving the two of them alone in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Bai Qianqian blushed and whispered, You could stay here, you know. Su Liang chuckled. We could stay in a villa instead. Bai Qianqian playfully rolled her eyes at him. Su Liang explained, I'd love to stay with you, but you also need new friends. If it really doesn't work out, we can move to the villa area. Bai Qianqian nodded obediently. Later, Su Liang patiently taught Bai Qianqian how to use the space converter and absorb the divine crystals. He was amazed to discover that Bai Qianqian's absorption speed far exceeded his own. The SS level divine mark was indeed extraordinary. By noon, Su Liang had prepared a meal for Bai Qianqian. During lunch, her face was lit up with a happy smile. In the afternoon, Su Liang got ready to report to his own dormitory. As he was leaving, he reminded her, "Contact me if you need anything." Bai Qianqian watched Su Liang leave, determined to quickly become stronger and protect her brother Su Liang. Su Liang took the elevator down. When it reached the first floor, the doors opened. As soon as Su Liang stepped out, he noticed a graceful figure standing at the entrance. The woman was as beautiful as a blooming white lotus, with long legs, a prominent chest, and a delicate face complemented by a fair swan-like neck, exuding an air of pride. Lung Lianshuang was taken aback when she saw Su Liang and instinctively spoke, "Su?" However, Su Liang walked past her as if he hadn't seen her, showing no intention of acknowledging her presence. Lung Lianshuang stood frozen, her mind blank except for one thought. How dare he ignore me? A mix of emotions surged through her, but she quickly calmed down. It wasn't her who should regret anything. She was in SSS-rank, and he was merely a rank, worlds apart. Even if he clung to Bai Qianqian, what of it? When Bai Qianqian rose to success, Su Liang would inevitably be cast aside. "Su Liang, you'll regret this." Lung Lianshuang muttered through gritted teeth. "I can ignore you, but you can't ignore me." Su Liang left the dorm building, unsurprised to have encountered Lung Lianshuang. He had no interest in engaging with her. They were not on the same path. She could continue with her arrogance, and he would follow his own road. He had no intention of repeating past mistakes, living like a humble dog. There were more important things to focus on. He easily found his way to the dormitory, registered at the front desk, and headed straight to the third floor. Standing at the door of room 309, he hesitated for a moment. Memories flooded back of those three guys from his past life. "Liangzi, that girl is nice. Big chest, wide hips, she'll bear you sons." "Shut up, fatty. What are you even talking about?" "Hey, beautiful, my buddy thinks you're gorgeous. Will you have his little Liangzi?" "Pervert. Do you want to die?" "Liangzi, run for it." "Liangzi, in the next life, I'll be your father. Don't forget to pour me a couple of drinks on holidays." "Liangzi, take care of my lousy woman. A friend's wife is off limits, or I'll haunt you even as a ghost." "Heh, the four of us really hit rock bottom today." "Liangzi, go. I'm the leader. Listen to me. You go. Take the stuff back. Tell her to find a good man to marry." "Liangzi, go." Su Liang watched his three brothers fall in a pool of blood, filled with pain, carrying their hopes as he fought his way out alive. Memories flashed through his mind like a slideshow, and his eyes grew slightly moist. "Hey, are you staying in 309 too?" A familiar voice pulled Su Liang back to reality. He turned to see Wang Lai, just as he remembered, tall, thin, and a bit boyish, with a buzz cut that gave him a roguish charm. Su Liang smiled and said, "Hello, Wang." Wang Lai was momentarily surprised, then smiled back, "Let's go. You're the last one we're waiting for." He opened the door and led Su Liang inside. "Guys, our last roommate is here." The dorm was just as it used to be. The other two roommates stood up immediately. A slightly sleazy-looking chubby guy, Kong Chun, grinned and said, "Hello, hello, we're complete now. I'm Kong Chun, from Shenjua High School number 10, rank Divine Seal." Warmth filled Su Liang's heart. This was the guy who never hesitated to take a hit for his brothers. He smiled and nodded. "Hello? I'm Wang Lai. This is my bed, from Shenjua High School number 4, rank Divine Seal." Finally, their leader, Yang Feihua, with a simple and honest smile, said, "I'm Yang Feihua, from Shenjua High School number 7, rank Divine Seal." Su Liang smiled and said, "Nice to meet you all. I'm Su Liang, from Shenjua High School number 2, rank Divine Seal. I look forward to getting along. You can call me Liangzi." Chubby Kongchen laughed and said, "That's great. Straight to the nickname. I like that. You guys can just call me Fatty. Makes us closer." Wang Lai joked, "You can't call me Skinny, can you?" Fatty thought for a moment. "When's your birthday?" Wang Lai replied, "March." The chubby guy turned to Su Liang and Yang Feihua, saying, "Huagu. Liangzi, what about you too?" Su Liang smiled lightly. "Depends on the order. I'm in June." Yang Feihua quickly added, "January." The chubby guy, Kong Chun, clapped his hands excitedly. "Then it's settled. I'm in April." "Huagu, you're the eldest, so we'll call you Huagu or Big Brother." "Wang Lai, you're in March, you're second, so we'll call you Second Brother or Lai Ge." "I'm third, just call me Fatty." "Liang Zi is fourth." "Perfect." Everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the chubby guy remembered something and turned to Su Liang, asking, "By the way, Liang Zi, did you say you're from Shinjua Second High?" Su Liang nodded in confirmation. The chubby guy's eyes lit up with excitement. "I just saw the news that Bai Qianqian, the SS-level student from your school, has enrolled here?" Su Liang nodded with a smile. "Yes, she's joined us and will be part of our academy now." The chubby guy gasped in amazement. "I can't believe she actually came to our academy. The three major divine armies must have invited her. I wonder what she's thinking." Su Liang chuckled. "Isn't it a good thing for our academy?" If our academy nurtures a future divine master, it benefits both the academy and Rongqing. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua nodded in agreement. The chubby guy scratched his head. I know it's a good thing, but I just can't figure it out. If I could meet someone like her, that would be amazing. I don't expect her to like me, but if she could introduce me to an S-level girlfriend in the future, that would be great. Wang Lai laughed and scolded. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? She's SS level, way out of our league. The chubby guy placed his hopes on Su Liang. Liang Zi, you're also from Shinjua Second High. Do you have a chance to meet her? Su Liang smiled, thinking this guy's mind was full of women. He vaguely replied, maybe. The chubby guy waved his hand. You don't look like it. Forget it. I'll just find someone among us unlucky ones. Su Liang chuckled to himself, hoping that when the time came, the chubby guy wouldn't be dumbstruck in front of Qianqian. This life was destined to be completely different. The chubby guy curiously asked, hey, I heard that the reason Bai Qianqian, the SS level student, came to our academy was because of a guy. Is that true, Liangzi? Su Liang pondered for a moment and cautiously replied, there's some connection, but I think she would have chosen the academy even without that guy. The chubby guy lamented. I heard that guy is also level. How come he has such good luck? To catch the eye of an SS level big shot. Why couldn't it be me? Everyone laughed at his words. Yang Feihua teased, stop dreaming about things that aren't meant to be. That's his fate, not yours. You should just focus on your own life. The chubby guy laughed at himself. I'm just fantasizing. Wang Lai mused, personally, I don't think it's necessarily a good thing. In the future, many people might trouble that guy, and can he and Bai Qianqian really stay together? Most of us level divine marks stop at the 3rd mark divine master. Even the exceptional ones might only reach the 4th mark divine warrior, while Bai Qianqian is destined to reach the 9th mark divine master if nothing goes wrong. Hearing this, Su Liang just smiled faintly. He thought to himself that most people still didn't believe in him and Qianqian. But how could they know that he, Su Liang, wasn't just a level divine mark? The chubby guy waved it off. That's their business. Whether they last or not, at least they have feelings now. When Bai Qianqian becomes powerful, she might just lend a helping hand, and that's a step up for him. Wang Lai said dismissively, why worry about so much? Switching topics, the chubby guy started talking cheekily about the beauties and campus queens in the academy. Su Liang was lost in thought. If he stayed here, would his beast transformation be noticed? Maybe he should stay at the villa tonight and monitor himself during the transformation. He also planned to visit Gong Lai. He secretly sent a message to Qianqian, asking her to stay out for the night. After getting her agreement, Su Liang smilingly told the group, guys, I won't be staying here tonight. I didn't bring a change of clothes. The chubby guy asked, you're going home? No, my girlfriend has a place outside, and I left my clothes there when I came. I also have some things to attend to, so I'll stay out tonight. Hearing this, everyone was a bit surprised. The chubby guy excitedly asked, Liangzi, is your girlfriend 60 years old? Su Liang's face twitched. What are you thinking? Then how does your girlfriend have a place outside? Do you know how valuable a place like that is here? Or is your girlfriend a top-tier rich 2nd generation? Su Liang replied irritably, no, she's just an ordinary person. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow evening. See you. As Su Liang left, he left behind a trail of envy. He thought it best not to mention Qianqian for now, to avoid them thinking he was showing off. They could find out on their own later. Meeting up with Qianqian, her face was flushed with shyness. Were they going to live together tonight? Would he try anything? Su Liang had no idea she was thinking about these things. Gong Lai lay leisurely by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping tea. Su Liang pushed the door open and teased, hey, old Gong Lai, you're awake? Gong Lai glanced at him with displeasure and said, you brat, call me old Gong. Su Liang grinned mischievously, I won't. What if Qianqian misunderstands? Green and Bai Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. Gong Lai looked at Bai Qianqian and squinted. Bai Qianqian, do you mind if I give him a beating? Bai Qianqian timidly shook her head. Gong Lai grinned and flexed his fists. Come here and take your beating. Qianqian hurriedly intervened. Don't hit too hard. Su Liang smirked. See? She can't bear it. Gong Lai smiled wryly. You too. Who are you trying to make jealous? Bai Qianqian blushed and lowered her head as Su Liang proudly pulled her to sit down. How's your injury? Su Liang asked. Gong Lai nodded. Not too bad. I'll be fine in about 10 days. But the leg is a bit troublesome. Su Liang muttered. I told you not to show off. Gong Lai rolled his eyes. If I hadn't. Could you have killed that 2-star ghost face spider? Green walked over and handed Su Liang a pile of divine crystals. Su Liang, here's your task reward. 1,000 low-grade divine crystals. Su Liang was surprised. That's quite a lot. Green explained. A 3rd-level city can distribute 5,000. But we have fewer resources. Su Liang realized that for ordinary people, this reward was a year's income. Being a chosen one was different. Sister Green, can I exchange them for beast crystals? Su Liang suddenly asked. Gong Lai frowned. What do you need so many beast crystals for? Su Liang replied mysteriously. For research, it's a secret. Green hesitated briefly but agreed. All right, I'll exchange 100 one-star beast crystals for you. Su Liang accepted them happily, thinking he could level up 2 more times. As Green and Qianqian went to prepare dinner, Gong Lai looked at Su Liang seriously. Kid, there's something I don't know if I should say. Su Liang calmly replied. I understand. About Qianqian and me, it'll make sense in time. Gong Lai nodded. As long as you understand. But there will be a lot of trouble. Su Liang resolutely said. Let it come. I'll smash the trouble to pieces. After chatting a bit, Su Liang suddenly asked, Old Gong Lai, have the beast invasions been more frequent lately? Gong Lai nodded gravely. Every day. Just in varying scales. For small ones, we don't intervene. Su Liang was surprised. Isn't that unusual? Gong Lai explained. The military is investigating. It might be related to Bai Qianqian's awakening of SSS level. Su Liang was shocked, and Gong Lai continued. Some beasts might sense Qianqian and feel threatened, which is why they're attacking more often. The military will take precautions, and you should be prepared. The missions won't stop anytime soon. Su Liang nodded silently, filled with doubt. In his past life, he hadn't heard such a theory, and there was no such talk when he and Qianqian were at the academy. Hey, kid, where did you get such high combat power? Aren't you just a brank? A hint of confusion flashed in Gong Lai's eyes, his tone teasing. Su Liang's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. What's wrong with being brank? Can't I be a little extraordinary? Gong Lai's expression turned serious, and his tone became earnest. Be careful on missions, don't get yourself killed. Su Liang dropped the jest, nodding solemnly. Got it, you take care too. As night fell, the 4 of them shared a dinner, laughing and chatting as they clinked glasses. After the 3rd round of drinks, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian excused themselves and returned to the villa. Qianqian, supporting the slightly tipsy Su Liang, asked with concern, Are you okay? Su Liang waved it off. Don't worry, I'm fine. They sat on the couch, the atmosphere subtly charged. Suddenly, Qianqian stood up. I'm going to take a shower. Su Liang caught her hand. No rush, it's still early. Qianqian froze, her cheeks flushing as her heart raced. Qianqian, do you think I'm living off you? Su Liang suddenly asked. Qianqian paused, then shook her head. Of course not. You used to protect me, now it's my turn to protect you. Everything I have is yours. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled. When you called me your boyfriend today, you were really cool. Qianqian shyly covered her face. Stop it. She tried to leave, but Su Liang held her wrist. Qianqian lost her balance and fell onto him. Their lips met, breaths mingling. Qianqian froze, her eyes wide with nervousness. Qianqian, do you want to? Su Liang began, but Qianqian had already closed her eyes. He chuckled softly. It's great having you with me. Then he gently kissed her forehead. Qianqian's heart pounded like a drum, her mind a blank. Su Liang helped her up. All right, go take your shower. Qianqian shot him a reproachful look, idiot, but turned away with a sweet thrill in her heart. Back in his room, Su Liang sighed contentedly. Living off someone isn't so bad. After washing up, he prepared to start his beast energy transformation. He looked at his beast crystal. Beast energy transformation. Activate. The next day, Luin had just prepared breakfast for Gong Lai when they both suddenly received an urgent mission signal from Long Lan. As Luin and Gong Lai were about to enjoy their breakfast, the communicator blared with an urgent alarm. Long Lan's voice came through. Luin, beasts have invaded the west of the city. Get into position immediately. Their expressions changed instantly. Luin responded at once. Understood. She turned to Gong Lai. You're not joining the fight this time. Rest and recover. Leave it to us. Gong Lai protested anxiously. If I don't go, who will? I've already informed Su Liang. He's near your place, and Luin will bring him over, Long Lan said calmly. Luin nodded seriously. Gong Lai, however, grew more anxious. If I'm not there, how can he manage alone? Luin said firmly, stay put. We'll take care of Su Liang. Long Lan added, that's the arrangement. It's the captain's order. Gong Lai, sweating from anxiety, found himself too weak to stand. As Luin was about to leave, he suddenly called, wait. He grabbed a silver spear and tossed it to Luin. Give this to Su Liang. Tell that kid to be careful. Luin caught the spear and nodded. Got it. Meanwhile, Su Liang had just finished a night of training. He glanced at the data on his panel, a satisfied smile on his lips. Nice. After converting 63 one-star beast crystals, his strength had surpassed a level 10 grade divine seal chosen one, comparable to a grade 2 seal divine emissary. Just as he was about to continue training, a soft voice called out, Su Liang, breakfast is ready. Coming. Su Liang replied, but just then, his Starlink lit up with a red alert. A virtual display popped up with Long Land's command. Su Liang, beasts have invaded the west of the city. Head out immediately. Luin is coming to pick you up. Understood. Su Liang's demeanor shifted as he dashed out of his room. Shallow had set the breakfast table and, seeing Su Liang's urgency, couldn't help but worry. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat something? No time. There's an emergency mission. Su Liang wrapped an arm around Shallow's waist and kissed her forehead gently. Don't worry, I'll be fine. He grabbed some food and stuffed it into his mouth. If I'm late, go to the academy without me. Shallow stood there, blushing. I'll wait for you, no matter how late. Su Liang had already rushed out the door. Shallow clasped her hands, her heart racing. She quickly steeled her resolve. I need to get stronger. I'm already at level 2, but I haven't told you yet. Wait for me. I'll become stronger soon. Luin sped towards the west of the city with Su Liang. She remarked, I didn't expect the academy to give Shallow that villa. Su Liang chuckled. I'm enjoying the perks. Luin's expression turned serious. Check the mission details quickly. This time, the boundary marker depends on you. Su Liang's expression turned solemn. Understood. I'll handle it. The marker stands as long as I do. Gong Lai gave you his spear. It's a grade spear, better than yours. Luin handed him the spear. Gong Lai's voice came through the earpiece. Don't get cocky, kid. Be careful out there, and don't get yourself killed. Su Liang grinned. Don't worry. Watch me in action. I'm serious. Check the mission details yourself. Gong Lai's tone was grave. As Su Liang reviewed the mission details, he heard the voices of other teammates in his earpiece. Xiaoliang, if you're in danger, just call me. Big brother here will look after you. It was Han Xiaolong's voice. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Got it. I won't hold back if the time comes. Then, the steady voice of the team leader, Qi Hingqiu, followed. Qingqing, stay close to Su Liang and provide support on his side. Understood. Yi Qingqing replied coolly, like a snow lotus on an icy mountain. Su Liang glanced at the mission details, his expression slightly tense. There was an appearance of the armor-piercing beast this time. Luin nodded solemnly. Xiao Lan's voice came through the earpiece. This time, the beast invasion is assisted by armor-piercing beasts, and the number of low-level beasts far exceeds last time. But don't worry, the military and other divine hunting teams have been deployed. We just need to secure our own area. This could be a tough battle. Everyone responded with a, got it. Su Liang echoed back, his eyes scanning the mission details. Bloodthirsty rats, phantom-faced spiders, armor-piercing beasts, gold-devouring ants. It was indeed going to be a tough fight. Upon reaching the designated area in the west of the city, Su Liang saw the Forbidden God Realm being activated. He quickly landed. I've reached the designated position. The other team members reported in one after another. Qi Hengqiu ordered. Activate the Forbidden God Realm. Yes. Su Liang activated the realm stake, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky, intertwining with other beams to form a net. Donning his battle armor and wielding a silver spear, he solemnly took his position. Be careful, Su Liang. Qi Hengqiu reminded. Understood, Captain. Su Liang's eyes were sharp. I'll cut down anyone who dares to come. Blood drinkers, get ready to engage. Yes, the team responded in unison. Listening to the chorus of replies through his earpiece, Su Liang felt a surge of emotion. It was as if he had returned to his past life. This time, he would guard a realm stake alone. Although becoming a blood drinker might not be possible right now, as long as he demonstrated enough strength, the future was uncertain. For now, he needed to defend this place. The sounds of battle reached him, signaling the start of the fight. The military had already notified residents to evacuate to minimize casualties. As time passed, some of the battle noise was filtered out through the earpiece, but Su Liang's heart remained restless. Could the beast invasion really be due to Qianqian awakening an SSS rank? His rebirth had already altered some historical paths. Could other things change as well? Just as Su Liang was deep in thought, an alarm blared in his earpiece. Rear guard. A large number of one-star beasts are heading towards the realm stake. Prepare to engage. Roger that. Qingqing, support Su Liang. Understood. Moving in. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with determination as he prepared for the fight. In less than 2 minutes, several one-star beasts appeared in the distance, armor-piercing beasts and gold-devouring ants. Su Liang's eyes flashed coldly as he invoked the power of the Wind and Fire God Seal. Attack. He charged into the enemy, spear in hand. With his strength now significantly increased, along with a 40 boost from his battle armor, he effectively wielded a strength of 70 points. He was more than capable of annihilating these one-star beasts. With a flick of his spear, he shattered the skull of a gold-devouring ant in an instant. Retracting his spear, he struck again, taking down another. It was effortless. This was the tangible change brought by power. So satisfying. Su Liang exclaimed in delight. Although these one-star beasts varied in strength, Most were around 30 to 40 points. With limited intelligence, their combat prowess was naturally restricted. Immersed in the battle, Su Liang fought with abandon. He soon wiped out the beasts, waiting for the next wave. Observing from above in her flight-capable armor, Yi Qingqing was stunned. It's over already? Is this guy really a newly awakened high schooler? What a joke. Even she, usually calm, was shocked. His combat prowess resembled a seasoned warrior, not a rookie. But this also reassured her. At least she didn't have to worry about him as much now. Soon, the second wave of beasts attacked. Su Liang continued his relentless assault. His spear dripped with blood as he slaughtered through the beast horde. This scene also impressed Long Lan at the command center. He seems fiercer than last time. What a monster. Everyone was locked in fierce combat. After an hour or two of fighting, time seemed to blur. Su Liang only knew that the area around his realm stake was piled with corpses. But he had to keep fighting. After Su Liang dispatched another group of beasts, Long Lan's voice came through the earpiece. Captain, the neighboring Blood Wolf team is requesting assistance. 3 one-star beasts have escaped their forbidden god realm and are heading our way. We detected residents who haven't evacuated, and they're unable to handle it. Everyone's expression turned serious. Qi Hengqiu asked, which direction? 1,500 meters east of Su Liang. Before Qi Hengqiu could respond, Su Liang volunteered, Captain, leave it to me. All right, be careful. Rescue the residents and return quickly. Qingqing, cover for him. Understood. Yi Qingqing replied. Su Liang swiftly headed towards the target. Sister Lan, give me the coordinates. Even though it was broad daylight, some streets appeared rather dim. He Yao was frantically fleeing down the street, with 3 bloodthirsty rats in relentless pursuit. Her face was etched with terror, and she regretted sleeping too soundly and missing the evacuation. Fortunately, the awakening of her SSS divine seal had enhanced her physical abilities, allowing her to remain somewhat calm while escaping. After several blocks, the bloodthirsty rats closed in. One suddenly leaped and struck He Yao's back with its tail. She let out a scream, was flung into a pile of garbage, and blood trickled from her mouth. In despair, she closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Suddenly, a dull thud accompanied by the shrill screech of a bloodthirsty rat echoed. He Yao opened her eyes to see a figure wielding a gun, blasting one rat apart and then engaging the other 2. The marksmanship was sharp and fluid, and within seconds, the remaining rats were dispatched. He Yao was stunned for a long time until her savior approached, snapping her back to reality. She burst into tears, crying loudly. Su Liang, unfazed, wrapped an arm around her waist, saying, let's go. I'll take you somewhere safe. He Yao was surprised by the youthful face of her rescuer and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Su Liang responded calmly while reporting to his captain. Upon learning that Su Liang was a member of the Ember Slayer squad, He Yao silently resolved to join the squad herself one day. Just as Su Liang was about to escort He Yao away, Long Lan's voice came through. Su Liang, there are a few armor-piercing beasts and gold-eating ants heading your way from underground. Su Liang's expression changed slightly. How many? 8 in total. One of them is a 2-star gold-eating ant. Su Liang's face twitched, and his teammates were also alarmed. The captain ordered Su Liang to retreat, and Yi Qingqing offered to provide support. Suddenly, Long Lan added, Captain, be careful. A 4-star ghost-faced spider is about to appear. Everyone was shocked. Qi Hengqiu remained calm. Don't panic. Focus on your tasks, I can handle it. Su Liang was stunned by the emergence of a 4-star beast. Although the captain was a level 40 divine warrior, the situation was still perilous. Zhao Jian expressed his intention to assist the captain, while Lao Gu and Xiaolong continued to hold their ground. Yi Qingqing again offered to assist Su Liang, but he refused. No need. The boundary post must be guarded. I can handle things here myself. The teammates' expressions were grim. Long Lan insisted, Su Liang, don't be reckless, just retreat. Gong Lai's voice came through, Su Liang, don't mess around, just retreat. Su Liang's eyes were resolute, and he spoke in a low voice, Qingqing, you guard the boundary stone. Leave these beasts to me. Xiaolan, the specific stats on the gold-eating ants. Everyone fell silent, seemingly out of ideas. Long Lan hesitated for a moment and replied, one just evolved into a 2-star gold-eating ant. It's not something you can handle. Su Liang remained calm and composed. No worries, trust me. For reasons unknown, the team didn't stop him, as if hoping for a miracle. Yet it seemed absurd. How could a high schooler, who just awakened his powers, handle a full-strength 2-star beast? Qi Hengqiu cautioned, if you can't win, just run. There's no shame in it. Su Liang solemnly agreed. Understood. In a flash, a 2-star gold-eating ant led 7 1-star ants charging forward. He Yao turned pale with fear. Su Liang's eyes glinted coldly as he sternly commanded, find a safe spot to hide and wait for me to finish them off. He Yao hurriedly hid, but still had a clear view of Su Liang. In the next moment, Su Liang's eyes flashed with a golden light, and the glow on his chest faded. The two-star gold-eating ant seemed to sense danger and hesitated. Ignoring it, Su Liang let out a soft shout and leaped forward. His spear was unleashed, speed soaring, power erupting. Bang! With a dull thud, the gold-eating ant was actually knocked back. Long Lan was shocked. How can his strength be so great? Su Liang didn't pause, sweeping his spear to smash the head of a one-star ant. With a swift step, he narrowly dodged the claws of the two-star ant and struck down another. Aided by the insightful eye, Su Liang seemed to predict the ant's movements. With exceptional agility, he moved through the swarm as if unchallenged, each strike a fatal blow to an ant. The gold-eating ants, known for their massive size and physical strength, could even devour metal. Su Liang avoided direct confrontation, focusing on speed and agility, taking down each ant with precision. The two-star gold-eating ant was furious yet helpless against Su Liang, watching its subordinates being wiped out. He Yao's eyes shimmered, marveling at Su Liang's prowess. But she was puzzled, why did Su Liang only bear upgrade Azure Light Divine Mark? Su Liang took a deep breath, locking his gaze on the two-star gold-eating ant. A golden aura enveloped him, instilling instinctual fear in the ant. Su Liang continuously forced it back, but the ant's body, except for its head, was impervious. Realizing he couldn't inflict serious damage, the ant grew bolder and launched an attack. Bang! Boom! Clang! Sparks flew. As their forces collided, Su Liang was forced to retreat. Long Lan's heart was in her throat. The gold-eating ant grew more frenzied, its claws and mandibles striking together, and Su Liang's silver spear showed signs of damage, his hands aching. With one fierce blow, Su Liang was sent flying and tumbling. The ant seized the opportunity and charged wildly. Long Lan cried out, "Su Liang!" The other team members were equally alarmed. Hiao screamed, "Watch out!" As the voracious gold-eating ant lunged forward, Su Liang, in a split second, braced his silver spear against the wall, bending the spear shaft into a bow shape. Using this powerful thrust, he narrowly evaded the attack, rolling several times to put some distance between them. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Liang's expression turned serious. The strength of this gold-eating ant was at least level 100. If it weren't for his extensive combat experience from a past life, his current strength boost of 70 points, and the suppression effect of the Beast God Seal on the beast, he might have already been defeated. Su Liang was well aware that the Beast God Seal was suppressing nearly half of the ant's power. The longer the fight dragged on, the more dangerous it became. He needed to finish this quickly. As the ant lunged again, Su Liang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Thanks to their unique body structure, ants possess strength far exceeding their weight. He decided to sever its forearm. With a cold snort, Su Liang unleashed the full power of the level 5 Beast God Seal. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward with a sudden burst, thrusting his spear with a move called Furious Dragon Breaks the Army. The ant brought its four forearms together to defend, but Su Liang stomped hard, flipping midair, aiming the spear tip at the joint. Clang! With the sharp sound of metal clashing, one forearm was cut off. The ant screeched in pain as Su Liang flipped to its rear. Hiao watched with a series of startled cries. The ant turned and lunged again. Su Liang twirled his spear, effortlessly dodging attacks while leaving wounds all over the ant's body. Unable to gain the upper hand, the ant spat a glob of black saliva from its mouth. Su Liang, having anticipated this, swiftly dodged. The saliva hit a distant wall, instantly corroding a large hole. With a cold snort, Su Liang charged again. Mindful of He Yao and Tianyan Longlan nearby, he refrained from using the golden power of the Beast God Seal directly. After an intense battle, Su Liang's chest armor was slashed, blood streaming down. However, he seized the opportunity to once again disarm the ant of another forearm. With two forearms lost, the ant's strength diminished significantly, even showing signs of retreat. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with a cold light. There was no way he would let it escape. He leaped into the air, like the moon hanging high, his spear imbued with golden power. The ant instinctively raised its remaining arms to defend, but the spear shattered them. Boom! The spear slammed onto the ant's head, cracking the ground and denting its head. With a shout of "Die!" Su Liang leaped again, bringing the spear down like a falling swallow, piercing its head. The ant convulsed violently before falling still. Catching his breath, Su Liang relayed the message. The two-star gold-eating ant has been slain. Everyone can relax. His teammates, shocked but relieved, let out sighs of relief. Gong Lai praised. "You've really outdone yourself, kid." Green urged for support, while Gong Lai instructed Su Liang to guard the breach the beast had created. As Su Liang extracted the beast crystal, he agreed, then quickly gathered He Yao and hurriedly left. Even when taken to safety, Yao was still in shock, forgetting to express her gratitude, instead looking up to the God Hunter team with admiration. Without Su Liang, she, and Shrank, would have perished today at the hands of the beast. Later, Yao arrived at the safe zone and inquired about the Jinsha team. He was utterly shocked. This was the first elite hunting squad of Rongqing. Yet something seemed off. If he was a member of the Ember squad, he appeared a bit weak. Su Liang's expression was serious as he quickly moved to the designated location. Sure enough, there was a massive hole in the ground, nearly 3 meters wide. Luine followed closely, her divine mark glowing green as she healed his chest wound. She looked at Su Liang with a complicated gaze, incredulous that he had managed to slay a 2-star beast on his own. Take the stamina orb. Can you hold on? Luine asked worriedly. Su Liang grinned. Not a big deal, don't worry. Long Lan's voice suddenly broke in. They're coming. Luine swiftly stepped back. Su Liang's eyes turned sharp as he spun his spear, shouting, attack. From behind the scenes, Long Lan watched Su Liang's fierce battle and fell into deep thought. This was not how a newly awakened high school student should behave. His combat skills and understanding of the beasts far surpassed his peers, even exceeding young elites like Han Xiaolong and Yi Qingqing. Su Liang guarded the entrance, piercing one beast after another with his spear. From around 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, they fought tirelessly. When Long Lan announced it was time to clear the battlefield, everyone was utterly exhausted. Su Liang lay beside the entrance, his whole body aching and his hands trembling. Qi Hengqiu ordered the cleanup and collection of beast crystals. The group struggled to their feet and began their work. It took over an hour to extract all the beast crystals from the countless corpses. Back at the boundary marker, his teammates cast complex glances his way. Han Xiaolong walked over to Su Liang and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Impressive, brother. Su Liang managed a wry smile. It's a fight for survival. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Xiaolan, tally the beast crystals and distribute them. Everyone, go rest and prepare for the next invasion. Long Lan quickly completed the count. They had slain a total of 1,636 beasts, 515 1-star, 115 2-star, 5 3-star, and 1 4-star. According to their distribution rules, the 4-star crystal would be shared between the captain and Zhao Jian, with the rest equally divided. Su Liang nodded to himself, finding the distribution fair. A 4-star beast crystal was incredibly valuable, equivalent to 10,000 1-star crystals or 100,000 low-level divine crystals. The remaining 7,665 1-star equivalents would give each person 766.5 crystals, with 66.5 set aside as the team's common fund. Long Lan quickly distributed the shares, and the group left in high spirits. Su Liang felt a surge of excitement. 700 beast crystals were more than enough to upgrade his beast god seal to the 2nd mark. Qi Hengqiu and Long Lan watched as Su Liang and Luine walked away. Long Lan gazed at Su Liang's departing figure, her brow slightly furrowed. He really doesn't seem like a newly awakened high schooler. I see a decisiveness in him that surpasses even Xiaolong and the others. Qi Hengqiu nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Isn't that a good thing? Long Lan's expression was complex, and she spoke softly. Perhaps he has secrets. Qi Hengqiu remained expressionless, his voice calm. Who doesn't have secrets? Remember, all footage of his battle should be destroyed. Don't let anyone see it. Understood, Long Lan replied. Qi Hengqiu's eyes held a glimmer of anticipation. Perhaps we'll have an unexpected surprise. He might lead us to the top of the God Hunter rankings. Long Lan's eyes widened with disbelief. But he's only a brank. Qi Hengqiu allowed himself a rare smile. Let's wait and see. Back at the villa, Bai Qianqian sensed something was off and rushed out of her room. Seeing Su Liang covered in blood, her eyes welled up with tears as she hugged him tightly. How did you get so badly injured? Feeling the softness of her embrace, Su Liang gently cupped her face. Don't worry. I told you I'd be fine. I promised I'd come back safe. Bai Qianqian's eyes were red, her voice choked with emotion. If I worked harder and got stronger, I could help you. Su Liang shook his head with a smile. Don't rush. Take your time. You'll become stronger soon enough. I'll wait for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, her emotions slowly calming. Realizing they were still embracing, her face turned crimson, and she shyly let go of Su Liang. Su Liang teased with a mischievous grin. It's okay. We can hug a bit longer. It's quite nice. Bai Qianqian blushed furiously, her toes curling in embarrassment. You rogue. Su Liang laughed. I wonder who's the real rogue here. Wasn't it you, Qianqian? Bai Qianqian, flustered and angry, retorted. You still dare to say that? I'm not talking to you anymore. Su Liang chuckled and lay down on the couch. I'm really exhausted. It's almost 4. Qianqian, I'm starving. I haven't had lunch. Bai Qianqian immediately responded. Wait here, I'll fix something for you. Let Xiaobai handle it. You shouldn't have to trouble yourself. No, I want to do it. Qianqian insisted stubbornly. Su Liang nodded. All right. Qianqian quickly got to work. While she was busy, Su Liang took the opportunity to shower. By the time he emerged, Qianqian had already prepared everything. Let me feed you, Bai Qianqian offered shyly. Su Liang beamed. Sure. He opened his mouth, ready to be fed. As she fed him, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if life could always be like this. After the meal, Su Liang lay down to rest. Bai Qianqian asked, You're so tired. Why not stay here tonight? Su Liang shook his head. I should head back to the academy. There'll be arrangements, and classes start officially tomorrow. Bai Qianqian asked with concern, Are you really okay? Su Liang reassured her with a smile. I'm fine, just a bit tired. A good night's sleep will fix that. You should eat something too. Consider it dinner. I'll rest a bit, and then we can head back to the academy. Okay. Qianqian nodded obediently. As Su Liang lay on the couch, he was filled with excitement. With the 700 new one-star beast crystals, plus the ones he already had, he now possessed 823 crystals, enough to evolve his beast god seal to the second seal. His power would skyrocket. Before he knew it, Su Liang had fallen asleep. Watching his peaceful slumber, Bai Qianqian couldn't resist giving him a gentle kiss. I'll work hard to become stronger. Wait for me, brother Su Liang. It wasn't until after 7 that Su Liang awoke. Bai Qianqian softly asked, Need more rest? Su Liang shook his head. Let's head to the academy. All right, let's go. The two of them headed out together. Brother Su Liang, do you know what level I'm at now? Bai Qianqian blinked her bright eyes, like a child seeking praise. Playing along, Su Liang asked, What level are you? I'm at level 4. Aren't I amazing? Bai Qianqian announced proudly. Su Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Level 4 already? Amused by his surprise, Bai Qianqian nodded and explained with a smile. Yes, I leveled up while you were asleep. Su Liang was shocked and asked, Qianqian, how many divine crystals did you absorb? Over 300, Bai Qianqian replied nonchalantly. Su Liang was stunned. You absorbed over 300 in just a day and a night? Bai Qianqian tilted her head in confusion. Is that a lot? It's not just a lot. It's extraordinary, Su Liang exclaimed. He calculated in his mind, realizing that he had to work hard to hunt beast crystals just to reach level 5, while she reached level 4 in just one day. Suddenly, Su Liang froze. Over 300 low-level divine crystals were equivalent to more than 31-star beast crystals. For him, that wouldn't even be enough to advance by one level. In other words, Bai Qianqian had evolved by more than 3% with the equivalent of over 30 beast crystals. Su Liang chuckled wryly. That's really fast. For someone like me with a grade divine seal, it might take a whole day just to absorb one divine crystal. Bai Qianqian covered her mouth in surprise. Is the difference that big? Su Liang nodded. I just realized how vast the gap is. No wonder Director Huang said you should collect your resources yourself. 10,000 divine crystals won't last you long in your evolution. A smile bloomed on Bai Qianqian's face. Then I'll soon catch up to you and protect you. Su Liang felt a warmth in his heart and patted her head. Silly. Remember to balance work and rest. Don't overwork yourself. Bai Qianqian gave a sweet smile. I won't. I need to catch up to you quickly so I can protect you. That's my promise to you. Su Liang was genuinely touched. To have such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? It seemed the progress of turning the empress into his wife was advancing rapidly. Heh, that's just how it should be. Back at the dorm, Su Liang collapsed onto the bed. The three others were stunned. Kong Xin looked both envious and regretful. Wow, Liangzi, did you battle for a whole day and night? Take it easy, or you'll exhaust yourself. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua couldn't help but chuckle. Su Liang rolled his eyes. I'm young and resilient. What do I have to fear? Kong Xin's eyes widened. Seriously, a whole day and night? That's insane. You'll damage your kidneys. Despite his words, his eyes betrayed his envy. Su Liang sighed. Fatty, is that all you think about? Kong Xin retorted. Don't act all innocent. You've had your fun. Can't your brothers tease you a bit? Wang Lai laughed. Seems like we need to find Fatty a girlfriend, or he'll dig into everyone's secrets. Su Liang nodded. A big girl for him? No way. I want someone with a great figure. Kong Xian quickly interjected. Dream on. Unless you lose some weight. Wang Lai laughed heartily. Kong Xian shrugged. Easier said than done. I'm just big-boned. It's a shame my handsome face hasn't landed me a girlfriend. Liangzi, come on. How many times? What positions? Su Liang shot him a look. Ask Wang Lai. He's the one with all the moves with his girlfriend. Kong Xian was taken aback. Wang Lai? You have a girlfriend? Wang Lai was equally surprised. Liangzi, how did you know? Su Liang quickly composed himself. You're so handsome. How could you not have a girlfriend? Who are you trying to fool? Wang Lai laughed. Liangzi, you've got an eye for talent. No wonder I'm good looking. Kong Ning protested. Second brother, Damn you. A girlfriend and you didn't tell us? Was that why you snuck out this afternoon? Wang Lai chuckled. We didn't do much, just a kiss. Kong Xian's eyes widened. I want that too. Get lost. All right. Everyone burst into laughter. Even their leader, Yang Feihua, shook his head in amusement. Kong Xian pressed on. Second brother. How long have you been together? Is she pretty? Wang Lai rolled his eyes. Of course she's pretty. We've been together since high school. Knew each other since elementary. Childhood sweethearts, you could say. Kong Xian was exasperated. Do you think I'm envious? No way. He suddenly turned to Yang Feihua, leader. Don't tell me you have a girlfriend too, or I'll really lose it. Yang Feihua shook his head. Relax, I don't. We're in this single life together. Kong Xian sighed in relief and hugged him. We're partners in misfortune. Let's not hang out with them. Let's go find some girls. Get off. You're going to get snot on me. Yang Feihua pushed him away. Su Liang watched Yang Feihua thoughtfully. The leader and she kept missing each other, clearly in love but too afraid to take a step forward. The leader feared holding her back in a level, while he's only level. This lifetime. He needed to help him. After a moment, Su Liang asked, what's the plan for tomorrow? Wang Lai replied, gather at 8 in the morning, get to know each other, virtual battle for skill assessment, then God Seal theory and beast classification classes, pretty standard stuff. Su Liang nodded. Kong Xian suddenly asked, do you guys know who the campus belle is? His eyes gleamed mischievously. I have some private photos of her. Want to see? Wang Lai and Yang Feihua immediately showed interest. Su Liang almost laughed at it. Was all photoshopped by this guy. Show me. Wang Lai exclaimed excitedly. Kong Xian teased. The campus belle is none other than Senior Fang Beiyue, a triple seal level, an SS level ice element god seal, the true ice queen, the most dazzling beauty in Rongqing. Those long legs, slender waist, perfect curves. I'd die happy for just one kiss. Everyone was speechless at his dreamy expression. Fang Beiyue was indeed a very striking girl. If Qianqian hadn't appeared, she would definitely be the most dazzling girl in Rongqing. But alas, Qianqian did appear. Wang Lai excitedly exclaimed, I heard about it too. Fang Beiyue is definitely the campus queen. Show me. The chubby guy lightly swiped his smartwatch, and a virtual screen popped up, displaying an alluring woman dressed in revealing clothes. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua held their breath, staring intently at the captivating figure. Wang Lai swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. Is this really a private photo of Senior Fang Beiyue? The chubby guy boasted. How can it be fake? Look at that face. It's unmistakable. In the image, Fang Beiyue was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes seemingly speaking, filled with enchanting allure. Su Liang quietly recorded the scene, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Chubby, Su Liang suddenly spoke. Do you think Fang Beiyue would kill you if she knew you fabricated a photo like this of her? The chubby guy's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Liangzi, don't joke about this. It's a serious matter. Su Liang shook his head with a smile. Then you better delete it quickly. If someone else finds out, you're doomed. If they freeze you, no one can save you. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua finally realized the truth. Looking at the chubby guy in disbelief, you made this up? The chubby guy gave an awkward smile, as Su Liang explained. Do you really think someone as aloof as Fang Beiyue would take photos like this? Is it possible? Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were immediately disappointed, and urged the chubby guy to delete it quickly. As he deleted the photo, he sighed. This was just for fun. I wouldn't dare keep it for real. If it ever got out, who knows what would happen? Changing the subject, the chubby guy began talking about Fang Beiyue's beauty and her high-level divine seal, sparking a discussion. Suddenly, he remembered another beauty. Oh, I heard there's someone named Long Lianshuang who might rival Fang Beiyue. He quickly pulled up a photo of Long Lianshuang. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were immediately impressed and full of praise. Su Liang, however, remained silent, not wanting to get involved with Long Lianshuang. Late at night, Su Liang lay in bed, taking out the divine crystal Qianqian had given him, preparing to absorb it for evolution. However, as he activated his divine seal to absorb it, he was suddenly stunned. Feeling the divine crystal's energy pouring rapidly into his divine seal, he was bewildered. Why was the absorption rate so fast? Su Liang stared in disbelief at the speed with which his divine seal absorbed the divine crystals. This was highly unusual. With a slight frown, Su Liang focused on the changes within his body. The power of the divine crystal surged through him like a rushing river, far exceeding its usual intensity. He calculated silently, realizing that his absorption rate was at least 10 times faster than when he first awakened to his divine abilities in his previous life. What used to take a whole day to absorb one divine crystal now took only a day to absorb over a dozen. Could the beast god seal have altered my constitution? Su Liang thought, both surprised and delighted, though soon he fell into contemplation. This meant that the evolution of his Wind and Fire Divine Seal would also accelerate significantly. Despite having the more powerful Beast God Seal, he had no intention of abandoning the Wind and Fire Divine Seal. It served as a decoy and a backup plan. Su Liang quickly formulated a strategy, evolve the Wind and Fire Divine Seal during the day while attending classes, and focus on the conversion of Beast Energy to evolve the Beast God Seal at night. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated on absorbing the divine crystals. The azure glow of the divine seal flickered, and the absorption speed noticeably increased. What the heck? Liang, are you evolving? Where did you get those divine crystals? The chubby one suddenly exclaimed, and the three of them turned to Su Liang with eyes full of envy. Su Liang paused his absorption and calmly replied, "My girlfriend gave them to me." "You still claim your girlfriend isn't 60 years old." The chubby one was flustered. With a resigned sigh, Su Liang retrieved 3 divine crystals from the spatial converter and tossed them over. The trio caught the crystals, momentarily stunned. Wang Lai asked, puzzled, "Liang, what's this about? If you want to evolve, do it yourself." "I'm going to sleep now," Su Liang said, then closed his eyes. "Boss, make sure to thank your girlfriend for me," the chubby one said excitedly. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua exchanged glances. "Boss, does your girlfriend have any sisters who are about to kick the bucket? Introduce me, I wouldn't mind marrying into the family," the chubby one shamelessly asked. "Get lost, my girlfriend is only 18, Su Liang retorted, annoyed. "Got it. Send my regards to her," the chubby one replied, contentedly clutching the divine crystal. Wang Lai mused aloud. Our monthly divine crystal quota is about 10. Just how wealthy is Liang's girlfriend? The chubby one chuckled. Who cares, from now on, Liang is like a father to me. As long as I can evolve, everything else is negotiable. Su Liang smirked. Call me Dad, and I'll give you another one tomorrow. Dad. The chubby one complied without hesitation. Su Liang chuckled helplessly, closing his eyes again to feel the divine crystal's power surge within him. He calculated that his resources were more than enough to support these 3 guys. Watching them begin their own evolutions made Su Liang even more focused. An hour later, a divine crystal was completely absorbed. Su Liang was astonished by the incredible speed. He speculated that the beast energy conversion might have altered his body, or perhaps his current abilities were akin to those of a two-seal divine messenger, thus speeding up the evolution. As midnight approached, Su Liang decided to commence the beast energy conversion. He lay on his bed, took out 40 beast crystals, and estimated that he should complete the conversion by around 7 in the morning. Entering a meditative state, he found himself in the mysterious space, his golden beast eyes exuding authority. He carefully examined the data on the panel and noticed that the evolution progress of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal had indeed changed. 4 low-level divine crystals had increased it by 0.2, indicating that 20 low-level divine crystals were needed to level up. This matched the value of 2 beast crystals, equivalent to the base value of 2 points for a level divine seal. Su Liang was secretly pleased. Though this value was negligible to someone with beast energy conversion like him, he decided to continue evolving the Wind and Fire Divine Seal to maintain his disguise. Beast energy conversion, Su Liang commanded mentally, and a mechanical, cold voice responded. The golden glow reflected in his golden eyes fell upon Su Liang, beginning the familiar process of physical pain yet mental pleasure. Immersed in his training, Su Liang felt the beast energy circulating within him. At dawn, he opened his eyes to check his progress. The conversion rate of beast energy had significantly increased, and his attributes had improved. A smile crept onto his face. Advancing a level overnight was indeed gratifying. He quietly got out of bed, disposed of the beast crystal remnants, and woke his still sleeping companions. Wang Lai and the others groggily realized they hadn't fully absorbed the divine crystals. Su Liang reassured them, "You need to strengthen your willpower. You can't maintain absorption while sleeping." With that, he generously distributed the divine crystals, ignoring any concern for his friends. After freshening up and having breakfast, the group headed to class, only to encounter an unexpected confrontation. For a grade, male students deliberately bumped into Wang Lai, and the verbal exchange quickly escalated. Su Liang keenly noticed their glances subtly directed at him, clearly indicating ulterior motives. The situation swiftly spiraled out of control as one of the A-grade students threw Wang Lai. In the nick of time, Su Liang decisively intervened, charging at the 4 with lightning speed. Like an iron wall, he knocked them all to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Lai and the others joined the fray, fists and feet flying. In no time, the 4 A-grade students were left bruised and battered. Seeing the situation was under control, Su Liang called for a swift retreat with his friends. Onlookers were left stunned, finding it hard to believe that 4 grade students could overpower a grade 1s. The defeated students got up, shouting angrily, "You'll pay for this! Zhang Bin, it's over, we messed up. Zhang, your cousin won't be happy about this." The 4 of them burst into the classroom, breathless but triumphant. The chubby one patted his belly, laughing uncontrollably. Those 4 idiots, serves them right for being so cocky. Yang Feihua frowned with concern. Do you think they'll come after us? Wang Lai scoffed. What are you afraid of? They were the ones who bumped into me first. Su Liang reassuringly patted Yang Feihua's shoulder. Don't worry, if they do come, we'll just deal with them again. Their laughter filled the room, easing the tension. Yet, Yang Feihua seemed thoughtful, questioning, how come those 4-level guys were so weak? They couldn't even get up? Wang Lai and the chubby guy exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Su Liang's eyes glinted mischievously as he nonchalantly replied, it must have been my tackle that caught them off guard. Let's not worry about it. The others nodded, half convinced. Su Liang's lips curled into a subtle smile, amused at the thought that with his strength, those guys wouldn't stand a chance. The classroom was already packed, buzzing with chatter. They were part of Class 17, Year 1, a class of 300 students. Across the 10 Divine Awakening Academies, about 20,000 students had awakened, with Clevel and Blevel making up nearly 16,000,017,000. However, there were fewer than 100 Slevel and above, and about 3,000 level students, divided into 10 classes. Those Slevel and above were in a single class, called the S-class. The class number clearly indicated each student's divine imprint level. The school had a rule. If you didn't evolve to a second imprint within a year, you would be expelled. This was necessary, or the school would become overcrowded. Even so, Blevel and Clevel students still came for the academy's resources. Of course, those from wealthy families who awakened at B or C level might choose not to attend, but how many were truly that wealthy? The class was large, and there wasn't much time to get to know others. When Su Liang and his friends entered, few paid them any attention. They found a corner to sit in, while the other 3 discreetly observed their surroundings. The chubby guy's eyes darted around, lingering on the pretty girls, long legs, and impressive figures, thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, Su Liang was calculating in his mind. Who could it be? Using such childish tactics. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Among the freshmen, none would be a match for him. 8 o'clock arrived quickly. The large lecture hall gradually quieted down. Su Liang glanced around, noticing not much had changed from his previous life. Suddenly, he had an idea and said to the chubby guy, soon, a stunning beauty will appear. If you make a move, you might have a chance. She fits your taste perfectly. Big chest, curvy hips, long legs. The chubby guy's eyes lit up. Where? Do you dare to pursue her? Why wouldn't I? The chubby guy boasted. You have no idea how persuasive I can be. I can stick a coin to the wall with my words. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua laughed at his bravado. Su Liang added, but she might be a bit older than you. The chubby guy shrugged. Older is fine. They say a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. I can handle that. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, aren't we all 18 and full of youthful energy? Su Liang smirked and pointed to the podium. Look, here she comes. From the entrance, 10 teachers walked in one by one. Leading them was a woman who matched Su Liang's description perfectly. Big chest, curvy hips, long legs. Her beige pencil skirt accentuated her alluring figure, and her gold rimless glasses added a sophisticated touch to her sultry aura. The male students in the classroom were instantly captivated, practically drooling. The chubby guy was mesmerized, his eyes gleaming. Su Liang chuckled. Well, are you satisfied? Satisfied, the chubby guy said, then suddenly realized, wait, what am I satisfied about? That's a teacher. I'd be crazy to chase after her. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua burst into laughter. Su Liang teased. Why not? A dramatic teacher-student romance could make you famous. The chubby guy shivered. No way. She's stunning, but I can't handle that. Haven't you heard the saying, 30 like wolves, 40 like tigers, 50 can sit and swallow the earth? She looks around 30, I'd be drained. Su Liang laughed. So you do have something you're afraid of? Many students were similarly agitated. This teacher was breathtaking, a true embodiment of allure. Quiet. A cool, commanding voice rang out, belonging to that captivating woman. Su Liang's smile widened. Don't be fooled by her provocative attire. She was no mere ornament. She was their Class 20 homeroom teacher. The classroom fell silent. The beautiful teacher introduced herself. Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Han Rushuang. Hearing her name, some students were visibly shaken. Han Rushuang, the Ice Queen of the Chosen Academy. A collective gasp echoed. Han Rushuang's lips curled into a slight smile. I see some of you have heard of my reputation. So, be good or my overlord spear won't be kind to you. A few male students shivered. Was this overlord spear serious? Su Liang's smile widened slightly. If you're fooled by this woman's appearance, you're making a mistake. Han Rushuang may appear charming and alluring, but in reality, she is an 11 divine mark chosen one with a talent for spear skills. Her spear techniques are fierce, and she specializes in luring overly bold men, only to strike them down with a single blow. Su Liang's spear skills have been greatly influenced by her. Now, Han Rushuang is a level 38 4-mark divine scholar, known as the Queen of the Battlefield. When the chubby guy heard that Han Rushuang was going to be their teacher, he panicked and grabbed Su Liang's arm, exclaiming, "You've set me up?" Su Liang smirked and replied, "Isn't she just your type?" The chubby guy rolled his eyes. "I'd like to live a few more years, thank you." Han Rushuang announced that 10 teachers would jointly manage Class 20 for the next year, and those who failed to evolve to the second mark would be eliminated. She instructed everyone to join the class's star communication group to check the allocation plan. When the chubby guy saw he was assigned to Han Rushuang's group, he felt utterly hopeless. Wang Lai comforted him, saying, "With proximity comes opportunity. You'll get to admire the homeroom teacher's figure every day." The chubby guy sighed. "I wonder how many tissues I'll need." The three of them called him a beast. Han Rushuang continued, "Everyone thinks that level divine marks can only reach 3-mark divine master at most, but that's not true." She signaled a male teacher to demonstrate his strength, and to everyone's shock, for divine marks appeared on his limbs. The entire audience was astounded, as this shattered everything they believed to be true. Su Liang chuckled to himself, thinking that this promise was quite appealing, but how many could actually achieve it? All the students were utterly astonished as they looked at the teacher. As Han Rushuang finished speaking, a flash of blue light appeared, revealing the true form of Teacher Ma Gang. The crowd gasped in awe, for the level divine mark on him shone brilliantly, and he had already reached the realm of a 4-mark divine practitioner. Such an extraordinary talent left all the students present speechless. Su Liang, however, remained calm, having witnessed such things in his past life. He understood well that a chosen one with a single attribute could indeed achieve this level, though it was exceedingly rare. Han Rushuang's demonstration was undoubtedly a masterstroke, painting a grand vision that immediately captivated everyone. "I can talk to you 100 times, but nothing beats seeing it with your own eyes." Han Rushuang encouraged them patiently. "Teacher Ma Gang is a living example. If he can reach the level of a 4-mark divine practitioner at his age, why can't you?" These words ignited a fervor among many students. Seeing this, Han Rushuang smiled slightly and added, "Work hard, or you might be the one expelled in a year." What followed were some rules and arrangements, which Su Liang found uninteresting. He discreetly took out a divine crystal and began absorbing its energy. An hour later, Han Rushuang commanded, "Everyone, proceed to the virtual combat training room to assess your strength." The students filed out one by one. Wang Lai, curious, asked, "Liang, you're already evolving in your first class. Are you that eager to become stronger?" Su Liang replied with a smile, "What's interesting about those talks? You guys heard them, didn't you? I just want to get stronger." Yang Feihua sighed. "Who doesn't want to get stronger? But for people like us, there really is a limit. Even if we evolve to 4 marks like the teacher said, that's probably our ceiling." Su Liang shook his head. "No, there's a chance to become a 5-mark divine general." His words left everyone in shock. Wang Lai scoffed, "Liang, have you gone mad from evolving? Even a level struggle to become divine generals, and you think a level can? You think you can do it?" Su Liang laughed. "Not me, I'm dual attribute. But you and the big guy have a chance." Yang Feihua and Wang Lai's eyes widened slightly. Wang Lai chuckled, "With talk like that, I might just have to become blood brothers with you." The chubby one eagerly asked, "What about me? What about me?" Su Liang shook his head. "You might have a hard time. All that tissue use has drained you too much." Everyone burst into laughter. Amidst the jokes, they discussed forming a divine hunting squad. As they reached the entrance of the training room, Su Liang excused himself to the restroom. Following his memory, he found the class exclusive training room and snuck inside. As expected, the class freshmen were undergoing simulated battles, providing data for the teachers to evaluate their strength. Su Liang nodded to himself, curious to see how Qianqian was adapting. For those in the B and C levels, it's more about teachers identifying individuals with talents in combat, healing, reconnaissance, and other such abilities. Su Liang surveyed the intricate virtual combat training room, quietly marveling at the detailed environment. 89th level chosen ones were intently focused on the battle scenes, the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lung Lianshuang. Her swordsmanship was profound, and her awakened water attribute divine seal was a powerful enhancement. Surrounded by a veil of water, every thrust of her sword sent water blades shooting out, each strike deadly. 3 virtual beasts fell in response, and the combat rating appeared, 3 stars. The room buzzed with astonishment. Even the teacher smiled in approval. Lung Lianshuang walked out of the training room with her head held high, pride evident in her demeanor. The envious gazes of the male students followed her, her beauty and skill undoubtedly capturing many hearts. Just as the teacher was about to call the next participant, Bai Qianqian suddenly raised her hand to volunteer. As the only SS level chosen one, Her action immediately drew everyone's attention. The teacher's attitude shifted, granting her request with pleasure. As Bai Qianqian stood, her eyes met Long Lianshuang's. In that moment, a fierce competitive spirit flared between them. Su Liang, watching from the shadows, couldn't help but feel a secret delight, thinking, my empress is standing up for me. Su Liang watched as Qianqian stepped into the virtual combat room. The screen displayed Qianqian gripping a long sword, facing 3 fierce beasts. Her demeanor suddenly transformed as the divine mark on her forehead activated, unleashing a torrent of fiery power. In that moment, Su Liang seemed to glimpse the shadow of the empress from a past life noble and unmatched, with a commanding presence over all. Qianqian handled the situation with ease, her swordsmanship dazzling as she moved with the grace of a swallow. She dominated the training room, leaving her classmates and teachers in awe. Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought, Qianqian's combat talent is already formidable, and the SS level Flame Divine mark is just the icing on the cake. In no time, the 3 beasts were defeated, earning her a 4-star rating. Her classmates were astonished, and the teacher enthusiastically praised Qianqian. As Bai Qianqian exited the training room, her gaze fixed on Long Lianshuang, silently proving everything. Long Lianshuang felt conflicted, torn between not wanting to compete and an inexplicable sense of loss. She pondered to herself, could there really be something special about Su Liang? When the teacher inquired about Qianqian's level and learned she had reached level 5, he was even more amazed. However, Qianqian claimed that Su Liang's combat rating would be even higher. This statement provoked Long Lianshuang's retort and Yi Qinghan's discontent. With a sarcastic laugh, Long Lianshuang said, Ha, Bai Qianqian, can you wake up already? I really don't know what kind of spell Su Liang has cast on you. How exactly did he brainwash you? You're SSS level, and you're destined to be worlds apart from him. Long Lianshuang stared coldly at Bai Qianqian, her eyes full of disdain. She continued, he will never catch up to you. I know you have issues with me, but so what? The gap between us and him is like a chasm. How can you throw your life away for someone who's only B level? Are you out of your mind? It was the first time Long Lianshuang had spoken so much, and this kind of rebuttal felt surprisingly satisfying. Why should a level Su Liang make her uneasy? Demeaning him felt like a release. Bai Qianqian's eyes burned with a hint of anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Long Lianshuang, you'll never understand what kind of guy you're missing out on. It's your loss for not appreciating him. We'll prove you wrong. Long Lianshuang sneered, retorting, how will you prove it? By the fact that he'll always be just a 3-mark spiritual master? Or by his 5-star combat rating? Bai Qianqian, wake up. He's just AB level. Bai Qianqian's eyes reddened slightly, unable to out-argue Long Lianshuang on this point. But she firmly believed that Su Liang would surpass everyone. Mu Mengji observed quietly from the side. He was aware of the situation, as the leader had specifically instructed that Bai Qianqian had an inseparable level boyfriend. Director Huang had cautioned not to pressure Bai Qianqian on this matter. She would understand in time. Having a classmate like this to wake her up might not be a bad thing. Long Lianshuang felt immensely satisfied, thinking coldly, why should a level Su Liang be treated like a treasure by Bai Qianqian? He was something she had discarded, and she didn't need Bai Qianqian to flaunt him in front of her. She just wanted to belittle him into the dust. Bai Qianqian's eyes were red as she shouted, he will prove to you all. You'll regret it. Long Lianshuang was about to retort when suddenly, a steady footstep echoed in the silent training room. Su Liang walked in slowly, seeing Bai Qianqian's reddened eyes. He gently patted her head and spoke softly, silly girl. Why bother arguing with them? I am who I am, and I don't need to prove myself to anyone. As long as you know, that's enough. For some reason, Bai Qianqian felt inexplicably at ease when Su Liang appeared, as if all her grievances had vanished. She nodded firmly. Okay, I understand. Witnessing this scene, the other chosen ones, including Yi Qinghan, gritted their teeth in frustration. How could a level guy win the heart of an SS level Bai Qianqian? Mu Mengji also recognized Su Liang's identity, sighing inwardly, a fateful bond. Long Lianshuang watched the scene, feeling a surge of jealousy. She couldn't help but shout, Su Liang, if you had any sense, you'd stay away from her. You're not worthy of her. You'll only hold her back. Su Liang turned sharply, his eyes cold and piercing. Long Lianshuang froze, suddenly feeling that Su Liang was terrifying in that moment. Whether I'm worthy of her is not for you to decide. Su Liang's cold, commanding voice thundered through the training room, echoing with an intensity that lingered. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a hushed silence. Everyone was overwhelmed by his invisible aura of authority, careful even with their breathing. Even Mu Mengji, usually composed, was momentarily taken aback. Bai Qianqian stared at Su Liang's profile in admiration, thinking to herself, this guy has a certain charm. Her confidence in him only grew stronger. However, The other students quickly regained their composure. As in class prodigy, how could they be intimidated by a class? Yi Qinghan sneered and spoke first. Su Liang, confidence is good, but you're just a class. Everyone knows you're not worthy of Bai Qianqian. No sooner had he spoken than others chimed in. Exactly. Bai Qianqian is 09 million SS class, and you're just a class. Why selfishly hold her back? Bai Qianqian, wake up. He's not worthy of you. These words pierced Bai Qianqian's heart like daggers. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her palms. Su Liang gently patted her head and said softly, don't mind them, just be yourself. Bai Qianqian nodded slightly, her eyes full of determination. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan sneered even more. Su Liang, Bai Qianqian claims you have 5-star potential. Prove it to us if you dare. Yeah, prove it at the power assessment. Others echoed, their words dripping with mockery. Lung Lianshuang watched coldly, saying indifferently, if you truly have 5-star potential, perhaps I'd think more highly of you. Yi Qinghan seized the opportunity to fan the flames. A class dragging down an SS class? It's despicable. You're not worthy of her, stay away. As the situation grew increasingly unfavorable, Bai Qianqian was on the verge of tears. She tugged at Su Liang's sleeve, hoping he'd leave quickly. But Su Liang remained calm, smiling gently as he reassured her, don't be afraid, they mean nothing. The ones unworthy of you are them. Just then, Mu Mengji's stern voice cut through the tension. Enough. Everyone, quiet down. The training room fell silent again. Mu Mengji cast a cold gaze around and said, Qianqian's choices are her own. It's not for you to judge. Continue training next. She turned to Su Liang, her tone softening slightly. Su Liang, this is this class. Return to your own class. Su Liang nodded, giving Bai Qianqian one last look, and said softly, remember, just be yourself. With that, he turned and left. Mu Mengji watched his retreating figure, frowning slightly. Is he indifferent, or? Su Liang made his way to his class's virtual combat training room. Naturally, he felt some anger, but it wasn't necessary, could easily defeat them. Yet, what was the point? One day, he'd silence them all with his strength. Before long, Su Liang arrived at his class's training room and spotted the conspicuous Han Rushuang, surrounded by classmates. Class teacher, those students from class A went too far. They beat up a classmate for no reason. Isn't this bullying? There were 4 of them. Hearing this, Su Liang frowned and quickly walked over. Han Rushuang let out a cold snort, her gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping across the students present. Now you realize it was wrong? Why didn't you help earlier? Just stood by and watched your classmate get beaten? The students hung their heads in shame. Su Liang approached, seeing his 3 roommates bruised and battered. Already furious, this sight only added fuel to the fire. He rushed forward, his voice low and filled with anger. Boss. Second. Fatty. What happened? Who did this? Han Rushuang frowned, about to speak, but Su Liang had already grabbed Fatty by the shoulder. Fatty. Who did this? Fatty replied, somewhat ashamed. Who else? It's those guys who bumped into us this morning. Seeing the injuries on his friends' faces, Su Liang's anger erupted. Bastards. Fatty said, aggrieved. Liangzi, they even knocked my teeth loose. If it weren't for them being 4 against us, we wouldn't have been beaten like this. With a dark expression, Su Liang grabbed Fatty and Wang Lai. Let's go. We're going to settle this. Yang Feihua quickly tried to dissuade him. Liangzi, don't be impulsive. After all, they're class A. Han Rushuang also spoke up. Are you going to get beaten up again if you go now? Revenge is a dish best served cold. Su Liang turned to Han Rushuang, his eyes blazing with anger. Class teacher, the academy doesn't forbid fighting. Your students have been beaten up, and we're going to settle the score. Are you going to stop us? Aren't you supposed to be the Iron Lady? Han Rushuang looked at Su Liang in surprise. This kid dared to provoke her. Can you win if you go now? Su Liang snorted coldly. If I can't even beat them, I might as well give up. After a moment of silence, Han Rushuang suddenly slapped the table. Fine. Don't blame me if you lose and embarrass yourself, I won't help. But if you win, I'll cheer for you. My students, Han Rushuang's students, shouldn't be cowards. Let's go. In an instant, Han Rushuang's group of students was fired up. Su Liang asked, do you know which class they're from? A student replied. I saw them go into training room 9. Su Liang snorted. Let's go. A group of 30 set off in a grand procession. Han Rushuang watched Su Liang's back, a slight smile on her lips, thinking, a student like this has some real spirit. They stormed directly into training room 9, causing quite a stir that drew the attention of many Class A students and teachers from Class 9. Su Liang scanned the room, his strong mental power and keen perception quickly locking onto the targets. There they are. Class 9 students hadn't yet realized what was happening when they saw Su Liang's group charging in their direction. Zhang Bin and his group also noticed Su Liang's approach, understanding they were the target. Zhang Bin shouted loudly. Brothers, someone's trying to mess with our class. What do we do? This instantly directed the hostility towards Su Liang's group. Suddenly, numerous classmates glared menacingly at them. A mocking smile appeared on Zhang Bin's face. Idiots, daring to come to our class with so few people, you're asking for it. Brothers, get. Before he could finish, Su Liang, who had been 10 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. A large hand landed on Zhang Bin's face like an octopus, and Su Liang roared, I'll smash you, simultaneously slamming Zhang Bin's face toward the ground. Bang! Zhang Bin's head hit the ground hard, making a dull thud. Su Liang's eyes blazed with fury as he pressed Zhang Bin's face down, seemingly intent on smashing it to pieces. The entire room fell into a deathly silence, everyone stunned by the sudden burst of violence. You dared to hit my brother? Who gave you that kind of nerve? Su Liang's voice was cold and menacing, filled with murderous intent. Zhang Bin's eyes watered with pain as he struggled desperately, unable to break free. Su Liang's fierce demeanor sent chills down the spines of those watching. No one saw how he got there so quickly. It was both shocking and impressive. At that moment, Zhang Bin's teacher finally reacted. Which class are you from? Causing trouble, are you? A man shouted, running over. Let him go. Su Liang snorted dismissively, ignoring the teacher. In his mind, anyone who dared to bully his brother was courting death. Smack! A loud slap echoed as Zhang Bin's front teeth flew out with a spurt of blood, his body skidding several meters across the ground before coming to a halt. Outrageous! The teacher was furious, feeling his authority openly challenged. The other students were completely bewildered, not expecting things to escalate so dramatically. Just as the male teacher was about to explode, Han Rushuang, the notorious Queen Bee, appeared in front of Su Liang like a flash, her commanding presence intimidating everyone around. Mr. Liu, this is their personal matter, Han Rushuang stated coldly. Mr. Liu's expression stiffened. Han Rushuang was infamous throughout the academy for her fierce nature, and no one wanted to provoke her. Yet, he couldn't help but question, Ms. Han, what do you mean by this? Your student attacked someone without cause, and you're defending him? Han Rushuang remained expressionless. Perhaps you should understand the situation first, she replied, gesturing for 3 students, including a chubby one, to step forward. Take a look. Your students, along with their roommates, attacked mine 4 and 3 at the building entrance, without any provocation. We're here to settle the score. Her domineering aura left everyone in awe. The students were quietly impressed. What a formidable teacher. Mr. Liu's face turned sour as he turned to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, Li Tao, is this true? Zhang Bin, bloodied and furious, while Li Tao hesitated, his eyes darting. Teacher, they started it this morning. Rubbish. Wang Lai and his group shouted angrily. You were clearly the ones looking for trouble, and now you're twisting the facts. Li Tao stammered. It was just an accident. We didn't mean to. Smack. Before he could finish, Li Tao was sent flying, his front teeth and blood spraying out. Once again, silence fell over the crowd, everyone in shock. This was brutal, resorting to violence so quickly. Mr. Liu was livid. What do you think you're doing? Su Liang replied with a blank expression. Sorry, that was an accident too. Couldn't control my hand. Zhang Bin and Li Tao's faces were stormy. The chubby student sneered. What's the matter? Wasn't it an accident? Come on, we don't mind more accidents. Zhang Bin looked to Mr. Liu, hoping to incite him. Teacher, are you just going to let these grade students bully us? Shut up. Han Rushuang's voice was sharp, her presence overwhelming. Teachers watching from afar quickly backed away, not wanting to get involved. Her gaze was piercing as she looked at Zhang Bin and his group. I don't care if it was an accident or not, but today you attacked my students with superior numbers. Either let my 3 students return the favor, or all 8 of you face them in a fair fight. Once it's over, we'll forget all about this. What do you say, Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu glanced at Zhang Bin and his roommates, who exchanged worried looks. Su Liang's earlier display of strength had clearly shaken them. The chubby student taunted. What? Scared already? You were so bold when you outnumbered us. Is this how a grade chosen ones behave? Bullies who pick on the weak? I think you're all just cowards. The surrounding grade students were fuming with anger. Zhang Bin, fight them. Yes, fight them. Su Liang watched the tense standoff with a cold gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. He stepped forward slowly, his voice as chilling as ice. If you don't fight now, every time I see you in the future, I'll beat you up. Zhang Bin's face darkened, his eyes blazing with anger. Being in a level and pushed to this point by a level was utterly intolerable. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, you said it. Wang Lai and the others hurriedly tried to hold Su Liang back, their worry evident. But Su Liang gently pushed them aside, his eyes sharp. Don't worry, step aside. No one bullies my brothers. But Wang Hua raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this interesting young man. The surrounding students shook their heads, convinced that Su Liang was overestimating himself. Zhang Bin sneered as he explained to the teacher, then got into formation with the other three. Su Liang calmly placed one hand behind his back, looking unperturbed. Come on, if I have to use more than one hand, consider it my loss. The crowd gasped at his words. The A-level students were furious, clamoring to teach Su Liang a lesson, while the B-level students fell into a confused silence. Yang Feihua exchanged a glance with Wang Lai and the chubby guy, and the three of them remained on alert, ready to assist at any moment. Wangwa watched with interest, curious to see what made this Su Liang, who had captivated the SS level Bai Qianqian, so special. Zhang Bin and his three allies activated their divine seals, their bodies glowing with a purple light, charging at Su Liang with fierce momentum. Everyone held their breath, convinced that Su Liang was doomed to lose. But in the next moment, something astonishing happened. The four figures were sent flying like kites with broken strings, accompanied by their agonized screams. The entire scene was plunged into a stunned silence. Everyone was bewildered. What just happened? All the students around were too stunned to react. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Bin and his three friends were sent flying backwards like kites with broken strings, landing heavily on the ground. They clutched their reddened cheeks, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths as they groaned in pain. The entire room fell silent as all eyes focused on Su Liang, then shifted in unison to the two teachers. The teachers wore grave expressions. Su Liang's sweeping strike was not only powerful but as swift as lightning. This level of skill was far beyond what an ordinary rank chosen one should possess, and certainly not what a newcomer who had just awakened could display. Before anyone could fully grasp what had happened, Su Liang had already darted forward. He grabbed one of Zhang Bin's roommates and slapped him hard across the face. With a sharp crack, the man's front tooth flew out, and stars danced before his eyes. Su Liang held him up with one hand and continued slapping him with the other, each smack echoing loudly. He's using both hands, someone exclaimed. He lost. Hearing this, Su Liang turned his head, a strange smile on his face. Yeah, I lost, he said, delivering a few more slaps. The man was left limp and unresisting, like a dead dog, as Su Liang tossed him to the ground. Su Liang then faced the other three, who were struggling to stand. Just as Zhang Bin was about to admit defeat, a fierce slap silenced him, blood spurting from his mouth, leaving him speechless. Su Liang held Zhang Bin with one hand and swiftly took down the other two with the other. Outnumbering me? Slap. Surprised? Slap. Hit my brother? Slap. Each shout was punctuated by a resounding slap. Zhang Bin was left barely conscious, blood dripping from his mouth. The entire room was silent, everyone intimidated by the overwhelming display of violence. Stop. That's enough. Teacher Lu finally intervened. They can't fight back anymore. Su Liang glanced at Wangwa, who nodded in approval, prompting him to cease. He lifted Zhang Bin, leaned close and coldly whispered, if this were outside, you'd be dead. If you want to die, keep bothering me, and I'll send you on your way sooner or later. Zhang Bin's pupil shrank, clearly realizing that Su Liang knew something. The next moment, he was thrown to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Let's go, Su Liang commanded, leading his group away with heads held high, unchallenged by anyone. The A-rank chosen ones from Class 9 looked grim. Their one-sprout abilities made a mockery by Su Liang. Wangwa smirked slightly, warning Teacher Lu, tell your students not to mess with mine again. When they fight for real, they might not hold back. On the way back, Su Liang was met with cheers and applause. Fatty, Wang Lai, and Yang Feihua all expressed their admiration. Su Liang smiled and said, we're brothers. No one bullies my brothers. These words brought the four of them even closer. Curious classmates asked about the source of Su Liang's strength, but he just smiled and suggested it might be natural brute strength. Wangwa stepped forward, encouraging everyone to stick together and resist, even against rank opponents. The group enthusiastically agreed, growing more respectful of their beautiful and bold teacher. Soon, they returned to the virtual battle training room for assessments. Compared to Class S, these rank chosen ones performed slightly less impressively. Most could only achieve a 1-star level, a few reached 2 stars, and none managed to attain 3 stars. This strength assessment isn't just about raw power. It's a comprehensive evaluation. Su Liang focused intently on absorbing the divine crystal, making the most of every moment. The chubby guy got his test results and sighed dejectedly. Darn it, only 1 star. Yang Feihua consoled him, don't be discouraged. Most people are 1 star. We have limited strength, so let's not overthink it. The three of them glanced simultaneously at Su Liang, who had his eyes closed. Wang Lai nodded. Liangzi might hit 3 stars. Yang Feihua chuckled. This guy's a freak. We should definitely stick with him. Su Liang opened his eyes and teased. A bunch of scruffy guys like you want to cling to my fair-skinned legs? The three of them laughed and cursed at him. Just then, Han Rushuang called out, Su Liang, it's your turn. The chubby guy and his friends got excited. Liangzi, go for it. Blow everyone away. Su Liang grinned confidently. Watch closely then, and don't get too shocked. With that, he strode forward. In their group of 29, there were 27 one-star ratings and 2 two-star ratings. Classmates who had witnessed Su Liang in action were curious about what level he would achieve. Even the formidable Han Rushuang watched with interest. As Su Liang entered the training room, he thought to himself, Lungli and Shuang, you all want to see? Then watch closely. In this life, I, Su Liang, won't be the one you look down on. In the virtual training room, Su Liang selected a long spear. After hitting start, a virtual bloodthirsty rat appeared before him. Outside, Han Rushuang was a bit surprised. Su Liang practices with a spear? Let's see how his spear skills are. The bloodthirsty rat loaded and charged at Su Liang instantly. Unexpectedly, Su Liang didn't move a muscle. His classmates were stunned. What's going on? Why isn't he moving? Su Liang closed his eyes, seemingly feeling the rhythm of the wind. He held the spear in one hand, calm and composed. A female classmate outside screamed, Su Liang, watch out. The chubby guy and his friends were anxious. Liangzi? As the bloodthirsty rat leaped, its gaping maw aimed directly at Su Liang's head. In a split second, Su Liang's eyes shot open, and he wielded the spear with one hand, striking like a dragon. The fierce, bloodthirsty rat was instantly pierced through the skull, letting out a wretched scream before exploding on the spot. Su Liang remained unfazed, bathed in the virtual blood rain. The classmates watching were dumbfounded. That's it? It's over. Han Rushuang was astonished. What a resilient mindset. So confident. Everything under control. And he can instantly slay a one-star bloodthirsty rat. The chubby guy and his friends were overjoyed. We knew Su Liang wouldn't let us down. Everyone looked up at the big screen, where 5 stars lit up. 5 stars. How is that possible? Wow. Their group was in complete silence. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief at the scene before them. The 3 roommates were stunned, as if they had been frozen in place. Han Rushuang was also staring in shock at the 5 stars flashing on the large screen. 5 stars. What did this mean? Even most level 2 divine envoys found it hard to achieve such a rating. How could a newly awakened chosen one manage it? Questions flooded in like a tide, but soon, this astonishing result caught the attention of other groups. Look over there. Someone got a 5-star rating. Exclamations rippled through the crowd as students gathered around. Teachers approached too, their eyes filled with astonishment, whispering among themselves, is there something wrong with the training room? How could someone get 5 stars? Voices of doubt arose, even among Fatty and his friends, who began to waver. However, Su Liang, still in the training room, didn't leave. He pulled up the virtual panel again, his fingers flying across it. Want to see more? Then I'll give you a show. In the next moment, 10 virtual beasts appeared around Su Liang. Han Rushuang and the other teachers gasped in shock. Even the S-class students faced only 3 beasts during their initial assessments, yet he was challenging 10 at once. The battle erupted instantly. Su Liang's seemingly slender figure moved through the virtual environment as if it were empty. The spear in his hand seemed alive, every strike precisely taking down a beast. His movements were fluid and decisive. This breathtaking display of combat left everyone in awe. Even Han Rushuang was dumbfounded. By the time everyone snapped back to reality, all 10 beasts were vanquished. Su Liang stood with his spear, exuding an air of cool confidence that was captivating. The screen lit up with 5 stars once again, and this time, no one questioned it. Su Liang calmly exited the training room. Faced with the awestruck gazes of the crowd, he simply asked Han Rushuang, Teacher, may I leave now? With permission granted, he led his still-dazed 3 roommates away. It wasn't until Su Liang had walked far away that the training room erupted in cheers. It really is 5 stars. A B class has such a powerhouse. He's my idol now. The news quickly spread throughout the freshman class. Meanwhile, over in the S class, a girl exclaimed as she showed the footage of Su Liang battling the 10 beasts. This news exploded like a bomb in the hearts of the S-class students. It's truly unbelievable. This guy actually achieved a 5-star combat rating. The training room was in an uproar. All eyes were fixed on the rating screen, where the glaring 5-star rating felt like a heavy blow, landing hard on everyone's heart. A slight smile played on Bai Qianqian's lips, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. She had always known Su Liang was extraordinary, and now his strength had finally proven her intuition right. The expressions of the surrounding classmates varied. Some were shocked, some in disbelief, and many were consumed by envious resentment. The pride of Class S was utterly shattered at this moment. Su Liang entered the training room with a calm demeanor, as if this result was entirely expected. His composed attitude only further provoked those who had previously mocked him. Instructor Mu Mengji took a deep breath and said slowly, A 5-star rating means that none of you here can match him now. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope. The training room fell into a deathly silence. Lung Lianchuang's face was ashen as she stared incredulously at Su Liang. She couldn't comprehend how someone who was once a grade failure could suddenly become so powerful. He Yao was deep in thought, recalling the mysterious powerhouse she had seen in the Jingsha squad. Piecing together the clues, she finally arrived at a shocking realization that person was Su Liang. Bai Qianqian quietly left with her roommate, leaving behind a room full of astonishment and unwillingness. She knew this was only the beginning of Su Liang's display of strength. The future held even more exciting events for them to witness. He Yao's mind was swirling with thoughts. How could someone be so incredibly powerful? A newly awakened first mark god chosen. Yet he had slain a 2-star beast, the ghost-faced spider. At noon, Su Liang received a message from Qianqian, accompanied by a cheerful smiley face. Su Liang smiled knowingly, with a gentle glimmer in his eyes. He didn't want to compete with those guys, but he also didn't want Qianqian to be wronged. Since everyone claimed he wasn't worthy of Qianqian, he would let the truth prove them wrong. The afternoon classes were on the theory of divine seals and the compendium of exotic beasts, each lasting an hour with a 15-minute break in between. The classes started at 2 and ended at 4:15. Su Liang found little interest in these theoretical courses. His practical experience had already surpassed what the teachers taught. Although he sat in the classroom, he chose to quietly absorb the divine crystals to evolve. Wang Lai glanced at the focused Su Liang and chuckled to the chubby guy. Look at our fourth brother. He's so dedicated. I'm almost envious. The chubby guy shook his head. I'd rather listen to the lecture. I'm afraid I'd go crazy like him. Su Liang merely curled his lips, thinking, I've already mastered what you're learning. The teacher began the lecture with a booming voice. The divine seal, which we in Huaxia consider a gift from heaven, can be interpreted as a divine bestowal, according to theism. However, I personally agree with another perspective that it is a mutation, caused by changes in the world. Most students paid close attention as the teacher explained. Only Su Liang sat in the corner, silently absorbing the divine crystals. He came to the academy partly for Qianqian and partly for his brothers. Retracing his life's path might be tedious, but it was necessary. Some emotions were too deep to sever. His rapid strengthening was also in preparation for the upcoming tasks. Time waits for no one. In the dean's office, Director Huang pushed open the door to see the white-haired dean and Fang Beiyue, who was regarded as the campus beauty by the students, sitting to the side. The top-ranked hunting team in Rongqing is Jinsha. Although it hasn't made it to the divine hunting rankings, its strength is still impressive. Director Huang frowned slightly. Beiyue, are you sure you want to join Jinsha? Fang Beiyue nodded coolly. It's just temporary, as an unofficial member. Hua Qingyuan explained with a smile. The military is good, but she's still at odds with her father. Going there wouldn't help her grow. Jinsha is more suitable. Director Huang, you know Qi Hengchu well? Could you help put in a word? Director Huang smiled wryly. Dean, couldn't you just ask directly? He knew well that Qi Hengchu strongly disliked this kind of favoritism and was always quick to refuse. Hua Qingyuan chuckled. If I ask, it puts him in a difficult position to refuse. It's better if you seek his opinion. If he agrees, great. If not, it's no big deal. Director Huang nodded helplessly. I understand. It's better to approach him personally. Hua Qingyuan suggested. Why not take Fang along and show her skills? I'm sure Qi Hengchu will agree. Director Huang contacted Qi Hengchu immediately and received a prompt response. He's available. We can go right over. Hua Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for making the trip. Fang Beiyue bowed slightly to the dean and followed Director Huang out. Director Huang thought to himself. Won't Fang Beiyue find out about Su Liang being in Jinsha now? Oh well, they'll handle it. Su Liang sure is lucky, first by Qianqian, and now Fang Beiyue as a teammate. I wonder if anything will happen between them? Director Huang shook his head, muttering to himself, unable to interfere. Truly unable to interfere. After 2 classes, they finished around 4 o'clock. He Yao and Lang Lianchuang walked back to the dormitory together, and their conversation gradually shifted to Bai Qianqian and Su Liang. Curiously, He Yao asked, Lianchuang, are you close with them? Lung Lianchuang frowned slightly and replied in a neutral tone. We were in the same class in high school, so we're somewhat familiar. She briefly recounted their past. Bai Qianqian used to be unnoticed in the class, and Su Liang had always had a crush on her until a week before the awakening, when she turned him down. He Yao was surprised. He got together with Bai Qianqian in just a week? Impressive. Lung Lianchuang's eyes showed a mix of emotions as she continued. Su Liang seemed to change completely. He stopped talking to me and started protecting Bai Qianqian. When I tried to talk to him, he said if I awakened as Slevel and he was Blevel, I would distance myself from him too. He Yao pondered. Could he foresee the future? Lung Lianchuang shook her head. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But he was right. The awakening is like a high-stakes gamble in life, and we did end up in different worlds. Diao comforted her. I've been through it too. After my level awakening, many classmates distanced themselves. It's normal, and you shouldn't take it to heart. Lung Lianshuang nodded, a hint of relief in her eyes. She understood that it was destiny's choice, and there was no need to dwell on it. Diao thought for a moment and decided to speak up. However, Su Liang is different. He could pursue the SS level Bai Qianqian, but chooses not to seek her out, leaving her with an indescribable mix of emotions. Lung Lianshuang took a deep breath, her brow slightly furrowed. She thought to herself with certainty, I haven't done anything wrong. A lasting relationship between Su Liang and Bai Qianqian is out of the question. That's an indisputable fact. Even if his combat rating has reached 5 stars, it's only a temporary advantage. We will soon surpass him. Diao nodded thoughtfully, agreeing that it seemed that way on the surface. Everyone understood the vast gap between Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. But was it really that simple? Su Liang had just awakened his divine power and had already become a member of the Jinsha squad, capable of slaying 2-star beasts. This was no ordinary feat. A woman's intuition told He Yao that things were far more complex than they appeared. Su Liang must be hiding secrets unknown to others. The two walked and chatted, unknowingly approaching the dormitory building. He Yao suddenly asked, Lianshuang, I've heard that after seniors evolve to the 3rd mark, they choose to join the military, go to big cities, or form and join divine hunter squads. What are your plans for the future? Lung Lianshuang thought for a moment and replied, I might first join a divine hunter squad for some time to gain combat experience, then join the military. He Yao nodded in agreement indeed. Many people think that way. I'll probably do the same. Lung Lianshuang added, we, being level, have a good chance of entering the military. He Yao pondered and continued, Lianshuang, do you know the top divine hunter squad in Rongqing? Without hesitation, Lung Lianshuang replied, yes, Jinsha. Although their individual strength isn't the strongest, their overall capability is the best, with the lowest casualty rate. The main reason is their captain, Qi Hengqiu, who was a legendary figure in our academy. An S-level divine mark, his combat prowess is astounding, easily defeating contemporaneous SS-level chosen ones. She paused and added, they're quite famous in Rongqing, and many families want to send their children there for training, but they were all rejected. This senior has a stubborn temperament and gives no regard to anyone's face. He Yao nodded in agreement, confirming what she had recently heard. As they reached the dormitory entrance, He Yao took a deep breath and hesitated before speaking. Lianshuang, hypothetically. Lung Lianshuang looked at her curiously. Suppose what? He Yao carefully considered her words. Suppose Su Liang isn't as simple as he seems and might be very powerful. Would that change your perspective? Lung Lianshuang's hand paused on the doorknob, feeling a ripple in her heart. How powerful? He Yao awkwardly scratched her temple. Suppose he can currently kill 2-star beasts? Hearing this, Lung Lianshuang frowned. Xiao Yao, that's not a funny joke. He Yao sighed. All right, I'll be honest. Lianshuang, we're roommates, and some things will eventually come to light. I can't keep it from you. That wouldn't be friendship. Lung Lianshuang suddenly had an ominous feeling. He Yao spoke with gravity. Su Liang is far more complex than he appears. He's now a member of the Jinsha squad and can slay 2-star beasts. I saw it with my own eyes. In that instant, Lung Lianshuang felt as if she had been struck by lightning, freezing in place. She instinctively blurted out, impossible. Su Liang waited at the school gate. It wasn't long before a suspicious-looking figure appeared at the entrance. Wearing a mask and a baseball cap, Qianqian cautiously walked out. Seeing this, Su Liang couldn't help but grin. Stepping out these days, you look just like a celebrity. Qianqian rolled her eyes at him. You wouldn't want me to be stuck inside, would you? Haha, my Qianqian is a big star now, Su Liang teased. Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted. You're a big star too, with your 5-star combat rating. Su Liang shrugged it off with a smile. That doesn't mean much. It's mainly to shut up those classmates of yours who say I'm not good enough for my Qianqian. What a joke. Bai Qianqian's face turned rosy and she whispered, You've always been good enough. Su Liang held her hand, feeling delighted. In just a few short days, Qianqian had noticeably changed. The upgrade of her divine seal had made her skin even fairer, and her figure was no longer frail. Her hairstyle was still somewhat ordinary, not yet reaching that level of breathtaking beauty. Su Liang Gij, where are we going? Qianqian asked curiously. To reward you for standing up for me today, I'm taking you to eat something delicious, Su Liang said with a smile. And there's another reward I want to give you right now. Qianqian looked at him in confusion. Su Liang suddenly pulled her hand, and Qianqian fell into his arms. Before she could react, Su Liang had already planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Qianqian was stunned, her face turning crimson. She covered her cheek. You rogue. Su Liang chuckled and kissed her forehead. If you call me a rogue, I'll just keep being one. Qianqian was so embarrassed that she protested quietly. This is the school gate. What if someone sees us? It doesn't matter if they do. Su Liang said nonchalantly. You're a rogue, no matter what, Qianqian muttered. All right, if you say so, I'm going to kiss you again. Su Liang threatened playfully. Qianqian quickly ran off, with Su Liang chasing after her. After a while, Qianqian calmed down, though her heart was still racing. She thought to herself, it would be wonderful if they could be this sweet and happy forever. The two of them found a nice little restaurant and enjoyed a good meal. On the north side of the academy, inside a luxurious villa that was surprisingly simple, the hall was empty except for a few wooden chairs. Director Huang sat down with the cool and aloof Feng Beiyue, while Qi Hengqiu served 2 cups of tea. Director Huang attempted to make small talk. It's been a while since I've seen you. How have you been? Qi Hengqiu just nodded, not even sparing a glance at Feng Beiyue. What do you want? Qi Hengqiu asked bluntly. Before Director Huang could speak, Feng Beiyue's cool voice cut in. Captain Qi, my name is Feng Beiyue. I want to join your Ashkill squad. Qi Hengqiu glanced at her indifferently, not taking anyone. Director Huang's face twisted with concern, sensing trouble. Qi Hengqiu warned Director Huang, don't bring people like this here again. You shouldn't come either. But Feng Beiyue refused to give up. Why not? Qi Hengqiu couldn't be bothered to explain. Feng Beiyue's gaze remained resolute. I'm not here for glory. I can bleed just like anyone else. I want to become a blood drinker. Qi Hengqiu looked at her determined eyes and let out a derisive laugh. Being my teammate for a while, and then leaving whenever you want? What do you think this place is? Feng Beiyue's eyes were sharp, and her tone was firm. Every one of my teammates is someone I can entrust with my life. I don't need people like you. Director Huang's face changed drastically as he hurriedly spoke. Beiyue. No, this is not something to joke about. Qi Hengqiu sneered, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. See that? She knows better than you. You're just talking for now. You're destined not to stay with the Jinsha squad forever. So give up on that idea. Feng Beiyue remained unfazed, her voice resolute. I, Feng Beiyue, mean what I say. If I say I'm not leaving, then I'm not leaving. I never intended to go to the military headquarters. Director Huang was sweating profusely, anxiously trying to persuade her. If you tie yourself completely to the Jinsha squad because of this, I might be in big trouble. Qi Hengqiu asked expressionlessly. How can you guarantee that? Do you think any of that will matter? When the time comes, won't your general father just take you away if he wants to? A flash of determination crossed Feng Beiyue's eyes. I'll sign a permanent binding agreement with you. For the rest of my life, I'll only be a member of the Jinsha squad. Director Huang was utterly panicked. No, absolutely not. Qi Hengqiu, I'm leaving right now with my people. I can't bear this disaster. Qi Hengqiu, however, showed a playful smile, looking at Feng Beiyue. Do you know what a permanent binding agreement means? I know. Feng Beiyue replied without hesitation. Once I sign it, I'll forever be a member of the Jinsha squad and can never join the military headquarters, unless the Jinsha squad is annihilated, or I die. Qi Hengqiu sneered, pulled up the agreement on his star communication device, and sent it to Feng Beiyue. Sign it? Without a second thought, Feng Beiyue signed her name on the agreement. Seeing this, Director Huang rushed forward in a frenzy, grabbing Feng Beiyue's wrist. Beiyue, you can't sign it. You'll be the death of me. Your father will come after me. Feng Beiyue coldly shook off Director Huang's hand. This is my decision to make. He won't dare touch you. I'll protect you. Besides, my affairs have nothing to do with him. With that, she resolutely signed the final stroke on the agreement. Director Huang was utterly despondent, collapsing on the steps, muttering to himself. It's over. Now it's really over. Feng Beiyue's father won't spare me. Not even the gods could save me. He's a general, at least a god king. I don't even know if he's become a godlord. A god king is beyond my reach, and he holds a high position. Qi Hengqiu watched Feng Beiyue, whose determination was evident, his eyes flickering as if contemplating something. Feng Beiyue looked at Qi Hengqiu. Captain, I've signed it. Qi Hengqiu replied impassively. It's too early to call me captain. Let's go outside. I need to see your strength and you need to earn my approval with it. The two walked outside the villa, and Feng Beiyue activated her divine seal without hesitation. 3 divine seals glimmered, and the chilling pressure of ice descended, making the air around them grow cold. They each donned their battle armor, and the fight was on the verge of breaking out. Director Huang sat in despair on the steps, smoking and mocking himself. These geniuses, they'll be the death of me. The battle raged on for a long time. Feng Beiyue fell time and again, only to rise each time. Even coughing up blood, she never uttered a cry of pain, nor did she think of surrendering. Her eyes were focused solely on the fight. As time passed, Qi Hengqiu's attitude toward Feng Beiyue began to change, a hint of approval in his eyes. Finally, Feng Beiyue collapsed from exhaustion. She lay on the ground, breathing heavily, blood spilling from her mouth. her body covered in wounds, even her weapon broken. Qi Hingchu put away his weapon and calmly said, Luin, Xiaolan, come over here. The new team member needs treatment and registration. Hearing this, Fang Beiyue's eyes reddened slightly. She struggled to lift her arm to cover her eyes, hiding the tears that fell. At least she had accomplished something on her own. Under the moonlight, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian returned to the academy. As they walked side by side, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on them, Qianqian let out an adorable little hiccup. Su Liang chuckled and asked if dinner was good. Qianqian nodded, saying it was delicious but a bit pricey. Su Liang indulgently replied that it's worth it to fatten her up. After all, with the rewards from his recent missions, one meal wouldn't break him. Qianqian pouted and asked why he wanted to fatten her up. Su Liang teased that if she got chubby, she wouldn't be able to run away and would have to stay by his side. Her ears turned a slight shade of pink as she thought that she wouldn't run away even if she wasn't fat. She silently decided to gain a little weight to evolve her divine seal to protect Su Liang. Curious about Su Liang's sudden increase in strength, Qianqian worried about keeping up with him. After a moment of hesitation, Su Liang admitted he had a secret and promised to tell her when the time was right. Qianqian smiled warmly, resembling a crescent moon, and nodded in agreement. As they parted, Su Liang suddenly held Qianqian back, reminding her not to overtrain. Qianqian explained her eagerness to grow stronger to protect him. Su Liang, touched by her cuteness, said he needed to punish her and gave her a light peck on the cheek. Blushing, Qianqian shyly asked if he could punish her a bit more. Su Liang was pleasantly surprised, wondering if this was really the same cool and aloof empress. Gathering her courage, Qianqian punished him back with a quick peck before swiftly running away. Standing there, Su Liang touched the spot where she kissed him, smiling to himself, thinking that this wife of his was here to stay. Back in his dormitory, Su Liang couldn't stop grinning, drawing teasing remarks from his roommates. After some playful banter, everyone settled down to train. Lying down, Su Liang began converting his beast energy, spending a night that was both painful and joyful. In the morning, he checked his attribute panel. Su Liang felt the surge of power within him and nodded in satisfaction. The evolution of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal had increased his strength attribute by 1 point, and he could gain another point upon reaching level 2. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of his enhanced abilities, which was truly exhilarating. Opening his eyes, Su Liang, now full of energy, contemplated briefly. If converted to low-grade divine crystals, he had absorbed the equivalent of 400 divine crystals worth of energy in just one night. This speed was extraordinary, several times faster than Qianqian. Su Liang couldn't help but marvel at the power of this beast energy transformation ability. In a few more nights, he could condense his second beast god seal. Will the beast god seal have corresponding seal pattern power? Su Liang murmured to himself, then shook his head and got out of bed. In the dormitory, the others were also waking up. The chubby guy was still lazing in bed, groggily asking, "What's the first class this morning? Can we skip it?" Wang Lai smacked the chubby guy on the head. "You think you're still in high school? The first class today is Battleflower's combat training. Better get up if you don't want to miss seeing Battleflower's great figure." "Not interested, can't touch anyway. What's the point?" the chubby guy grumbled. Su Liang laughed and teased. "So what was all the rustling from your bed last night? How many times did you go to the bathroom? Spill it." The chubby guy's face turned red immediately. "You're talking nonsense. I just had to pee urgently. You can say frequent urination, but don't say you were doing you-know-what." Wang Lai laughed, patting the chubby guy's shoulder. The three of them tried to hold back their laughter, while the chubby guy, blushing, quickly got up to wash up. After breakfast, the group headed to the combat training room. Missing Battleflower's class meant a guaranteed beating. The training room was divided into several areas, and they headed to the section specifically for Blevel students. As they reached the entrance of the Blevel training building, a stunning figure caught everyone's attention. Passing students couldn't help but marvel, though they only dared to take a few glances before hurrying away. "That's the new school beauty, Lung Lianshuang. And Slevel chosen one," someone whispered. Lung Lianshuang stood at the entrance, her eyes focused only on waiting. She wanted to uncover the secret Su Liang was hiding, the reason why Bai Qianqian allowed him to get close. To have slain a 2-star exotic beast right after awakening was unprecedented in Huaxia. She was willing to bet on finding the truth. Before long, Su Liang and his 3 friends approached, chatting and laughing. The chubby guy was the first to notice something unusual. "Hey, what's going on at the entrance? So many people." When they saw the stunning figure in the center, the other 3 were shocked. "Whoa, it's the new school beauty, Lung Lianshuang." Amidst all the attention, Lung Lianshuang gracefully walked up to Su Liang, her gaze complex as she spoke. "I have something to discuss with you." Su Liang's 3 friends were dumbfounded. "What the heck, is this what you call not close?" The 3 friends were utterly shocked. The new campus beauty, Lung Lianshuang, had come looking for Su Liang. The surrounding boys erupted with excitement, their envious and jealous gazes piercing Su Liang like arrows. The trio stood frozen, barely daring to breathe. Long Lianshuang's delicate fragrance and perfect figure made their hearts race. Yet, Su Liang remained expressionless and said calmly, "Please move, I need to get to class." There was an immediate uproar. Lung Lianshuang softly replied, "I just want to talk to you, just for a moment." Her determined gaze stopped Su Liang in his tracks. After a brief silence, Su Liang told his friends, "You guys go ahead to class. Let Mr. Han know I'll be there shortly." The three nodded numbly and helped the chubby one away. Lung Lianshuang cast a cold glance around, and the crowd quickly dispersed. She whispered, "Can we talk somewhere quieter?" Su Liang quietly walked away, and Lung Lianshuang followed. When they reached a secluded spot, Lung Lianshuang got straight to the point. "Are you a member of the Jingsha squad?" Su Liang was startled, but kept his composure. "I don't know what you're talking about," he replied. Lung Lianshuang noticed his subtle change in expression, confirming her suspicion. She pressed on, "Then how do you explain slaying a two-star beast?" Su Liang paused, instantly realizing that He Yao must have leaked the information. He sneered. "So what? What do you intend to expose?" Lung Lianshuang's tone grew intense. "Su Liang, can you talk to me properly? Have I ever offended or hurt you? Ask yourself, have I?" Su Liang fell silent. Indeed, at this moment, Lung Lianshuang had not wronged him. Su Liang just wanted to distance himself from her and not get involved. They were simply not on the same path. Lung Lianshuang's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, and her voice carried a touch of grievance. "I hesitated when you asked me that question the other day. But it's just because I value martial arts. Is that wrong? You're strong now, and we can still be friends." Su Liang let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. "Friends? Forget it. Let's just pretend we don't know each other." Lung Lianshuang's eyes reddened, and she questioned emotionally, "You've liked me for so long, and now you're just going to throw it all away? I know you like Bai Qianqian now, but what did I do wrong?" She took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. "Tell me, did you find Bai Qianqian just to spite me?" Su Liang sneered, "Don't flatter yourself. There's no friendship between us. You never saw me as a friend, just a backup plan. You're all about gain, with no genuine feelings." He stared sharply at Lung Lianshuang. "You're only coming to me now because your pride is hurt, and you're looking for a way out." Lung Lianshuang's face turned pale, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. Su Liang continued, "Your obsession with gain is too strong, even in making friends. You'll never understand true friendship. That's why we're not on the same path, not because of any gap in power." Su Liang turned to leave, leaving behind a cold remark, "Please don't bother me again." Lung Lianshuang stood there, devastated, tears streaming down her face. As she reflected on those around her, she suddenly realized she didn't have a single friend she could truly confide in. In his eyes, she was nothing but a joke. Looking back, it seemed she really didn't have a single friend she could truly connect with. Su Liang walked into the building, his face expressionless. He headed straight for the elevator, silently calculating his next move. Just then, a familiar figure caught his attention at the restroom door. Su Liang squinted his eyes and quickly walked over, giving the person a slap on the back of the head. "What the heck? Who is it?" Yang Biao turned around, eyes widening when he saw Su Liang. "Liang Gu." Su Liang snorted, "You ungrateful brat. Haven't seen you around lately. Have you forgotten about me?" Yang Biao retorted, "Look who's talking. Why didn't you come find me?" As they bickered, a charming young girl emerged from the restroom. "Yang Biao, I'm ready. Let's go." She paused upon seeing Su Liang. Su Liang instantly recalled who she was. He squinted his eyes and remarked meaningfully, "So that's why you haven't come to find me choosing romance over friendship, huh?" Yang Biao blushed and quickly explained, "Liang Gu, don't misunderstand. We're just friends." The girl asked shyly, "Yang Biao, is this your friend?" Yang Biao hurriedly introduced, "Xiang, this is my best buddy Su Liang, the one with a 5-star combat rating." Wu Chuanxiang's eyes lit up, "Wow, you're Su Liang." Su Liang greeted her with a smile, though he inwardly scoffed. He clearly remembered how this woman had tormented Yang Biao in his past life before heartlessly abandoning him. After watching them leave, Su Liang resolved that this time, he wouldn't let Wu Chuanxiang harm Yang Biao again. He turned and headed to the combat room. By the time he arrived, his classmates were already engaged in practical training. Han Rushuang noticed his tardiness and merely said, "Go choose a combat technique to study." Su Liang replied with a smile, "Teacher, do you really think learning these basic techniques will be any use to me now?" Han Rushuang paused, seemingly realizing that it might indeed be pointless for Su Liang. A nearby classmate didn't look pleased. "Teacher, if my opponent is him, then there's no point in me even trying." Su Liang chuckled softly and prepared to leave, feeling the class was unnecessary for him. Han Rushuang frowned and said, "Wait." Su Liang paused in his tracks. "What's going on?" Han Rushuang has also changed into a training outfit. Han Rushuang donned a form-fitting training suit that accentuated her graceful figure. She pulled out the Overlord spear from the spatial converter and slammed it onto the ground with authority, exuding a commanding presence. Since you're my student, I'm committed to seeing this through. I'll be your sparring partner. Su Liang's eyes flashed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. He too retrieved a black spear from the spatial converter, its landing echoing with a thud. I'm all for it. A sharp glint appeared in Han Rushuang's eyes. Don't think a 5-star rating makes you invincible. I'll personally train you. Su Liang nodded respectfully. Thank you for your efforts, Teacher Han. With the spear in hand, Han Rushuang's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding a fierce allure. She called out sharply, "Make your move." Su Liang burst forward with explosive speed, like a sonic boom heading straight for his opponent. Han Rushuang's gaze sharpened as she swung her spear in a sweeping motion to counter. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as shockwaves rippled through the air. The onlooking students exclaimed, "Whoa! Su Liang is dueling with the class advisor." Both were fully absorbed in the battle. Su Liang's spear techniques were powerful and swift, surprising Han Rushuang with his prowess and the shadow of the Overlord spear. She took the fight seriously, and their spears wove a dazzling tapestry of sparks. Suddenly, Su Liang ducked and swept low, prompting Han Rushuang to leap into the air to evade. She countered with a backhand thrust aimed at Su Liang's shoulder, which he sidestepped. Their spears clashed, forces colliding, as both sought openings. The scene flowed like a seamless dance, a perfect blend of strength and grace. This was no mere lesson. It was an exhilarating duel. Han Rushuang grew more excited as the battle raged on. Activate the Divine Seal. Su Liang promptly activated the Wind and Fire Divine Seal, enveloping his spear in vibrant flames. The spectators were stunned. Even other teachers were taken aback. A chubby student muttered, "Holy crap, is Liangzi even human?" About 10 minutes had passed. Han Rushuang unleashed a powerful strike, her terrifying force erupting. As her spear gleamed through the air, her expression changed dramatically. Fall back. Even a second-rank divine envoy would be gravely injured by this blow. However, Su Liang, eyes sharp and focused, advanced instead of retreating. The two spears clashed with a thunderous explosion. Su Liang was forced back by the immense power, his spear trailing sparks across the ground as he slid over 30 meters before coming to a halt, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Han Rushuang quickly retracted her force and hurried over to check on him. Su Liang forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a little gum bleeding." The 10 instructors breathed a sigh of relief. Han Rushuang felt both embarrassed and guilty. "I got carried away and didn't hold back." Su Liang humbly replied, "The gap is too wide. It's nearly impossible for me to win against you." Han Rushuang playfully rolled her eyes. "If I used my full strength, you'd be gone. Don't get too cocky." Yet, she admired this student even more. The male teachers were stunned. Since when did the Iron Lady become so charming? Su Liang thought to himself. This is the power of a 4th-rank divine warrior. Soon, I'll be able to defeat her. Han Rushuang scanned the room. "Have you seen enough? Get back to training. Or do you want to try my Overlord spear?" The students quickly dispersed. His 3 roommates were speechless, secretly resolving to work even harder. Han Rushuang smiled. "Your spear skills have matured, showing hints of my Overlord spear. Feel free to come to me if you want to train more or evolve your skills." She also promised to help him apply for a 3-star combat technique. Grateful, Su Liang was asked about the origin of his spear skills and had to fabricate a story about his grandfather teaching him. Han Rushuang expressed her desire to visit this master, leaving Su Liang dumbfounded. He stammered, trying to evade the topic, but Han Rushuang insisted, "Your spear skills are truly advanced, surpassing even the 3rd-rank divine masters in the class. Your grandfather must be a master, even if you don't know it." Su Liang had no choice but to plan on getting his grandfather to play along later. As Han Rushuang went to observe the other students, Su Liang sat down to refine his skills. Unexpectedly, several girls approached him, including Li Yuwei, who asked to exchange contact information. Su Liang gave an awkward smile. "Hello?" Li Yuwei shyly asked, "Could I add you on StarNet?" Su Liang politely smiled back. There were a few girls in the back, all appearing gentle and soft-spoken. Su Liang felt a chill run down his spine. In a hurry, Su Liang quickly greeted them and left the combat training building. He pulled out his communicator and swiftly updated his StarCom profile to not single. The girls who had just been approved for his application saw the update and felt their hopes dashed. As Su Liang exited the building, he brushed past 3 young men. Just as he stepped off the stairs, they suddenly stopped. They exchanged a glance and immediately brought up a holographic image, which clearly displayed Su Liang's picture. "It's him," one of them confirmed in a hushed tone. Chang Hao, standing in the middle, sneered, "Since we've run into him, This makes things easier. The young man on the left hesitated. Should we act directly? Luo Xiao hasn't given any specific orders. Cheng Hao scoffed. Do we really need Luo Xiao to personally instruct us to deal with a small fry like this? If we can't handle such a simple task, why are we even following him? Besides, we're not out to kill him. The young man on the left nodded. All right, let's move. With determined expressions, the three quickened their pace to catch up with Su Liang. When they reached a secluded spot, they suddenly rushed forward and blocked his path. Su Liang eyed them warily. What's up? Cheng Hao feigned a smile. Su Liang, we're second-year students and we need your help with something. Su Liang nodded. What do you need help with? If I can help, I will. A glint of coldness flashed in Cheng Hao's eyes. We hope you can stay away from Bai Qianqian. Is that all right? Su Liang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a childish game, he thought to himself. What on earth are they playing at? Su Liang couldn't help but laugh. The whole group was utterly ridiculous, clearly just a bunch of lackeys hired by some fool. A disdainful smirk appeared on Su Liang's face, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. The three men noticed this, and their expressions darkened immediately. The leader, Cheng Hao, spoke coldly. Do you find this funny? Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Su Liang waved his hand, still smiling. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you guys, but at the big idiot behind you. If he wants me to leave Qianqian, why doesn't he come himself? The three men's faces changed slightly, and Cheng Hao forced himself to stay calm. I didn't say there was someone behind us. Su Liang shook his head and chuckled softly. No need to hide it. Just the three of you? Where would you get the nerve? At these words, the three were furious. The young man on the left shouted angrily. Who are you calling a lackey? Cheng Hao's face turned stern as he barked. I'm talking to you. Be serious. Stay away from Bai Qianqian. Do you think you're worthy, being just a blevel? Su Liang's smile faded, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Do I need you to tell me if I'm worthy? If you don't want to die, get lost and let the guy behind you come himself. With that, he turned and walked away, not bothering to engage further. Cheng Hao and his crew were infuriated. How arrogant. Get him. The two young men rushed forward, trying to grab Su Liang. A cold look flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he swiftly turned and slapped each one hard. The crisp sound was accompanied by flying blood and teeth, sending the two men sprawling. The trio was stunned. The two on the ground clutched their faces, wailing, My teeth. If I don't knock out all your teeth, my name isn't Wang. Cheng Hao snapped back to reality, his face dark with anger. You're asking for it. You brought this on yourself. Even as he spoke, a purple glow of divine seals began to emanate from the trio, each with two seals flickering. Su Liang looked at them with contempt. These three, who had just achieved 2 seals, were barely familiar with the power of their marks and were utterly incompetent. Cheng Hao shouted angrily, Break his legs. The two young men attacked with newfound confidence, bolstered by their divine seals. Su Liang watched their approach with a blank expression, mocking them inwardly. He drew a long spear from his spatial converter, startling the two attackers. One of them shouted, Take out his spear. From a distance, Cheng Hao watched, certain of their victory. But in the next moment, his eyes nearly popped out. Su Liang swung his spear with sudden and brutal force. With a loud bang, the spear struck the two men in their midsections. Su Liang knew well that his current strength of 70 points far surpassed these newly minted level 11 grade students. At level 10, they would have only had about 30 or 40 points of strength. Consolidating 2 seals, how much can it add? More than enough to handle them. Su Liang sneered, wielding his spear with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea. The two cultivators with 2 seals barely had time to react before they were swept aside by a single strike. Agonizing pain surged through their abdomens, their eyes bulged, and they spat out bile. They were sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, and could only groan in agony on the ground, unable to rise. Su Liang casually retracted his spear and turned to face Cheng Hao, who was too shocked to speak, doubting if he had targeted the wrong person. How could someone who had just awakened a single seal possess such strength? 2 cultivators with 2 seals were so easily defeated? Before Cheng Hao could gather his thoughts, Su Liang was already charging at him, spear in hand. The venomous look in Su Liang's eyes sent a chill down Cheng Hao's spine, but he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight back, shouting, Stop your rampage. His arms glowed with an earthy yellow light, as if he were encased in a protective shield. Cheng Hao took the initiative, launching a powerful punch. However, to Su Liang, it was child's play. The spear moved like a dragon, thrusting forward. Cheng Hao barely dodged the spear's tip and tried to close the distance, but Su Liang abruptly swung his spear. The curved shaft snapped back, the tip striking Cheng Hao's face with force. In an instant, Cheng Hao's face contorted, several teeth flew out, and his cheekbone caved in, pain engulfing his entire body. He was terrified, realizing that Su Liang was aiming to kill. Before he could escape, Su Liang spun around and swept upwards with his spear, hitting Cheng Hao's abdomen and sending him flying. Cheng Hao was filled with despair. This wasn't a mere one-seal cultivator, but a monster with seemingly supernatural strength. They weren't even on the same level, leaving him utterly defenseless. As he gasped for breath in midair, he saw Su Liang leap to meet him, a chilling smirk on his face. Su Liang didn't use his spear this time, instead delivering a powerful kick. With a dull thud, Cheng Hao spat blood and plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a web of cracks. He lay there, motionless like a dead dog, overwhelmed by fear. After landing, Su Liang emotionlessly dragged the other two to Cheng Hao's side, piling them together. He crouched down, holding his spear, and coldly asked, "All right, now can you tell me who's behind all this?" The three were terrified, shaking their heads in denial of any instigator. Su Liang sneered, grabbing Cheng Hao by the collar, and barked, "Do you think I'm negotiating with you?" With that, he abruptly dislocated Cheng Hao's right arm. Cheng Hao screamed in agony, sweat pouring down like rain. Terrified of Su Liang's torture, yet too scared to reveal Luo Ziwen, he could only plead desperately. Su Liang frowned, pondering that the person behind this might have a complicated identity. Just as he was about to apply more pressure, a cool voice interrupted. "Let it go where possible. You're all students of the academy. There's no need for such cruelty." Su Liang turned to see a stunning figure standing 20 meters away. He was surprised and puzzled. Why was it her? Su Liang paused what he was doing and looked at the breathtaking figure approaching him. As Su Liang glanced up, he saw an icy figure walking slowly toward him. It was Fang Beiyue, whose beauty was stunning in both this life and the last. Unlike Long Lianshuang, who feigned coldness, Fang Beiyue's aloof demeanor was innate. In his previous life, Su Liang had only seen her from a distancia, revered figure far beyond his reach. Yet, in this life, he unexpectedly had the chance to converse with her. Su Liang chuckled softly. "This isn't like you. Are you really one to meddle in others' business?" Fang Beiyue's eyes were indifferent as she replied, "I don't like meddling, but I dislike seeing people like you bully the weak even more." From his crouched position, Su Liang could appreciate Fang Beiyue's elegantly long legs and unparalleled sight of beauty. However, her demeanor was undeniably cold. Su Liang sneered, "Bully the weak? You're jumping to conclusions without knowing the full story." Fang Beiyue responded coolly, "Isn't what I see the truth? They can't fight back against you. Isn't that a fact?" Su Liang stood up, meeting Fang Beiyue's gaze. "What if I refuse to stop?" Fang Beiyue slightly frowned. This was the first time a guy dared to speak to her like this. She replied coldly, "If I don't see it, I won't intervene. But if I do see it, I will." While the two were locked in a standoff, Cheng Hao and his friends began to help each other retreat. Once they reached a safe distance, they quickly fled. Su Liang didn't chase after them. Instead, he focused his gaze on Fang Beiyue's cold eyes. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "So the aloof campus beauty Fang Beiyue also likes to meddle without knowing the full story. Impressive. No worries. Next time I run into those guys, I'll just beat them up again." With that, he turned and walked away. Fang Beiyue frowned and called out, "If I see it again, I'll still intervene." Without turning back, Su Liang replied, "Fine, you do your thing, I'll do mine." Back at the dorm, Su Liang began absorbing the divine crystal to evolve. He decided to focus on enhancing the wind and fire divine seal. Although the progress was slow, it was considered fast by ordinary standards. Closing his eyes, he started to draw the power from the divine crystal into the seal. 3 hours later, the dormitory door swung open as the others returned. Excitedly, one of them, nicknamed Fatty, exclaimed, "Liangzi, you're amazing. To hold your own against the Queen of Flowers, you're practically our idol now. From now on, you're the true hero of our dorm. Let's see who dares to mess with us now." Wang Lai and Yang Feihua exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with confidence. Su Liang slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Just don't drag me into finding women for you." The chubby guy rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement and mischief in his eyes. "Liang, I need to discuss something with you. That Li Yue, the girl who added you on Star Chat, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, can you introduce her to me?" Su Liang chuckled dismissively. "Add her yourself in the group. Why involve me?" The chubby guy persisted. "It'd be better if you introduced us." "Hold on. I'll send you a handsome picture of myself." "Stop right there." Su Liang waved him off. "Add her yourself? I'm not playing matchmaker." The chubby guy started to wail dramatically, but Su Liang paid no attention. Suddenly, Wang Lai asked, "Liang, what's your relationship with Leng Lianshuang?" 3 pairs of eyes turned to Su Liang, full of curiosity. Su Liang paused for a moment before deciding to be honest. "I pursued her once, but she turned me down. She wasn't interested in someone with a low divine seal level. Now that I'm a 5-star fighter, she wants to be friends, but I rejected her." The 3 were too stunned to speak. Wang Lai laughed. Does Liang need her? No way. Yang Feihua chimed in. It's all in the past. Don't dwell on it. Su Liang smiled. It's fine. I have a girlfriend now, and I don't feel anything for her. Just then, Su Liang received a message from Director Huang, granting him access to the beginner hunting grounds. He thought to himself, although he didn't really need it now, it might be good to gain some experience there. Liang, are you going to class this afternoon? Wang Lai asked. Su Liang shook his head. Nah, you guys go ahead. Yang Feihua laughed wryly. Feels like we're the underachievers in high school clinging to you. A flicker of something passed through Su Liang's eyes, and he said seriously, don't worry, I've got your backs for life. They were taken aback, exchanging glances. Wang Lai shivered. Liang, your sexual orientation is still straight, right? Su Liang laughed and cursed. Get lost. It was just after 1 p.m., right before class. Bai Qianqian, arm in arm with her roommate Lin Shuya, walked out of the dormitory, chatting and laughing together. As the elevator doors opened, Bai Qianqian's smile froze instantly. Long Lianshuang stood outside, and their eyes met, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Hiao pulled Long Lianshuang into the elevator, and an awkward silence filled the space. Bai Qianqian turned her face away, while Long Lianshuang looked down in silence. Everyone in the elevator was aware of the animosity between the two. When they reached the first floor, Hiao led the absent-minded Long Lianshuang away. Lin Shuya quietly asked Bai Qianqian about it, but Bai Qianqian responded coolly, clearly unwilling to elaborate. As they stepped out of the dormitory building, Luo Ziwen blocked their path. His warm smile made the two timid girls uneasy. Bai Qianqian responded indifferently, but Luo Ziwen's smooth talking eventually convinced her to agree to connect on Xingxuan. Long Lianshuang watched from a distance, conflicted about whether she should warn Bai Qianqian. Luo Ziwen watched them leave, a sinister smile playing at his lips, pleased that his first step had succeeded. He immediately contacted his subordinates and, upon learning that the operation had failed, flew into a rage. With a cold smile, Luo Ziwen reached out to others, plotting to target someone else. Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya hurried away, with Lung Lianshuang and Hiao following behind. Hiao quietly warned about Luo Ziwen's bad reputation, but Lung Lianshuang was preoccupied, haunted by Su Liang's words. Without realizing it, Lung Lianshuang quickened her pace to catch up with Bai Qianqian. On an impulse, she called out, Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian's steps faltered. The voice was all too familiar. She didn't want to respond, but her upbringing wouldn't allow her to ignore it. So, she turned her head. With a blank expression, she asked, what do you want? Lung Lianshuang felt a pang in her heart, unsure of how to respond. Seeing her silence, Bai Qianqian turned to leave. Wait, Lung Lianshuang blurted out, her inner struggle shattering her last bit of pride. She took a deep breath and whispered, be careful of that Luo Ziwen. He's not a good person? Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya exchanged shocked glances, incredulously staring at Long Lianshuang. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, Long Lianshuang continued, tell Su Liang to be careful too. Luo Ziwen might cause trouble for him because of you. It's his usual trick. With that, she quickly pulled the equally bewildered Hiao away. Bai Qianqian frowned in thought, recalling Long Lianshuang's proud demeanor in high school, a stark contrast to the person now warning her. Lin Shuya exclaimed, Qianqian, is this really the proud Long Lianshuang you told me about? Bai Qianqian shook her head, deciding it was best to inform Su Liang, just in case. Lung Lianshuang felt a weight lift off her heart as Hiao curiously asked, Lianshuang, do you know Luo Ziwen well? Lung Lianshuang chuckled. I've heard he likes to deceive girls, leaving them heartbroken. Just giving a heads up. Hiao looked disgusted. He seems so refined. Who knew he was such a jerk? Lung Lianshuang nodded. Just be cautious. Hiao pondered, Lianshuang. You seem a bit different today. Lung Lianshuang smiled and shook her head. I'm still me. Let's go, it's time for class. Su Liang, people do change. Su Liang had just arrived at the hunting grounds when he received a call from Qianqian. Upon hearing Qianqian relay Long Lianshuang's words, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. In the video, Qianqian and Lin Shuya both nodded in confirmation. Su Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, interesting. Could it be that my words this morning had an effect? He chuckled, Qianqian, she's right. Luo Ziwen is indeed not a good person. Just ignore him. Qianqian obediently agreed and reminded Su Liang to be careful. Su Liang reassured her, don't worry, I'm prepared. You two go to class. Upon learning that Su Liang was at the hunting grounds, Qianqian was thrilled. Su Liang explained that Director Huang had helped him, and he wanted to give it a try. Qianqian mumbled that she wanted to go too, to which Su Liang replied with a smile, once you reach the second seal, you can come. For now, you're the Academy's treasure. After arranging to take Qianqian and Lin Shuya out for dinner in the evening, Su Liang ended the video call, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Luo Ziwen, if you want to play, then I'll play along with you. He swiped his card to enter the beginner hunting grounds. where a dense forest came into view. Su Liang smirked, gripped his spear tightly, and strode in. He intended to take advantage of the Academy's resources while carefully concealing his beast god seal. At the same time, an exquisite figure also stepped into the forest. Fang Beiyue, with a cold expression, had come alone to hone her skills. She wanted to prove that she wasn't just a pretty face and didn't need anyone's protection. Clad in battle armor and wielding a tang horizontal blade, Fang Beiyue charged resolutely into the group of beasts. The power of her ice attribute god seal erupted, glowing red. She aimed to prove her strength, showing that she wasn't weak but merely lacked experience. She refused to join the military. The military would only gradually turn her into a decorative figure admired by all. She had forgotten everything, focusing solely on honing her combat instincts through the act of killing. Fang Beiyue was drenched in blood, her tang dao slicing relentlessly. She ignored her wounds, her eyes fixed only on the endless wave of strange beasts ahead. Every strike hit its mark with precision, each blow delivered with full force. 2 hours passed, yet she maintained her intense focus until she severed the head of the last bloodthirsty rat. Collapsing to the ground, Fang Beiyue gasped for air, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Just as she was about to take a brief rest, a rustling sound emerged from the surroundings. She sprang to her feet, gripping her sword tightly. 5 two-star bloodthirsty rats crawled out from the bushes, their crimson eyes locked onto her. Fang Beiyue took a deep breath, refusing to retreat. This was her self-imposed challenge, one she must overcome. She unleashed her icy powers, charging at the swarm of bloodthirsty rats like an ice phoenix. Her blade flashed, frost scattering everywhere. However, inexperience blinded her to the fact that one of the rat's fur had begun to harden into steel-like needles. Meanwhile, not far away, Su Liang was leisurely hunting beasts. He had already collected hundreds of beast crystals, feeling pleased with himself. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. Fang Beiyue emerged from the bushes, clutching her chest, her armor shattered, blood streaming. Su Liang was taken aback, about to ask what happened, when he saw a rat on the verge of evolving into a 3-star creature pursuing her. "Run!" Su Liang shouted, ready to flee. But Fang Beiyue grabbed his wrist tightly. "No calling for help. I can kill it." Su Liang swore, yanking his hand free. "Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag me along." With that, he ran without looking back. Watching Su Liang's retreating figure, Fang Beiyue felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Su Liang returning. Su Liang hadn't called for help, but his stubborn yet soft-hearted nature led him back. He couldn't really let her die out here. Su Liang quickly caught up. From a distance, he could see a 2-star bloodthirsty rat relentlessly pursuing Fang Beiyue. Keeping close behind, Su Liang observed as Fang Beiyue was being fiercely chased by the 2-star bloodthirsty rat. This creature was clearly nearing 3-star status, exuding an intimidating aura. Although Fang Beiyue was quite powerful, her severe injuries and significant energy depletion left her struggling. She continued to flee while desperately absorbing the divine crystal in her hand, which flickered with red light. Su Liang shook his head in silence, acknowledging her stubbornness. She would rather die than call for help. He couldn't help but glance a few more times at Fang Beiyue's graceful figure, admitting that she had an exceptional physique, with skin as smooth as jade and long, captivating legs. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Su Liang quickened his pace to keep up. Eventually, Fang Beiyue's strength waned, and she was knocked to the ground by the bloodthirsty rat. Struggling to her knees, she gripped her tang horizontal blade, ready to fight to the death. She knew she had only one powerful strike left, and had to make it count. Continuously absorbing energy from the divine crystal, she mentally encouraged herself. The bloodthirsty rat made its move. In an instant, Fang Beiyue unleashed a tremendous force of ice, freezing everything around her. She seemed to transform into an ice queen, her tang horizontal blade forming a massive ice dragon, surrounded by dozens of floating ice blades. As the bloodthirsty rat lunged, Fang Beiyue swung her blade down. The giant ice dragon blade, along with the ice blades, struck the creature simultaneously, turning it into an icy pincushion. Blood sprayed and instantly froze into scattered ice crystals. The bloodthirsty rat let out a piercing scream but managed a final tail whip in its death throes. Fang Beiyue, unable to dodge, had her chest armor shattered and was sent flying, crashing through several trees before coming to a stop. Barely conscious, she watched as the bloodthirsty rat gradually lost life. Despite her severe injuries, a sense of joy welled up in Fang Beiyue's heart. She had successfully slain a creature on the verge of becoming a 3-star beast, relying solely on her own strength. Though immobilized, Fang Beiyue was filled with a sense of accomplishment. For the first time in her life, she had truly achieved victory through her own power. She had never truly fought with all her might, nor had she ever faced a battle on the brink of life and death like this. Fang Beiyue leaned against a rough tree stump, her chest heaving. Her gaze swept over the surrounding forest, and a confident smile played on her lips. Su Liang watched her from a distance, frowning slightly as he muttered under his breath, "Still smiling? Do you even know how many beasts are lurking around?" Yet, Su Liang vaguely understood her feelings. In his memories of a past life, Fang Beiyue was born into privilege, with a powerful background, destined to soar as a favored daughter of the heavens. She lacked nothing and never needed to fight for her life. Her silly smile at this moment revealed her inner yearning desire to truly rely on her own strength. The power of the Frost Dragon Thousand Blade Slash, which Fang Beiyue had just unleashed, was indeed astonishing. With a single strike, she had slain a bloodthirsty rat on the verge of advancing to 3 stars, showcasing incredible potential. Su Liang recalled past rumors that, at higher levels, this move could summon thousands of frost blades, with the main blade extending hundreds of meters, capable of annihilating all foes in a single strike. However, Fang Beiyue was now at her limit. That lethal attack had drained all her strength, leaving her spiritual seal empty and defenseless. Su Liang frowned and sighed inwardly. Not the smartest move, not leaving any strength to protect herself. Soon, several ghost-faced spiders and bloodthirsty rats emerged from the surrounding bushes. Some rushed towards the 2-star bloodthirsty rat's corpse, while others headed straight for Fang Beiyue. Her expression turned grim, and she gripped her tang horizontal blade tightly, ready to fight to the death. In that critical moment, a spear pierced through the air, pinning a bloodthirsty rat to the ground. Fang Beiyue was startled, but recognized the familiar weapon. In the next moment, Su Liang emerged from the bushes, seizing the spear and sweeping it horizontally, sending the other beasts flying. Fang Beiyue's eyes flickered with complex emotions. He had come after all, but soon, her expression turned to shock. Su Liang's spear skills were fierce and practiced. He dispatched the 1-star beasts with ease, without even using his spiritual seal power. Amidst the flying flesh and blood, Su Liang's displayed strength far exceeded her expectations. After dealing with the immediate threat, Su Liang unhesitatingly charged at the beasts, devouring the 2-star bloodthirsty rat's corpse. He struck with lethal precision, each blow decisive and unhesitating. His sheer physical power was enough. There was no need to use spiritual seal power. In no time, Su Liang had taken care of all the beasts. He quickly collected the beast crystals and walked over to Fang Beiyue, tossing her the 2-star beast crystal without a word. Fang Beiyue wanted to thank him, but Su Liang cut her off with a single remark. Pointing to his head with one finger, Su Liang said, "You seem to be a little less than bright up here." Fang Beiyue was genuinely stunned for quite some time. She stared in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly. Did Su Liang just imply she wasn't very smart? Throughout her life, she'd never received such a critique. Wherever she went, she was always the center of admiration, with compliments like the pride of heaven, ice goddess, and the top beauty of the school constantly surrounding her. Yet in Su Liang's eyes, she was just a simple-minded girl. This stark contrast stirred a complex mix of emotions within her: anger, grievance, and an indescribable sense of discontent. Recalling how Su Liang had run off without a second thought, Fang Beiyue felt even more indignant. Did he have no sense of chivalry? She was an S-ranked chosen one, the campus queen. Yet to him, she was seemingly worthless. "You're the one who's not smart," Fang Beiyue finally retorted, feeling frustrated with nowhere to vent. If she hadn't lost her powers, she would have challenged him right there. Su Liang looked at her impassively and said, "I'm smarter than you. In a life-or-death situation, you didn't call for help and used your last bit of strength to kill a beast. How is that not suicidal? Saying you're not very smart, was I wrong?" Fang Beiyue's face flushed with anger, leaving her speechless. She wanted to argue but couldn't find a reason. Did he really think she was that foolish? Seeing her reaction, Su Liang added, "I wonder if you put all your points into beauty instead of intelligence when you were reborn." That comment completely ignited Fang Beiyue's fury. Her eyes reddened with grievance as she shouted, "Who are you to judge me? You ran away when the beast was chasing me. Is that what the academy taught you? Coward." Su Liang chuckled lightly. "Well, you're right. I am a coward. If it weren't for me, you'd be in pieces by now." These words shattered Fang Beiyue's emotional defenses. Tears glistened as they fell from her eyes. She had never cried over a boy before, but today, Su Liang's words and actions broke her composure. Watching her cry in anger and sadness, Su Liang hesitated for a moment. Was he too harsh? But then again, perhaps it was a lesson she needed. "All right, let's drop it. Just consider it a lesson learned. On the beast battlefield, no one cares about your looks. Survival is what matters. I'll call for help to save you the trouble." Upon hearing this, Fang Beiyue panicked. "No, don't call." Su Liang frowned. "You still deny being foolish. If you don't call for help now, do you want to bleed out?" With red-rimmed eyes, Fang Beiyue stubbornly said, I said don't call. Just go. I don't need your help. Amused by her stubbornness, Su Liang laughed, fine. Then you can wait to die. He turned to leave. Fang Beiyue had never felt so wronged. Anyone else would have been heartbroken to see her like this and rushed to help. But this guy, not only did he not help, he even added insult to injury. Seeing Su Liang really about to leave, Fang Beiyue grew anxious. Su Liang took a couple of steps, noticing she refused to back down, and smiled slightly. He turned back, crouched down, and looked directly at the injured, yet still striking, campus queen. Why don't you want me to call for help? Fang Beiyue glared at him fiercely and turned away. Why do you care? Wouldn't it be better if I just died here? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Fine. If you want to keep being stubborn, then go ahead. I'm leaving. I offered you a way out, and you won't take it, so why act tough? Fang Beiyue was utterly defeated. She felt completely outmaneuvered by Su Liang, with no way out. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Was this the consequence of beauty losing its power? She glanced at the two-star beast crystal in front of her and gritted her teeth. Get me out of here. And this two-star beast crystal is yours. Don't mention calling for help, and don't say anything after we leave. Su Liang sneered. That's it? I could just kill 10 one-star beasts myself and get that. Plus, you want me to agree to all these conditions? Dream on. With teary eyes, Fang Beiyue bit her lip. Her alluring demeanor even made Su Liang momentarily dazed. I also killed over 100 one-star beasts earlier. You can have all the beast crystals. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Now that's a decent deal. He decided not to push his luck further. All right, deal. Fang Beiyue was too angry to speak anymore. In a situation like this, anyone else would have been deeply concerned and rushed to help her. But this guy, without any benefit, he wouldn't lift a finger. Fang Beiyue suddenly realized that she didn't seem to mind, and Qi Hengqiu gave her the same impression. In their eyes, her beauty seemed not to matter at all. A flicker of surprise crossed Fang Beiyue's eyes. She had always prided herself on her looks, yet she felt no admiration from these two boys. Su Liang put away the beast crystal and reached out to help her up, but suddenly noticed her disheveled clothing, awkwardly stopping his hand in midair. Fang Beiyue also realized her clothes were in disarray, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing? Su Liang scoffed. What's the big deal? They're just a pair of breasts. My girlfriends are bigger, and I don't even want to look at hers. His words left Fang Beiyue mortified and furious, her chest heaving with anger. You, pervert. Unfazed, Su Liang covered her chest with his clothes and scooped her up in a princess carry. Hold on tight. The beasts are coming, and I'll get you out of here, he said calmly, his touch making Fang Beiyue stiffen. She had never been touched by a boy before, and the embarrassment was overwhelming. With a powerful stride, Su Liang dashed out of the hunting ground with her in his arms. Half an hour later, they finally saw the exit. All right, we're out. I'll take you to the medical room, Su Liang offered. Fang Beiyue quickly refused. No. Su Liang frowned. What's your deal? You don't want rescue, and now you won't go to the medical room? Feeling a bit wronged, Fang Beiyue pulled out a car from her spatial converter. Take me outside. I have an apartment with a medical system. Su Liang placed her in the passenger seat and sped off. Fang Beiyue glanced at him, feeling both angry and annoyed. How did she end up with such a rogue? She probed. Which class are you in? I haven't seen you before. Su Liang twitched his lips. Don't pry into my business. Knowing too much isn't good for you. He wondered if Fang Beiyue would seek revenge if she found out he was just a first-year student. Soon, they arrived at a villa. Su Liang carried her into the medical room. The intelligent steward began a scan, revealing multiple fractures and internal bleeding, with her magic power depleted. Su Liang extended his hand for the beast crystal, but Fang Beiyue, barely conscious, mumbled, I can't take it out now. I'll give it to you next time. Su Liang frowned. Trying to cheat me? Huh? Fang Beiyue was too angry to speak. Su Liang sighed. Forget it. Take your time healing. I don't need it. He turned to leave as Fang Beiyue's eyes dimmed. Jerk. I'll find you. Won't owe you a single one. She then passed out, and the intelligent steward began the treatment. On his way back, Su Liang rubbed his chin. Will that woman come after me once she recovers? I really meddled too much. A third-level spellcaster is a bit troublesome. I should focus on evolving and getting stronger. Su Liang headed straight back to Qianqian's villa, as they had planned to have dinner together that evening. After a shower and a change of clothes, Qianqian and her friends arrived. Lin Shuya was stunned at her first glance inside the villa. Wow, I've never seen such a beautiful house. Qianqian chuckled. You'll have one too in the future. She smiled at Su Liang. Su Liang, let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Lin Shuya. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Hello? Lin Shuya shyly nodded back. Hello? To Lin Shuya, Su Liang had an air of mystery. Achieving a 5-star combat rating wasn't something just anyone could do. The teachers had mentioned that even Qianqian's 4-star rating was rare, let alone a 5-star. Moreover, the teachers had clearly stated that among the current batch of grade freshmen, none could match him. That was quite impressive in itself. Su Liang cheerfully said, "Let's go. Let's grab some delicious food." Qianqian nodded with a smile. "Su Liang, how was your hunt at the hunting ground?" Su Liang waved it off. "Don't mention it. I only took down a little over 100. Lin Shuya was taken aback. She looked at Su Liang in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. Could 100 or so beasts really be considered few for a newcomer? Even though she was rated S level, she wouldn't dare face such a number of beasts alone. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shuya raised her hand and asked, "Can I ask a question?" Su Liang nodded with a smile. "Go ahead. How exactly did you manage that? Aren't you a freshman?" Lin Shuya's voice trembled slightly. Su Liang exchanged a knowing glance with Qianqian, a hint of understanding passing between them. He casually replied, "My combat rating is 5 stars. It's not a problem to take them down." Lin Shuya was even more puzzled. Could a 5-star combat rating really bridge the gap of divine power? Just as she was about to ask more, Qianqian skillfully changed the subject. "Brother Su Liang, why did you only kill this many? Did something unexpected happen?" Su Liang truthfully recounted his encounter with Feng Beiyue. After listening, Qianqian narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Su Liang. He quickly explained, "I swear, I had no ulterior motives. It was purely to save someone." Qianqian snorted softly. "It better be." As they chatted along the way, the three of them arrived at the restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Qianqian's starlink kept flashing. She frowned and said, "This Luo Ziwang is so annoying. Always bragging about his family's status and wealth." Su Liang let out a cold laugh and took the starlink to check. He sneered. His attempts to flirt are embarrassingly low level. With that, he took Qianqian's hand, interlocking their fingers, snapped a photo, added a caption, and then blocked the contact. On the other side, Luo Ziwang received the reply, initially delighted, then furious. "Bastard! I'm going to get you," he fumed, glaring at the photo, teeth clenched. "Gu Dongping, find them for me." Qianqian and Lin Shuya glanced at the message from Su Liang and chuckled softly. However, there was a hint of concern on their faces. Noticing the worry mixed with their smiles, Su Liang waved his hand casually. "What's there to worry about? If he really annoys us, we'll just make a big deal out of it. I promise, there will be countless powerful figures knocking on the Luo family's door for tea, making him kneel without daring to stand." Bai Qianqian furrowed her brows and expressed her concern. "But I'm worried he might cause trouble for you." Su Liang shook his head with a smile. "Silly. Don't worry. It's not that easy to cause me trouble. I sent that message to provoke him, to see if he dares to escalate things. Once he does, we'll settle it all at once, saving us from this back and forth." Bai Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. Lin Shuya glanced at Su Liang, a hint of admiration in her eyes. The three of them continued eating and chatting, maintaining a relaxed atmosphere. Casually, Su Liang asked, "Shuya, where do you live?" "In the southern part of the city, in the residential area," Lin Shuya replied. Su Liang nodded, thinking to himself that with an S-level talent in her family, a significant transformation was inevitable. Curious, Lin Shuya asked, "Su Liang, Qianqian mentioned that you taught her many combat techniques. Could you teach me alongside her?" Su Liang chuckled. "Well, I could, but I'm sure your teachers are better than me." Qianqian quickly shook her head. "No, brother Su Liang, there's a huge difference. The teachers teach us how to learn combat skills, but you teach us how to specifically slay beasts, which is much more practical. Without your guidance, my combat rating wouldn't have reached 4 stars." Su Liang nodded in agreement. "That's true. My techniques are primarily for killing, specifically aimed at hunting beasts." Lin Shuya eagerly chimed in. "Can you?" Qianqian agrees too. Su Liang smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll give you both some special training over the weekend." Lin Shuya was thrilled, and the three of them exchanged smiles, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere. Just then, four attractive young people entered the restaurant. Yi Qinghan immediately spotted Su Liang and his friends in the corner, and his expression turned sour. "Bai Qianqian?" A surprised voice rang out, causing the three of them to pause instantly. Turning around, she spotted Yi Qiling rushing out of the restaurant with a deliberate sway of her chest. Yi Qiling looked at Bai Qianqian with a face full of surprise, feigning an accidental encounter. Su Liang sneered inwardly, impressed by her acting skills. "It really is you." Yi Qiling approached Bai Qianqian enthusiastically. Bai Qianqian was a bit puzzled. "And you are?" "I'm Yi Qiling, a student from Class A, Level 1. What a coincidence to run into you." Yi Qiling said familiarly, bouncing slightly in Su Liang's presence to emphasize her figure. Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya felt a bit awkward, casting a discreet glance at Su Liang. Yi Qiling's blatant flirtation was unsettling. "Please keep it down," Bai Qianqian quietly reminded her. Yi Qiuling immediately lowered her voice. Oh, sure, she said, pretending to be innocent and lively. Can I take a picture with you? Bai Qianqian nodded shyly in agreement. Yi Qiuling quickly moved closer and snapped a selfie with her Starlink. Su Liang watched the performance coldly. Yi Qiuling suddenly turned to him. Oh, you're Su Liang, the one with a 5-star combat rating, right? Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, I didn't expect to meet two legends. And you know each other. No wonder your combat rating is so high. As she spoke, Yi Qiuling swayed her body, deliberately showcasing her allure. She inwardly mocked. Go ahead, take a good look, you loser. Can I take a picture with you too? I admire you so much. Yi Qiuling said excitedly. I heard no freshman can match you. Bai Qianqian pouted, feeling a bit jealous. Unexpectedly, Su Liang agreed. Sure. Yi Qiuling jumped with excitement and handed her Starlink to Bai Qianqian. Can you take a picture for us? Reluctantly, Bai Qianqian took the device. To her surprise, Yi Qiuling clung to Su Liang's arm, pressing it against her chest. Su Liang acted as if nothing happened. Bai Qianqian trembled with anger. Not stopping there, Yi Qiuling shyly asked, Su Liang, can I add you on Starlink? Su Liang agreed, and Bai Qianqian couldn't hold back any longer, pulling Lin Shuya away with her. Yi Qiuling felt triumphant, easily stirring discord between them. After adding him as a friend, Su Liang quickly went after Bai Qianqian. Yi Qiuling sneered. Turns out he's just a fool who thinks with his lower body. Yi Qinghan appeared soon after, praising her. Qiuling, you're amazing. Yi Qiuling gave a sly smile. Brother Qinghan, don't rush. In the next few days, they'll give them a few more doses. They'll definitely win them over. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. Let's go. Big brother's treating you to a feast today. Bai Qianqian, fuming with anger, pulled Lin Shuya along quickly. Qianqian was seething, dragging Lin Shuya outside, while muttering under her breath, idiot, pervert. Lin Shuya sighed helplessly and advised, Qianqian, calm down. Qianqian pouted, feeling wronged and said, that girl was obviously after brother Su Liang, and he didn't reject her, even let her hug him and added her on StarChat. Lin Shuya chuckled and asked, if you saw it, don't you think Su Liang saw it too? Do you really not trust him? This question left Qianqian stunned. She really didn't trust Su Liang, but witnessing that scene made her feel upset. Lin Shuya continued, I may not have been in a relationship, but if you're really uncomfortable, you should have stopped it right away and asserted your place. Qianqian hesitated and said, but I didn't want to embarrass brother Su Liang. Lin Shuya shook her head in resignation. So you'd rather feel wrong than let him lose face in front of others, right? Qianqian blushed and lowered her head, about to say something when she turned and bumped into a warm embrace. Silly girl, are you jealous? Su Liang chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist. Qianqian's anger dissipated significantly as she looked up at Su Liang, biting her lip in silence. Su Liang quickly explained, that was someone from Yi Qinghan's side, doing it on purpose. Yi Qinghan and his group were watching from the side. Qianqian suddenly understood, feeling a bit annoyed. Su Liang continued, I noticed them coming in and out of the store. That Yi Qiuling changed her outfit deliberately to cause trouble. Qianqian, feeling wronged, said, then why didn't you tell me? I thought you liked her type. Su Liang patted her head, silly, the only one I like is you. Qianqian's face flushed, her ears burning. Lin Shuya laughed beside them. Is this a confession? I'll leave you two to it. With that, she slipped away. Qianqian buried her head in Su Liang's chest, her heart racing. Was this Su Liang's first time confessing to her? But she wasn't pretty yet, nor did she have a figure like Yi Qiuling's. Su Liang laughed and said, how long are you going to hide there? Qianqian pulled away from his embrace, whispering, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Su Liang shook his head. It's my fault for not telling you beforehand. I wanted you to react genuinely, making Yi Qiuling think she succeeded. Qianqian hurriedly grabbed his hand. It's not your fault. She blushed and asked, but wouldn't it be better to reject them outright? Su Liang explained, this is just the beginning. There will be many more trying to disrupt our relationship. By playing along, I want to draw out the mastermind and crush certain people's plans. Yi Qiuling is just a small pawn. Yi Qinghan will definitely approach you later. Wouldn't it be better to give them a big surprise and completely defeat them? Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. Su Liang gently said, you don't need to overthink. Just remember, Su Liang belongs to Qianqian, and Qianqian belongs to Su Liang. Qianqian lowered her head, blushing, but felt overjoyed inside. Su Liang smiled and added, I don't even fancy Feng Beiwei, let alone her. My heart is only for Qianqian. Qianqian, blushing, retorted, all right, stop it. Su Liang laughed heartily and leaned in. Come on, let me get my punishment. Qianqian understood what Su Liang meant. He clearly wanted a kiss. Finding an excuse like that, not happening. Though Bai Qianqian said she wouldn't kiss, Her heart couldn't resist. Blushing, she gently pecked Su Liang on the cheek and playfully scolded. All right, I give up. No more hugging and cuddling with other girls from now on. As you wish. Su Liang replied with a smile. They exchanged a knowing look and happily made their way to the academy. On the way, Bai Qianqian suddenly asked, Su Liang, do all guys like girls with big chests, curvy hips, slender waists, and long legs and black stockings? Su Liang's face changed, recognizing a trap question. He quickly denied, no, I only like you, Qianqian. Bai Qianqian snorted, pervert. Although her words said one thing, her face couldn't hide her amusement. Feigning anger, Su Liang teased, oh, Qianqian, you've become naughty. How do you even know about these things now? He pretended to grab her. Bai Qianqian quickly ran away, and they playfully chased each other to the academy entrance. Just as they entered the gate, Su Liang sensed someone following them. He snorted inwardly but didn't react, making sure to see Bai Qianqian safely to her dorm first. After their reluctant goodbye, Su Liang retraced his steps, deliberately heading to a secluded spot. As expected, the stalker couldn't hold back and made a move. A flash of purple divine light revealed the attacker as an 11 dual-marked divine envoy. Su Liang snorted, I've been waiting for you. The assailant was startled, realizing he had been exposed. Su Liang wasted no time, drawing a spear from his spatial converter, its blade gleaming coldly. With a powerful thrust, the attacker raised an arm to block, producing a metallic clang. Su Liang quickly discerned that this person's divine mark was metal-related, allowing body parts to transform into metal. The enemy launched a fierce punch aimed at Su Liang's face. Yet with his insight, such attacks posed no threat. Su Liang pushed off with his foot, sliding back as his spear lashed out, striking the foe. Clang! Another metallic collision echoed. Gu Dongping was shocked, wondering how this kid could be so strong. Each strike of the spear brought him intense pain. Could it be true what Cheng Hao and the others said, that this guy was a cheat? Unwilling to admit defeat, Gu Dongping's divine mark glowed, his body seemingly turning into copper and iron as he charged at Su Liang. If he could land just one punch, he could bring Su Liang down. Su Liang sensed the opponent's intent, swiftly retreating while his spear spun with a flurry of flowers. He knew this person was much stronger than those he faced earlier, likely above level 12. He needed to keep his distance and find a weakness. The continuous clashing of metal grew increasingly frustrating for Gu Dongping, as he found himself unable to gain an advantage. It felt as if each of his moves was anticipated. His frustration mounted, and anxiety crept in. Su Liang remained calm, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he swept his spear horizontally, aiming for the opponent's chest. Boom! The spear exploded against Gu Dongping's chest with a loud bang. Gu Dongping cried out, sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth as his eyes burned with rage. Kneel before me, he roared, his right arm's divine mark shimmering with silver light as he punched, seemingly intent on shattering Su Liang's spear. Su Liang snorted inwardly, a glint of golden light flickering deep within his eyes. In that instant, Gu Dongping's fist shot out, momentarily transforming into what seemed like a metallic tiger. Su Liang let out a cold chuckle, the beast god's mark on his chest swirling with energy, pooling at the tip of his spear. Furious dragon breaks the army, he muttered, as the spear thrust forward like a dragon. Gu Dongping's eyes flashed with disdain, convinced that this strike couldn't breach his defense. He planned to withstand it, and then retaliate with a decisive punch. However, the spear tip seemed to become the sharpest weapon imaginable. With a pft, it effortlessly pierced through Gu Dongping's prized defense, stabbing into his right shoulder. Blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain contorted his face. How is this possible? Gu Dongping stared incredulously at the wound on his chest, his voice trembling. The enhancement of his revered divine mark had been shattered so easily, overturning everything he knew. Su Liang said coldly, move, and I'll shatter your right shoulder. With that, he lifted Gu Dongping entirely with one hand, using the spear. The agony nearly made Gu Dongping faint. He gritted his teeth and shouted, let me go. Who sent you? Su Liang demanded icily, twisting the spear slowly. Gu Dongping howled in pain, hoping to draw the attention of other students. Indeed, people began to gather, watching in shock. Holy crap, is this a murder scene? Isn't that the second mark Gu Dongping? Isn't he at level 13? Who could thrash him like this? Could it be in rank? Ignoring the murmurs around him, Su Liang pressed on, Luo Ziwen sent you. But it's not just to rough me up, is it? Seeing Gu Dongping's pupils contract slightly, he sneered, I knew it. Amidst the crowd's gaze, Su Liang abruptly slammed Gu Dongping to the ground. His piercing scream made the onlookers gasp. Su Liang grabbed Gu Dongping by the collar, dragging him towards the third mark's class dormitory. A long trail of blood marked their path, leaving the surrounding students in a state of shock and dread. What's he up to? Who is this guy? This is intense. Su Liang, covered in blood, dragged Gu Dongping step by step towards the dormitory building of the Triple Seal S class. The surrounding students followed, both curious and frightened. Someone recognized Su Liang, causing a stir. Whoa, isn't that Su Liang, the freshman with a 5-star combat rating? What? He's a freshman? In a B class? No way. How could he defeat an A class, level 13? Like Gu Dongping? The crowd buzzed with chatter. Someone explained, Gu Dongping is an A-class divine seal, which makes his vital body parts indestructible. How did Su Liang break through his defenses? The crowd was increasingly astonished. A B-class freshman beating an A-class senior seemed unbelievable. The crowd grew restless, and someone started notifying the teachers. Su Liang remained expressionless, his eyes cold and determined. He thought to himself, Luo Ziwen, you want to play? Then let's play to the end. Soon, Su Liang dragged the barely conscious Gu Dongping to the base of the Triple Seal S-class dormitory. He climbed the stairs step by step, followed by a large group of onlookers. Some were streaming the scene live, causing the Academy Forum to explode with activity. Meanwhile, in the B-class freshman dormitory, damn, Liangzi's in big trouble. The chubby guy's face turned pale. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were also shocked. Yang Feihua calmly said, Wang Lai, go get Ba Wang Hua. Chubby, let's rally some support for Liangzi. The three sprang into action, determined to stand by their brother no matter what. In the S-class freshman dormitory, Lin Shuya exclaimed, Qianqian, something big has happened. Su Liang is causing trouble with the Triple Seal group. Bai Qianqian was taken aback and dashed out without changing her clothes. Downstairs, Lung Lianshuang and He Yao rushed over as well. The three met up and headed to the scene in unison. At this moment, Luo Ziwen was still oblivious, wrapped in a towel, awaiting good news. He swirled his wine glass, lost in dreams of winning over Bai Qianqian. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The steel door of the dormitory was kicked off its hinges, shooting into the room like a cannonball. Luo Ziwen was caught off guard, with the door about to hit him square in the face. Luo Ziwen, what the heck? Boom. Luo Ziwen was slammed against the wall, his anger reaching a boiling point. He violently pushed the door off his face, shouting, damn it, who the hell wants to die? Completely oblivious to the fact that his towel had been pulled away, leaving him exposed to the chill. The flashlights of bionic drones outside flickered, and Su Liang's people peeked in, chuckling. Someone mockingly whispered, why is it so small? It's like a screw. The students downstairs, and the live stream audience burst into laughter. The comments flooded in, wow, impressive. Is he underdeveloped? No wonder he abandoned her. He can't satisfy anyone. I dub thee the Screw Emperor. His former partners chimed in. Are they all still intact? Do you think a screw can manage that? Just cut it off and change gender. The girls who had been bullied by Luo Ziwen reveled in the moment, fanning the flames. Su Liang struggled to keep a straight face. Such a tiny thing, quite unique. Luo Ziwen's face turned ashen, wishing he could disappear into a hole. He quickly wrapped a towel around himself, glaring at Su Liang with bloodshot eyes. You worm, you're dead. The divine seal's light burst forth. Blue flames laced with frost erupted. Su Liang remained unfazed. Senior Luo, calm down, or you'll burn everything away again, and your heroic reputation will be exposed once more. Luo Ziwen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, extinguishing the flames instantly. He frantically patted the fire on his towel, his fury uncontainable. With a swift motion, he retrieved the spatial converter, donning his battle armor in an instant. I'll kill you. Luo Ziwen's eyes were blood-red, blue flames surging once more. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Su Liang casually tossed Gu Dongping at his feet. Luo Ziwen was taken aback. This worthless fool had failed? He forced himself to remain calm. Next time you send someone to kill me, don't send such trash. The students outside were shocked. Gu Dongping was sent by Luo Ziwen to kill Su Liang? Why? Did you forget the day Bai Qianqian enrolled? Su Liang is Bai Qianqian's boyfriend. The forum exploded. Wow, it's him? No wonder. Luo Ziwen wants Bai Qianqian, so he has to get rid of Su Liang. Luo Ziwen had lost all reason. Roaring, bastard. You kicked my door, disgraced me, and now you throw someone at my feet to accuse me of hiring a killer to murder you? Today, even if it means breaking the law, I'll slaughter you. Worm, prepare to die. The blue flames transformed into a dragon, spewing fire. Su Liang wielded his spear, blasting back before leaping out the window. In midair, he shouted, deny it? Who doesn't know Gu Dongping is your man? Luo Ziwen, clad in armor, followed closely, blue flames raging. Stop slandering me. Today, you will die. He leapt down after him, while the students below quickly made way to watch the spectacle unfold. As Su Liang landed, The ground beneath him cracked and split. The spiderweb-like fissures spread out, causing the surrounding students to watch in shock and awe. The entire academy was fixated on this battle, marveling at how Su Liang had leaped from the 5th floor unscathed. Even the senior students were taken aback, wondering what secrets this so-called grade freshman might be hiding. In the sky, Luo Ziwen was enveloped in swirling blue flames, descending like a meteor towards Su Liang. Su Liang's eyes sharpened as he swiftly dodged with a powerful push off the ground. Luo Ziwen's attack missed, scattering blue flames that forced nearby students to retreat hastily. Screw Emperor has gone berserk, someone exclaimed. Su Liang's in trouble now, daring to go against Luo Ziwen. I respect him as a true warrior. If he survives, I'll acknowledge him as my big brother. Hold on. The teachers are on their way. Su Liang knew he couldn't withstand a full-on assault. He just needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. However, Luo Ziwen was already in a frenzy. Being exposed for the Gu Dongping incident was one thing, but having his Screw Emperor identity revealed was something he couldn't tolerate. Die! Luo Ziwen roared, charging with incredible speed. Su Liang barely managed to parry, his spear bending under the immense force. He was sent flying, crashing heavily into a wall, leaving it cracked. Blue flames advanced, but Su Liang's divine sigil surged, dispelling the icy corpse fire. Under the relentless assault, Su Liang's mouth bled, and his hands were bruised. The surrounding students were increasingly worried, knowing Su Liang wouldn't last much longer against such an onslaught. Luo Ziwen had lost all reason, caring nothing for the consequences. Insect, die! Luo Ziwen summoned a blue fire dragon once more. A fierce glint flashed in Su Liang's eyes as the beast god sigil on his chest surged with golden power. The spear's tip was cloaked in a golden glow as he swung it in a wide arc to meet the attack. Boom! At the moment the golden light clashed with the blue corpse fire, everyone witnessed the blue flames retreating as if startled. What the heck? What is that? How can it make Luo Ziwen's corpse fire retreat? Did you see that golden glow? Don't tell me that's the power of an SS-level divine sigil? As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. A golden glow suddenly appeared, leaving everyone astonished. How could a Class B divine seal cause such a phenomenon? Amidst the chatter, some felt a sense of oppression. Before they could fully process it, the spear tip pierced through the blue flames, leaving a long scar on Luo Ziwen's armor. Shocked and furious, Luo Ziwen transformed into a blue fireman and charged forward. Su Liang struggled to defend himself. Although the spear, enhanced by the golden light, left several marks, it couldn't penetrate the armor. He gradually realized that the Beast God Seal increased the weapon's sharpness and suppressive power, but it didn't change his own attributes. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ziwen struck the spear with fiery fists. The spear bent, sending Su Liang flying into the wall. The onlookers were on edge, both impressed and concerned. Some called for a teacher, while others shouted for deification. Enraged, Luo Ziwen drew a trident, his intent to kill clear. As the crowd gasped, Su Liang remained motionless. Suddenly, a commanding figure appeared in front of Su Liang. Stop! Han Rushuang's stern voice rang out, halting both the blue flames and the trident. Luo Ziwen, unwilling to back down, roared his intention to kill Su Liang. Han Rushuang snorted coldly, her spear vibrating lightly, forcing him back. Luo Ziwen cursed, "Get lost," further provoking Han Rushuang. She instantly teleported forward, sweeping her spear horizontally. Luo Ziwen finally came to his senses, his face turning pale. Boom! Luo Ziwen was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard into the dormitory wall, which shattered instantly. The entire room fell silent, the only sound being the collective gulping of those present. Han Rushuang's arrival was like a chilling wind, instantly cooling the entire atmosphere. She let out a cold snort, her gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping over everyone present. Who gave you the courage to disrespect your elders, speak so arrogantly, and bully the weak? Luo Ziwen had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with malice. He cursed inwardly, "Damn wench. I'll make you submit to me eventually." At that moment, 3 breathless friends rushed in, heading straight for Su Liang. "Liangzi, are you okay?" they asked anxiously. Su Liang shook his head to indicate he was fine, though his expression was serious. "You guys better step back and avoid trouble." The 3 stood their ground determinedly. "Stop talking nonsense, we're your brothers." Su Liang felt warmth in his heart and grinned. "All right, then stand a bit further back." Seeing this, Luo Ziwen became even more enraged and shouted at Han Rushuang. "Teacher Han, are you just going to protect him like this?" Su Liang sneered. "Protect him from what?" With a stern expression, Han Rushuang ordered someone to bring Gu Dongping down. She fixed her gaze on Luo Ziwen. "Were you the one who incited him?" Luo Ziwen tried hard to defend himself, while Su Liang calmly played the surveillance video and narrated the events. He deliberately mentioned Luo Ziwen, admiring his own prowess in the dormitory, which made those around struggle to hold back their laughter. The forum exploded with laughter, filling the screens. Luo Ziwen's face turned from red to blue to purple, and finally a ghastly shade of green. He trembled as he pointed at Su Liang, yet couldn't utter a word. Su Liang quickly added, "No need to get angry, Senior Luo, I'm just stating the facts." Even the most stoic would shake their head at this. No one could hold back their laughter anymore. Han Rushuang's temples throbbed, barely able to contain her amusement at this mischievous fellow. Luo Ziwen was so enraged that his blood pressure spiked. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Su Liang seized the opportunity and said, "Mr. Han, I admit it was wrong of me to impulsively kick the door. I apologize. Since he denies instructing Gu Dongping, I won't pursue it further." He sighed. "But why didn't Senior Luo say earlier that it wasn't him? I would have compensated for the door." The entire school watched Su Liang's shameless demeanor, feeling almost as if they could spit blood themselves. Someone silently cursed in their heart, "Compensate for the door. My foot." Su Liang continued, "Mr. Han, maybe Senior Luo was also overwhelmed at that moment and tried to hit me, so I had to run. Look, he hit me so hard I coughed up blood. Can we call it even and forget about the door?" He spread his hands helplessly. Luo Ziwen, hearing this, was even more infuriated and felt like he might cough up blood again. Han Rushuang, suppressing a headache, shouted, "Enough! Everyone, stop talking." Su Liang gave an awkward smile, feeling that the timing was just right. At this moment, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses hurried over, helped Luo Ziwen up and frowned. "Mr. Han, what is going on here?" With a blank expression, Han Rushuang replied, "Mr. Hu, Luo Ziwen was the first to attack my student, and showed no respect by telling me to get lost. Do you think he's in the right?" Hu Liangjian's face stiffened, knowing they were at fault, but he insisted. "But what about Su Liang kicking the door and exposing Luo Ziwen's privacy? How do we account for that?" Han Rushuang sneered. "How do you want to account for it? Luo Ziwen has already beaten my student to the point of coughing up blood. Isn't that enough? Do you want to kill him?" Hu Liangjian's expression turned sour. Su Liang interjected, "At most, I can compensate him for another door." Han Rushuang shot him a glare, and Su Liang immediately fell silent. As the standoff continued, a cold voice interrupted, "Everyone, be quiet." Everyone turned to see Director Huang arriving with Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya. Bai Qianqian rushed to Su Liang's side, holding his hand with concern. "Brother Su Liang, what happened to you? Are you badly hurt?" The entire student body was stunned by this scene. Fatty and his friends were left speechless, never expecting Su Liang's girlfriend to be the SS-rank Bai Qianqian. In the back of the crowd, Lung Lianshuang and He Yao watched quietly. Lung Lianshuang clenched her fists, feeling more and more like she had missed out on a hidden treasure. Su Liang shook his head, gently patting Bai Qianqian's head to reassure her. "Don't worry, it's nothing, just a minor issue." Bai Qianqian's eyes reddened slightly as she turned to look at Luo Ziwen, her clear eyes radiating a chilling intensity. It seemed that Luo Ziwen had been marked for certain death, given the overwhelming hostility directed at him. From Bai Qianqian's forehead, a blazing divine mark erupted with intense heat, causing the temperature in the room to soar. Seeing this, Su Liang gently squeezed her hand, and the heat gradually subsided. Director Huang snorted coldly and barked, "How long are you going to keep this up? Disperse, all of you. Shut down the live stream." He glanced around, his gaze landing on Luo Ziwen and Su Liang. "Today's incident ends here. No one is to mention it again." Turning to Luo Ziwen, he said, "As a third mark divine master, attacking a freshman is a serious violation. Reflect on your actions." Then, looking at Su Liang, he added, "And you? Kicking down doors, what sort of behavior is that? Remember to knock next time." Su Liang chuckled awkwardly. "Director Huang, if I end up unconscious from retaliation, you better identify the culprit." This was clearly a warning to Luo Ziwen. Luo Ziwen retorted coldly, "The academy may protect you for now, but can it do so forever? When the Luo family decides to eliminate someone, we never fail." Su Liang scoffed, his gaze pointedly shifting to Luo Ziwen's lower body. "What a pity. So small." Luo Ziwen was so enraged that he spat blood and fainted. Director Huang and Han Rushuang shook their heads in resignation. After everyone dispersed, Director Huang cautioned Su Liang, "Provoking him like that is dangerous. The academy can't protect you." 247. Su Liang, however, was confident. "Don't worry, Director Huang. I can handle things in the shadows. If he wants to play, I'll play along." Director Huang and Han Rushuang were surprised to see no trace of fear in Su Liang's eyes. Bai Qianqian suddenly asked, "Director Huang, will the academy keep Su Liang safe?" Director Huang immediately assured, "As long as I'm here, I guarantee Su Liang's safety." Despite the assurance, Su Liang felt the weight of the situation, knowing such promises were of limited value. He resolved to focus on enhancing his strength in the coming days. No more attending pointless classes. It was time to fully convert his beast energy and boost his power. Only the 6 of them remained. Su Liang introduced with a smile. Qianqian, Shuya, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates. This is Yang Feihua, the eldest, Wang Lai, the second, and Kong Xian, also known as Fatty. Upon hearing this, Fatty felt like crying, wishing he had never let them call him that. The 3 of them shyly greeted Bai Qianqian and the others, though they were thrilled inside. They never imagined they would get to interact so closely with an SS-level chosen one. They secretly vowed to stay close to Su Liang, seeing him as a beacon of hope for the future of the divine sect. Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya also returned the greetings a bit shyly. Su Liang looked at his 3 obedient sons and said with a smile, "No need to introduce Qianqian. This is her roommate, Lin Shuya, an S-level chosen one. We should all have a meal together sometime." Bai Qianqian asked with concern, "Brother Su Liang, is your injury okay?" Su Liang replied warmly, "Don't worry, I got hurt on purpose. I didn't expect that guy to still like being bare-chested in the dorm. His mindset is pretty much broken." Fatty chuckled. "Liangzi, you don't know. The Academy Forum has given him nicknames like Little Screw Emperor and Signature Bro." Su Liang nodded. "Serves him right. I wanted to provoke him so he'd come to me. You all need to be careful too, and not give him any opportunities." Yang Feihua and the others quickly took the hint and left, and Lin Shuya also excused herself. With no one else around, Bai Qianqian hugged Su Liang tightly, burying her head in his chest, and said guiltily, "Don't be so impulsive in the future. Wait until I'm strong enough. It's my fault. I promised to protect you, but I can't do it yet." Su Liang gently stroked her hair. "You're already amazing, and I believe it won't be long before you can dominate the entire academy." Bai Qianqian whispered, "I'll never be able to beat you, though." Su Liang playfully pinched her cheek. "I'm looking forward to the day you can protect me." Reluctantly, they parted ways, both unable to suppress their smiles as they headed back. When Su Liang returned to his dorm, his roommates immediately surrounded him, joking and laughing. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiaoling gathered together, having watched the entire live stream. Yi Qinghan fell silent, realizing that what teacher Mu Mengji had said was indeed true. They were no match for Su Liang at the moment. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yi Qinghan pondered quietly. Nearby, the young men whispered among themselves, their words tinged with apprehension towards Su Liang. Yi Qinghan exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Qiaoling before speaking. It won't be easy to drive a wedge between them. A sly glint appeared in Yi Qiaoling's eyes as she softly replied, "Difficult, but not impossible. My initial efforts aren't enough. I need to add more fuel to the fire." She curved her lips into a smile, revealing her plan. Rumors can be powerful. If everyone believes Su Liang is a notorious flirt, how long can their relationship last? One girl isn't enough. We'll need several. Yi Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood her intent. Yi Qiaoling continued, "I'll arrange for a few girls to orbit around him. When the time is right, I'll fabricate a photo and send it to Bai Qianqian for a devastating effect." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qinghan nodded. "It's worth a try." Yi Qiaoling cautioned, "Qinghan, don't act rashly. Just maintain your usual interactions and avoid appearing too purposeful." Yi Qinghan acknowledged her advice, and Yi Qiaoling added, "Luo Ziwen won't give up easily. If he manages to eliminate Su Liang, you could benefit from the situation. For now, focus on boosting your own strength." A spark of determination flickered in Yi Qinghan's eyes as he sincerely praised, "Qiaoling, you truly are my strategist." Yi Qiaoling smiled charmingly. "Just don't forget about me in the future, Qinghan." Yi Qinghan laughed heartily, his gaze briefly lingering on her. He calculated silently once his power grew, what couldn't he achieve? Winning over a girl like Bai Qianqian could open limitless opportunities for him. "Luo Ziwen, you better take care of Su Liang for good. Don't let me down." Another morning dawned. Su Liang glanced at his status panel, a slight smile playing on his lips. Su Liang was pleased as he reviewed the data on the panel. Beast Energy Conversion Progress 2691,000,000, Insight I Level 1 Divine Seal, B Level Wind and Fire Divine Seal Level 1, Crimsonide, Heavenly Lin Seal SSS Level 8. All attributes had improved, with mental strength, power, agility, and speed each reaching around 80. He recalled the process of converting 41-star beast crystals the night before, the intoxicating surge of power still fresh in his memory. Gazing at his reflection and those golden beast eyes in the mirror, a ripple of curiosity stirred within him. The crimson-eyed Heavenly Lin had become the key to turning his life around, and he couldn't help but wonder about the transformation that would occur once the beast energy conversion was complete. Exiting the space, it was already morning. His roommates were waking up one by one, and they headed out for breakfast together. Yang Feihua asked with concern if he was going to class, but Su Liang shook his head, politely declining, stating that he needed to focus on evolving to guard against Luo Ziwen's possible schemes. Wang Lai assured him that he would cover for him with the teachers. Back at the dorm, after much consideration, Su Liang decided to convert 20 beast crystals in the morning. He had grown accustomed to the pain caused by the golden glow in his eyes, focusing like a precision machine on enhancing his power. Various speculations emerged in his mind. Where did his abilities originate? Could they be related to his past life, Qianqian, and the crimson-eyed heavenly Lin? 4 hours flew by, and the conversion of 20 beast crystals was complete. As Su Liang tidied up, his 3 close friends walked in, arms around each other's shoulders, bringing lunch with them. The chubby one gestured excitedly, mentioning a hot girl came looking for Su Liang. Wang Lai explained that it was a girl named Yi Qiuling who had followed them and even bought lunch. Su Liang scoffed, having anticipated this. Yang Feihua mentioned the girl was waiting downstairs, and Wang Lai teased him about his good fortune. The chubby one loudly demanded that Su Liang introduce her to him. Su Liang waved them off, warning them not to mess with the girl, who was an A-level expert with a complicated background. The 3 were taken aback. Su Liang pondered for a moment before deciding to go meet this temptress. He quickly wolfed down a few bites of food and left the dorm under the chubby one's lascivious gaze. Rolling his eyes, Su Liang reiterated, "She's a level and not someone to be trifled with. She's here for me." The 3 were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Yang Feihua paused for a moment and asked, "Are they targeting you?" Su Liang nodded in confirmation and simply replied, "A honey trap." The 3 of them shivered, realizing the potential dangers lurking around. Su Liang warned, "Just act normally. As long as Fatty doesn't let his desires get the better of him, he should be safe." Fatty nodded sheepishly, muttering, "Got it. I was just thinking that even if it's not for the long term, a taste would be fun." Su Liang gave him a stern look. "Stop entertaining those thoughts and quit watching those kinds of movies." Fatty chuckled awkwardly, quickly finished his meal, and went downstairs. Sure enough, at the entrance of the dormitory, he spotted Yi Qiuling dressed provocatively. Su Liang sighed inwardly, acknowledging the effort she put into her appearance. Spaghetti straps, black stockings, a mini skirt revealing her curves, and a tight cartoon t-shirt accentuating her figure. She maintained a sweet smile despite the intense stares from the surrounding boys. When Yi Qiuling saw Su Liang, she immediately beamed and called out sweetly, "Brother Su Liang." The exclamation caused several boys to nearly faint. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Whoa! Isn't that Su Liang, the hero from last night? Isn't he Bai Qianqian's boyfriend? Why is he flirting with another girl?" As Su Liang approached, Yi Qiuling dramatically lunged at him, performing her act to perfection. Su Liang subtly sidestepped, avoiding her embrace, and cleared his throat, "Ahem. There are a lot of people here." Yi Qiuling feigned shyness but inwardly scoffed. "Pretending to be a gentleman, are we?" As she attempted to pull Su Liang's arm towards her again, he dodged once more, asking, "What do you want from me?" Yi Qiuling smiled, "Brother Su Liang, did my roommate bring you the meal I prepared?" Su Liang nodded, "Yes, I ate it. If there's nothing else, I need to get back to training." Yi Qiuling persisted in her flirtation. "Brother Su Liang, you're amazing. You even held your own against a 3-seal master last night. Could you teach me how to fight sometime? I'd love to learn your moves. I mean, techniques." She pretended to be bashful, like the girl next door. Su Liang sighed, "Sure, I'll teach you when I have time. I need to go now, we'll talk later." With that, he quickly left. Yi Qiuling looked up, only to find him already gone. Stomping her foot in frustration, "Damn it, I wasn't finished talking." She glared at the gawking crowd. "Have you seen enough, you bunch of losers?" Then she turned and left, scheming on how to create discord. As Su Liang went upstairs, he texted Qianqian, "Qianqian, what did I tell you? Yi Qiuling came after me again. Just remember, don't get jealous. I'm figuring out how to handle her, and I didn't let her cling to me." Qianqian replied quickly. Su Liang read her message and felt relieved, grateful for his girlfriend's understanding. After finishing the chat with Qianqian, Su Liang made a mental note to never let Yi Qiuling take advantage of him again. Su Liang was on high alert, aware that girls are particularly sensitive to such matters. The last thing he wanted was to hurt Qianqian's feelings, which would be unforgivable. He quickly brushed off his roommates and focused on absorbing the divine crystal. Once they left, he resumed his beast energy conversion. Around 3 in the afternoon, Fang Beiyue appeared at the Academy's archives center, drawing curious glances from those around. Her cool demeanor, paired with an ethereal light blue chiffon dress, was breathtaking. As the renowned ice queen of the school, with her distinguished family background, she could easily meet with the dean whenever she wished. So why was she here? Fang Beiyue approached a female teacher, politely asking for assistance. She pulled up Su Liang's photo and inquired about his class. The teacher was taken aback when she saw the picture, exclaiming, Isn't this the muck-talked-about first-level grade freshman, Su Liang? Fang Beiwei was shocked and pressed for confirmation. Freshman? Grade? The teacher nodded, adding that Su Liang had a confrontation with the third-level Luo Ziwan the previous night. Fang Beiwei was even more puzzled. How could a first-level student stand up to a third-level one? The teacher showed her a video, and Fang Beiwei watched intently. The footage indeed showed the guy who had been so blunt with her, and he was actually a first-level freshman. Her mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend it. Luo Ziwan picked on him because of Bai Qianqian, the SS grade student. Rumor has it Bai Qianqian is Su Liang's girlfriend, the teacher whispered. Fang Beiwei was stunned, inadvertently glancing at her own chest, then realizing with embarrassment the silliness of her reaction. A fierce competitive spirit surged within her, determined to meet this audacious first-level freshman. The more Fang Beiwei thought about it, the angrier she became. It made her cry. No boy had ever made her cry before. Let's see if he's still so arrogant today. A glint of coldness flashed in Fang Beiwei's eyes as she thanked the female teacher and turned to leave. The teacher glanced at the time and reminded her, "They're in a theory class that ends at 4:30. You can wait to catch him then, or I can give you his contact info." Fang Beiwei shook her head and replied coolly, "No need. I'll find him myself." Leaving the teaching building, Fang Beiwei was seething with anger. No one had ever dared to treat her this way. A mere first-level chosen one had the audacity to be so insolent. She vowed to make that jerk pay. At 4:30, Fang Beiwei appeared punctually at the entrance of the level freshman's teaching building. Her arrival caused a stir, with the boys stopping to watch, though none dared to approach her. Yet, Su Liang was nowhere to be seen, which only fueled her irritation. Had he sensed something? Meanwhile, Su Liang's roommates were enthusiastically discussing Fang Beiwei's stunning appearance. One of them excitedly showed Su Liang a secretly taken photo, only for Su Liang to casually comment, "Not bad, but she's not as pretty as Qianqian." His roommates were left speechless, resigning themselves to the saying, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door to inform Su Liang that someone was looking for him downstairs. Instead of rushing down, Su Liang continued absorbing divine crystals. Curious, his roommates asked why, to which Su Liang nonchalantly replied, "Let her wait. Does she think a beauty trick will work that easily?" Downstairs, Yi Qiling was growing anxious, even sending private photos to grab Su Liang's attention, but to no avail. Just as she was about to leave, a stunning figure approached from behind. Fang Beiwei had shown up at the level male dormitory. Ignoring everyone, Fang Beiwei walked straight into the male dormitory, like a stone thrown into calm waters, causing an uproar. Fang Beiwei was in the level male dormitory, outside the academy, at Luo Ziwan's private residence. Luo Ziwan was in a frenzy, smashing everything around him with burning rage. He had just seen the academy's opinion of him, and the mocking memes and comments had pushed him over the edge. "What I lack isn't a door, but the key to unlock it," he roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He spent the entire day in a fit of rage, even coughing up blood, unable to calm himself. "I'm going to kill all of you bastards," he screamed, as a fiery aura erupted around him. Exhausted from his anger, he collapsed on the floor. Tears streamed down his face as he instinctively pulled at his waistband. "Damn it, where's the screw? I need to go to the hospital for a fix." Just then, a graceful figure appeared behind him. Startled, Luo Ziwan turned and yelled, "Are you looking for trouble?" The newcomer was a beautiful woman with a cold expression, who sat down calmly. "Lost your drive already? Can't you just make another one?" With bloodshot eyes, Luo Ziwan shouted, "Get out! How dare you bring that up?" The blue-haired beauty, Luo Ziwan, was unfazed. "I made one myself, so what's there to hide?" Luo Ziwan calmed down a bit. "What do you want? I'm really annoyed right now." Luo Ziwan sneered. "You think I want to deal with you? You had such a good hand, and you ruined it." Upon hearing that their father sent her, Luo Ziwan instantly became composed, even a bit fearful. Luo Ziwan taunted, "You were supposed to pursue Bai Qianqian, but you ended up provoking her. Dad wants to know what your plan is now." Luo Ziwan shivered, but quickly steadied himself. "Tell him I'll win Bai Qianqian over. Give me a month, and if gentle means don't work, I'll use force." Luo Ziwan warned him not to provoke Bai Qianqian any further and left with a parting remark. "It's a bit embarrassing being that small, so I found you a doctor. Go get checked." "Luo Ziwan!" Luo Ziwan roared, spitting out another mouthful of blood. At the academy, in the grade freshman dormitory, the entire dormitory was in an uproar. The ice-cold campus queen had unexpectedly come to their all-male quarters. "Fang Xuejia is absolutely stunning, a true goddess. If she came to see me, I'd be willing to die happy right now." Inside the dormitory building, the buzz of conversation was non-stop. Fang Beiwei, with her icy demeanor, drew countless admiring glances, but she ignored them all and headed straight for dorm 309. As the door opened, the chill in the air made the chubby guy shiver, leaving him speechless. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua rushed over at the commotion and were equally dumbfounded when they saw who it was. Fang Beiyue stepped inside, and the three stood against the wall like puppets. Outside, the students were in an uproar. The campus beauty queen personally came to see Su Liang. This guy, who was a nobody just yesterday, was now getting visits from the campus goddess, an SS-level beauty, and even a fiery girl one after another. Su Liang was jolted awake by the sudden chill, and his eyes met her cold gaze. His heart skipped a beat, and he considered escaping through the window, but a frosty aura blocked his retreat. Fang Beiyue cast a cold glance at the other three. Can you step out for a moment? I need to talk to your roommate. The three, feeling like they'd been granted a reprieve, hurried out. As the door closed, the outside erupted with excitement. Su Liang, however, feigned calmness, leaning against the bed with a nonchalant air. Speak your mind quickly. If we're alone too long, people might think there's something going on between us. Fang Beiyue was so angry she could almost grind her teeth. Her frosty aura flared up instantly. Su Liang cried out, Fang Beiyue, are you trying to kill your savior? All I said was that you have a small chest. Is that really necessary? Fang Beiyue's chest heaved with anger. She glared coldly at Su Liang, a flicker of indignation in her icy eyes. With a wave of her hand, a frost shot towards Su Liang, freezing him from the thighs down, making him sit back obediently. Have you always been such a jerk? Fang Beiyue demanded icily. Su Liang, suppressing the chill, nonchalantly replied, Is that all you got? I can be worse. Speak your piece. I have evolving to do. Fang Beiyue sat down, her gaze sharp as a blade. Who's the one lacking brains here? Su Liang inwardly chuckled, steadying himself. You, with no real combat experience. In that situation, your choice was wrong. Without me, you'd have been beast chow by now. Was I wrong? Fang Beiyue was too flustered to retort. Su Liang pressed his advantage. No need to thank me. Yesterday was a lesson for you. Learn well and stop taking foolish risks. After a moment of silence, Fang Beiyue suddenly asked, How did you get into the hunting grounds? That's my business, not yours. I've got connections, okay? Su Liang replied casually. Fang Beiyue seemed to ponder. Then let's have a match. Su Liang's demeanor changed instantly, turning sycophantic. Senior, why bother? How could I possibly be a match for you? Aren't you supposed to be good at fighting? Why can't you fight me? Fang Beiyue pressed coldly. Su Liang forced a smile. Senior, you're a goddess. Be reserved. Let's not fight. Be the bigger person and forgive me. Fang Beiyue retorted angrily. Yesterday you taunted me, made me cry, insulted my intelligence, and even compared my chest to your girlfriend's. Now you want me to forgive you? Su Liang immediately straightened up. Senior, you're making baseless accusations. I saved you. It was just a hug. I didn't grope you. You cried because you were emotional. As for the chest, he muttered, yours isn't that big. Someone downstairs has a bigger one. Fang Beiyue was furious, demanding, apologize. Su Liang glared back. Fang Beiyue, don't be ungrateful. I saved your life. Instead of thanking me, you froze my legs. Have some gratitude. You want an apology? Dream on. The tension between them was palpable, both ready to explode. Fang Beiyue trembled with rage. Su Liang continued to provoke. Stay here longer than 10 minutes and think about your reputation. You can do a lot in 10 minutes. If you don't mind, stay. Fang Beiyue's eyes reddened as she cursed. You jerk. Pervert. Su Liang smirked. Just go. No need to thank me, and let's not meet again. Fang Beiyue stood up furiously, tossing a pile of beast crystals on the table. I said I wouldn't shortchange you. Su Liang, just wait. I know you have secrets, and I'll uncover them. Next time. Don't give me the chance, I won't spare you. Su Liang maintained his playful demeanor. Sure, I'll be waiting. Take care. Fang Beiyue, seeing his smug expression, turned and flung another frost, instantly encasing Su Liang in ice. Su Liang scoffed. Women really can be petty, huh? Fang Beiyue stormed out, angrily pushing her way through the crowd. Students quickly stepped aside, surprised to see their usually ice-cold school beauty so visibly upset. Meanwhile, the guys rushed back to their dorm, only to find Su Liang frozen like an ice sculpture. In a frantic effort, they chipped away the ice and finally freed him. Liang, you're incredible. How did you manage to get the Ice Queen to come after you? The chubby one eagerly asked. Did something juicy happen in the dorm? Su Liang rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. I only have eyes for Qianqian, Wang Lai remarked. So she was waiting for you downstairs. Yang Feihua wondered. Was she trying to seduce you? Su Liang shook his head. It was just a misunderstanding. Don't overthink it. Wang Lai leaned in teasingly. Could it turn into a happy misunderstanding? Another sister-in-law for us? Su Liang firmly replied. Absolutely not. My heart belongs to Qianqian. The chubby one groaned, begging Su Liang to share his secret to wooing girls, while Wang Lai laughed. Liang, you're a celebrity now. Su Liang gave a wry smile. That's not a good thing. Let's rest for a bit and then grab some food. Downstairs, Yi Qiuling was shocked to learn from the forum that Fang Beiyue had sought Su Liang out. After a long contemplation, she smirked and sent Su Liang a text. Brother Su Liang, care to join me for dinner? I'd love to learn your techniques. She attached an alluring photo. Indeed, conversations can be a weapon that disrupts relationships. At Qi Hengchu's villa, Long Lan approached him with a slight heaviness in her demeanor as he was in the midst of training. Hengchu, there's trouble. Long Lan said gravely. Qi Hengchu paused, his expression calm as he asked, what's going on? As if nothing in the world could disturb his inner peace. Long Lan took a deep look at him before refocusing. The military has sent news. There's a large-scale appearance of beasts on the outskirts of Rongqing, and they seem to be organizing a massive invasion. Qi Hengchu remained silent for a moment. And then, Long Lan continued, the military is notifying all God Hunter teams to prepare for battle. It could happen in the next couple of days. This might turn into a bloody fight. Qi Hengchu nodded. Send out a warning message. Have everyone ready and on standby. What about Gong Lai? He needs another 2 or 3 days to fully recover. Then have Su Liang and Fang Beiyue guard the boundary post together. Qi Hengchu decisively instructed. Long Lan added. Also, the military wants to dispatch a mission to investigate outside the city after the invasion. Since the awakening, beast invasions have become more frequent. The military suspects there's a high-intelligence beast outside controlling them and hopes to investigate. Should we take it on? Qi Hengchu pondered. High-intelligence beasts are often high-star level and extremely dangerous. It could be 5 or 6-star level. But it's also a great opportunity. Let's take it on. It's time to give the 2 new teammates some experience. Long Lan was surprised. Aren't you worried? Fang Beiyue is okay, but Su Liang has just awakened. Fang Beiyue's combat awareness is also weak. Qi Hengchu shook his head. Don't worry, they complement each other well. Long Lan sighed softly, looking into Qi Hengchu's desolate eyes, her own eyes reflecting a hint of heartache. Don't lock yourself in that kind of emotion anymore. It wasn't your fault. Qi Hengchu paused, a self-mocking smile playing on his lips as he turned and walked into the room. Long Lan's heart ached. He used to have such a beautiful smile. She glanced at the room before turning away. Her high heels echoed hollowly on the floor, much like the emptiness that seemed to fill Qi Hengchu's heart. Meanwhile, Su Liang was strolling hand in hand with Qian through the darkened campus. Neither of them spoke a word. Shaking her head seriously, she said, I trust Brother Su Liang. She's definitely here to thank you. Su Liang let out a wry smile and gently shook his head. She's here to settle the score with me. Bai Qianqian's little face immediately tensed up, like a protective kitten. Did she hurt you? Su Liang squeezed her small hand reassuringly. No, after all, I saved her life. I just called her foolish yesterday and made her cry. Qianqian nonchalantly pouted. Oh, then there's no problem, right? You said it yourself, Brother Su Liang. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Su Liang chuckled silently, feeling a warmth in his heart. Qianqian understands me best. Qianqian gave a gentle smile. I believe in Brother Su Liang 100%. Su Liang felt his heart melt as he gently wrapped his arms around Qianqian's waist. I was worried you'd be upset. Facing each other closely, Qianqian was a bit excited. No way, you told me all about her. I won't let my imagination run wild. Su Liang nodded with a smile. My Qianqian is so understanding. Here, let me reward you. He placed a gentle kiss on Qianqian's forehead. Qianqian was extremely shy, yet she tilted her head up, looking at Su Liang with adoration and anticipation. Su Liang smirked mischievously. Getting greedier, aren't you? Before Qianqian could lower her head, his warm lips found hers. Qianqian's eyes widened, her heart racing, then she closed her eyes, lost in the moment. The moonlight tonight was beautiful, as the first rays of dawn spread across the land. The beasts outside the high walls launched a frenzied assault. The military dispatched a large number of troops to defend, with the source crystal cannons firing continuously. The divine hunter squads of Rong City also mobilized to protect the civilian areas. Su Liang checked his virtual panel, noting the progress in beast energy conversion, divine seal level, and various attributes, all of which had improved. He was secretly pleased, as his power level was maxed out and he needed only 8 more 1-star beast crystals to fill all the bars. Just as he was about to continue his training, the star link on his wrist flashed red, causing his expression to change dramatically. After quickly responding to Gong Lai and the others' call, Su Liang hurriedly dressed and headed out. On the way, he sent a message to Qianqian while checking the mission details. He arrived at the academy gate within a minute and leapt onto Luine's flying car. In the car, Luine handed him a stamina orb and cautioned him to be careful. Su Liang nodded solemnly, feeling a long-lost surge of battle spirit. Upon reaching the north of the city, he saw towering forbidden god realms rising like a second wall. Jumping off the flying car, Su Liang saw Qi Hengqiu and Fang Beiwei waiting. Fang Beiwei seemed somewhat unconvinced and questioned Su Liang's capability. Qi Hengqiu responded coldly, stating that her combat awareness was lacking and she wasn't yet worthy of being a blood drinker. In the next instant, above them, Su Liang descended with a thunderous impact, clad in battle armor. The ground cracked instantly, sending dust into the air. Su Liang landed steadily in front of Lao Gonglai and Fang Beiwei, a playful smirk on his face. Lao Gonglai, how do I look? Before Lao Gonglai could respond, Fang Beiwei scoffed, you look like a complete idiot. Hearing this, Su Liang looked up, locking eyes with Fang Beiwei. Both were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting shock. What the heck? You jerk. It's you? They exclaimed simultaneously. Regaining his composure, Su Liang turned to Qi Hengqiu. Captain, what is this princess doing here? Fang Beiwei retorted angrily. You're the princess. I warned you. Don't let me catch you. This isn't the academy. Let's see how you escape. As she spoke, a frosty aura emanated from her. Just as a battle seemed inevitable, their teammates on the earpieces were taken aback. Qi Hengqiu spoke coolly. If you start a fight, you can go back. Fang Beiwei's body stiffened, and the icy aura dissipated immediately. She asked in disbelief, Captain, he's also a member of the Jinsha squad? Qi Hengqiu didn't answer directly but turned to Su Liang. Su Liang, Yunmu, Chen Wuhua. Activate the Forbidden God Realm. Understood. The three responded in unison. Su Liang swiftly took out a boundary stake and hurled it to the ground. Boom. A pillar of light shot up, establishing the Forbidden God Realm. Fang Beiwei's eyes widened, her mind reeling with shock. This level, single-mark freshman was indeed a member of the top God Hunter squad in Rong City. Qi Hengqiu coldly announced, listen up, Jinsha welcomes a new member, Fang Beiwei, level 22, 3-mark God Master, with a divine mark of ice. The teammates' voices of welcome came through the earpieces. Fang Beiwei's expression stiffened slightly, while Su Liang looked as if he was constipated. Noticing Su Liang's reaction, Qi Hengqiu added after Su Liang reluctantly said understood, Su Liang, for the time being, you'll be her mentor. Once her combat awareness reaches half of yours, she will officially join Blood Drink. Both Su Liang and Fang Beiwei exclaimed, what? He'll be my mentor? Is he even qualified? Fang Beiwei muttered discontentedly. The teammates overheard their conversation and struggled to hold back their laughter. The tension between Su Liang and Fang Beiwei added a humorous twist to the atmosphere. It seemed that the team leader, Qi Hengqiu, deliberately paired these rivals together, much to everyone's amusement. Su Liang stammered in protest, claiming he couldn't handle the pampered lady, while Fang Beiwei angrily demanded a partner swap. The two exchanged sharp words, neither willing to back down. Qi Hengqiu watched coldly and suddenly spoke with an undeniable authority, did I give you a choice? Instantly, both fell silent, sensing an invisible pressure. Qi Hengqiu gave a stern hum, remember, you are teammates. The battle is imminent, and you need to trust each other. Guard your posts. With that, he turned and entered the Forbidden Realm. The other teammates stifled their laughter as they watched the scene unfold. Even Gong Lai, who was recovering from injuries in the room, couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, someone can put you in your place, kid. Qi Hengqiu's voice echoed again. Everyone, take your positions and prepare to engage. The playful mood vanished in an instant, and everyone braced themselves for battle. Yes, came the unified response, and Su Liang's demeanor changed dramatically. Fang Beiwei was surprised to see that the carefree Su Liang was now a seasoned warrior. As she was still processing this, a voice came through her earpiece, snapping her back to reality. She quickly followed into the Forbidden Realm. Su Liang stood at his post, holding a silver spear, his gaze icy, and his armor gleaming, exuding a formidable aura. Fang Beiwei realized that the Su Liang at the academy was just a facade. This was his true self. She donned her blue-gold armor, gripping her Tang horizontal blade, ready for combat. Long Lan's voice came through. The beast horde will reach the ground in 3 minutes. Everyone prepare. The sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and a heavy rain was imminent, intensifying the urgency. Long Lan continued, armored beasts and metal-eating ants are leading, followed by bloodthirsty rats, human-faced scorpions and ghost-faced spiders. Everyone's expressions grew serious, albeit slightly comforted by the fact that these were low-level beasts. However, the next moment, Long Lan's voice rang out again, detected corpse-eating beasts. Everyone's faces changed. The corpse-eating beast was considered a mid-level beast, extremely fierce and challenging. Qi Hengqiu warned, protect yourselves. Time ticked by, and Long Lan counted down, 100 meters to go. Everyone tensed. Seconds later, the captain and the blood drinkers' commanding voices echoed. Let the slaughter begin. Su Liang's gaze was steady as he sighed inwardly. This kind of large-scale beast tide would even threaten the high walls. The military mainly guarded the high walls, leaving only a portion of their forces to defend the city. With armored beasts and metal-eating ants, even the underground defensive walls were hard to hold. Rongqing, being a lower-tier city, lacked advanced underground defense systems and relied on these god hunter squads. Long Lan's voice came through again. Rear defenders, get ready. Too many beasts have broken through. It's your turn. Roger, came the unified reply. Su Liang gripped his spear tightly, bracing for a tough battle. Fang Beiyue looked at his ready stance, feeling indignant. As a level 22 3-seal god master, did she really need a 1-seal god chosen like him to lead her? How could she possibly be inferior to him? He was just a little more skilled with a spear. Let's see who can take down more beasts, Fang Beiyue or me. Suddenly, a dozen 1-star beasts charged down the street. Su Liang wasted no time, leaping forward with his spear like a dragon. Fang Beiyue followed closely, her icy blade drawn. Together, they plunged into the horde, spear and sword dancing in unison. Su Liang's strength surged, allowing him to pierce a beast's skull with a single thrust. His spear moved with sweeping arcs, and the beasts fell one after another. Fang Beiyue unleashed her divine seal, causing frost to explode and freeze the street. Her blade shimmered, turning the beasts into shattered ice sculptures. In just 2 minutes, the dozen beasts were cleared. Fang Beiyue felt a twinge of pride but wondered why Su Liang wasn't using his divine seal power. Before she could ask, another wave of nearly 30 beasts came charging. The pair dove back into the fray. Su Liang's attacks were deadly, his spear striking like a dragon. Fang Beiyue's icy blades flew, chilling the air. As she fought, she secretly observed Su Liang, astonished that he relied solely on brute strength. After facing 7 or 8 waves, over 100 beast corpses littered the ground. During a brief rest, Fang Beiyue was drenched in sweat, her chest heaving. Su Liang, on the other hand, was only slightly out of breath, appearing completely at ease. Noticing her curiosity, Su Liang remarked, if you keep fighting like this, another 100 beasts will have you flat on your back. Fang Beiyue felt a wave of discomfort rising in her heart. Was she really being lectured by someone with just one divine mark? Just as Fang Beiyue was about to retort, her earpiece buzzed with a teammate's voice. Su Liang, that's spot on. Han Xiaolong praised. Su Liang chuckled. It's just common sense. Han Xiaolong shook his head. That's not common sense. You can't grasp that without countless battles. Long Lan chimed in. Beiyue, listen to Su Liang. Don't let his one-mark status fool you. His combat skills and awareness are beyond even Xiaolong and the others. Han Xiaolong and the team laughed in agreement. Absolutely, we respect him. Su Liang, we haven't had a proper meal together yet. We should celebrate after this. Su Liang chuckled. After today's battle, we'll drink till we drop. Han Xiaolong laughed heartily. Deal. Listening to their familiar banter, Fang Beiyue felt a mix of emotions. Clearly, her teammates had accepted Su Liang, but not her. She couldn't understand it was Su Liang really that strong? Sensing Fang Beiyue's gaze, Su Liang remained unfazed and continued. Next, you need to learn to conserve your power. Adapt your body to slay these beasts. Don't waste divine power on 1-star beasts. You'll regret it when facing 2 or 3-star ones. Fang Beiyue stayed silent. Su Liang didn't press further, allowing her to grasp it herself. Long Lan's voice rang out again. Round 2 is coming. Su Liang stood ready, spear in hand, determined to guard the boundary. Over 30 1-star beasts came charging, including ghost-faced spiders, one-tailed human-faced scorpions, gold-devouring ants, and bloodthirsty rats. Su Liang shouted, attack! Fang Beiyue followed silently, reluctantly trying to implement Su Liang's advice. She began to hold back her power, no longer unleashing it recklessly. It was like driving with precise control instead of slamming the gas and brakes, conserving a lot of energy. Initially, Fang Beiyue found it hard to adjust. She was used to fighting with wild abandon, and restraining her power weakened her attacks. Beasts that she could kill in one blow now required 2 or 3. Gradually, she instinctively unleashed her full strength again. Su Liang, fighting alongside, rolled his eyes and scolded, are you dense? Didn't you learn anything from the beast manual? The unexpected reprimand caught the team off guard, but they quickly returned to normal. Fang Beiyue felt wronged, her eyes reddening. Su Liang dispatched a human-faced scorpion with a flick of his spear and rushed to Fang Beiyue's side. If you keep wasting power like this, you'll be done in an hour. This isn't a hunting ground. It's a battlefield, and the fight's just begun. These beasts are nothing. As he spoke, Su Liang spun midair, his spear striking the ghost-faced spider's underbelly. With a swift motion, he slashed a massive wound, then split its head, revealing the beast crystal. The ghost-faced spider's weak spot is its belly. Strike there, and it's an easy kill. Why waste power? Turning to a human-faced scorpion, Su Liang instructed, watch closely, sever the stinger for a one-hit kill. If not, disable its pincers. Arthropods share a weakness at their joints. Better to cut 10 times at the joints than once at the shell. Before he finished, the scorpion was dead from a single thrust. What did you learn from the beast manual? Just brute force with ice. Su Liang's words pierced Fang Beiyue like a sword, making her feel worthless. No one had ever taught her this. She had always been sheltered like a hothouse flower. Her elders only taught her the most brutal methods because she was S-class, destined for greatness, relying solely on divine power. She had always believed in this, her destructive power overwhelming, making slaying one-star beasts child's play. To her, their weaknesses were irrelevant. The outcome was always the same. However, once she truly set foot on the battlefield, she realized it was nothing like she had imagined. Fang Beiyue stood in the midst of the chaos, drenched and breathless. She finally understood how naive and laughable her previous fantasies had been. Following Su Liang's guidance, she struggled to control her power, yet still felt overwhelmed. Every swing of her sword and every dodge made her acutely aware of her shortcomings. Stop daydreaming. Do you want to wear me out? Get moving. Su Liang's angry shout jolted her back to reality. Gritting her teeth, Fang Beiyue forced herself to focus. Her eyes brimmed with emotion not just from frustration, but from determination. She silently vowed to prove she was more than just a pretty face. Wave after wave of beasts attacked. 2 hours later, Su Liang was panting heavily, and Fang Beiyue was drenched in sweat, nearing her limit. Su Liang handed her a stamina orb, but Fang Beiyue stubbornly refused, saying, I don't need it, I can keep going. Her gaze turned steely, concentrating solely on improving her combat skills. Seeing this, Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew this S-class prodigy was rapidly growing, but he still had to criticize. Are you a fool? You should have sliced off its stinger with that strike. He mercilessly pointed out each of Fang Beiyue's mistakes. Meanwhile, Rome City was in a state of tension. The military was fiercely defending the high walls against the beasts, and the civilian areas within the city were far from peaceful. At the Divine Chosen Academy, Bai Qianqian was anxious. When she heard about the massive beast horde, she couldn't stay put any longer. Shuya, you go back to the dorm. I'm not going back. I need to head out. Leaving those words behind, Bai Qianqian resolutely dashed out of the academy. She had only one thought in mind. Brother Su Liang, wait for me. This time, it's my turn to protect you. It was nearing noon. Everyone was utterly exhausted. The battlefield was a scene of chaos, with the corpses of the beasts piled high. The group reported their injuries, mostly minor with only a few sustaining light wounds. Su Liang surveyed the area, his gaze landing on Fang Beiyue. The rookie hunter was utterly spent, leaning on her sword atop a beast's carcass, her body trembling slightly. Green, Fang Beiyue needs assistance, Su Liang said, panting heavily. Fang Beiyue lifted her head with difficulty, stubbornly insisting, I'm fine. She secretly admired Su Liang's stamina, as his performance far exceeded her expectations for a first mark chosen one. Qi Hongqiu ordered a break with a cold command, warning the rear fighters not to cross the line. The group remained silent, fully understanding the captain's intent. Su Liang took a stamina bead, feeling rejuvenated. Green quickly tended to Fang Beiyue's wounds, advising both to be cautious. Rain began to fall, the droplets pattering against their armor. Everyone held their breath, nerves on edge. Suddenly, beasts surged like a flood from the sewers and tunnels. Attack! Qi Hongqiu shouted furiously, and the group unleashed their divine mark powers, charging into battle. Beasts fell in droves, but some slipped through the blockade. Su Liang took a deep breath, brandishing his spear like a tireless berserker. Seeing this, Fang Beiyue clenched her teeth and followed, freezing the rain around her. The battle raged on, forcing Su Liang to tap into the power of the beast god mark. His body was covered in wounds, yet his spirit remained unbroken. Fang Beiyue's strength was waning, but she continued to fight doggedly. Just then, Longland's urgent voice rang out. Rear fighters! A 2-star beast has breached the Blooddringer's defenses and is heading your way. Among them are corpse eaters and 2-tailed human-faced scorpions. Prepare for battle. Long Lan furrowed her brows. Fang Beiyue, if you can't hold on, retreat and recover quickly. Fang Beiyue shook her head, determination flashing in her eyes. I can do it. If Su Liang can handle it, then why can't I? A 2-star beast shouldn't be left to a single mark chosen one to deal with. Long Lan urgently said, don't worry about Su Liang. He has the strength. Qingqing, get closer to Su Liang. Roger that, moving closer. Qingqing responded. Fang Beiyue was shocked. Did Su Liang really have such power? But there was no time to dwell on it as the battle raged on. Suddenly, Two two-star beasts charged at Thema, white-skinned corpse eater with menacing fangs, and a massive two-tailed human-faced scorpion, its venomous stinger gleaming ominously. Without hesitation, Fang Beiyue dashed forward. I'll take care of the corpse eater. She was determined to prove herself to Su Liang. The power of ice surged within her, rainwater crystallizing into icy blades that slashed towards the corpse eater. The battle quickly intensified, and Fang Beiyue found herself in a tough struggle. Su Liang's brows knitted together. This foolish woman might not be able to win. He needed to end this quickly and also keep an eye on the one-star beasts. The power of the beast god's mark surged, his chest burning, causing the beasts to hesitate. Attack! Su Liang shouted, charging forward like lightning. His keen eyes tracked every movement of the beasts, channeling golden energy into his spear, taking down each minor beast with precision. The two-tailed scorpion launched several attacks, all narrowly dodged by Su Liang. He focused on eliminating the smaller threats first, knowing the scorpion's carapace was too tough to break with brute force alone. As he defeated the last one-star beast, the scorpion surrounded him. Su Liang stomped the ground, leaping into the air just in time to evade. He glanced at Fang Beiyue, seeing her harness the power of the second mark, nearly decapitating the corpse eater. It frantically devoured corpses to heal itself, and Fang Beiyue struggled to keep up. Su Liang felt a weight in his chest. Experience was proving to be a challenge against a two-star beast. He snorted, locking his gaze on the two-tailed scorpion in front of him. Then let's take down this creature first. The golden glow on his chest was concealed beneath his armor, exuding an invisible yet overwhelming pressure. A powerful aura surged from Su Liang, like an intangible force pressing forward. Instinctively, the two-tailed human-faced scorpion retreated 2 steps, and even the distant corpse-eater beast sensed the power, displaying a look of terror. With a fierce shout, Su Liang thrust his spear like lightning. Amidst the rain, the golden light flickered, and Fang Beiyue momentarily glimpsed a dazzling brilliance. Su Liang shot forward like an arrow from a bow, his spear clashing violently with the giant pincers of the scorpion, sparks flying. A deep groove was instantly carved into the pincers, causing the scorpion to screech in pain. Its venomous stinger retaliated fiercely, but Su Liang's eyes glinted coldly as he stomped hard on the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards the stinger. He knew that the most dangerous part of the human-faced scorpion was its toxic stingers, and disabling them would greatly diminish its combat capabilities. In a critical moment, Su Liang's spear vibrated with explosive force, deflecting the stinger. He seized the opportunity to pass through, but the stinger quickly adjusted, attacking again. Su Liang snorted coldly, forcibly twisting his body midair, rotating several times. His spear swung with his body, seemingly accelerating out of thin air, and struck the roots of the 2 stingers with great force. With a loud bang, the carapace at the base of the stingers shattered. The scorpion was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force, the surface cracking beneath it. It let out a piercing wail, its tail stingers wildly stabbing towards Su Liang. Su Liang's gaze sharpened, golden light converging at the tip of his spear, sharp as ever. He swept it out, precisely slicing through the joints of the tail stingers. With a swish, green liquid splattered, and the stingers were nearly severed. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, Su Liang redirected his spear, fiercely stabbing at the connection between the stingers and the body. The spear pierced through, green fluid gushing out. The scorpion let out a harrowing screech, thrashing madly on the ground. Seizing the moment, Su Liang severed one of the tail stingers, the pain driving the scorpion to near madness. He retreated to create distance, taking a brief glance at Fang Beiyue. The air suddenly turned cold, and Su Liang's expression darkened. She had unleashed the power of the 3-mark seal. Frost Dragon Thousand Blade Slash. Fang Beiyue unleashed her ultimate move, but Su Liang knew that after this strike, she would be left powerless. With urgency in his heart, he resolved to end the battle swiftly. With an angry shout, Su Liang charged forward, evading the giant pincers, his spear aimed directly at the eerie human face. With a loud boom, he pierced a bloody hole in the scorpion's head. The remaining stinger attacked, but Su Liang roared, "Die!" and slashed the stinger away. He leaped into the air, executing the falling swallow technique. Golden light gleamed as he hurled his spear like a javelin. The pincers tried to block, but were narrowly missed. The spear instantly penetrated the scorpion's head, pinning it to the ground. Standing atop the corpse, Su Liang panted heavily. He looked over at Fang Beiyue, seeing her frost giant blade strike the corpse-eater beast. Countless frost blades pierced the beast, pinning it to the ground. Under the rain, the beast turned into an ice sculpture. Fang Beiyue's legs gave way, and she half-knelt, gasping for breath. She turned her head with difficulty, giving Su Liang a victorious smile, as if seeking approval. Look, she had succeeded too. She wasn't just a pretty face. Yet in the next moment, Su Liang's expression changed dramatically. Fall back, Su Liang shouted, his voice booming as he drew his spear and launched himself forward with a powerful burst. His face darkened as the spear left its sheath, shattering the carapace of the scorpion-faced creature beneath his feet. He propelled forward like an arrow, and Fang Beiyue, hearing Su Liang's warning, felt a chill run through her. She began to turn. Just as the corpse-eater beast broke through the ice barrier, the icy blades shattering instantly. The thick, white tail, as wide as a thigh, whipped toward Fang Beiyue. Her pupils contracted in despair as she realized she couldn't block it in time, watching helplessly as the tail slammed into her abdomen. Bang! Fang Beiyue was flung like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall behind her. The wall crumbled as she coughed up blood painfully. Although she managed to pierce the beast, she hadn't killed it. Its defense was terrifyingly strong. Su Liang's face was grim as he rushed to her side, urgently calling for help. Green sister. Emergency aid. Fang Beiyue is seriously injured. Received. On my way. The team members, hearing this, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. Fang Beiyue looked at Su Liang's anxious expression, feeling a wave of bitterness. She thought to herself, I failed. A 22 level 3 imprint divine master, yet I couldn't match a single imprint chosen one. Is this my proud S-level divine imprint? How laughable. Su Liang turned to the corpse-eater beast, noting its bloodied wounds and torn flesh, yet it still stood firm. It was devouring other beasts' corpses, its wounds healing visibly. Su Liang's expression darkened further. He knew he couldn't let it recover. Su Liang. Fang Beiyue spoke weakly. Su Liang turned to her, a puzzled look on his face. Am I really that stupid? She asked, her face pale. Su Liang was silent for a moment, then reassured her. You're not stupid, not at all. Yet, inwardly, he sighed. You're not stupid, just stubborn. I've told you countless times to conserve your strength. But he didn't want to discourage her further. He stood up, spear in hand, ready to fight. More low-level beasts were approaching, but Yi Qingqing's long-range support took care of some. Without another word, Su Liang charged at the corpse-eater beast. His eyes burned with rage as he shouted, You beast! Die! Regardless of everything, Fang Beiyue was his teammate, and he had to avenge her. Golden light swirled around the spearhead as Su Liang struck at the beast's head. The beast blocked with its massive claw, its crimson eyes gleaming with a hint of intelligence and ferocity. Bang! The spear hit the claw heavily. The beast seemed unfazed by Su Liang's strength, its tail lashing out at him. This mid-level beast was clearly smarter than the low-level scorpion-faced creatures. Su Liang's eyes flashed with determination. Using the spear's leverage against the beast's claw, he propelled himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the tail's strike. He realized that he wasn't a match for this 2-star beast. It was almost on the verge of evolving into a 3-star beast, with a power gap too vast to bridge. Fang Beiyue could fight it because her strength far surpassed his. Hovering above, Su Liang looked down at the beast, which stared back with disdain in its crimson eyes. Despite the golden light suppression, it wasn't afraid unless truly harmed. Moreover, Su Liang's presence seemed to drive it into a frenzy, as if he were a delicacy far surpassing other beast corpses. Qingqing's sister, cover me with 2 shots. Su Liang urgently called for support. In an instant, Yi Qingqing's 2 sniper rounds whistled through the air, exploding on the beast's head. Hiss! The beast let out a pained cry. Su Liang seized the opportunity to descend. Unable to overpower it directly, he relied on skill. His spear danced in his hands, tracing elegant golden arcs and leaving wounds on the beast. With the power of the beast god imprint, even its formidable defense couldn't fully protect it. Slowly, the beast began to bleed profusely. Although Su Liang narrowly avoided its attacks, he couldn't deliver a fatal blow. The beast was in a frenzy, with more 1-star beasts converging. Damn it, gotta risk it all. Su Liang muttered through gritted teeth. Kid, what are you planning? Gong Lai's voice crackled through the earpiece. Su Liang replied calmly, Old Gong, watch this strike. This strike will be spectacular. Su Liang smirked confidently. Spectacular, my ass. Retreat. Gong Lai shouted. But Su Liang ignored him. His eyes glinted coldly as he channeled all his golden power into the spear. Kid, don't take risks. Gong Lai yelled again. Su Liang paid no heed. With a fierce shout, he charged forward. Su Liang, don't risk it. Su Liang. Long Lan and Green Sister's voices echoed, joined by other teammates' cries of concern. But Su Liang was already on the move. At that moment, his spear shone brilliantly. In the control room, Long Lan, Gong Lai, and others watched in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Golden. As Su Liang charged forward, the 2-star corpse eater sensed the deadly aura emanating from the golden glow. It felt an intense threat of death. The beast roared furiously, its powerful hind legs launching it forward with explosive force, sending water and stones flying. It charged at Su Liang, its sharp front claws gleaming menacingly, aiming directly at his vital points. In the nick of time, the source crystal cannon beneath Su Liang fired with a thunderous blast. The massive recoil propelled him upwards, and his golden spear sliced through the corpse eater's jaw, splitting its gaping mouth in two. Blood splattered, and a chilling wail echoed around. Su Liang's eyes shone with a cold brilliance as he accelerated again using the source crystal cannon. He shot like a golden meteor towards the beast's head. However, this mid-level creature, with its inherent intelligence, instinctively retracted its head slightly. A hair's breadth off, and it made all the difference. The spear pierced through the beast's mouth, slamming it into the ground with tremendous force. Amidst the thunderous crash, debris and blood rained down. Incredible! Gong Li exclaimed in amazement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, awestruck by Su Liang's audacious tactics. Yet, inside, Su Liang felt a chilling calm. Though the corpse eater was severely wounded, its thick tail swung towards him like a massive pillar. Anticipating this, he concentrated the power of the beast god seal, bending his body like a bow to shoot backward. Su Liang! Long Lan shouted anxiously. Han Xiaolong roared, "I've got this." Yi Qingqing frantically sniped from above, but the beast's defense was formidable. Enduring the pain, it flung the silver spear aside and charged at Su Liang with fury. In the critical moment, Luin stepped in front of Su Liang, holding a long sword, a determined smile on her face. "I, too, can be the rear guard for my teammates." In that moment, everyone was deeply moved, their eyes welling with emotion. Sister Luin! Sister Luin! The teammates were heartbroken. Gong Li's eyes were wide with rage, and Yi Qingqing was desperately sniping. Yet they couldn't stop the advance of the corpse beast. Fang Beiyue felt a deep sorrow as he watched the giant beast leap high towards Luin and Su Liang. Luin drew her sword resolutely to confront it, but at the critical moment, Su Liang pushed her aside. In that split second, a terrifying energy cannon blasted forth, seemingly intent on obliterating everything. The deafening explosion turned the entire street into dust. Qi Hangqiu and others were stunned by the use of such a powerful energy cannon within the Forbidden Realm. Long Lan and others looked toward the source of the sound, and saw a formidable mech war vehicle firing wildly at the end of the street. Perched atop it, Asen, donned in a dazzling purple-gold grade battle armor, was a striking figure. "Brother Su Liang," Asen called out with teary eyes, the harrowing scene still fresh in her mind. She had fired multiple shots, leveling the entire street without hesitation. Su Liang was taken aback. "Asen?" He looked around, finding no trace of the corpse beast, nor any standing buildings nearby. Long Lan and the others exchanged glances, knowing those shots must have cost thousands of energy crystals, and the military would undoubtedly hold them accountable. Yet, they were relieved that everyone was safe. Seeing Su Liang coughing up blood, Asen rushed over, tears streaming down her face. She embraced him tightly. "What happened to you?" Her whole body trembled with lingering fear. A second later, and it would have been too late. Though shaken, Su Liang gently reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Asen, you shouldn't have come." Asen shook her head. "Our classmates said this beast tide was terrifying. I was afraid something might happen to you." Su Liang chuckled wryly, as Qi Hangqiu's warning came through his earpiece. He quickly composed himself and instructed Luin to take Fang Beiyue for medical treatment, telling Asen to withdraw. The teammates breathed a sigh of relief and continued their battle. Su Liang picked up his silver spear, ready to fight again. However, Asen didn't leave. Instead, she pulled a purple long sword from her spatial converter. Long Lan instantly recognized it as an inscribed weapon. Asen declared with determination, "Brother Su Liang, I promised you. Today, let me fulfill that promise." Before she finished speaking, a fierce fiery aura burst from her brow, evaporating the rain in midair. Her presence blended seamlessly with the surroundings while exuding an extraordinary aura. The purple armor accentuated her graceful figure, and a few strands of hair caressed her firm yet gentle face. Her eyes shone with a deep, bright resolve, as if no danger could make her retreat. Where her sword pointed, her elegance dazzled the world. The empress had awakened. Su Liang gazed at Qianqian, momentarily seeing a trace of the vermilion bird empress from a past life. A flicker of distraction crossed Su Liang's eyes as the blazing divine mark and the overwhelming aura from Qianqian seemed to bring the vermilion bird empress back to life. Qianqian, with unwavering determination, met Su Liang's gaze. Su Liang sighed with a wry smile. "It's dangerous." Qianqian shook her head resolutely. "I'm not afraid. I'm not weak anymore." Just as Su Liang was about to persuade her further, Qi Hangqiu's voice came through the earpiece. "You take care of her yourself." Su Liang nodded. "Understood." He turned to Qianqian, advising, "Stay close to me. Don't stray too far. Qianqian beamed a radiant smile. Su Liang returned her smile, but his expression quickly turned serious. Qianqian, remember what I taught you? Qianqian nodded earnestly. Yes, I remember. First step in battle. Su Liang instructed firmly. In any battle, give it your all. Focus completely. Qianqian responded with determination. Su Liang's lips curled into a confident smile. Then let's fight. Before the words settled, they charged into the beast horde like arrows released from a bow. Su Liang's spear danced like a dragon, felling each beast with precision. Qianqian's violet sword sliced through the creature's tough hides effortlessly. Their teamwork was seamless amidst the chaos. In the background, Long Lan marveled. I can't believe the Academy gave Bai Qianqian its class weapon. Her combat power is incredible. Fang Beiyue watched from outside the Forbidden Realm. A pang of bitterness in her heart. They really make a great pair. Su Liang must have taught Bai Qianqian a lot. Her combat awareness and skills resemble his. Lu Ying gently reminded Beiyue, recover quickly. There might be more battles ahead, and your teammates need you. Fang Beiyue turned to Lu Ying, eyes slightly red but growing resolute. She nodded firmly, all right. She then took out a divine crystal, absorbing its power with urgency. On the battlefield, Su Liang and Qianqian's coordination grew even more fluid. Though it was Qianqian's first time fighting, she endured the discomfort, driven by her promise to Su Liang, and matured amidst the bloodshed. During a brief respite, Qianqian glanced at Su Liang. Su Liang gee, I wasn't a burden, was I? Su Liang chuckled. Not at all, Qianqian, you've been amazing. But, he turned serious, Qianqian, you can't stay here any longer. Your combat awareness isn't enough yet. Qianqian pouted playfully, but I want to protect you. Let me stay a bit longer. Su Liang reluctantly nodded. All right, but when I tell you to leave, you must go. At that moment, anxious voices of the blood drinkers came through the earpiece. Little Long. Little Long. Su Liang's expression changed immediately. Qi Hengqiu quickly commanded. Lu Ying, provide aid. Zhao Jian, bring Little Long back. Fu Yuan, cover Zhao Jian. Got it. Everyone responded in unison. Han Xiaolong's weak voice followed. Sorry guys, I slowed us down. Everyone's eyes turned red with emotion. Gong Lai choked out, Little Long. Han Xiaolong forced a joke. Old Gong. You owe me drinks with pretty girls now. Gong Lai's voice was hoarse. Hang in there. Lu Ying, make sure Little Long survives. When Lu Ying arrived, she found Han Xiaolong with a grievous wound in his abdomen, blood pouring out, his face pale. Yet, Han Xiaolong still managed a show gesture, not wanting to worry his teammates. Lu Ying couldn't hold back tears, her voice choked with emotion. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation, their sorrow and anger transforming into strength. Beasts, die. Their furious shouts echoed as they unleashed an unprecedented fighting spirit. Su Liang felt a heavy weight in his heart. This was the harsh reality of the battlefield. Just a short while ago, they had all been planning to have drinks together. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Liang's mind. He looked up sharply, eyes blazing with determination. Qianqian, quick, get Green Yin's vehicle and take Xiao Long to the villa. The advanced medical system there can save him. This could not only save Han Xiaolong, but also get Qianqian to safety. Upon hearing this, the team was reinvigorated, hope rekindled in their eyes. Qi Hengqiu made a decisive call. Green Yin, go with Qianqian. Green Yin hesitated, about to speak, when Long Lan interrupted. News from the military. The Divine Realm Wall is opening. Everyone's expressions turned serious. This was good news for Xiao Long, but not for them. Qi Hengqiu barked, Green Yin, go now. Green Yin didn't dare delay, and turned to leave. Before leaving, Qianqian looked back at Su Liang with reluctance. Brother Su Liang, be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Su Liang reassured her. Qianqian boarded the armored vehicle, ordering Xiao Bai, medical system, stand by. She then merged into a streak of light with Green Yin. As the vehicle roared away, Su Liang exhaled deeply. Qi Hengqiu quickly gave orders. Yunmu, Su Liang, prepare to open the Divine Realm Wall and connect with the other teams. Chen Wuhua, get ready to retreat. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Opening the Divine Realm Wall meant the various god-hunting teams were exhausted and had to unite for defense. This could temporarily ease the pressure but would also increase physical strain and the difficulty of defense. Long Lan commanded. Open. Su Liang and Yunmu acted simultaneously, altering the trajectory of the Divine Realm light pillars. The surrounding Divine Realm walls rapidly converged, appearing from above like walls of light connecting swiftly. Qi Hengqiu ordered, everyone, fall back and rest. Once the Divine Realm is opened, the beasts would initially head toward open areas, giving them a brief respite. When the beasts reached the high walls, the military would launch an attack, after which the beast would change direction. Su Liang, exhausted, sat on the corpse of the last beast he had slain. Fang Beiyue approached him, concern etched on her face, and asked, "Will he make it?" Su Liang was silent for a moment, but he would survive. After a brief pause, Su Liang spoke with determination. Fang Beiyue stared ahead and suddenly said, "Teach me?" Her cool voice caught Su Liang off guard. He turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow. "You want to be my apprentice?" Fang Beiyue nodded. "I wouldn't mind." She started to kneel, but Su Liang quickly stopped her with the butt of his rifle. "No, I'm just kidding. Just listen when I scold you in the future." Fang Beiyue nodded obediently but then asked, "Why do you know so much? Didn't you just have your divine awakening?" Su Liang replied calmly, "I told you, don't pry into my affairs." Fang Beiyue hesitated but then said, "I saw gold." Su Liang's pupils narrowed slightly, but he maintained his composure. "You saw wrong." Just as Fang Beiyue was about to argue, Qi Hengqiu and the others appeared. Su Liang immediately stood up and called out, "Captain." Qi Hengqiu and his group were covered in blood and wounds, looking like fierce tigers after a long battle. Qi Hengqiu nodded slightly and briefly said, "Zhao Jian and the others went to Yunmu." He looked around and asked, "Can you still hold on?" Su Liang and Fang Beiyue nodded firmly. Qi Hengqiu was about to speak when a figure emerged from outside the Forbidden Realm. Everyone was surprised, and Su Liang exclaimed, "Gonglai? You're not fully healed yet." Gonglai shook his head. "It's fine. I'm here to help guard the boundary stakes, not to fight to the death." Qi Hengqiu simply advised, "Stay safe." Gonglai nodded and turned to Su Liang. "You little rascal, what were you risking just now? Looking for a beating?" Su Liang smiled wryly. "I had no choice. I almost succeeded." As they spoke, flashes of electricity suddenly flickered in the direction of the high wall ahead. Everyone's expression tensed as Long Lan's voice rang out. "The beasts are turning back. Prepare for battle." Qi Hengqiu held a science steel blade horizontally in front of him, his aura gathering and pressure increasing. Yi Qingqing whispered, "Don't rush. Let the captain make the first strike." A horde of beasts surged wildly down the street. Qi Hengqiu remained calm, raindrops seemingly bouncing off an invisible barrier around him. The beasts were only a few dozen meters away, and Su Liang and the others were extremely tense. Suddenly, Qi Hengqiu opened his eyes wide, let out a fierce shout, and charged forward, slashing with his blade. In that moment, Su Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. It felt as if time had paused in that moment, with everything seemingly frozen. Raindrops hung suspended in the air, and the blade flashed like lightning. With a powerful and sharp slash, Qi Hengqiu's sword arc sliced through the space, silently cutting through the horde of beasts, instantly piercing hundreds of them. As time resumed, the beasts' bodies disintegrated in midair, blood splattering everywhere. Su Liang and Fang Beiyue stood in stunned silence, only able to swallow nervously. The might of that strike was beyond even what a divine warrior could achieve. Before they could react, Qi Hengqiu had already charged into the beast swarm. Yi Qingqing and Lu Wuhuan, faces full of admiration, quickly followed. A wave of emotion surged in Su Liang's heart. The title Shura Blade reminded him of past memories, but there was no time to dwell on them now as he charged into the fray with his spear. The battle raged on until the afternoon, leaving everyone exhausted. Suddenly, Long Lan shouted, "Captain!" A four-tailed, human-faced scorpion, a three-turtle four-star beast charged towards them. Undeterred, Qi Hengqiu swiftly dispatched a lower-level beast and leaped into the air to confront it. At that moment, the clouds parted, and a beam of sunlight illuminated him, making him appear like a war god clad in golden armor. The fierce, relentless gale gathered around Qi Hengqiu, forming a formidable wind barrier. His eyes sparkled like lightning, and the long blade in his hand was imbued with an endless edge of wind. With a swift slash, the wind blade surged towards the four-tailed human-faced scorpion like a tidal wave. Amidst a thunderous roar, the scorpion was sent flying several meters away, with deep wounds visible on its massive claws. Qi Hengqiu moved like a phantom, closing in instantly. He leaped into the air, skillfully dodging the giant pincers, and with a powerful kick, he forced them to the ground. Using the momentum, he swung his blade towards the scorpion. A fierce glint burst from his eyes as his glass divine mark emitted a black glow. The blade was charged with immense pressure. Qi Hengqiu shouted coldly, "Slash!" As the blade flashed, the world seemed to blur. Countless wind blades converged around him, and the scorpion, sensing its impending doom, frantically lashed out with its tail stingers. Qi Hengqiu gave it no chance, unleashing another slash. The power of the second mark, sorrow of the wind. The wind blades howled past, severing the four-tail stingers. The scorpion shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly on the ground. Su Liang and the others watched in shock, awed by the terrifying power on display. Qi Hengqiu flipped in midair, aiming directly at the scorpion's head. Like a deity descending, he delivered another strike. The power of the third mark, thousand-fold wind blade slash. The blade descended like a force splitting mountains, instantly killing the scorpion as its head was cleaved open. With a stoic expression, Qi Hengqiu retrieved a 4-star beast crystal and stored it in his spatial converter before turning back to the battle. Su Liang and Feng Beiwei were left speechless. A 4-star beast was slain just like that. The captain's strength was truly terrifying. The team continued fighting, and after nearly a day of fierce combat, the beast tide finally ended. News came from Long Lan that the beasts were retreating. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of relief and collapsed to the ground. Su Liang lay there, gasping for breath, and smiled wryly to himself. It's finally over. Qi Hengqiu remained standing with his blade, pausing only briefly to catch his breath. Su Liang was genuinely exhausted, and as he looked at Qi Hengqiu's solitary figure, he fell into contemplation. He glanced around and saw Feng Beiwei, the campus beauty, resting against the bloodied carcass of a beast. Her chest rose and fell heavily, showing just how tired she was. Her entire body trembled slightly. This was her first time in such an extended battle. Sensing Su Liang's gaze, she lifted her head to meet his eyes, seemingly seeking praise. But Su Liang quickly turned away, looking towards Yi Qingqing, who had just finished cleaning her sniper rifle. She also began to clean up the battlefield. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Azura's blade? Struggling to his feet, Su Liang walked over to Yi Qingqing to join her in the cleanup. Yi Qingqing glanced at him. Why are you following me? Su Liang smiled wryly. I have a question for you. Yi Qingqing, a girl of few words, with her long black hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in a combat outfit, continued her work. Ask away. Su Liang asked, Qingqing, why did you decide to give the captain the nickname Sureblade? Yi Qingqing paused, a hint of deeper meaning in her eyes. Once you witness the captain's power of the 4 seal patterns, you'll understand, she said confidently. The captain truly deserves this title. Su Liang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hands. It's not about whether he deserves it or not. Can't we pick something else? Yi Qingqing frowned in confusion. Why change it? Isn't it fitting? Su Liang scratched his head, about to say more, when his teammates' voices came through his earpiece. Sureblade sounds pretty formidable. Suits the captain's aura? Yeah, I think it's perfect. Su Liang's eyelid twitched, realizing this decision was likely final. It dawned on him that he had joined the Sureblade squad. Remembering the stories of Sureblade single-handedly defeating dozens of divine hunting teams in his past life, Su Liang felt his scalp tingle. Suppressing his shock, he cautiously asked, Captain, do you like this nickname? How about something else? Maybe Fury Blade or Blood Drink Blade? You cheeky brat. How dare you meddle in the captain's affairs? Gong Lai's angry voice came through. This is the highest respect we can show the captain. What do those lousy names mean? Get to cleaning the battlefield. Su Liang sighed helplessly. He understood that changing the name wouldn't make a difference. The real issue was with Qi Hengqiu himself. The reason Qi Hengqiu committed such extreme acts in the past must have been due to some significant upheaval. To prevent the tragedy, he had to address the root cause. Perhaps in this lifetime, there was a chance to change the future. After all, he had joined Jing Sha, allowing him to get close to Qi Hengqiu. But for now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. Everyone worked together to clean up the battlefield. It was exhausting, but they couldn't let any resources go to waste. After more than 2 hours, they finally finished clearing the area. The rest was left to the military logistics to handle the bodies. The group gathered together, each bearing their own injuries. Long Lan appeared too. The results of the battle would be tallied during dinner. For now, everyone should head back to the base to wash up, and then head to the dining hall. I've already made reservations. On their way to the restaurant, Su Liang asked, Sister Luine, is the captain about to evolve into a divine general? Luine nodded. Yes, it should be soon. Su Liang exclaimed excitedly. Then we'll have a chance to get on the God Hunter rankings. Luine gave a wry smile. It's not that simple. One divine general isn't enough. She sighed. The captain is being held back by us. Otherwise, with his strength, he could easily lead an S-class God Hunter team. Su Liang was puzzled. Why? Luine shook her head, unwilling to say more. The captain is truly an incredible person. Su Liang, in the future, you and Feng Beiwei will be the real support for the captain. For the rest of us, the chances are slim. We must help the captain accomplish that task. What task? Luine smiled gently and shook her head. You'll know eventually. If the captain doesn't say, don't ask. Su Liang nodded thoughtfully. In his previous life, he hadn't paid much attention to someone as distant as Qi Hengqiu. By the time he left the academy, Jiansha seemed to have left Rongqing, and the first team at that time wasn't Jiansha. It seemed like this captain had many stories hidden within. When they arrived at the restaurant, others were already seated. Everyone had changed into casual wear. Qi Hengqiu, in his relaxed attire, appeared indifferent. The group was used to this and continued chatting as usual. Although tired, they knew the captain had arranged the dinner for a reason. A few of them gathered around Gong Lai. watching Su Liang's battle video, which featured a particularly impressive shot, although the golden glow had been removed by Long Lan. Wow, that shot. Who knows how many battles it took to pull that off. Su Liang, you're amazing. Gong, can you do it? Gong Lai retorted. Why can't I? I'll show you one day. Yeah, right. Su Liang leaned in. How was it? Cool, right? Everyone froze for a second. Gong Lai quickly turned off the video and rolled his eyes. Not bad. Su Liang smirked. I'll teach you someday. Gong Lai snorted and then turned to Bai Qianqian. Got yourself a girlfriend? Huh? Su Liang retorted. Everyone knows. No need for you to announce it. Except for Zhao Jian, Yi Qingqing, and Qi Hengqiu, who remained reserved. Everyone else wore smiles. These three had cooler temperaments. Qianqian shyly greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. They responded warmly. Hello, Qianqian. Sit down, make yourself at home. We're like family here. Su Liang smiled and led Qianqian to a seat. Fang Beiwei arrived a bit late and seemed a little reserved. Long Lan smiled and said, Beiwei, come sit next to me. I saved a spot for you. Fang Beiwei nodded and went over to Long Lan. Long Lan announced, everyone's here, so relax. You must be hungry. Let's eat first. More dishes are coming. We'll talk later. Everyone's eyes lit up, eager to dig into the food. Qi Hengqiu was the first to start, with everyone else following suit. Su Liang, Qianqian, and Fang Beiwei were surprised by the group's hearty demeanor. Gong Lai snatched a drumstick right from Su Liang's reach. What are you smiling about, kid? Hey, my drumstick. Su Liang exclaimed. It's mine now. Fine, you can have it. I'll take a wing, Su Liang said, grabbing a chicken wing instead. Gong Lai, while eating, asked, you still haven't told me why you're smiling? Su Liang grinned. I love this lively dining atmosphere. It's great. Everyone laughed. After a long day, eating politely would have been torturous. One dish after another was brought in, and their appetites were impressive. Gong Lai said, little Lungzi missed out today. I'll take him a drumstick. He reached for another. Su Liang quickly snatched it away, chuckling, you just want it for yourself, don't you? Gong Lai glared, nonsense. Absolutely not. The feast lasted over 20 minutes before everyone began to slow down, punctuated by satisfied burps. The girls, including Shallow, Qianqian, and Fang Beiwei, slowed down as well. Qi Hengqiu put down his chopsticks and glanced around the group. This is Fang Beiwei's first mission. Let's all introduce ourselves. Gong Lai immediately stood up, straightening his back. Rear Warrior Gong Lai, level 28, Triple Seal Divine Master. Following him, Yunmu introduced himself. Rear Warrior Yunmu, level 29, Triple Seal Divine Master. Zhao Jian, with a blank expression, said, Blood Drinker Zhao Jian, level 33, Quad Seal Divine Scholar. Fang Beiwen nodded in acknowledgement, committing the information to memory. Su Liang noticed that Zhao Jian had leveled up since last time, and couldn't help but feel impressed. Once introductions were complete, Qi Hengqiu spoke sternly, Fang Beiwei, while your level is sufficient, your combat awareness and skills need significant improvement. You must work hard to enhance them. Fang Beiwei's face stiffened slightly, but Long Lan quickly reassured her, don't take it personally. The captain is always straightforward. We've all been through it. The others chimed in with agreement, and Fang Beiwei nodded in understanding. Qi Hengqiu then turned to Su Liang. As for your level, never mind, it's pointless to mention. Everyone tried to suppress their laughter, while Gong Lai couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Su Liang shook his head helplessly, thinking they could at least give him some credit. Su Liang, you're in charge of training Fang Beiwei in combat techniques. Qi Hengqiu instructed. Also, it's time for you to upgrade your armor. Gong Lai's clevel gear doesn't suit your current strength. Lan, tally up the battle results. Qi Hengqiu directed. Long Lan stood up, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Today, we killed a total of 7,136 beasts. The announcement left everyone astounded. Long Lan continued with the detailed data, concluding with a total of 12,946 one-star beast crystals. Qi Hengqiu suddenly spoke. Zhao Jin and I will allocate a 4-star beast crystal to you all. The group was initially surprised but then overjoyed. This generosity equated to an additional 10,000 one-star beast crystals, and the captain's kindness was deeply moving. After some discussion, it was decided that each person would receive 2,000 beast crystals. Su Liang felt a surge of excitement, calculating how long this would sustain him. As everyone reveled in their joy, Qi Hengqiu spoke again. Next, we have a mission that requires us to leave the city. In an instant, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. They were going out of the city. Everyone was taken aback. We're leaving the city. As soon as Qi Hengqiu finished speaking, the room buzzed with excitement. The crowd's eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, like a flock of birds long caged finally glimpsing the open sky. Su Liang stroked his chin, a gleam of calculation in his eyes. He recalled the legendary mine. If he could get close, there might be a fortune waiting. Fang Beiyue sat up eagerly, but his enthusiasm was quickly dashed. Fang Beiyue will not be participating in this mission, Qi Hengqiu announced, leaving Fang Beiyue stunned and looking plaintively at the captain. Qi Hengqiu explained, your performance today had some issues. For your safety, stay back and focus on honing your combat skills and awareness. Fang Beiyue reluctantly nodded, silently vowing to improve his abilities. Bai Qianqian's expression changed when she heard Su Liang was also going. Captain Qi, isn't it too dangerous for Su Liang, since he's only at the first tier? Qi Hengqiu glanced at Su Liang, who reassured Bai Qianqian by taking her hand and saying, don't worry, with everyone around, I'll be safe. Qi Hengqiu continued outlining the mission's details, while Xiao Lan projected a virtual screen showing the 18 locations where the Eyes of the Sky needed to be installed. The group grew serious, though a hint of disappointment flickered in Fang Beiyue's eyes. Finally, Qi Hengqiu asked Su Liang and Bai Qianqian to stay behind. Soon, only Qi Hengqiu, Bai Qianqian, and Su Liang remained in the room. Qi Hengqiu initially said, I understand your concerns, but Su Liang leaving the city isn't as dangerous as you think. I'll protect him, and it's also a good experience for him. Bai Qianqian's eyes flickered with worry that wouldn't fade. Su Liang held her hand gently, saying softly, silly, nothing will happen. Bai Qianqian stubbornly looked at him, her eyes reddening. Who can guarantee that? I'm afraid of losing you. Su Liang's heart softened, just as he was about to speak. Qi Hengqiu stood up and said, Su Liang, handle it yourself. If it doesn't work out, then don't go. But there are things you should tell her, not hide. With that, he left. Su Liang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized the secret of the golden light. The captain and sister Xiao Lan must have noticed it. Even Gong Lai asked about it today. It seems he needs to find a chance to talk to the captain and keep it hidden. Bai Qianqian was also taken aback but insisted, it's too dangerous to go out now. Su Liang gently embraced her, feeling her tremble and the dampness of her tears. He softly caressed her back, his eyes slightly reddening, filled with boundless tenderness. Su Liang gently pushed Qianqian back a little, wiped away her tears, and gazed deeply into her eyes. Qianqian, will you be my girlfriend? His warm voice instantly echoed in her mind. She froze, looking at Su Liang in disbelief. Was brother Su Liang confessing to her, asking her to be his girlfriend? Had she finally heard the words she had been waiting for? Tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. Qianqian, I like you. I really like you. For this lifetime, forever, I will only like you. Be my girlfriend. Looking at the sincere young man in front of her, Bai Qianqian felt as if she were in a different world. Gazing at Su Liang, standing before her, a warm feeling surged in Bai Qianqian's heart. She recalled every time he came to her aid, from saving her life initially, to standing up for her in class, and later, patiently guiding her. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Su Liang had already left an indelible mark on her heart. At this moment, Su Liang was confessing his feelings to her. Qianqian's heart raced, her mind went blank. She realized clearly that she was deeply fond of this young man. No one could possibly like Su Liang more than she did. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Su Liang asked softly, his eyes full of expectation. Qianqian snapped out of her daze and shook her head quickly. No, it's not that. Her face turned crimson as she stammered. I thought we were already in that kind of relationship. Su Liang smiled and explained. In terms of actions, we indeed are. But we haven't officially confirmed it yet. I originally wanted to wait a bit longer, afraid you might think it was too soon. But now, I don't want to wait anymore. Qianqian, will you be my girlfriend? Qianqian gazed at Su Liang with utter determination in her heart. She took a deep breath and answered loudly, I will. I want to be your girlfriend. Hearing this, Su Liang beamed. Qianqian threw herself into his arms, happily saying, Brother Su Liang, from now on, I'm truly your girlfriend. Su Liang hugged her tightly. Qianqian, you are the best girl in the world. Meeting you is my greatest fortune. Their eyes met, a silent understanding between them. Su Liang gently kissed Qianqian's soft lips, and she obediently closed her eyes. Just then, the tightly closed door suddenly burst open, and a group of people tumbled in like a stack of dominoes. Su Liang and Qianqian were startled, and saw Gong Lai and others grinning sheepishly as they got up. Qianqian blushed deeply and hid in Su Liang's embrace. Su Liang smiled helplessly. You guys. Gong Lai scratched his head awkwardly. Carry on, we'll be on our way. At the doorway, Fang Beiyue and others also looked on with amused smiles. After a few teasing remarks, they gradually left, leaving Su Liang and Qianqian alone. Su Liang gently cupped Qianqian's face. They're all gone. Qianqian, her face flushed, said, How embarrassing, they saw everything. Su Liang chuckled. Shall I carry you home? No. Qianqian quickly stood up straight, embarrassed but no longer avoiding Su Liang's gaze. Su Liang took her hand. Come on, let's go home. Qianqian held Su Liang's hand tightly, and together they left the restaurant. At Luo Ziwen's residence, a man dressed in black was reporting the situation. Luo Ziwen swirled his wine glass with a cold smile. Good, prepare the gifts. Tomorrow, I will personally visit Bai Qianqian's home. Back at the villa, Su Liang led Qianqian to his room. Qianqian's heart raced as she wondered what Su Liang intended to do. When he decisively ordered the surveillance to be cut off, her anxiety grew. Her mind filled with embarrassing images, and her cheeks flushed red. Su Liang guided Qianqian to sit on the bed, and she nervously gripped the sheets. As he placed his hands on her shoulders, she closed her eyes and resignedly whispered, "If you want to, you know, just go ahead." Su Liang burst into laughter and took the opportunity to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Qianqian felt a rush of heat and was left flustered. Teasingly, Su Liang asked, "Little Qianqian, what were you thinking? Are you that eager for me?" Startled, Qianqian quickly wrapped herself in the blanket out of embarrassment. Su Liang chuckled softly and reassured her, then turned serious as a golden glow from the beast god's mark began to emanate from him. Qianqian peeked out in astonishment, unable to believe the golden light shining from Su Liang's chest. Her mind was in turmoil. Wasn't Su Liang supposed to have a grade wind and fire mark? Why was there an SS grade exclusive golden glow? Calmly, Su Liang explained, "This is the secret I wanted to tell you. Actually, I'm also an SS grade." Bai Qianqian's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation. Su Liang, her brother, was also an SS grade. Why then, about the divine sense? Su Liang shook his head with a smile and said, "That involves another issue. Let me explain it to you step by step." Before Su Liang could say a word, Bai Qianqian's whole body was trembling slightly, as if a long-suppressed emotion had suddenly erupted. Bai Qianqian suddenly lunged at Su Liang, pinning him down on the bed. Her eyes were red, and her voice was choked with emotion. "This is wonderful. So wonderful." Su Liang was taken aback, not understanding why she was suddenly crying. "Qianqian, what's wrong?" he asked softly, gently stroking her back as he felt her body shake. Bai Qianqian lifted her head, tears mingling with a smile. "Su Liang Gij, do you know? I've always been terrified that someone might use your life to force us apart. I was so scared I would fall apart." Su Liang's heart tightened, regretting not having reassured her sooner. He hugged Bai Qianqian tightly. "I'm sorry, I should have considered this earlier." But Bai Qianqian laughed. "But now you're SS rank 2. We're the perfect match. No one can ever separate us again." Looking at this determined girl, Su Liang was filled with overwhelming tenderness. He gently pulled her closer and whispered in her ear, "In this life, the next, and the one after that, I want to be with you." Bai Qianqian lay on Su Liang's chest, feeling their heartbeats gradually synchronize. She softly said, "Su Liang Gij, I really like you." Su Liang gazed into her glistening eyes and replied tenderly, "I really like you too." Their lips met, warm and tender, lingering as if they couldn't bear to part. Somehow, the two of them ended up lying at the head of the bed. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian lay on the bed, their clothes disheveled but not completely removed. Qianqian blushed and nestled in Su Liang's arms. She softly asked, "Brother, do guys feel really uncomfortable like this?" Su Liang coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment and replied gently, "It's okay. I can handle it. We're still in the early stages of evolution, so we can't be reckless." Qianqian recalled Su Liang's almost out-of-control behavior earlier, and her heart raced. She playfully accused, "Boys are indeed all wolves." Su Liang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who told you that?" Qianqian pouted. "Shuya said so. She also said that other girls understand these things, but I'm too naive." Su Liang smiled wryly, understanding that Qianqian's impoverished background meant she had limited exposure. He held Qianqian tighter and seriously advised, "Qianqian, you must never reveal the secret of the Beast God Seal. People can know I'm SSS level, but they can't know about the Beast God Seal." Qianqian smiled sweetly. "I understand. It's enough that I know. I won't believe what others say because they have no idea how amazing you are." Su Liang nodded and smiled, explaining, "Actually, I'm not sure about the specific attributes of the Beast God Seal yet. Maybe I'll find out after the second seal. The most obvious thing now is that all my abilities have multiplied, but I need 4 times the resources to upgrade." Qianqian was surprised. "So what level are you now?" Su Liang replied, "Beast God Seal level 9, Wind and Fire God Seal level 2. Qianqian suddenly realized, "No wonder you're progressing so fast. You'll definitely become an unparalleled strongman in the future." Su Liang laughed, "You will too, and you'll become a god emperor." Qianqian pouted, "Then I'll never surpass you. How can I protect you?" Su Liang comforted her, "You don't need to be stronger than me. As long as you're as strong as I am, you can protect me. Besides, the Beast God Seal has many variables, so you might become even stronger in the future." Determination flashed in Qianqian's eyes as she resolved to work harder. Su Liang continued, I'm currently equivalent to the second seal's strength. By tonight, I'll evolve to the second seal. You don't have to worry about leaving the city. Qianqian held him tightly. I'm still a bit scared and reluctant to let you go. Su Liang pinched her cheek, silly. I will definitely come back for you. Qianqian smiled happily and nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. Su Liang gently kissed her forehead and discussed the plans for visiting her grandfather and mother-in-law the next day. However, Qianqian's mind was entirely focused on the prospect of sleeping sweetly together on Sunday. She shyly said, Brother, since you're leaving the city, I won't disturb your evolution. You go ahead and I'll work hard too. Su Liang grinned and said, No rush, I can still spend a little more time with you. Huh. Qianqian was momentarily stunned, then quickly blushed and hid under the covers. Su Liang let out a strange cry. Xiao Qianqian, here I come. He threw back the covers and entangled himself with Xiao Qianqian. After a long while, he had to get up and head to the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water washed away the remnants of desire. In the deep of night, Su Liang's consciousness entered that mysterious space. Gazing at those beastly eyes, his heart stirred. Finally, he had reached this point. Tonight, he would gather the second Beast God Seal. Su Liang had prepared 41-star Beast Crystals, needing only 8 to reach the perfect level 10. He secretly anticipated what changes would occur after forming the second seal. Beast Energy Conversion. Activate. As Su Liang's words fell, the beast eyes of the Scarlet Bai Qianqian flashed with golden light, reflecting on him. Su Liang gradually became tranquil, entering the conversion state. In just 2 hours, the 8 beast crystals were completely converted. At the moment the 8th crystal was transformed, a beast seal slowly formed in Su Liang's tightly closed right eye. This seal was no longer in the shape of the Scarlet Bai Qianqian, but resembled a beast's eye, merging with Su Liang's own eye, hidden within his pupil. The seal bore a unique pattern, containing mysterious power. Although Su Liang couldn't perceive it yet, with the successful formation of the seal, the conversion speed of external beast crystals suddenly increased, going from several minutes per crystal to just a few. Suddenly, within the consciousness space, Su Liang was hit with pain 10 times more intense than before, and he instantly opened his eyes. The light from the Scarlet Bai Qianqian's eyes had turned blood red. The pain nearly shattered Su Liang's composure. He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His entire body felt as if it were being scorched by fiery flames, every inch of flesh gnawed by army ants. This bone-deep agony was unbearable. Su Liang struggled to endure, knowing this must be the change brought by forming the second seal. More than an hour later, the red light abruptly vanished. The pain receded, and Su Liang collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Wow, that was close to a heavenly experience, he joked to himself, drenched in cold sweat. Once he recovered, Su Liang willed a virtual screen to appear. Seeing the text displayed, he sat up abruptly, eyes wide with shock. Sure enough, he had evolved. The second Beast God Seal was formed, and the Eye of Insight had also evolved. The Beast God Seal has evolved to its second stage. Each basic attribute has astonishingly reached 2,000 points, a 20-fold increase. Su Liang was overwhelmed by this revelation, realizing that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The base values obtained from the second seal had been integrated with the first, significantly boosting his overall power. Although he hadn't reached level 11 yet, he was comfortably at level 10.5. Eager to experience the changes brought by the second seal, especially the new abilities of the Eye of Insight, Su Liang was surprised to find that only a little over 3 hours had passed. The conversion speed had improved significantly, which thrilled him, as it meant that the time needed to fill the 8,000 beast crystals would be greatly reduced. Activating the Eye of Insight, Su Liang discovered he had gained a certain degree of X-ray vision, able to see through thin materials like fabric. Although he was somewhat disappointed by the modest improvement, he decided to set it aside for now and focus on testing the power of the Beast God Seal. When he channeled the power of the Beast God Seal, his chest and right eye simultaneously emitted a golden glow. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected appearance of the mark in his eye, which made concealing his identity more challenging. Upon infusing the power into the second seal, Su Liang felt the surge of berserk strength. His entire body was boiling, surrounded by mist, and his desire to fight soared, as if he wanted to tear everything apart. In a matter of seconds, he consumed a significant amount of power, but the doubling effect on his combat strength filled him with joy. Su Liang realized that this berserk ability would become increasingly formidable as his level increased. At level 15, he could unleash the power of level 20, indicating limitless future potential. This gave him tremendous confidence, making him more prepared for adventures outside the city. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he took out a pile of beast crystals, totaling 100 pieces. Glancing at the time, it was 1:40. He decided to test how long it would take to convert all 100 crystals, allowing him to calculate the precise conversion speed. With a determined thought, he returned to the conversion space, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is it just pain? I'm not afraid. As long as it doesn't kill me, I will evolve. Su Liang gritted his teeth and growled lowly, his eyes gleaming with determination. He took a deep breath and activated the beast power transformation of the Crimson IT Onlin. Instantly, a dazzling red light shot from his eyes and enveloped his own body. A wave of intense pain surged through him, as if it were melting his bone marrow and setting his heart on fire. Su Liang couldn't help but let out a scream, but quickly bit down and endured it. His gaze grew more resolute. Bring it on, he shouted inwardly. In the room, the beast crystals around Su Liang were disappearing at an astonishing rate. This absorption speed was beyond ordinary comprehension. One one-star beast crystal was equivalent to 10 low-grade divine crystals, and Su Liang's current absorption rate was 1,000 times that of a normal person. Amidst the pain, Su Liang felt power surging within him. He knew this was the price of evolution and the opportunity to become stronger. Meanwhile, in another brightly lit room, Qianqian was equally focused on absorbing divine crystals with remarkable speed. Since breaking through to the second seal realm, her progress had been phenomenal. Both were striving in their own ways, filled with determination to protect each other. Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was 5:50 a.m. Transformation complete, the system's voice announced. Su Liang exhaled deeply and pulled up his panel to examine his gains. All his attributes had significantly improved, especially the evolution progress of the Beast God Seal, which had reached 10.6. Su Liang smiled with satisfaction. Each transformation after the second seal had effects far surpassing those of the first seal period. Although it no longer brought a full level increase overnight, the transformation speed had increased fivefold. This progress was more than satisfactory for him. With some time left, Su Liang decided to push further. Since I'm heading out of the city, I might as well put the remaining 50 points all into strength, he calculated, a sly glint in his eyes. By 7 a.m., Qianqian had finished her training and donned a small apron as she headed to the kitchen. Humming a tune, her face radiated happiness as she prepared to make Su Liang a loving breakfast. It was her first time cooking as his girlfriend, and her heart was filled with sweetness. As she busied herself, Su Liang pushed open the door and stepped out. Qianqian peeked her head out and playfully called, "Boyfriend, time to get up." Seeing her sweet smile lifted Su Liang's spirits. Yet, in the next moment, a golden gleam flashed deep within his pupils. To his astonishment, he realized he could see through Qianqian's clothes and even clearly observe the energy flowing within her. What shocked him even more was his ability to see the divine seal usually hidden in Qianqian's brow. The patterns and energy fluctuations of the seal were vividly clear to him, like a transparent bottle of mineral water with its contents visible at a glance. Judging by the state of the divine seal, Qianqian was on the verge of breaking through to the second seal realm. Su Liang suddenly understood that this was the true evolved ability of the Insight Eye. Holy crap, that's incredible. He exclaimed that the Eye of Insight couldn't possibly enhance by just a little. Su Liang felt a slight thrill. The Eye of Insight's capabilities far exceeded expectations. Not only could it see through the essence of the chosen ones, but it also significantly enhanced dynamic vision. Such an ability was typically reserved for the level of a god king, yet he could now directly perceive the attributes, strength, and approximate level of an enemy's divine seal. It was an incredibly advantageous skill for anticipating opponents. As Su Liang reveled in his excitement, a curious voice interrupted, "Boyfriend? Your eyes seem a bit intense. What are you doing?" Su Liang quickly reined in his abilities and took a deep breath. Any further, and he might have been overwhelmed. He excitedly ran to Qianqian, hugged her, and said, "Just happy. My girlfriend is making breakfast for me. It's pure bliss." Qianqian gave a sweet smile. "I'll do it whenever I have the chance." They shared a smile, their eyes focused solely on each other. During breakfast, Qianqian curiously asked about Su Liang's second seal ability. Su Liang explained that it was a berserk-like power that could instantly double his strength and significantly enhance his reaction speed and defense. To give Qianqian a more tangible sense, Su Liang activated the power of the seal. His right eye glowed with golden light, and a beast-like imprint surged. Instantly, he felt his blood boiling, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Qianqian had a sudden insight. Burning, boiling, searing blood. How about calling it scorching blood manifest? Su Liang's eyes lit up. Great name. Anything my girlfriend comes up with is perfect. They gazed into each other's eyes, unwilling to look away. Su Liang couldn't resist leaning closer to Qianqian, and despite her surprised gaze, he kissed her. Qianqian struggled briefly before giving in, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The doorbell rang. Startled, Qianqian quickly pushed Su Liang away. With a playful glance, Jiao Mei rolled her eyes at Su Liang. "It must be Sister Luine and the others arriving. This is all your fault. Look, My lips are all red from your kissing. Su Liang chuckled, unconcerned. What's there to worry about? We're not hiding anything. Qianqian blushed, too shy to respond, and hurriedly escaped into the kitchen with a bowl, shooting Su Liang a reproachful look as she went. Su Liang scratched his nose awkwardly, silently admitting he'd been a bit too bold. The doorbell rang, and Su Liang welcomed in Gong Lai and Luin. Gong Lai wore a mischievous grin. Wow, up so early. I thought you'd be sleeping in, celebrating your successful confession. His eyebrows danced with teasing. Su Liang retorted, You old rogue, stop talking nonsense. What about you guys? Why so early? Luin, slightly embarrassed, quickly changed the subject. Where's Qianqian? Just then, Qianqian emerged from the kitchen, greeting Sister Luin with a sweet smile. Luin asked, Just finished breakfast? Qianqian nodded, showing no signs of their earlier interaction. Gong Lai continued to tease. Qianqian, did this rascal give you any trouble last night? Before he could finish, Luin smacked him on the back of the head. Shut up. She's still a child. Gong Lai laughed sheepishly. Luin turned and said, I'll go check on Xiaolong first. You can fill Su Liang in on the details. Gong Lai nodded, and once Luin was in the treatment room, he retrieved a mountain of divine crystals from his spatial converter. Su Liang was surprised. What's this for? Gong Lai explained. The captain lent you 100,000 divine crystals to get a brand new class armor. My old set is too worn out to bother repairing. Su Liang understood and appreciated the captain's foresight. Gong Lai added, The captain calculated that your beast crystals wouldn't be enough, so he sent these for you. You should manage to get a decent class set. If you have more money, go for a class, but that's quite expensive. Su Liang nodded. All right, I'll take them and check it out later. Gong Lai agreed, then leaned in and whispered, Did Qianqian let you leave the city? Su Liang nodded. No problem, I've reassured her. Gong Lai smirked. Reassured her last night, did you? Su Liang swung a playful punch at him, which Gong Lai dodged. You old rogue, Su Liang scolded. Gong Lai grinned. I get it, I get it. Couples fight on the bed and make up under the covers. If once isn't enough, twice will do. Su Liang shot back with a smirk. Is that how you console Sister Luin? Gong Lai boasted. We call it passionate love. What do you know? Just then, Luin's cold voice interrupted. Who's having passionate love with you? Gong Lai immediately shrank back like a mouse before a cat, mumbling incoherently. Su Liang stifled a laugh, thinking to himself that Gong Lai was definitely under his wife's thumb. Taking the opportunity, Su Liang silently activated his inside eye. Instantly, he was shocked Gong Lai had 3 divine seals. He could see the energy fluctuations and the fullness of the seals clearly. Even more astonishing, he could detect Gong Lai's injuries his right chest, thigh, and heart. No wonder he had become a rearguard. Stunned, Su Liang quickly deactivated the inside eye. This ability was truly incredible. He had a sudden thought. If he could use it on beasts, he could see their strengths and weaknesses. Later, Su Liang and Qianqian would head home together, leaving things to Gong Lai and Luin for the time being. As for the armor, he actually had another plan in mind. He remembered that in his previous life, his grandfather had left him a set of armor. In the eastern part of town, in a rundown neighborhood, a luxury car appeared early in the morning in front of Bai Qianqian's house, which was under reconstruction. Inside the car, Luo Ziwen sat with a grim expression, his cold eyes sweeping over the slowly rebuilding, dilapidated house. He turned to the suited man in the front seat, his tone laced with threat. Is this the Bai Qianqian's house you found for me? The suited man broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling slightly. Young Master Luo, there's no mistake. It might have been attacked by some beasts. Allow me to inquire. Her mother might be staying with relatives nearby. Luo Ziwen snorted dismissively. Hurry up, don't waste my time. The suited man quickly got out of the car to ask the construction workers. Soon, he returned, reporting excitedly, I've found them. Bai Qianqian's mother is staying with relatives nearby. I can take you there. Luo Ziwen replied coldly, No need, I'll go myself. You stay here and take care of that matter. Notify me immediately if you see Bai Qianqian. With that, he drove off. The suited man suddenly realized there might be an issue with the address, and his face turned pale. He nervously dialed Luo Ziwen's number, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwen stood at the door of Su Liang's house, putting on a fake smile as he knocked. Lu Xian opened the door, puzzled to see a wealthy young man carrying numerous gifts. Luo Ziwen beamed. Hello, are you Bai Qianqian's mother? Lu Xian nodded. Yes, may I ask who you are? Upon hearing this, Luo Ziwen was delighted. Hello, ma'am. I'm Luo Ziwen, from the Luo family in Rongqing. I'm a friend and senior of Qianqian. I came specifically to visit you. Is Qianqian back yet? Lu Xian relaxed slightly, smiling. Please come in, Luo. Qianqian isn't back yet, but she will be today. Luo Ziwen followed her inside, masking his disdain. Lu Xian warmly served him tea. Luo Ziwen, suppressing his discomfort, sat down and said, "Auntie, these gifts are just a token. Just some ordinary items like a 100-year-old ginseng and bird's nest. I hope you don't mind." Lu Xian was surprised by the lavishness of the gifts, suspecting he might be one of Qianqian's suitors. Curious, she asked, "Luo, what is your imprint level?" Luo Ziwen replied with a hint of pride, "I'm a 3-imprint divine master, with an S-level divine imprint." At that moment, Su Luoqing emerged from the house. Luo Ziwen reluctantly stood up, dismissively thinking, "Just an ordinary old man, not worth mentioning." "Ah, so you're Qianqian Senior. Oh my, 100-year-old ginseng. It must be worth thousands of dollars, right?" Su Luoqing picked up a box of ginseng, a playful glint in his eyes. Luo Ziwen sneered internally, thinking this bumpkin dared to say thousands? Even a million wouldn't buy it. He feigned profundity. "Sir, I'm afraid you can't get it for just a few thousand. It might be 1,000 times more expensive." Lu Xian was shocked, quickly calculating in her head. 1,000 times a few thousand? A million? Oh my goodness. Su Luoqing chuckled and shook his head. That's something. A single ginseng worth millions. Definitely not something an old man like me can afford to eat. 100 years, too small. Hearing the last sentence, Luo Ziwen's heart skipped a beat. What did this old man mean? He suppressed his doubts and continued to pose, living in the slums and dreaming of eating something like this? Keep dreaming. Lu Xian hurriedly declined. "Classmate Luo, this is too precious. I can't accept it." Luo Ziwen put on a generous front. "Auntie, this is nothing for my family. If you don't accept it, I'll have no face to go back." Su Luoqing chimed in at the right moment. "Classmate Luo, your family must be very wealthy, right?" Luo Ziwen perked up immediately and began bragging. He claimed the Luo family was the largest clan in Rongqing, owning crystal mines, resource trading posts, and had many high-level experts. Lu Xian listened, dumbfounded, while Su Luoqing calmly asked, "Does your family have the legendary straight armor and weapons?" "Of course." Luo Ziwen replied without hesitation. Su Luoqing nodded. "All right, I'll remember that." Just as Luo Ziwen was about to leave, the courtyard gate was suddenly smashed open, and a ferocious beast charged in. Lu Xian screamed, while Luo Ziwen secretly rejoiced. "What an opportunity! Don't be afraid. It's just a 2-star beast. I can handle it easily." He quickly summoned blue corpse fire and drew a trident. However, in the next moment, the beast suddenly evolved into a 3-star creature, and with a savage charge, it sent Luo Ziwen flying. Bang! Luo Ziwen coughed up blood as he was knocked back, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation. Luo Ziwen was knocked down at the feet of Su Luoqing and Lu Xian. Su Luoqing looked coldly at the disheveled Luo Ziwen, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Luo, are you capable or not? If not, you better run away quickly." These words hit Luo Ziwen's pride like a hammer. His eyes turned red with anger, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I can handle it." With that, he sprang to his feet despite the pain in his chest, glaring at the 3-star beast. Lu Xian, worried, advised, "Luo, if you can't do it, just run." Luo Ziwen, unwilling to show weakness in front of Bai Qianqian's mother, straightened his back and said, "Auntie, don't worry, it's nothing. I'll take care of this beast in no time." As he spoke, he summoned blue corpse flames and charged at the beast. However, the beast's strength far exceeded expectations. Luo Ziwen was repeatedly knocked back, coughing up blood. He couldn't understand why a newly evolved 3-star beast was so formidable, unaware that Su Luoqing was secretly controlling it. Seeing this, Lu Xian became even more anxious. "Luo, you really can't handle it. Call for help." Luo Ziwen's heart ached, not just from the physical pain but from the collapse of his self-esteem. He roared in defiance, charging at the beast only to be knocked back each time. Eventually, he was tossed around like a ragdoll and nearly lost consciousness. Just as Luo Ziwen was about to give up, the beast suddenly ran out the door and disappeared. He struggled to his feet, trying to maintain his dignity. "Auntie, I'm fine, just not in top form today." Lu Xian sighed and comforted Luo. "If you can do it, you can. If you can't, admitting it isn't shameful." Unable to bear it any longer, Luo Ziwen staggered away, declining Lu Xian's offer to take him to the hospital. He just wanted to escape this place that made him feel inadequate. Meanwhile, Su Luoqing appeared next door to the Forbidden Domain house. Luo Ziwen hadn't gone far from the alley when he was about to get into his car. Suddenly, at the neighboring door, Su Luoqing transformed into a middle-aged appearance. A man suddenly hurled a bucket of excrement at Luo Ziwen. With a loud crash, Luo Ziwen stood frozen in place, trembling all over. The stench was overwhelming, and his eyes widened with rage. A middle-aged man feigned innocence and said, "Boss, sorry, it accidentally hit you. Looks like troubles come your way." Luo Ziwen lost it completely, his fury reaching its peak. He began to wreak havoc in Su Luoqing's courtyard, determined to kill the middle-aged man. But no matter what he did, he couldn't touch him. Su Luoqing thought to himself, you wreck my courtyard, I wreck yours. Seems fair, right? It feels like I'm bullying the weak, but why did you pick on my granddaughter-in-law? And you even want to take my old life? Sorry, but that's not going to happen. Seizing the right moment, he knocked Luo Ziwen unconscious with a single blow and vanished with him in an instant. That very morning, the second most powerful family in Rongqing, the Luo family, was thrown into chaos. A terrifying pressure loomed over them, and the Luo family's divine warriors sprang into action, shouting, "Who dares to offend the Luo family?" Their automatic defense system activated, concentrating its formidable energy cannons. However, in the next moment, an invisible slap struck the divine warriors across the face. The sound was crisp, and they spat blood in shock. Even the Luo family's divine king was sent crashing into the ground with a single blow. Without a word, Su Luoqing unleashed a devastating strike. Over half of the Luo family's buildings were reduced to rubble in an instant. The divine king of the Luo family staggered to his feet and asked, "Why has the senior destroyed our Luo family?" Su Luoqing replied coldly, "This kid wrecked my courtyard and claimed the Luo family was wealthy enough to compensate. He wrecks my courtyard, I wreck his. Seems fair, don't you think?" With that, he disappeared. When Luo Ziwen regained consciousness, he was greeted by the sight of the ruined Luo family estate. Enraged, he shouted, "Who leveled my Luo family to the ground? Great-grandfather! We must seek revenge." The divine king of the Luo family slapped him hard. "You disgrace! What have you done out there?" Just then, news arrived that the Luo family's resources and equipment had been completely looted. Ah! Disgrace! Hang him up and beat him. For a year. For 10 years. Luo Ziwen felt like the sky had fallen, yet he still had no idea what had happened. As Su Liang and Qianqian approached their home, they saw Lu Xian and Grandpa tidying up the yard. Seeing the chaotic state, Su Liang's face immediately tensed, and he hurried inside. "Grandpa, Auntie, what happened here?" Su Liang asked, walking quickly towards the yard with a furrowed brow. Lu Xian and Su Luoqing looked up, their faces lighting up with joy. "Qianqian, Xiaoliang, you're back!" Lu Xian exclaimed happily. "Mom!" Qianqian cried out, rushing into Lu Xian's arms. Lu Xian held her daughter tightly, her eyes filled with longing. Su Liang went to his grandfather and asked with concern, "Grandpa, what happened? Did someone cause trouble?" Su Luoqing shook his head calmly. "No, just a beast showed up." "What?" Su Liang's face changed dramatically. "Grandpa, are you and Annie okay? How did a beast appear in broad daylight? Where is it now?" He quickly checked them for injuries, his inside eye activating automatically, but finding nothing unusual. "We're fine," Su Luoqing replied calmly. "Some guy who didn't look too capable chased it away." Su Liang raised an eyebrow, about to ask more, when Lu Xian pulled Qianqian to sit down and explained with a smile, "Xiaoliang, come sit." Actually, it was one of Qianqian's seniors who came by to deliver a gift. He happened to encounter the beast and helped take care of it. Qianqian and Su Liang exchanged surprised looks. "A senior," they echoed. Su Luoqing poured tea for everyone, sipping leisurely, as Lu Xian continued. "Though that senior is a third seal, he didn't seem very competent and was getting beaten by the beast." "Who is it?" Qianqian asked curiously. Lu Xian recalled. "He said his name is Luo Ziwen, from the Luo family, the top family in Rong City. He also asked me to apologize to you, saying there was some misunderstanding between you." Hearing this name, Qianqian and Su Liang's expressions changed drastically. "Damn, it's that scumbag." Qianqian said sharply, "Mom, that guy is a jerk, not a good person. He even tried to harm brother Su Liang at the academy." Lu Xian was shocked. "What? Luo Ziwen is that bad?" "Mom, where are the gifts? I want to throw them away. We can't keep anything from someone like him." Qianqian insisted firmly. Just as Lu Xian was about to get them, Su Luoqing coughed lightly. "Let's keep them. We can make soup with them tonight to nourish you." If he's a petty person, accepting these as an apology is no harm. In the end, following Su Luoqing's suggestion, they agreed to keep the gifts. Lu Xian and Qianqian chatted about family matters, while Su Liang helped Grandpa prepare dinner. "Grandpa," Su Liang said as he sorted vegetables, "you never used to tell me about my parents. Now that I'm an adult and attending the Chosen Academy, can you finally talk about them?" Su Luoqing replied calmly. "What's there to say? Haven't I told you they're already buried?" Su Liang chuckled wryly. "Grandpa, didn't they leave anything for me?" In his past life, Grandpa used to say that the great armor and spear were the only things left to him by his parents, and nothing else. Su Liang felt a surge of joy inside. Upgrade armor was already a rare treasure for a chosen one. It could boost strength by 50%, which was far superior to the crate armor he could afford. His eyes lit up as he decided to test his grandfather. "Grandpa, now that I've become a chosen one, do you think?" Su Liang began, but was cut off by Su Liang's sharp gaze. What? You've just become a chosen one, and you're already eyeing your parents' relics? Su Liang's tone was laced with sarcasm. Su Liang chuckled awkwardly, trying to explain. I just want to learn more about my parents. You see, now that I'm a chosen one, maybe they left behind some powerful equipment. He sneaked a glance at his grandfather's expression, only to see the old man reply expressionlessly, No, that can't be true. Su Liang protested, Grandpa, don't lie to me. I know there must be something. Su Liang gave his grandson a long look and asked, How do you know there's something? What do you plan to do with it? Seeing an opportunity, Su Liang quickly said, Is it a weapon or armor? Or maybe a battle skill? Nothing, Su Liang insisted, shaking his head. Su Liang was on the verge of breaking down, wondering how his grandfather could be so stubborn despite his age. Taking a deep breath, he decided to lay his cards on the table. Grandpa, I've actually joined the hunter squad, and sometimes I have to perform city defense duties. I really need that armor. Before he could finish, there was a loud clang, and a set of armor and a spear were tossed to the ground by Su Liang, who remained expressionless. Su Liang's eyes almost popped out of his head, his face twitching. Grandpa, could you show me a little respect? I've been talking for so long. It was like he was throwing out the trash. Su Liang's face twitched. His grandfather truly understood the importance of respecting others. Just as Su Liang finished his long speech, his grandfather remained completely unruffled, casually tossing out his parents' keepsakes as if he had been expecting his confession all along. Before Su Liang could react, the old man turned away and busied himself again, nonchalantly throwing out a combat skill crystal, saying, Almost forgot this. It's all here. Take it. Su Liang couldn't help but grumble, Grandpa, can't you treat my parents' belongings with a little more care? Without turning his head, the old man retorted, What? Afraid they'll break? Do you want them or not? If not, I'll take them back. Mumbling to himself, Su Liang picked up the armor and spear from the ground. Suddenly realizing something was off, hadn't seen how his grandfather had taken them out. Could it be that his grandfather had a space converter? No, why couldn't he see his grandfather's divine seal? He sneaked a glance at his grandfather, who was hunched over, chopping vegetables, looking entirely ordinary. Su Liang shook his head, thinking he was just overthinking things. Grandpa, aren't you upset at all about me joining the Divine Hunters team? Su Liang cautiously asked. Su Liang replied indifferently, Why would I be upset? Are you going to handle my funeral if I die from anger? Just be careful. I can't be bothered with you. Su Liang thought to himself that his grandfather was still the same as ever. But when he picked up the armor, he suddenly noticed something was off. Wait. No. How is this glass? Holy cow. Glass armor. Glass spear? Grandpa, this isn't right. Shouldn't it be? Before he could finish, Su Liang abruptly shut his mouth. His grandfather had already turned around, and the coldness in his eyes made Su Liang question if this was indeed his grandfather. What's wrong? Not good enough for you? The old man asked coolly. Su Liang's face twitched as he hurriedly explained. No, Grandpa, I mean, isn't the level too high? It's a bit too flashy, not exactly low-key. Do you want it or not? If not, give it back. I want it. Of course I want it. Su Liang clutched the equipment tightly, though his mind was filled with questions. How could it be glass? In his previous life, it was glass. If there had been glass, it would have been given to him long ago. But then he thought, why bother worrying? Glass armor boosts strength by 70, and the defense is unbeatable. Isn't this a jackpot? Just as Su Liang was lost in his thoughts, Su Liang suddenly said, Call Qianqian in here. Su Liang responded, first securing the armor and weapons, then holding the combat skill crystal as he went to call Qianqian. Qianqian bounced in cheerfully. Grandpa Su, you called for me? Su Liang turned, a warm smile on his face. Come here, girl. Grandpa has something nice for you. Su Liang rolled his eyes internally. Oh, I see how it is. Double standards. Huh? She's your real granddaughter. He gets a cold look, but for Qianqian, there's such a kind smile. Su Liang waved his hand, and a set of purple gold female armor appeared. Su Liang's eyes nearly popped out another glass, and it's even newer than his. Qianqian hesitated for a moment. Grandpa Su, is this for me? This looks like glass armor. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. Su Liang chuckled. Silly girl, what's so valuable about it? This was left by this brat's parents for his future wife. It's only right for you to take it. Qianqian's cheeks flushed instantly. Su Liang secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking, Grandpa, you're clever. You've just secured a granddaughter-in-law. Su Liang continued, Keep it. A good set of armor can help you grow faster. Don't feel pressured. Grandpa knows everything. If this brat ever bullies you, tell Grandpa, and I'll make sure to break his legs. Qianqian accepted the glass armor cautiously, her face red with embarrassment. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Liang smiled warmly. Good, just hold on to it. Go play outside. Dinner will be ready soon. Su Liang mimicked his grandfather's mouth movements. Go play outside. Dinner will be ready soon. Smack. A large hand slapped the back of his head. Think you're funny? Su Liang wanted to cry but couldn't, so he hurriedly fled. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly for a moment, but he quickly returned to his usual stern demeanor. Su Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of disbelief. Could Grandpa really be someone extraordinary? Su Liang wondered to himself. Were my parents once powerful figures? Just as he was about to enter the house to check out the combat skill crystals, he heard a surprised exclamation from Qianqian. Brother, look, the Luo family has been completely leveled. Startled, Su Liang hurried over. Qianqian had opened the Starlink display, and indeed, the Luo family's estate had been reduced to ruins. Su Liang was astonished. Wow, that's incredible. The second largest family in Rong City is just gone like that? Bai Qianqian nodded, saying, they say it was an unknown powerful individual who flattened it with a single strike. The Luo family's resource exchange and equipment store were also completely looted, and they didn't even dare to make a peep. Su Liang marveled. I can't imagine what kind of terrifying presence could do this, even with a god king guarding the Luo family. But it's a good thing. Maybe now Luo Ziwen won't be so arrogant. Qianqian laughed. I guess they'll have to keep a low profile for a while. Su Liang nodded. All right, you chat with Andy. I'm going to check out the combat skills. With that, he turned and went into the room. Lu Xian noticed her daughter's feelings for Su Liang and gently asked, Sweetheart, you and Xiao Liang. Blushing, Qianqian mustered the courage to say, Mom, Su Liang and I are dating. Lu Xian was shocked for a long moment, finally letting out a sigh. You've grown up. This is your choice, and I won't stand in your way. Moved, Bai Qianqian held her mother's hand. Mom, trust me. Su Liang is really wonderful, and we'll reach great heights together. Lu Xian forced a smile, her emotions a mix of complexity. SSS rank and B rank? Oh well, let her experience life herself. After calming down, Lu Xian whispered, since you're in a relationship, be safe. Don't rush into having a baby. You're still young and have plenty of time. Bai Qianqian's face turned crimson. Mom, what are you saying? That won't happen. In the room, Su Liang admired the armor he had taken out. The azure and gold armor shimmered brilliantly, exuding a powerful aura. The dark red spear bore intricate, fierce patterns, with Zhu Long carved on its tail. Su Liang was thrilled, feeling as if he was on the brink of becoming invincible. In the Luo family, Luo Ziwen was being whipped while hanging from the ceiling. The head of the Luo family, furious beyond measure, wielded a long whip against the suspended Luo Ziwen. You wretched child. Look at the trouble you've brought upon this family. With each lash, a new bloody mark appeared on Luo Ziwen's body. Choking back tears, Luo Ziwen protested, Great-grandfather, I truly didn't know. I was just delivering a gift to Bai Qianqian's mother, and someone splashed filth on me as I was leaving. I got angry and broke a few things. The family head laughed in his rage. Because of your foolishness, our Luo family has been leveled and turned into the laughingstock of Rong City. With that, he handed the whip to a nearby deity, signaling him to continue. Amidst the cries, a divine general rushed in. Father, I have verified with the city lord. What did the city lord say? The city lord said, if the Luo family does not want to face annihilation, we must swallow our grievances. It's both advice and a warning. The family head's eyes grew serious. It seems there is indeed a formidable presence in Rong City. The general analyzed, if they are truly so powerful, how could they allow Luo Ziwen to act recklessly? It's likely an opportunity to warn our family. The head nodded. The incident of breaking things probably occurred within their divine domain. Should we go and apologize? He has already taken much from us. There's no need for further apology. Besides, it's hard to track him down. The family head sighed, casting a glance at Luo Ziwen. Lock him up. Useless for achieving anything. Only good at ruining things. Wasting his talent. Meanwhile, in another setting, Su Liang was examining a combat technique crystal in his room. He knew that combat techniques were powerful methods combining the power of divine seals, and each recorded in a crystal was incredibly valuable. Su Liang channeled his Windfire divine seal, infusing power into the crystal. Instantly, a blurred figure appeared before him, executing a set of imposing spear techniques. The movements were simple yet fierce, like crashing waves. Each thrust seemed to stir 1,000 waves. At that moment, Su Liang's eye of insight activated, with golden light flickering deep within his pupils. The figure in the vision seemed to leap out and enter his mind, with every detail of the movements breaking down and integrating into his consciousness. When the spear technique concluded, Su Liang's eyes widened, and his chest heaved. He was astonished to discover that he had completely mastered this spear technique, reaching a level of great proficiency. It was an unbelievable learning speed. Su Liang finally understood the true power of the Eye of Insight. Overcome with excitement, he was eager to practice this powerful spear technique. After calming himself, he quickly found his grandfather, wearing a fawning smile. I'm curious, what's the name of this combat technique? And what level is it? It seems really powerful. Su Liang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly asked. Su Luochen, still focused on chopping vegetables, smiled slightly and replied without looking up. Your dad mentioned it's a 5-star technique called Thousand Waves. This revelation hit Su Liang like a bombshell. His eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, 1,000 waves? And it's 5-star? Shocked, he pondered to himself. Being able to casually wield a 5-star technique is incredible. How come I never heard of it in my past life? Could my rebirth have changed things? Seeing Su Liang's astonishment, Su Luochen added, your dad also mentioned that if you can produce 1 wave, you're a beginner. 10 waves, you're proficient. 100 waves, you're accomplished. And 1,000 waves is the pinnacle. Hearing this, a flash of excitement crossed Su Liang's eyes. He calculated silently how powerful he would be if he could already produce 100 waves. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Su Luochen's voice brought him back to reality. Stop overthinking. If you want to learn it, learn it. If not, forget it. Now, take the dishes out. It's time to eat. Su Liang nodded, set aside his thoughts, and carried the dishes to the dining room. The 4 of them sat around the table, enjoying a warm, family-like atmosphere. During the meal, Lu Xian mentioned moving back once the new house was ready, but the old man persuaded her to stay, saying it was livelier with more people around. Su Liang and Qianqian agreed, and Lu Xian dropped the idea of moving out. During the after-dinner chat, Lu Xian reminded Su Liang, take care of Qianqian at the academy. She's timid. Su Liang nodded seriously, as if making a promise to his future mother-in-law. Don't worry, auntie, I won't let Qianqian suffer any grievances. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, the doorbell rang. Su Liang got up to open the door and was shocked to see Han Rushuang standing outside. Thanks to his perceptive abilities, Su Liang almost had a nosebleed and quickly shut the door, exclaiming inwardly, oh my gosh, what a sight. He instantly realized Han Rushuang's purpose in coming and felt torn. How was he going to explain this to Grandpa? As he hesitated, Lu Xian's voice came from behind. Who is it, Su Liang? Taking a deep breath, Su Liang reopened the door, suppressing his perceptive abilities, and awkwardly smiled. Ms. Han. What brings you here? Han Rushuang narrowed her eyes slightly, displeased. Am I not welcome? You shut the door in my face. Is that how you treat guests? Just as Su Liang struggled to come up with an excuse, Su Luochen's voice came from behind. Who says I'm not here? Haha, is this my grandson's teacher? Hello, I'm his grandfather. Su Liang felt a sinking feeling, thinking, oh no, the truth is out. Han Rushuang smiled and nodded. Hello, sir. She politely shook hands with Su Luochen. Please come in. No need to call me sir. I'm just an old man, he said, ushering her inside. Han Rushuang remained courteous, holding great respect for the person who trained someone like Su Liang in marksmanship. To her surprise, it was this unassuming elderly man. Su Liang watched Han Rushuang follow his grandfather inside with a cheerful smile, feeling like the sky was falling. How was he going to explain this now? Everyone sat together in a circle. Han Rushuang smiled and said, I really didn't expect you two to be living together. No wonder you have such a good relationship. Bai Qianqian explained that after her home was attacked by a beast, she had taken refuge at Su Liang's house. Han Rushuang nodded in agreement and casually mentioned Old Master Su. This title made both Bai Qianqian and Su Liang pause, the latter becoming as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, desperately signaling to his grandfather. Han Rushuang then brought out a combat skill crystal, claiming it was a 3-star combat skill she had applied for on behalf of Su Liang. She praised Su Liang as the strongest new student in the academy's level, which surprised Lu Xian. Following this, Han Rushuang revealed her second purpose for the visit, to meet Old Master Su. Su Luocheng responded gracefully, humbly stating that he only occasionally guided his grandson. Seeing this, Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that his grandfather's act of being a master was quite convincing. However, Han Rushuang then requested to learn about gun techniques. Su Liang felt a sinking feeling, thinking this wasn't going well. Yet, Su Luocheng calmly agreed and even suggested a spar between Han Rushuang and Su Liang. Excitedly, Han Rushuang drew her overlord spear, while Su Liang looked bewildered. Under his grandfather's urging, he reluctantly drew his Zhulong spear. In an instant, Su Liang's demeanor shifted dramatically as he decided to seize this opportunity to test his strength. Su Liang was utterly confused, staring blankly at his grandfather, the little old man. Are you serious, little old man? If you can't explain your way out of this later, how will you handle it? Meanwhile, Han Rushuang's spear was nearly in his face. Su Liang was utterly exasperated. At the very moment the candle dragon appeared, Han Rushuang's pupils contracted sharply. The emergence of an S-class weapon left Han Rushuang stunned. She instantly realized it must have been a gift from Su Liang's grandfather. The ability to casually produce such a rare weapon spoke volumes about the old man's power. Both she and Su Liang instinctively took their stances, and the tension escalated immediately. Su Liang, be careful. Han Rushuang cautioned softly, and Su Liang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Su Luoqing, along with Bai Qianqian and the others, sat to the side, looking composed. Bai Qianqian observed Su Luoqing's calm demeanor and couldn't help but wonder, could Grandpa Su really be a reclusive master? In an instant, the two spears clashed, producing a deafening metallic clang. Han Rushuang's overlord spear technique was ferocious, each move targeting vital points. Su Liang, on the other hand, countered with finesse, skillfully neutralizing her attacks with each thrust. Bai Qianqian watched intently, amazed at how Su Liang could hold his own against their teacher. However, the most surprised was Su Liang himself. His insightful eye allowed him to perceive Han Rushuang's every move, even identifying the flaws in her techniques. More astonishing was that he inadvertently grasped the essence of the Overlord spear technique during their duel. As the battle grew fiercer, Han Rushuang felt her strength waning. She was shocked to find her once formidable techniques being consistently countered, a sense of helplessness washing over her. At that moment, Su Luoqing suddenly spoke. Each of you, unleash your strongest move and clash once. Upon hearing this, Han Rushuang immediately responded, all right, Su Liang, get ready. With a fierce shout, she launched the terrifying strike, Overlord's armor breaker, towards Su Liang. Unwilling to back down, Su Liang summoned all his strength and responded with 100 waves. In an instant, a fierce gale swept through the courtyard as the two overwhelming forces collided. Han Rushuang felt as if she was facing not a single spear, but countless waves of energy crashing down upon her. She had to muster her mystical powers to withstand it, yet she was still forced to retreat under the immense pressure. When the dust settled, Han Rushuang stared wide-eyed in disbelief and asked, what is this spear technique of yours? How could it break through my overlord's armor breaker? Su Luoqing looked at them calmly, although a spark of light flickered in his eyes. Su Liang's demonstration of the 100 waves technique was somewhat awkward, yet it thrilled Bai Qianqian, whose little hands were almost clapping in excitement. Facing Han Rushuang's inquiry, Su Liang hesitated and merely said it was an ordinary spear technique. Han Rushuang, suspecting it was a powerful secret skill, didn't press further. She was secretly amazed by the power of that strike, thinking that without using her spiritual warrior's strength, she might have been injured. To ease the awkwardness, Han Rushuang praised, very powerful, very impressive. I am not as skilled. Su Liang humbly smiled, no, I was just fooling around. Han Rushuang then turned to Su Luoqing for guidance. Surprisingly, Su Luoqing coughed lightly and asked Su Liang to critique Han Rushuang's issues. Su Liang understood the hint and nervously began his analysis. He pointed out that while Han Rushuang's spear technique was mature, her handling of the details was lacking, explaining why he could easily counter her moves. Su Liang began to demonstrate, wielding his spear to showcase the Overlord spear technique. As he demonstrated, he explained, this move, fish leaping over the rainbow, requires a small step forward, which significantly enhances the power. The mountain-splitting style can eliminate unnecessary backswings, making it more decisive. Han Rushuang was astonished. Did you learn my Overlord spear technique after just one encounter? Su Liang shamelessly replied, teacher, I am naturally talented. Su Luoqing shook his head secretly, thinking the boy was getting a bit carried away. Following the guidance, Han Rushuang practiced and was surprised to find her skills indeed improved. They continued training until past 4 in the afternoon. Exhausted but satisfied, Han Rushuang looked at Su Liang with a complex expression. I truly admire you now. You really are exceptionally gifted. Han Rushuang suggested changing the way they addressed her, allowing Su Liang and Bai Qianqian to call her sister in private. The three of them enjoyed a pleasant conversation, and Bai Qianqian also received some guidance. Originally planning to leave, Han Rushuang was persuaded to stay for dinner. Su Luoqing started cooking around 5 o'clock. The items Luo Ziwen brought were transformed into a table full of nourishing delicacies. Han Rushuang was astonished as she gazed at the table laden with rare supplements, silently marveling at Luo Ziwen's impressive capabilities. These valuable nourishing items were treated as everyday fare. No wonder Su Liang had such formidable strength at a young age. It seemed she was indeed benefiting greatly. After dinner, Han Rushuang bid farewell to everyone. The courtyard returned to its peaceful state as Su Liang and Qianqian sat together, watching the night fall and basking in the moonlight. Qianqian leaned close to Su Liang's ear and whispered, Su Liang Gij, I told my mom about us dating. Su Liang was taken aback and quickly asked, did Annie object? Qianqian shook her head with a smile, no. She said she respects my decision. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. Does that mean I can hold your hand in front of her now? Qianqian rolled her eyes playfully. Don't be so bold. Aren't you embarrassed? Su Liang laughed. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're already my girlfriend. Qianqian smiled sweetly, leaning on Su Liang's shoulder, and softly said, when we head out of the city, let's bring the single-person armored vehicle. The energy cannon could be handy in emergencies. Su Liang nodded. All right, as you say. Tomorrow, let's head to the villa early and bring Lin Shuya and Fang Beiwei along. I promise to guide them. So we'll have a session before we leave for our little getaway. Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. You perv, already thinking about those things? Su Liang grinned. How can I not? We're heading out of the city, and who knows how long it'll be. Qianqian softly murmured, all right. Late at night, Su Liang practiced the 3-star combat technique, Dragon Roar 9 Howl Spear, that Han Rushuang had brought and quickly reached mastery. He then began converting beast energy, initially intending to allocate it all to strength. However, he found that once his strength reached 200 points, any surplus points would automatically be distributed to other attributes. Reluctantly, he opted for balance development. In the morning, Su Liang checked his stats and discovered that after a night of conversion, all his basic attributes had reached 200 points. He calculated that with one more night, he should be able to boost his strength to 400 points, preparing for the journey out of the city. After breakfast, Su Liang and Qianqian prepared to return to the city center. Lu Xian reluctantly offered her reminders. Su Luoqing, with a stern expression, advised Su Liang, be steady when carrying out tasks, don't try to show off like the young ones. Always prioritize stability. Su Liang was surprised. Grandpa, did you just use the term show off? Su Luoqing retorted. What? You think I was never young? Su Liang sheepishly replied. No, just feels a bit out of place. Wait, but I'm young. Isn't it okay for me to show off a bit? Su Luoqing pretended to raise his hand to hit, and Su Liang quickly begged for mercy. Before leaving, he asked mysteriously, Grandpa, are you secretly a big shot? Su Luoqing gave him a cold look. You're too talkative, just go already. Su Liang grinned. I figured not. Annie, Grandpa, we're off. Su Liang and Qianqian headed out. Lu Xian stood at the door, looking reluctant to see them leave. Su Luoqing turned back inside, his gaze deep, seemingly tinged with a hint of concern. Back at the villa, Fang Beiwei was already waiting, and Lin Shuya arrived shortly after. As Su Liang pushed the door open, he was greeted by Fang Beiwei's icy expression. Lin Shuya followed closely behind, her eyes widening slightly when she saw Fang Beiwei, not expecting the academy's frosty beauty to also seek guidance here. The three of them entered the combat training room. Su Liang glanced at them and said calmly, one at a time. Fang Beiwei, you first. Fang Beiwei nodded slightly, and they both prepared for battle. The fight was imminent, and Fang Beiwei steeled herself, quickly realizing that Su Liang anticipated her every move. Throughout the session, Su Liang's voice rang out, be fierce, be decisive, don't worry about hurting me. As the sparring intensified, Fang Beiwei became increasingly aware of Su Liang's formidable skills. Without the power of the divine seal, she felt like a mere child in his presence. That's enough, Su Liang said, calling a halt. Practice on your own as I taught you. I'll check on you later. He turned to the others, your turn. Lin Shuya looked at Su Liang with newfound admiration. The entire afternoon was spent with Su Liang instructing the three, and during breaks, he absorbed divine crystals to evolve. At 6 in the evening, the four of them had dinner together. Fang Beiwei remained as cold as ever, casting a slightly awkward atmosphere. Su Liang frequently had to close his inside eye to avoid being distracted by enticing sights. Once the guests had left, only Su Liang and Bai Qianqian remained in the villa. After washing up, they snuggled on the couch. Bai Qianqian, her face flushed, whispered, you must come back safe and sound. I can't imagine life without you. Su Liang held her close, promising gently, I will come back safely. You take care too, and reach out to Director Huang if you need anything. Bai Qianqian nodded, then straddled Su Liang. He was momentarily stunned. But before he could react, he felt the softness of her lips. Things heated up between them, but they managed to stop just in time. Late at night, before converting his beast energy, Su Liang went to the bathroom to calm his restless thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, tonight, I'll push my level 11 strength to 400 points. Early the next morning, a message from Long Lan arrived promptly. Everyone was to gather at the headquarters. With a heavy heart, she prayed for Su Liang's safe return. As he left, her gaze turned cold, and she silently vowed, when you come back, I'll have a surprise for you. On the vehicle, Gong Lai teased with a mischievous grin. Xiao Yangzi, you've had quite the time these past days, huh? Living it up in the lap of luxury. Su Liang replied innocently, I won't talk to an old perv like you. We're still kids. Gong Lai scoffed. Kids? You're just a sly old fox. Aren't you ashamed? Why should I be ashamed? I'm only just 18, so why wouldn't I still be a kid? Gong Lai rolled his eyes and changed the subject. But how come your power had a golden hue? Su Liang paused for a moment and said seriously, Old Gong Lai. Actually, I'm a chosen one of the SS-level Divine Seal. Gong Lai and Luin were stunned. Then Gong Lai laughed. Yeah right, you, an SS level? I saw your Divine Sense imagery, it's just a level. If you're SS level, then I'm a God King. Su Liang sighed. I tell you the truth, and you don't believe me? Then show me. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Can't be bothered with you. He then asked, Sister Luin, how are things arranged for Brother Xiaolong? Don't worry, we've arranged for family to take care of him. His injuries are stable, and he just needs time to recuperate. Su Liang nodded, and soon they arrived at the base camp. Seeing the rundown barbershop, Su Liang's face twitched. Old Gong Lai, this? Yep, this is the base camp. Su Liang was speechless. Did it have to be like this? Gong Lai explained, the captain's idea, said it could help teach some ill-intentioned folks a lesson. Later Long Lon said it was less conspicuous this way, so it stayed. Su Liang greeted everyone, and Long Lon and Chi Hengchu emerged from inside. Chi Hengchu said, this mission comes with risks and opportunities. Let's hope we come back the same way we go. No complaints allowed. Everyone nodded. Long Lon added, let's go. The military's message came through, and the gates opening soon. Mission starts. Move out. Yes. Everyone responded with a serious expression. The vehicle roared towards the high wall. Minutes later, as Su Liang gazed at the towering wall, his heart swelled. I never thought I'd leave the city so soon in my life. What kind of experiences await this time? Beyond the wall is a completely different world, full of dangers but also teeming with life. After passing through multiple checkpoints, they arrived at the heavy gate. The examiner looked puzzled when checking Su Liang's information. A one-seal chosen one? What's going on? Long Lon explained. No problem. He's our team member. Indeed a one-seal chosen one? The examiner gave Su Liang a deep look. Just a level, doesn't matter. They are Jingsha. Even generals don't dare interfere. At this moment, a mocking voice spoke up. Long Lon. What's with Jingsha now? Standards so low you even accept a one-seal chosen one? Back then, they didn't even want me and Slevel. Nearby teams turned their attention, surprised by the presence of a one-seal chosen one. The speaker was a flamboyant woman in a red dress, surrounded by cold-faced teammates. Su Liang used his insight to scan and found 4 of them were 4-seal warriors. One of them had nearly complete 4 seals, close to evolving to 5 seals, with an incredibly strong aura, likely the captain. The rest were all 3-seal experts. Su Liang found it strange. Jingsha's apparent strength wasn't impressive, yet they ranked first. He glanced at Chi Hengchu and was instantly shocked. Whoa! The aura emanating from Chi Hengchu was overwhelmingly powerful, like a primordial beast, far surpassing the opposing captain by several times. So the key was Chi Hengchu, truly an extraordinary figure. Fully complete 4 seals, ready to evolve into 5 at any moment. Long Lon calmly addressed the woman in red. You always have so much to say. No one would miss it if you just shut up. Learn from your teammates and keep quiet. The red-dressed woman snorted. I'm just being kind. A 1 seal going out is a death sentence. Long Lon rolled her eyes and scoffed. Vain wench. Long Lon. I really don't know what Chi Hengchu sees in you. No curves, no figure. Mind your own business. He likes me. So what? He won't like you, floozy. The woman trembled with anger, but didn't make a move. As they bickered, she occasionally glanced at the indifferent Chi Hengchu, who seemed oblivious to it all. Gong Lai whispered to Su Liang. That woman is Zhu Zhu. She likes the captain and wanted to join us but was rejected. After your sister Lon and the captain got together, Zhu Zhu started seeing Long Lon as a rival. Ordinary teams don't have much animosity, but their blood wolves always have a stern look. At this moment, the blood wolves captain approached Chi Hengchu. The code name set. It's called Operation Moon Burial. Our target should be a phantom moon fox. Su Liang suddenly looked at the blood wolves captain. What did you say the code name was? Su Liang's eyes widened, and his breathing became erratic, as if he'd heard something terrifying. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. Everyone turned their attention to Su Liang, who was visibly distressed, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Su Liang's gaze was fixed on the blood wolf captain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chi Hengchu frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at Su Liang before nonchalantly looking away. Blood wolf Captain Duan Xia glanced at Su Liang dismissively and turned to Chi Hengchu. Is this your new recruit? I'd rather have Zhao Jian. How about I trade Zhu Zhu for him? Chi Hengchu remained expressionless and changed the subject. Phantom Moon Fox? Are you sure? Duan Xia nodded. Pretty much confirmed. The military recently tracked the movements of this 5-star Phantom Moon Fox. We suspect it's behind these events. Chi Hengchu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Shouldn't the danger level be upgraded to 5 stars? Technically, the threat level of such a highly intelligent beast is comparable to a 6-star, Duanxia explained, but the military hasn't upgraded it, still classifying it as 4 stars. Our task is just to track it. The military will send God-ear fighters to eliminate it. Qi Hengqiu gave him a meaningful look. What are your thoughts? Duanxia, for once, smiled. You know me well. Are you considering taking it down? Qi Hengqiu pondered for a moment. It's too risky. The Phantom Moon Fox excels at manipulating others. It will have many beasts protecting it. Fortune favors the bold. Duanxia dismissed his concerns. I brought some heavy weapons this time. We might have a chance. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Contact me when the time comes. We'll play it by ear. Duanxia agreed and then asked, by the way, why are you taking a first-tier chosen one out of the city? Qi Hengqiu remained silent. Understanding. Duanxia dropped the subject. Never mind. Poor Zhu, such a nice girl. With that, he walked away. Qi Hengqiu turned to Su Liang and saw that he was drenched in sweat. Gong Lai and the others noticed something was wrong and gathered around. What's wrong with you? Gong Lai asked with a frown. Su Liang's fearful gaze swept over the group, a wave of despair washing over him. In a daze, he seemed to see a gray scene. His teammates' smiling faces turning gray blood seeping from them, turning into ashes and scattering. He was left kneeling on the ground, wounded and crying, holding the body of a teammate. This feeling plunged Su Liang into a deep abyss. Suddenly, a large hand clapped him on the shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Su Liang, Gong Lai looked at him with concern. Are you okay? Why are you reacting so strongly to the funeral moon plan? Su Liang glanced at him, then turned to the approaching Qi Hengqiu. Captain, this plan must be cancelled. It has to be cancelled. Qi Hengqiu frowned. What's gotten into you? Su Liang felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew everyone would die, but how could he possibly say that? Su Liang began, but Qi Hengqiu interrupted coldly. If you're scared, go back. I'm not forcing you to join this mission. Gong Lai grabbed Su Liang. Don't talk nonsense. We've done several missions without issues. What's wrong with you now? Su Liang looked around at his teammates, unsure of how to speak. Saying such things would be alarming and place immense psychological pressure on them. He turned to Long Lan. Sister Lan, how many God Hunter teams are participating in the funeral moon plan? Long Lan paused. 20 teams, along with several military task forces. Su Liang's heart sank. It was indeed the funeral moon plan that had devastating consequences for the God Hunter teams in Rong City. The 20 teams were the backbone of Rong City's God Hunters, and almost none survived the funeral moon plan. Su Liang realized many things. No wonder in his previous life, after awakening his powers, he rarely heard the name Jinsha at the Chosen One Academy. That's because after gaining divine insight, they participated in the moon burial plan, and nearly everyone perished. Su Liang felt a shock in his heart as he recalled rumors from his past life. The brutality of the moon burial plan was beyond imagination, almost leading to total annihilation. Whether the massacre of the divine hunting squad by the Shura Blade was linked to Qi Hengqiu remained a mystery. Su Liang sighed inwardly, realizing that in this reincarnated life, he had become part of the Eye of the Storm. Long Lan, noticing Su Liang's unusual demeanor, asked with concern, Su Liang, do you know something? Su Liang snapped back to reality and glanced at his teammates. He understood that with his current abilities, he couldn't stop the moon burial plan. The only thing he could do was use his foresight to protect his teammates as much as possible. Trying to appear calm, he replied, it's nothing, just spaced out for a moment. Don't worry, everyone. Though they had doubts, no one pressed further. Qi Hengqiu gave Su Liang a meaningful look and murmured, ride with me out of the city later. Su Liang nodded in agreement. As 20 teams gradually assembled, Long Lan went to collect mission gear. Taking the opportunity, Zhu approached Qi Hengqiu with a hint of shyness and asked, did you discuss the collaboration with our captain? Her elegantly presented figure swayed slightly in front of Qi Hengqiu. Qi Hengqiu glanced at her indifferently. We'll talk about it later. Unwilling to relent, Zhu quietly complained. Why didn't you reply to my messages? No time. Qi Hengqiu retorted before turning away. Zhu's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. Qi Hengqiu, be careful when you leave the city. Long Lan returned just in time to scold. Zhu, stop flirting with our captain. Zhu retorted defiantly. It's not like he said he's with you. Why can't I chat him up? Mind your own business. With that, she turned and left. Long Lan snorted coldly. Flirt? Watching the scene unfold, Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Gong Lai, standing nearby, whispered, quite the show, huh? Those two never get along. Su Liang had no time for such trivial matters, focusing instead on recalling details of the moon burial plan from his past life. Unfortunately, he had dismissed it as a tragic tale back then and hadn't paid much attention. The military had never revealed the truth, making it the biggest hidden danger. Finally, everything was ready. The heavy city gates slowly rose, revealing the lush greenery outside. Each team boarded their vehicles, engines roaring to life. Su Liang joined Qi Hengqiu in the car, silently praying that with his involvement, this time the moon burial plan could change for the better. Su Liang knew that the journey through this crisis was about to begin. For the first time in his life, he stepped beyond the high walls. As far as the eye could see, ancient forests stretched out without any discernible pattern. The bones of strange beasts lay scattered, silently testifying to the dangers of this wilderness. After leaving the city, 20 teams quickly dispersed, each heading to their designated areas. They moved with care, wary of startling any lurking creatures. Low-level beasts were swiftly dispatched as soon as they appeared, while 4 armored vehicles stood ready at strategic points. Away from the steel jungle, Su Liang felt a growing heaviness in his heart. He shared a vehicle with Qi Hengqiu and Long Lan. Long Lan was focused on operating the Sky Eye, connecting to the military signals and carefully scanning the surroundings. Qi Hengqiu gestured to turn off the microphone and asked quietly, "What was with your strange behavior earlier? Is there something wrong with the plan?" Su Liang's expression was grave, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "Captain, I'm not sure if you'll believe me." "Speak." Qi Hengqiu's tone was firm. Taking a deep breath, Su Liang said, "Captain, this moon burial plan is extremely dangerous. There's a high chance we—" He trailed off, struggling to articulate his baseless premonition, fearing it would be dismissed as madness. "Why do you feel this way?" Qi Hengqiu pressed on, "Or rather, how did you come to this conclusion?" Long Lan listened intently. She had noticed Su Liang's earlier anomaly, and now it seemed the situation was even more serious than she had imagined. Su Liang sighed. Long Lan couldn't help but ask, "What do you estimate our casualty rate to be?" Su Liang looked at her calmly, 90%. The words hit like a thunderbolt, causing Qi Hengqiu's pupils to contract and Long Lan's heart to race. Only 1 or 2 out of 12 might return alive. It sounded like a suicide mission. "Why do you have this feeling? You clearly know nothing," Long Lan questioned. Su Liang shook his head. "There are things I can't explain, but please trust me, this mission is far more dangerous than you think. Unfortunately, I don't know how to avoid it." Qi Hengqiu gave Su Liang a long, hard look. "What assurance can you give?" "Captain, I can't guarantee anything. I'm just trying to warn everyone to be extremely cautious. This is no simple task." Su Liang's tone was earnest. Qi Hengqiu and Long Lan exchanged glances. Such an unfounded premonition was hard to believe, but Su Liang had no reason to fabricate lies. After a moment of silence, Qi Hengqiu made a decision. "All right, I understand. Long Lan, raise our internal danger level to the highest and inform the others." Though puzzled, Long Lan promptly followed the order. The captain's word was law. Qi Hengqiu coldly eyed Su Liang. "I'll consider what you said is true. I don't want it to happen either. But with the danger level increased, you'll need to provide an explanation later." Su Liang nodded. Achieving this outcome was already the best he could hope for. Upon receiving Long Lan's notification, the personnel in the other 3 vehicles were taken aback. "Long Lan? What's going on? Sister Lan, why has the threat level been raised to the highest?" Questions flooded through the earpieces. Long Lan responded solemnly, "Do not ask why. Everyone stay on high alert. This is the captain's order." "Yes, yes, yes," came the unified reply. The elevation in threat level put everyone on immediate alert. The previously relaxed atmosphere vanished, and each person was on edge, not daring to relax for even a moment. After a brief silence, Qi Hengqiu suddenly asked, "Are you planning to explain your golden ability?" Su Liang was momentarily taken aback, then replied calmly, "Yes, I'm SS level." Long Lan's eyes widened in shock. She had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed was still astonishing. SS level. Not just S or S level. When Bai Qianqian awakened as SS level, it caused a citywide sensation, attracting representatives from other major cities. And now, there was another hidden SS-level individual right beside them. Qi Hengqiu seemed unsurprised, asking calmly, "Twin Divine Seal?" Su Liang nodded. "Yes, please forgive me for not revealing my attributes." Qi Hengqiu shook his head. "No need to reveal them, as long as you know." "So, what level are you now?" Su Liang asked seriously. "Second seal, level 11. Hearing this, Long Lan's eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming an O shape. She could hardly believe it and asked incredulously, "You're not kidding, right? You've reached the second seal in just over a week?" Su Liang nodded calmly, explaining, "The first seal levels up quickly, but it slows down afterwards." Long Lan was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself how astonishing his speed was. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Captain, we've struck gold." Qi Hengqiu maintained his usual demeanor, giving Su Liang a meaningful glance. "If you want to keep it under wraps, go ahead. I'll inform the team." Su Liang nodded, thinking that revealing his strength now might lend credibility to his words. He took the opportunity to make a request. "Captain, I can't be interrupted while evolving at night. Could I stay in the vehicle to evolve alone? Hongchu pondered briefly and agreed. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, worried about not being able to continue leveling up. Long Lan, curious, asked, "Are you evolving two divine seals at the same time?" Su Liang nodded and explained, "I evolved the level divine seal during the day and the SS level 1 at night." As he spoke, he began to absorb the divine crystal. Long Lan marveled, amazed at such an extraordinary feat. The vehicle continued its journey. The first 50 kilometers were relatively calm, but the pace slowed as they entered a beast territory, where an encounter with a beast pack was always possible. As the four vehicles advanced cautiously, several figures watched them from a lush hilltop not far away. These individuals wore battle armor that was worn and scarred, adorned with various beast patterns and beast parts. The leader, with dark circles around his eyes, exuded a cold aura. His armor bore a wolf motif, unmistakably marking him as Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf asked, "Where are those people from Hanqing now?" Someone beside him checked a device and replied, 300 kilometers away, they'll be here soon." Lone Wolf nodded, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "The show is about to begin. Let them fight over that thing. It should be quite entertaining." Someone questioned, "Boss, Wang Tiance is already at the 5th seal. Can Hongchu handle him?" Lone Wolf laughed, "You don't know Hongchu. Remember, he is a top-tier target, a Class A 3rd level must-kill. You'll see how formidable he is soon enough." The group understood being a Class A 3rd level target was a high ranking, one that many SS level chosen ones couldn't reach. That Hongchu, and Slevel, made the list spoke volumes about his prowess. Lone Wolf, still smiling, ordered, "Wu Bei, go have some fun with them and see how many you can take out. We'll handle other matters first." The gray-armored Wu Bei nodded in response, a wild grin on his face, before disappearing into the forest. After traveling 50 kilometers, they put away their vehicles. The group stored their vehicles and cautiously ventured into the wilderness. Yi Qingqing, Fu Yuan, and Luin were positioned in the center, with 4 blood drinkers forming a line at the front, Long Lan in the middle, and the rear guards at the back. Su Liang, after observing the formation, chose to stand on the outer edge between the blood drinkers and the rear guards, drawing a surprised glance from the others. As they walked, Hongchu said, "Xiao Lan, the location of the first eye of the sky." Long Lan immediately brought up a holographic projection, marking a spot 30 kilometers to the northwest. Hongchu continued, "At our current pace, it will take at least a day and a night to reach it. We'll encounter swamps, peaks, and canyons along the way. These are the main danger points." "Understood," the group responded in unison. Hongchu added, "Su Liang, your position for this mission is with the blood drinkers." This statement caused a slight stir among the group, but given Su Liang's previously demonstrated skills, no one objected. As they advanced, they encountered a few scattered beasts, which the blood drinkers swiftly dispatched. 3 hours later, they faced their first wave of beasts, about 50 in number, led by a 3-star beast. The blood drinkers sprang into action, with Su Liang joining the fray. Armed with enscrayed spear and clad in scrayed armor, he displayed remarkable prowess. The rearguards, including Gong Lai, watched in awe, speculating about the origins of Su Liang's equipment. The small-scale battle concluded quickly, and the group collected the beast crystals before pressing on. Along the way, Gong Lai couldn't resist asking Su Liang about his gear. Su Liang explained that it was inherited from his parents, sparking a wave of admiration. By evening, the team reached a distinctive area. Long Lan explained, "This is Luo City from 300 years ago, roughly 1/10 the size of Rong City." The group carefully surveyed the rectangular mountain before them, which was once towering skyscrapers. Even after 3 centuries, traces of its former grandeur were still visible. The group felt a moment of disorientation, as though they could faintly sense the prosperity of this place 300 years ago. Hongchu scanned the surroundings, his brows slightly furrowed. "Find an open area to rest. It's dangerous here," he whispered. "There are quite a few beasts lurking in those tall buildings. Let's not stir them up." Xiao Lan, be on alert for aerial attacks. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly found a spacious area. Long Lan efficiently set up surveillance equipment, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The group settled down, some replenishing their energy, others closing their eyes to rest. Su Liang observed the familiar yet strange environment, memories flooding back. He had rushed through here in a past life, watching helplessly as his teammates fell. This time, could he prevent history from repeating itself? He silently prayed for military rescue to arrive swiftly if danger arose. Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes focused on a square building in the distance, covered in vines. His pupils contracted as if he saw a figure flash by. "Sister Xiao Lan, scan that building," Su Liang said in a low voice. Alerted by his words, everyone turned to look in that direction. "What's going on?" Gong Lai asked suspiciously. "I think I saw a figure," Su Liang replied tersely. Gong Li scoffed. Are you joking? You can see clearly from 5 kilometers away? Su Liang didn't bother to argue and urged, Sister Xiaolan? After operating the equipment, Long Lan responded. Detected life signals, possibly a beast. Su Liang frowned deeply, feeling something was amiss. Qi Hengqiu decisively ordered, quickly recover and prepare to retreat. The group responded, and Gong Li patted Su Liang's shoulder. Don't worry, it might just be a bird. Su Liang's unease grew stronger. Meanwhile, at the top of the building, a shadowy figure appeared. Wu Bei squinted, slightly surprised, almost got discovered. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he gently stroked a giant wolf with atrophied front legs beside him. Let's give them a good time. Wu Bei let out a sinister laugh. Old friend. It's your turn to act. The giant wolf howled to the sky, its unique sound waves resonating in all directions. In an instant, scarlet eyes hidden in various buildings opened. Heavy footsteps approached rapidly, increasing in speed. They were a pack of blood moon demon wolves with crimson pupils. Meanwhile, Su Liang and the others, who were resting, also heard the wolf's howl. Everyone became instantly alert. Xiao Lan suddenly exclaimed, a large number of beasts are attacking. The danger level is extremely high. There are numerous 2-star and 3-star beasts, along with a large number of 1-star beasts. Everyone's faces changed drastically. What's happening? Are we being targeted? Qi Hengqiu shouted. Retreat. Just as they were about to move, Xiao Lan added. No way. We're surrounded from all directions. We can only break through from the air. Qi Hengqiu shook his head. The sky is even more dangerous. We're easy targets for predators up there. Our combat ability is greatly reduced in the air, and if the aircraft is damaged, we're completely trapped. After a moment of deliberation, he decisively commanded, find a weak point and break through. Qi Hengqiu sensed something was wrong. Despite being cautious, to be targeted by such a large group of beasts on the first day was no coincidence. Xiao Lan, how many beasts are there? He asked sharply. As she ran, Long Lan replied, no fewer than 500. More than half are above 2-star. The group's expressions changed at the news. Such a gathering of high-level beasts was highly unusual. The fewest are to the west, Long Lan added. The group immediately shifted direction. Su Liang's internal alarm bells were ringing. Something felt off. That sound just now didn't seem like a wolf's howl. 12 people were rushing forward at full speed, heading west. Qi Hengqiu shouted sternly, maintain formation. Immediately, everyone adjusted their positions. Protect Luin and Xiaolan. Blood drinkers, rear guards, prepare for battle. His orders rang out like thunder, met with a chorus of responses. Su Liang, dragging his long spear, felt a chill creeping into his heart. Xiaolan's voice broke through. It's the blood moon demon wolves. Mid-level beasts. Faces around him turned grim. These were not ordinary low-level beasts, but formidable large predators of the wolf clan. Su Liang frowned, suddenly realizing something was amiss. That's not a wolf's howl. It's a Bai giving commands. His words left everyone shocked. Gong Li exclaimed, you know about Bai? Su Liang replied gravely, encountered one in a past life. Bai are the strategists of the wolf clan, highly intelligent. Hearing this, Qi Hengqiu's expression darkened further. He ordered solemnly, break through with full force. Assassination team, use the source energy cannon if necessary. The blood moon demon wolf pack was closing in, each beast massive, with the 3-star ones towering like small buildings. Qi Hengqiu's 4 divine seals surged as he shouted, attack. His blade aura slashed like a crescent moon, instantly turning a group of low-level demon wolves into blood mist. 5 blood drinkers and 3 rear guards launched into action. Zhao Jian's sword light flashed like a rainbow. Lu Wuhuan's twin blades sliced like the wind. Gu Tianqiang's iron fists struck like mountains, while Yunmu, Qin Wuhua, and Gong Li balanced protection. Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan provided long-range sniping, with Luin and Long Lan operating the source crystal cannon for support. Su Liang's Zhulong spear radiated fierce energy, his glass battle armor boosting his strength to 680 points, comparable to a 21st level 3 seal divine master. Each strike targeted the beast's weak points with astonishing power. Gong Li couldn't help but praise. Xiaoliangzi, you're incredible. Suddenly, a nearly 3-star blood moon demon wolf approached. Su Liang snorted coldly, ready to strike. Long Lan shouted anxiously, Su Liang, watch out. That one's stronger. Zhao Jian and Qi Hengqiu glanced at each other, ready to lend a hand. Suddenly, Su Liang unleashed a powerful aura, executing the dragon's roar 9 cries. He shot out like an arrow, breaking through obstacles with the force of a dragon. With a thunderous strike, 6 dragon roars echoed as his spear tip precisely pierced the forehead of the blood moon demon wolf. The ferocious beast froze instantly. With a cold snort, Su Liang shook his spear single-handedly, causing the demon wolf's head to explode. and its beast core to emerge. He kicked the corpse, sending it crashing into several other demon wolves. His teammates were stunned. While Long Lan and Qi Hengqiu knew all too well this was the terrifying power of an SS-level fighter, Gong Lai shouted in admiration, but Su Liang remained focused on the slaughter. To him, 1-star and 2-star beasts were nothing more than trivial opponents, and his eye of insight allowed him to anticipate their moves effortlessly. Qi Hengqiu sternly urged them to break through. The team fought while retreating, leaving a trail of bodies behind them. Gong Lai and 2 others covered the rear, struggling against the relentless tide of blood moon demon wolves. A distinct wolf howl sounded again, driving the wolves into a frenzy. At this critical moment, the rearguard Yunmu was struck by a 3-star demon wolf, blood splattering. As everyone gasped, Qi Hengqiu teleported to the scene, sweeping his blade to send the attacking wolves flying. Su Liang said gravely, "We must take out that commander wolf." Zhao Jian suggested breaking through from above, but Long Lan pointed out that blood eagles were already circling the sky. Qi Hengqiu made a swift decision. "Xiao Lan, locate the commander wolf." Long Lan quickly pinpointed the location. "Captain, found it. Seems there are 2. Qi Hengqiu immediately commanded. "I'll use the power of the 4 seal patterns to activate the Forbidden God Realm. You all go in and wait for me. I'll deal with the commander wolf." Zhao Jian, maintain control. Everyone responded swiftly. Su Liang was deeply impressed as he watched Qi Hengqiu levitate, his long blade poised at his brow. A fierce wind surged, power erupted. He suddenly opened his eyes like a waking dragon, executing a sweeping slash. Qi Hengqiu, even at the 4 seal level, could unleash such a massive attack. The fierce wind carried flashes of blades as it surged violently. Qi Hengqiu swung his sword, causing blood and flesh to scatter everywhere. Within a 30-meter radius, the area was instantly cleared, leaving only a gruesome scene behind. This single strike had slain over 100 blood moon demon wolves, including 6 at the 3-star level. Su Liang and the others were stunned, their hearts filled with shock. 3 of the rear fighters quickly set up a forbidden divine realm to temporarily ease the crisis. Qi Hengqiu then dashed towards the direction indicated by Long Lan, moving like a nimble monkey through the ruins. Witnessing this, Wu Bei sneered and patted the beast beside him before climbing onto its chest. Despite its short front paws, the beast's hind legs were incredibly powerful, allowing it to leap dozens of meters. It let out a piercing howl, prompting the blood moon demon wolves to retreat. When Qi Hengqiu arrived at the scene, he only saw a figure disappearing into the distance. Frowning, he asked Long Lan, who confirmed that the life detector showed 2 targets. Unwilling to risk being led into a trap, he decided to return to the team. Inside the Forbidden Divine Realm, LV was tending to Yunmu's injuries. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began discussing Qi Hengqiu's astonishing strike. Su Liang was in awe, while others joked about his formidable combat strength. Upon returning, Qi Hengqiu ordered a swift cleanup of the battlefield. He looked serious as he informed everyone that there was actually only 1 beast and 1 person. Su Liang exclaimed that it might be someone from outside the city, drawing the attention of the group. Zhao Jian calmly analyzed the situation, pointing out that a god-eater should not be present in this area. While Qi Hengqiu acknowledged Su Liang's concerns, he also considered the possibility of a coincidence. As they withdrew, everyone remained vigilant, preparing for the challenges ahead. The Chosen Ones hunt beasts, but these people hunt the Chosen Ones. In reality, they are ambitious schemers. Most of them are actually descendants of criminals who were exiled or escaped. Qi Hengqiu revealed the origin of these outsiders with a grave expression. He continued to explain that some traders had become slaves to high-level beasts. These beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans, and some even surpassed them. However, their numbers were too few to form a civilized society, and most beasts still relied on their primal instincts. The conflict between the Chosen Ones and the God-Eaters has never ceased. Qi Hengqiu said in a somber tone, "The God-Eaters operate outside the city, specifically hunting the Chosen Ones, and they are our mortal enemies." Long Lan frowned and asked, "What's the plan now?" Qi Hengqiu pondered for a moment and replied, "First, notify the military that there might be God-Eaters around, and have them prepare. Once we confirm it, we'll send accurate information." Long Lan nodded and immediately began preparations. Zhao Jian warned, "If they really are God-Eaters, the mission's danger level must be raised. We might even need to reassess whether to continue." Qi Hengqiu resolutely stated, "We'll investigate the situation while carrying out the mission." Long Lan glanced at Qi Hengqiu, knowing that the more he heard about God-Eaters, the less likely he was to back down. She reminded him, "It's getting dark. If there are God-Eaters, night is not the best time to act." Qi Hengqiu agreed. "Well, proceed until sunset, find a place to rest, and set out again tomorrow. Move at full speed." The group quickened their pace, stopping only when the sun had set. They caught some game and, after setting up a secure area, Chen Wuhua took on the role of chef, preparing a hearty dinner. Gathered around, they ate and chatted. Lu Wuhuan, while gnawing on a rabbit leg, asked Su Liang, "That shot you fired earlier, was it the Dragon Roar 9 echo gun?" Su Liang nodded in confirmation. Gu Tianqing excitedly asked, "I heard 5 or 6 dragon roars. Have you mastered the Dragon Roar 9 echo?" Su Liang modestly replied, "I suppose so. I can get 6 roars." Gu Tianqing gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Impressive. I've never seen a young person as talented as you." Just as the atmosphere lightened, Long Lon suddenly spoke up, "The military has responded." The group immediately fell silent. Long Lon looked at Qi Hengqiu. "The military instructs us to continue the mission. Even if we encounter God-eaters, we need to understand their situation before making any decisions." Zhao Jin frowned. "The danger level hasn't been raised?" Long Lon shook her head. Gong Lai couldn't help but curse. Gu Tianqing pondered aloud. "Why were we targeted right after leaving the city? Could it be?" He trailed off. Qi Hengqiu interrupted. "Stop speculating. Focus on your tasks. Finish eating and prepare to rest. We'll take turns on watch." "Su Liang, you don't need to stand watch. We leave at dawn." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Su Liang felt a tinge of unease, knowing there was merit in Gu Tianqing's words. After all, in a past life, even a marshal had turned traitor. Qi Hengqiu granted Su Liang special privileges. Qi Hengqiu specifically arranged a small safe house for Su Liang, a facility typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances. The safe house provides temporary shelter when a team member is severely injured and can be reduced to the size of a box to fit inside a spatial converter. Although some teammates were envious, Qi Hengqiu offered no explanation. Upon entering the safe house, Su Liang sighed inwardly, acknowledging the excessive nature of the privilege but realizing he had no choice. To expedite his evolution, he had to proceed in this manner. If others discovered the outlandish practice of absorbing beast crystals directly, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. Beast crystals usually require special equipment to convert into source energy, and direct absorption is unheard of. Therefore, Su Liang had to keep this secret. He quickly entered his consciousness space to begin the beast energy conversion. As the pain surged, a crimson glow enveloped his body. Meanwhile, Qi Hengqiu kept watch, with Long Lon sitting beside him. She softly inquired about Qi Hengqiu's plans, only to be met with silence. Long Lon, choked with emotion, expressed her attachment to Qi Hengqiu, curling up beside him. Although Qi Hengqiu felt a stir of emotion, he ultimately remained silent. At dawn, the group prepared to set off. Su Liang emerged from the safe house, looking invigorated, prompting teasing remarks from Gong Lai. Qi Hengqiu ordered the team to move out, and they resumed their journey. They cautiously avoided packs of alien beasts, encountering only a few skirmishes without casualties. The team successfully traversed the perilous mountain. By 4 p.m., they arrived at the edge of a vast canyon. Long Lon remarked that once they crossed the canyon, they would reach their first destination. The group surveyed the canyon, which appeared several kilometers wide, with an abyss-like depth. On the cliffs, some predatory birds were resting. As soon as they began their leap, the fierce birds and beasts would spring into action. Qi Hengqiu calmly ordered, "Get on the war chariots. I'll provide cover." Everyone moved swiftly, initiating the war chariots. Qi Hengqiu, holding a long sword, stood firmly atop one of the chariots. The chariots soared into the air, their attack systems primed and ready. Just as they began to cross, the beasts and birds on the cliffs became restless. After circling a few times, the birds launched a fierce assault. All 4 chariots opened fire simultaneously, energy cannons blazing. 3 three-star birds lunged at the chariots, but Qi Hengqiu leaped into the air, the power of the divine seal surging. With a sharp clang, his sword sliced through, and the 3 birds plummeted, blood raining down. Wave after wave of birds attacked, yet none could get close to the chariots. Wherever Qi Hengqiu's blade pointed, it was a fatal strike. Inside the chariot, Su Liang was in awe. "The captain's skills are terrifying." Long Lon chuckled. "That's just the tip of the iceberg. You haven't seen him at his strongest." Speaking of Qi Hengqiu, admiration sparkled in her eyes. Su Liang teased, "Sister Lon, you and the captain are a pair, aren't you?" Long Lon was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. "Who would pair up with someone who always has a stern face? I'd be driven crazy marrying someone like that." Su Liang laughed. "The eyes don't lie. I can see the captain looks at you with affection too." Gong Lai's voice chimed in over the earpiece. "Exactly. I noticed it too." Realizing he had forgotten to turn off his mic, Su Liang quickly did so along with Long Lon. Long Lon, a bit shy, asked, "Really?" Su Liang nodded in confirmation. Long Lon beamed. "I hope you're right." She smiled gently. "Whether he likes me isn't important, as long as I like him." The chariots landed smoothly on the opposite side, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chi Hengqiu ordered. Keep a lookout and set up the Sky Eye. Long Lan swiftly got to work, deploying the device. The Sky Eye, capable of monitoring a 30-kilometer radius, was crucial for their mission. Long Lan inserted the over 3-meter-long steel cylinder into the mountain peak, leaving only 30 centimeters exposed. Once activated, she announced, all set. Communication with the military established. Chi Hengqiu decisively commanded, move out. Long Lan added, the next mission location is 60 kilometers north. Chi Hengqiu continued, let's get out of here and find a place to rest by sunset. The group advanced in an orderly manner, constantly vigilant of their surroundings. Meanwhile, about 5 kilometers east, atop a small hill, Wu Bei and a beast were observing them. Wu Bei sneered. The boss wants us to take out their chariot equipment. Got any clever ideas? The beast growled softly and gestured. Wu Bei grinned wickedly. Great. We'll be waiting for them up ahead. Almost simultaneously, Su Liang turned his gaze toward the hill. His inside eye focused, and his pupils constricted sharply. Captain, there's someone on that hill. And a beast. Everyone was taken aback. Chi Hengqiu's expression darkened as he grabbed Su Liang's shoulder and shot forward. He issued orders through the earpiece. Zhao Jianlan, keep moving and stay in contact. Chi Hengqiu whisked Su Liang along as if riding the wind. Su Liang exclaimed, Captain, I have a single-person chariot. I can keep up with you. Chi Hengqiu shook his head. No need. Don't alert them. Keep observing. Chi Hengqiu's initial speed was terrifying. He whisked Su Liang through the forest like the wind, moving so fast it was astonishing. Su Liang secretly calculated that to reach such a speed, his own speed would need to be over 2,000. Chi Hengqiu fully utilized his wind element abilities, activating stealth equipment to cover their tracks. They leaped wildly through the mountains, crossing a 5-kilometer distance in the blink of an eye, arriving at the peak of a small hill. Quick, where are they? Chi Hengqiu asked urgently. Su Liang quickly scanned the area and locked onto their target. In that grove, Chi Hengqiu squinted into the distance, spotting some movement, and without hesitation, led Su Liang in pursuit. As the distance closed, it seemed their target had yet to notice them. Su Liang expressed concern. Captain, isn't this too risky? What if they're too strong? Chi Hengqiu replied coldly. They won't be. If they were strong, they would have attacked me already. With the gap reduced to less than a kilometer, Chi Hengqiu suddenly left Su Liang behind, charging forward with a roar. Wu Bei. The man's face turned pale at the sound. It's Chi Hengqiu. Run. The beast under him let out a long howl, calling other beasts to gather. Chi Hengqiu, filled with murderous intent, wielded his long knife and struck. The blade's energy blasted a long trench through the forest. The man and his beast were sent tumbling. Chi Hengqiu pressed the attack, as Wu Bei's 4 divine seals surged wildly. The surrounding forest began to fill with frenzied beasts. Su Liang was both shocked by Chi Hengqiu's power and worried about his recklessness. He quickly contacted his team. Sister Lan, bring the team for backup. Chi Hengqiu was already engaged in fierce combat with Wu Bei, causing the forest to collapse around them. With another strike, both Wu Bei and his beast were sent flying, coughing up blood. Chi Hengqiu advanced relentlessly, his killing intent overwhelming. Wu Bei, however, smiled coldly, as expected of Chi Hengqiu. After all these years, you're still ahead of us. Chi Hengqiu's eyes were blood-red, his voice icy. You all deserve to die. Wu Bei shrugged it off. Who doesn't deserve to die? Sooner or later, it doesn't matter. Just as Chi Hengqiu was about to strike again, Wu Bei added, aren't you curious where that guy is? Chi Hengqiu paused. Where's that damned thing? Wu Bei chuckled. No rush. If you kill me, I won't be able to tell you. He stood up, nonchalantly dusting himself off. Remember back then, how the Thunderstorm trio gave us such headaches. So many direct confrontations, yet we never won. Who would have thought they'd fall apart over love? Dead, scattered, turned against each other. How amusing. Do you remember the scene when she was killed? Her heart was ripped out. Just thinking about it is nostalgic. Chi Hengqiu's body radiated an intense malevolence, his eyes completely blood-red. His mind was consumed with the image of that girl dying in front of him. Her heart ripped out. The agony of her farewell. The sorrow of her final moment subtly heart-wrenching. Chi Hengqiu's eyes were bloodshot, his aura surging violently. In an instant, blades of light erupted around him, striking at Wu Bei like 1,000 bolts of lightning. Wu Bei's face changed dramatically as he hastily joined forces with a 4-star Bei to defend themselves. Boom! The blades exploded, sending Wu Bei and his ally flying like kites with broken strings, crashing through countless trees. Wu Bei spat blood, while the 4-star Bei's fur was torn open, leaving a mess of flesh and blood. Chi Hengqiu was about to pursue when dozens of 3-star blood moon demon wolves suddenly attacked from all directions. Su Liang was startled, but Wu Bei sneered as he climbed onto one of the wolves. Chi Hengqiu, You won't kill me today. There were 3 of us involved in that incident back then. If you dare, come get us. Wu Bei taunted as he fled swiftly on the demon wolf. Qi Hengqiu roared in fury, slashing through the attacking beasts. His teammates arrived to join the battle, while Long Lan watched Qi Hengqiu's frenzy with tearful eyes. When the battle ended, the ground was littered with the bodies of the beasts. Qi Hengqiu stood amidst the bloodbath, and everyone remained silent. Long Lan quietly wiped the blood from his armor, while the rest of the team wisely kept their distance. In a soft voice, Su Liang asked, "What kind of grudge does that Wu Bei have with the captain?" Gong Lai and Su Liang moved aside, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Gong Lai sighed, not directly answering Su Liang's question. Su Liang frowned and asked, "Can't tell me?" Gong Lai shook his head. "It's not that I can't tell you. It's just that there's not much I know. Basically, the captain and that guy have a deep-seated grudge, and there's someone backing that guy. They want to kill the captain, and the captain wants to kill them." Su Liang rolled his eyes. "That's obvious. Even a fool could see that." Gong Lai grabbed him by the neck. "Watch your mouth, kid. I'm older than you." Su Liang smirked. "That's about all you have over mayor age." Gong Lai glared at him. "Want to compare?" Su Liang glanced at him dismissively. "You're so immature." Gong Lai composed himself and said seriously, "Actually, this is the second God Hunter team the captain has formed." Su Liang looked surprised. Gong Lai continued, "The captain used to be just a team member, and hardly anyone survived from that team. In our team, only Zhao Jian and the captain are old teammates. The team Jin Sha was formed after the captain came to Rongqing." Su Liang was taken aback. "I see. Sister Lan wasn't part of that team?" Gong Lai shook his head. "No, she wasn't. Only Long Lan and Zhao Jian know the details. If you want to know, ask the captain or them." Su Liang rolled his eyes. Asking now would just bring trouble, wouldn't it? They didn't say much more, but both understood that the enmity between the captain and Wu Bei would eventually have to be settled. Suddenly, Gong Lai asked, "You've been absorbing god crystals really fast today, haven't you? At least dozens, right? How can a brank absorb so many?" Su Liang replied coldly, "I told you I'm SS rank." Gong Lai snorted, "Keep pretending. I'm not buying it." Su Liang didn't bother to explain. Indeed, he had been continuously absorbing god crystals as he advanced. The evolution of his wind and fire divine seal had sped up, reaching level 4, with the potential to increase by more than a level each day. He needed to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Qi Hengqiu quickly regained his composure, the redness in his eyes fading. He looked around and ordered, "Let's leave here and find a place to rest." "Yes," everyone responded in unison, without asking further questions. Fortunately, the next 3 days went smoothly for them, without encountering any large-scale beast attacks. They successfully secured the third eye of the firmament. Su Liang opened his eyes and took another look at those golden pupils. He brought up the panel and carefully examined the data. After converting 251 star beast crystals over 3 consecutive nights, his strength had significantly increased. With this class battle armor, his explosive power had reached 1,000 points, comparable to a mature A-class triple seal master. However, the mission pressure was immense, and he knew he couldn't miss any opportunity for enhancement. As he stepped out of the safe house, his teammates were already prepared. At the command of Qi Hengqiu, they set off for the next mission point. Along the way, they killed any beasts they encountered and collected rare herbs. Lu Wuhuan, with his keen eyes, found a class battle weapon, which, though not top tier, was still quite valuable. By evening, Long Lan suddenly showed excitement. "Captain, we found a divine crystal vein." The group was invigorated. According to Long Lan's estimates, the vein contained about 500,000 divine crystals, with the potential for some intermediate ones. Qi Hengqiu immediately ordered them to proceed with the extraction. Upon reaching the small mountain stream, they could see the divine crystals shimmering from a distance. However, the area was occupied by a group of water apes, including a 3-star ape king. Qi Hengqiu decisively ordered a complete annihilation. The team quickly coordinated. Long-range attacks targeted fleeing enemies, while close combat fighters charged into the beast group. Amidst the flying flesh and blood, the battle concluded swiftly. 6 kilometers away, Wu Bei watched everything unfold through a bionic bird. He sneered, "This time, I want to see how you escape." Shanzhong asked if they should strike now, but Wu Bei shook his head. "Qi Hengqiu isn't so easily dealt with. We need to wear down their teammates step by step, force them to use their war vehicle, and then destroy it." With that, Wu Bei patted the bay beside him. Bei let out a long howl, sending sound waves rippling through the air. Within a 5-kilometer radius, the beasts began to stir, converging towards the center. The numbers of blood moon wolves, blood eagles, and other beasts had exceeded 1,000, creating a terrifying scene. After dealing with the water apes, Su Liang and his team immediately began excavating the divine crystals. The mining robots worked furiously. Although 500,000 divine crystals weren't a lot, If there were a significant number of intermediate crystals among them, it would make a substantial difference. 100 low-level divine crystals were equivalent to just one intermediate crystal. The next moment, Lu Wuhuan's delighted voice rang out. So many mid-level divine crystals. Lu Wuhuan shouted excitedly, his eyes gleaming with greed. At least 10%. All mine, I mean ours. Everyone laughed at his miserly comment. With this percentage, the mine's value had at least doubled, which was indeed a significant find. Mid-level divine crystals have a higher purity, making them easier and faster to absorb. They can also be exchanged for lower-level crystals at a premium, making self-mining the most cost-effective option. The group continued digging with renewed enthusiasm, calculating the rewards of this mission in their minds. However, it wasn't long before Longlan's expression suddenly changed. She shouted a warning, "Beasts incoming! Stay alert!" Everyone tensed up instantly. Longlan expanded the detection range of their equipment, and her face grew even more serious. "Damn it! There are hundreds of beasts surrounding us." Qi Hengqiu calmly ordered, "Abandon the crystals. Prepare to break through." Zhao Jian gritted his teeth and said, "It's that bastard Wu Bei again." Qi Hengqiu nodded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Su Liang and the others were taken aback. How did the enemy always manage to find them so precisely? Were they being watched? "Xiaolan, which way to break through?" "East." Qi Hengqiu shouted, "Get on the vehicles." The 4 vehicles sped off toward the east at full throttle. Meanwhile, bloodhawks hidden in the clouds began to dive, targeting the vehicles first. Su Liang's expression was grim. "They found us so quickly. They must have special equipment. Could the God Eaters have their own sky satellites now?" Long Lan shook her head. "It might be some kind of biomimetic equipment we can't detect." Her expression darkened further. "There are too many of them, at least 1,000. The military sky eye shows even more beasts closing in, including many 4-star ones, and a large number of 3-star bloodhawks above us." Qi Hengqiu said coldly, "Their goal is our vehicles. They want to cut off our escape. Everyone, watch out for the bloodhawks above and prepare for a bloody battle." A tide of beasts surged toward them, with a variety of species in front and blood moon demon wolves in the rear. Qi Hengqiu fired several shots from his vehicle, creating a gap. The other vehicles opened fire as well, but they were cautious not to waste their energy crystals. The vehicles raced on, pursued and blocked by the relentless beasts, some even hurling themselves at the vehicles. Su Liang's face was grim. "Captain, we need to take down that Wu Bei. These blood moon demon wolves are all under its control." Qi Hengqiu said in a deep voice, "Xiaolan, request support from the military sky eye to locate Wu Bei." Long Lan nodded and quickly contacted the military. However, her face soon turned grim. "Request denied." Qi Hengqiu was furious. "Damn it." Su Liang said calmly, "Hold on. Let me try." He focused and activated his inside eye, with the second beast god seal in his right eye radiating brilliant golden light. In that moment, his vision extended infinitely, piercing through the forest and trees. Finally, he locked onto the target. Found it. Wu Bei watched as a chariot was destroyed on the screen, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. A glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he spoke disdainfully. "See? My plan is working. As long as they keep using those chariots, I can trap them all here. I want to see how they plan to break this." Shan Zhong asked worriedly, "They shouldn't be able to detect us from this distance, right?" Wu Bei scoffed, his voice brimming with confidence. "Their equipment only covers up to 5 kilometers, and they simply don't have the time for a thorough search right now." Still concerned, Shan Zhong added, "What if they call for help from Huaxia Sky Eye?" Wu Bei shook his head, looking relaxed. "Using Huaxia Sky Eye isn't that simple. If they do manage to use it, then I'm just out of luck and will have to wait for another opportunity." Shan Zhong nodded in understanding. Wu Bei refocused on the screen, sneering, "They're starting to withdraw the chariots. Pulling back means walking into their own doom." At the center of the battlefield, one chariot was already ruined, and the others had sustained various degrees of damage. If they didn't retreat soon, all the chariots would be rendered useless. Though they had 2 spares, such attrition was clearly unsustainable. As Qi Hengqiu leaped out of the chariot, the power of the 4 seal marks erupted. The force of the Dark Knight Azura swept across, creating a clearing with flashing blades, buying time for his teammates. The others followed suit, launching into a fierce battle. They protected Lu Yin and Long Lan at the center, fighting valiantly. Qi Hengqiu and Zhao Jian displayed the most destructive force, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. However, they were quickly surrounded, as a swarm of beasts surged forward. Long Lan, while fighting, scanned the area, 8 4-star beasts. The number sent a chill through everyone. Qi Hengqiu remained unfazed, speaking in a low voice, "Get ready. These are mine. I'm going for the ghost leader. Prepare for berserk mode." His teammates understood immediately. "Got it." Qi Hengqiu carved another bloody path. Long Lan and the others swiftly deployed a special piece of equipment with a 30-meter diameter the source energy quantum wall. The light wall formed instantly, creating a miniature forbidden god realm. Beasts touching the wall would suffer burns or even be killed, though some managed to breach the defenses. Qi Hengqiu plunged into the beast horde, targeting the 4-star beasts. Long Lan shouted encouragement, "Hold on, everyone, until the captain takes care of the 4-star beasts." The team fought fiercely, slaying any beasts attempting to breach the quantum wall. Su Liang's spear was unstoppable, taking down 2-star beasts with a single thrust. His strength was now on par with his teammates. Yet, the battle was destined to be grueling. Su Liang looked at the dense mass of beasts outside the wall, feeling a chill. This was far tougher than any city mission, with stronger beasts, mostly 2-star, and plenty of 3-star ones. Everyone was in a frenzy, eyes blazing. They watched Qi Hengqiu unleash his formidable prowess outside, felling a 4-star beast with his blade. His terrifying killing power was awe-inspiring. Qi Hengqiu had slain countless beasts, yet amidst the beast tide, his figure was often submerged, only to emerge again. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. This time, someone might actually fall. After half an hour of brutal fighting, Qi Hengqiu had already killed 4 4-star beasts and numerous 3-star and 2-star ones. Suddenly, Long Lan shouted, "The source energy quantum wall is about to fail. Get ready." Seconds later, the quantum wall vanished, exposing everyone to the beast's view. The beasts charged wildly. Zhao Jin roared, "Kill." His teammates echoed his battle cry, unleashing their seal mark powers. Fu Yuan, Yi Qingqing, Long Lan, and Lu Yin wielded source crystal cannons, launching a relentless barrage. Zhao Jin transformed into a shadowy assassin, cutting down beasts wherever his sword flashed. Everyone fought bravely. Gong Lai cursed, "Come on, you beasts." His body crackled with lightning, unleashing the power of the 2 seal marks. Thunder Dragon breaks the army. A blast from his spear exploded a 3-star beast. Su Liang no longer held back any power. The golden light of the beast god seal burst forth. At this moment, there was no longer any room for concealment. Golden light flickered from Su Liang's chest and right eye, leaving his teammates no time for astonishment. The dark red Zhulong spear was enveloped in a layer of golden glow, becoming even sharper. The surrounding beasts suddenly showed signs of panic, invigorating everyone. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang, clad in golden light, swept his spear across. Yendang. With a thunderous shout, several beasts were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Empowered by the golden light, the scrayed weapon Zhulong sliced through them like tofu. Military spear technique. Furious Dragon breaks the army. Su Liang unleashed a devastating thrust, skewering the heads of 5 2-star beasts like candied hawthorns, their beast crystals shattered into powder. His speed in defeating enemies was as impressive as his teammates, drawing their awe. Suddenly, a 3-star blood moon demon wolf lunged at Su Liang, spewing a beam of light akin to a source crystal cannon. His teammates cried out, wanting to assist, but Su Liang shouted back, "Don't worry about me. Die." He twisted his spear, unleashing the Dragon Roar 9 shouts technique. The patterns on the Zhulong spear seemed to come alive, and its tip collided fiercely with the beam. Amidst the explosion, Su Liang withstood the aftermath, roaring as he thrust again. The golden light exploded, subduing the blood moon demon wolf. The Zhulong spear pierced through its massive claw and into its head. The wolf convulsed violently, flinging Su Liang away, but it lost its fighting power and began attacking other beasts instead. The battle grew increasingly intense, with everyone fighting bravely. Suddenly, Long Lan shouted, 4-star blood moon demon wolf. Watch out. A wolf the size of a building charged through the corpses towards them. Zhao Jin roared as he confronted it, his sword flashing and forcing the wolf back. He swung his sword to deflect the blood-red beam, causing an explosion among the beasts. Star breaks moon. Zhao Jin's body glowed with a ghostly blue light as a crescent-shaped sword beam slashed out, tearing the wolf's head open. Su Liang was secretly amazed. Zhao Jin's divine seal attribute was the rare power of the stars. However, the blood moon demon wolf went berserk, lunging at Zhao Jin. Everyone else was also locked in fierce combat, but the beasts continued to pour in relentlessly. Suddenly, a blood hawk swooped down on Lu Wuhuan, who was in a frenzy of slashing, its talons aiming for his head. Money grubber. Watch out. Gong Lai shouted in alarm, but it was too late. In a split second, Chen Wuhua collided with Lu Wuhuan, knocking him aside, only to have his own back torn open by the bloodhawk's talons, blood spraying everywhere. Lu Wuhuan cried out in anguish, "Brother Hua, no!" The teammates' eyes were bloodshot. Chen Wuhua lay in a pool of blood, while Lu Wuhuan's eyes bled, driven to madness. After the blood vulture succeeded, it soared into the sky. Lu Wuhuan, blinded by rage, rushed to Qin Wuhua's side and lifted him up. Huaga! Lu Wuhuan screamed hoarsely. Qin Wuhua's face was as pale as paper, his breath faint, his back a mess of blood and flesh, with severe internal injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry about me. Go help everyone else." With tears streaming down his face, Lu Wuhuan carried Qin Wuhua to Luin's feet. Luin was just about to administer aid when Qin Wuhua shook his head. "Leave me. I'm done for. Go. Help others." He lost consciousness before he could finish his sentence. Luin was crying but didn't dare stop. Lu Wuhuan turned his grief into fury, wielding his twin blades as he charged into the beast horde. Su Liang felt a deep sorrow, his blood boiling, golden light radiating, exuding an aura that kept the beasts at bay. He scanned the battlefield and saw Zhao Jian fiercely battling the 4-star blood moon demon wolf, covered in wounds. Lu Wuhuan fighting desperately, his blades dulled. Gu Tianqing bitten on the shoulder by a 3-star demon wolf, bleeding heavily. Gong Lai and Yun Mu rescuing others. Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing firing cannons at the beasts. Luin and Long Lan busy with healing and support. "Detiniu!" Someone shouted in alarm as Gu Tianqing was thrown into the beast horde. Furious, Su Liang's blood boiled, white steam rising. His right eye's second mark glowed, his power surging. Blazing blood surge. Su Liang's combat strength doubled, his power level exceeding 2,000, with heightened speed and agility, comparable to an Class 3 Mark Divine Master. He stomped the ground, causing it to shatter. In an instant, Su Liang was beside Gu Tianqing. 100 waves. A single sweep of his spear sent shockwaves rippling. 1- and 2-star beasts burst into blood mist, while 3-star beasts were knocked away, bleeding profusely. Gu Tianqing was stunned, thinking the captain had returned. When he realized it was Su Liang, his shock only deepened. Yun Mu, Gong Lai, and others were dumbfounded, unable to believe Su Liang possessed such power. Su Liang grabbed Gu Tianqing and tossed him back, then transformed into a whirlwind of destruction, his spear dancing, flesh flying. Beasts fell in droves, even the 3-star ones couldn't escape death. The teammates were in awe, witnessing a golden light wreak havoc within the encirclement, blood and flesh scattered. Even the usually composed Zhao Jian was left speechless. Long Lan was the first to react. "Activate the Forbidden God Realm." Quickly, everyone snapped out of their daze and swiftly formed the formation. The Forbidden God Realm, with a diameter of over 30 meters, took shape. Zhao Jian, Lu Wuhuan, and others fought their way out to assist Su Liang. Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing continued their support. The battlefield was in constant flux. Gu Tianqing and Qin Wuhua fell before Luin, whose hands glowed with green light as 3 divine seals swirled around her, seemingly improving the situation. Su Liang displayed astonishing combat prowess but was soon blocked by a 4-star beast. Zhao Jian swung his sword to assist, and together they launched a frenzied attack. Su Liang's Zhulong spear shone with golden light, easily breaking through the defenses of the 4-star blood moon demon wolf, forcing it to retreat. On a distant hill, Wu Bei and Shanzhong were dumbfounded. They were astonished by Su Liang's strength and speculated that such a state must have limitations. As they discussed Qi Hengchu's whereabouts, the wolf beside them suddenly let out a mournful cry. A terrifying blade sliced through its back, leaving it gravely wounded and near death. Wu Bei and Shanzhong's expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively unleashed the power of their divine seals to escape. Wu Bei roared. "Qi Hengchu!" There stood Qi Hengchu in midair, eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. He had deliberately drawn away the 4-star beast to escape surveillance. With fierce winds swirling around him, Qi Hengchu attacked without hesitation. Wu Bei and Shanzhong quickly realized they were outmatched. Shanzhong shouted, "Run!" Force-class divine seals on Shanzhong's body erupted with a dark glow. The earth-colored attribute light began to radiate as well. Gripping a massive bronze hammer, Shanzhong launched the first attack. Qi Hengchu remained expressionless, his eyes cold, as he swung his sword, the wind howling with its force. Clang! Boom! As metal clashed, Shanzhong was thrown back as if struck by lightning, crashing through countless trees. He coughed up blood, horrified. How could a simple sword strike carry the weight of Mount Tai? Wasn't Qi Hengchu supposed to be of the wind attribute? How could he possess such terrifying power? Seeing this, Wu Bai immediately joined the fray, his hands transforming into wolf claws, clashing with Qi Hengchu's long sword, sparks flying. Despite his formidable level 40 strength, Wu Bai found himself struggling against Qi Hengchu. After regaining his composure, Shanzhong rejoined the battle, but even their combined efforts led to a continual retreat. Qi Hengchu was in complete control, each sword strike fueled by overwhelming fury. He coldly declared, "Damn beasts, you'll all pay today." His blade grew ever sharper. Despite Shanzhong's earth attribute defense, he was still cut open, becoming a figure drenched in blood. Wu Bai was also severely injured, prompting Shanzhong to shout urgently, "Wu Bai, run!" Qi Hengqiu sneered. "Today, none of you will escape." Shanzhong roared, and his fourth divine seal erupted, causing the ground to crack as a massive earth dragon surged towards Qi Hengqiu. However, Qi Hengqiu remained unfazed. His third divine seal activated, and with the 1,000-layer wind slash, he shattered the earth dragon into rubble. Shanzhong was utterly despondent, shouting once more, "Wu Bai, run!" Before he could finish, Qi Hengqiu appeared before Shanzhong, activating his second divine seal with the lament of the wind, slicing across Shanzhong's throat. Blood spurted as Shanzhong fell, eyes filled with unwillingness and shock. Qi Hengqiu didn't pause, immediately pursuing Wu Bai. His icy gaze locked onto the fleeing figure, his mind fixated on one thought. Today, Wu Bai must die here. Noticing several strange beasts approaching, Qi Hengqiu snorted, quickening his pace. Wu Bai, despairing, cursed continuously, "Monster! Absolute monster!" He couldn't fathom how Qi Hengqiu could track him so precisely, even after fleeing 6 kilometers. Had he used the military's Tianji? It shouldn't be possible. Realizing escape was futile, Wu Bai, desperate, shouted, "Qi Hengqiu, do you want to know what she said to Wang Tianzi before she died?" Qi Hengqiu remained expressionless, delivering another sword strike. Wu Bai scrambled to dodge, rolling on the ground. Harnessing the power of his divine seal, Wu Bai suddenly pulled out a source energy cannon and fired at Qi Hengqiu. Qi Hengqiu swiftly dodged, while a sinister smile spread across Wu Bai's face. "Aren't you curious at all? Wang Tianzi was jealous of you, so he chose to watch you die rather than help. Don't you want to kill him? He's the one who caused that woman's death. Do you want to kill him? I'll help you." Wu Bai laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness. Qi Hengqiu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he closed in swiftly. With one swift strike, he severed the source energy cannon from Wu Bai's hand and slashed across his chest. Wu Bai's armor shattered, blood spurted out, and he was sent flying dozens of meters. Wu Bai staggered to his feet, looking at the deep wound on his chest that exposed the bone. Yet he continued to laugh grotesquely. "Did you know? I ate her heart. After you were taken away, her body was torn apart. You two were meant to be together, but Wang Tianzi watched as you were ambushed. That's your so-called 3 heroes of wind and thunder. How ridiculous!" Rage surged within Qi Hengqiu, his eyes tinged with crimson, but he quickly suppressed it. He knew his teammates were still counting on him. Qi Hengqiu attacked again, while Wu Bai unleashed the power of the 4 markings, enveloping himself in a black mist that formed thousands of dark needles. "Die!" Wu Bai shouted in fury. Qi Hengqiu swung his blade, creating a wall of wind that deflected all the needles skyward. Wu Bai was shocked as Qi Hengqiu suddenly appeared before him, slicing through the air with his blade. Boom! Wu Bai was sent flying 100 meters, his chest exploding as he destroyed countless forests along the way. Staring at Qi Hengqiu as he approached step by step, Wu Bai struggled to smile menacingly. "You will join me too?" Qi Hengqiu's blade flashed again, but before he could strike, a 4-star beast blocked his path. Another 4-star blood moon demon wolf grabbed Wu Bai and fled wildly. Engaged in battle with the beast, Qi Hengqiu chose not to pursue, knowing Wu Bai was doomed. Meanwhile, Su Liang and the others noticed the retreat of the beast horde as Wu Bai perished. They realized their captain had succeeded. The retreat of the beasts was also influenced by the aura emanating from Su Liang, which instilled fear in them. They had finally won. Each of them felt a somber relief, like survivors of a great ordeal. They turned to look at Qin Wuhua, who was being desperately treated, their expressions filled with sorrow. Lu Ying wept like rain. Lu Wuhuan wept like a child, clutching the gradually cooling body of Qin Wuhua, crying for a long time. As dusk approached, the dim sunset cast a melancholic glow over the land. Lu Wuhuan held Qin Wuhua's lifeless body tightly, his tears soaking his comrade's uniform. The other team members gathered silently around them, paying their final respects to the hero who had taken a fatal blow for them. Gong Lai whispered, "Huazi, your sacrifice won't be in vain. We'll complete the mission and avenge you." Before he could finish, Su Liang suddenly collapsed to the ground. Gong Lai quickly caught him, noticing Su Liang's pale face and weak breathing. "Quick, get him to the safe house," Qi Hengqiu decisively ordered, retrieving the safe house and placing Su Liang inside. Inside the safe house, Su Liang weakly took out a beast crystal to restore his strength. Suddenly, the beast god seal activated on its own, absorbing the crystal's energy fervently. As golden light flickered, Su Liang felt his strength slowly returning. 2 hours later, Su Liang emerged from the safe house to find everyone gathered around a campfire. Seeing him, Qi Hengqiu spoke gravely. "Now that Su Liang is awake, let's discuss the mission. Given the unexpected level of danger, I propose we abandon the mission. What does everyone think?" Hearing this, Su Liang was taken aback. Were they really considering abandoning the mission? Lu Ying also said, I agree. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qi Hongchu looked around at everyone, a determined look in his eyes. All right, we'll abandon the mission. Xiaolan, contact the military and inform them that the Jinsha squad is withdrawing. Prepare for our return tomorrow. Long Lan nodded silently and turned to make the call. Qi Hongchu clenched his fist, speaking in a low voice. The chef's death will not be in vain. One day, we will make those behind this pay the price. Everyone's expressions were solemn as they nodded in agreement. Lu Wuhuan, with reddened eyes and a hoarse voice, asked, Captain, are those people your old enemies? Qi Hongchu's eyes flickered as he slowly nodded. He began to explain about an organization called Zhu Shen Hui, which was part of the Shishins and gathered many prodigies capable of controlling mythical beasts. Everyone was shocked by the revelation, except for Su Liang, who remained calm. Qi Hongchu continued, they have a hit list with the names of our nation's talents. Bai Qianqian is likely already on it. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Liang. Su Liang added, the list is divided into 4 levels. A, B, C, and D. The A level is further divided into 3 tiers, corresponding to 3 S levels. The others looked at him in surprise. How do you know all this? Gong Lai asked, puzzled. Su Liang smiled wryly. I just know a little. Qi Hongchu gave Su Liang a long look before continuing. This time, Zhu Shenhui is targeting me. They've always wanted to kill me. Everyone fell into deep thought. Lu Ying said, it seems abandoning the mission is necessary. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gong Lai tried to lighten the mood. No worries, we'll keep evolving and come back stronger. Plus, we have Su Liang, the little monster, who will be unstoppable in the future. Everyone smiled. Gong Lai turned to Su Liang, curiously asking, by the way, what's with that golden light? Aren't you supposed to have wind and fire attributes? Su Liang casually tossed a stone into the fire, expressionless. I told you. I'm SS level. Gong Lai laughed. Stop bragging. Everyone knows you're B level. But Su Liang's expression was serious. Gong Lai's smile froze as he looked around and saw everyone nodding in agreement. Gong Lai's eyes widened as he leaned closer to Su Liang. You. Are you really SSS level? Su Liang rolled his eyes. What else? Haven't I told you enough times? Gong Lai reacted as if he had seen a prehistoric beast, backing away frantically and clutching his chest. Really? Su Liang sighed. What else did you think that golden light was? Gong Lai's expression was a mix of disbelief and awe. Whoa, no way. It took Gong Lai a while to calm his restless heart. The news of Su Liang being SSS rank shocked everyone. Gong Lai was the first to react, ingratiatingly cozying up to him. Oh my, our little Liangzi is actually S rank. This is quite the powerful ally we have. Su Liang pushed him away disdainfully. You old rascal, go butter up the captain instead. Everyone burst into laughter, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. Gong Lai grinned mischievously. Now our Jinsha team has S, SS, and SSS ranks all covered. We're like the Grand Marshals of the Shen Zone. If we bring Qianqian on board, our ranking in the God Hunters will surely soar. Su Liang ignored him and turned to the group, saying seriously, please keep my SSS rank a secret. I'm worried about the military. Everyone understood and nodded in agreement. Gu Tianqing assured, don't worry, we won't breathe a word. Gong Lai, however, asked, won't they find out eventually? Su Liang explained, isn't it better to delay our appearance on the God Hunters hit list? Qi Hongchu also emphasized that this was the team's secret weapon. Gong Lai pressed Su Liang about the white mist emanating from him, but Su Liang shook his head, refusing to answer. Lu Ying gave Gong Lai a pat, stopping him from asking further. Just then, Long Lan's expression changed dramatically. We've been rejected. Everyone was taken aback, and Qi Hongchu quickly asked what was going on. Long Lan pulled up the information. The military wants us to continue our mission, and has even assigned us a new one with a danger level of 5 stars. We have to carry it out regardless of casualties, and Rome City is already surrounded by a horde of beasts. We can't go back. Everyone's faces turned grim. Su Liang said solemnly, this is the God Hunters cutting off our retreat. Their usual tactic. Gu Tianqing and Gong Lai cursed the bastards, and the group's expressions were heavy. Qi Hongchu calmly asked about the new mission's details. Long Lan checked and was shocked. They want us to seize the Tianji core. Han City has also dispatched a team, hoping we can cooperate to snatch it back from the beasts. If possible, we should bring it back to Rong City. The mission reward is 1 billion low-grade divine crystals. Lu Ying curiously asked, what is the Tianji core? This question brought everyone back to a state of wonder. Obtaining the Tianji core would allow us to build a top-tier defense system and even construct a level 4 city. As Long Lan finished speaking, everyone gasped. She continued to explain that the Tianji core is actually the database of Hongqing, a level 4 city that fell 10 years ago. Acquiring it would not only upgrade Rongqing's defense systems, but also connect us to the Huaxia Sky Eye, granting us higher-level access. A glint of excitement flashed in Gong Li's eyes as he eagerly asked, "Can we access the combat techniques stored inside?" Long Lan nodded slightly. "There's a chance. But more importantly, it's the core secrets of weaponry. Those data could help us enhance and upgrade our equipment, even allowing us to build advanced source energy cannons without cost." The group was thrilled, eager to set off immediately. However, Long Lan quickly dampened their spirits. "The catch is getting our hands on it. Such an important item will surely attract many powerful contenders. The Shinhunter squad from Hancheng is stronger than us, and other forces might get involved too." Su Liang frowned and asked, "Why doesn't the military just send a divine king?" Qi Hengqiu explained, "The military can't verify its authenticity. If it's a trap, losing a divine king would cause chaos in the city." It dawned on everyone that they were being used as expendable scouts. Long Lan presented two choices: stay put and wait for orders to return, or take the risk and proceed with the mission. After a brief silence, Lu Wuhuan stood up first, throwing down the unappetizing piece of meat he was holding. "Damn it. Let's go avenge Hua." The others quickly agreed, resolute in their decision to try. Seeing this, Qi Hengqiu issued the order. "All right, everyone get some rest. Heal if you need to. We set out tomorrow morning to establish the fourth eye of the sky." Su Liang turned back to the safe house, silently promising himself, "No way. I promised Qianqian that I would return safely. Qianqian, wait for me." In just one night, Su Liang was left dumbfounded. Staring at the empty stockpile of beast crystals, Su Liang's face was a picture of shock. Restoring himself to peak condition had depleted all his reserves, leaving him with just over 2,000 beast crystals. To replenish his energy, he needed about 2,000 one-star beast crystals, and considering his recent expenditures, he was now completely broke. With no other choice, Su Liang resorted to using the beast crystals he had earned from slaying beasts over the past few days. However, these were supposed to be shared equally, and using them up would surely expose him. He chuckled wryly, realizing for the first time the extent of his astonishing consumption. It meant that every time he used the blood ignition technique, it would cost him thousands of beast crystals. After much deliberation, Su Liang discreetly approached the team leader, Qi Hengqiu. "Captain, I need a 4-star beast crystal. Could you advance me one? You can deduct it from my share later." Qi Hengqiu silently handed him a 4-star beast crystal without uttering a word. With the 4-star beast crystal, equivalent to 10,000 one-star crystals, Su Liang felt a temporary sense of relief. He even considered modifying his battle armor to include a compartment for storing beast crystals, allowing for convenient energy conversion at any time. In the following days, the team successfully set up the fourth eye of the sky. Meanwhile, Su Liang embarked on a relentless evolution journey, evolving the wind and fire divine seal by day and converting beast energy by night, racing against time to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds of the Rongqing Chosen Academy, Bai Qianqian's performance was causing a sensation. In just 2 weeks, she had advanced to level 12, slaying 2-star beasts with ease. Students buzzed with discussions, marveling at the terrifying potential of her SS-level talent. "Look, it's Bai Qianqian's second seal power," someone exclaimed. On the screen, flames filled the sky as a fiery phoenix spread its wings, instantly reducing nearby beasts to ashes. The power of her SS-level seal was awe-inspiring. Not only was her strength soaring, but Bai Qianqian's appearance was also subtly transforming. Her skin grew more radiant, her figure more perfect, exuding a queen-like aura with every gesture. As she exited the hunting grounds, students parted ways for her, their eyes filled with both admiration and awe. "Teacher, there aren't enough beasts to hunt. Please restock quickly," Bai Qianqian calmly instructed the staff. Her innate nobility compelled those around her to submit instinctively. Clad in steer battle armor and wielding an steer weapon, Bai Qianqian gracefully walked out of the hunting grounds. She looked up at the sky, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Still not enough, there's a big gap compared to brother Su Liang. She needs to work even harder. Bai Qianqian clenched the divine crystal, closed her eyes, and began restoring her spiritual energy. In her heart, she prayed for brother Su Liang's safety. Just as she was about to leave, a sweet voice stopped her. "Hello, Bai Qianqian. Can I be your friend?" Luo Zian appeared before her with a dazzling smile. The boys in the distance immediately tensed up. This enchantress was no simple character. Some wanted to warn Bai Qianqian, but dared not speak. Bai Qianqian looked at Luo Zian expressionlessly. "I don't think I know you." Feigning shyness, Luo Zian replied, "You don't know me, but I know you. I've been following you for a long time. I'd love to be your friend. Can I? Please?" Her voice was so sugary that it made the surrounding boys' hearts race. Someone realized the situation and exclaimed, "No way. She really has her eyes on Bai Qianqian." Bai Qianqian gave Luo Zian a puzzled look. "You're quite strange. Shouldn't you act like this around boys?" Why towards me? I don't have the urge to pin you down like boys might. There was an awkward silence. Luo Zian stood frozen, while the students struggled to hold back their laughter, charmed by Bai Qianqian's innocent bluntness. As Bai Qianqian turned to leave, Luo Zian quickly composed herself and blocked her path again. Can't I even be friends with you? I'm not that bad. I miss level 2. Bai Qianqian remained unfazed. I'm not interested. Seeing Bai Qianqian about to leave again, Luo Zian panicked. Wait, Bai Qianqian, I have something to tell you. Bai Qianqian frowned slightly. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Luo Zian looked around, then took out a bouquet from her spatial converter and knelt on one knee. Bai Qianqian, I like you. Please be with me. What's so good about guys? Be with me instead. The crowd was stunned into silence. So direct? Not even trying to be discreet. The surrounding students widened their eyes in disbelief. Luo Zian was half kneeling in front of Bai Qianqian, holding a bouquet of flowers with a shy expression. The students around them had already started live streaming this unexpected drama. Bai Qianqian frowned at the girl before her, feeling bewildered. Being confessed to by a girl made her feel uncomfortable. Seeing Bai Qianqian's lack of response, Luo Zian pressed on, Qianqian, I really like you. I can't sleep because I think about you so much. Be with Muhat's so great about those guys? I'll treat you like a little princess. Bai Qianqian looked at Luo Zian's infatuated smile, feeling a shiver run down her spine. She suppressed her discomfort and said, Sorry, I have a boyfriend, and I'm not into girls. Guys are great. Su Liang is wonderful. The expressions on the surrounding boys' faces changed dramatically upon hearing this. Some were worried Bai Qianqian might be deceived, while more were gritting their teeth at Su Liang. Luo Zian was momentarily stunned but remained undeterred. I'm Luo Zian, from the Luo family. Please don't dislike me because of Luo Ziwan. I have nothing to do with him. Can we at least be friends? At the mention of the Luo family, Bai Qianqian's demeanor turned icy. Her gaze was cold, and she exuded an intimidating presence. Get lost. Luo Zian was taken aback, but still not giving up. If you're angry, hit me. I'm willing to atone for his sins. Bai Qianqian gave her a disdainful glance. Your Luo family is truly disgusting. With that, she turned and walked away. Luo Zian chased after her, but in the next moment, clang, a crisp sword ring echoed through the air. Bai Qianqian's eyes were icy as she pointed her sword directly at Luo Zian. With a cold voice, she declared, Don't play tricks in front of me. I have no fondness for your Luo family. If you bother me again, even if I kill you, the academy will back me up. Bai Qianqian stood tall and imposing, her sword in hand, eyebrows furrowed, exuding an intimidating aura. The male students watching were mesmerized. She's incredible. Looks like our academy's got a new ice queen on the rise. Luo Zian was overwhelmed by her presence and dared not act out. Bai Qianqian turned and walked away, her departure graceful and confident. Inside, Luo Zian seethed. Damn you, Luo Ziwan. It's all your fault, you useless fool. Bai Qianqian, don't get cocky. I'll make you submit eventually. The drama of the rejected confession quickly spread throughout the academy. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiuling discussed it privately. Yi Qiuling remarked in amazement, Bai Qianqian has changed so much. Yi Qinghan was worried, I haven't achieved anything. I don't dare approach her. If we repeat the Luo family's mistake, our Yi family won't stand a chance. Yi Qiuling frowned. We've lost track of Su Liang. Could he have been taken out? Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. Does that mean I still have a chance? Yi Qiuling analyzed. Bai Qianqian's attitude towards Luo Zian might be because she suspects the Luo family is involved in Su Liang's disappearance. Her recent rapid advancements could be her way of seeking revenge for Su Liang. Yi Qinghan excitedly grabbed Yi Qiuling's hand. You're brilliant. Realizing their proximity, he coughed lightly and let go. Please, continue. Yi Qiuling blushed slightly, then continued. You can't approach Bai Qianqian directly. You need a different angle. For instance, use our family's resources to investigate Su Liang's disappearance and build rapport with Bai Qianqian that way. Meanwhile, you need to speed up your own progress to close the gap between you and her. The two discussed the details carefully. Meanwhile, outside the city, Lone Wolf looked at the corpse brought back by the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, his expression dark. The death of Wulo suggested that Mountain Heavy and that other creature might have met the same fate. Lone Wolf was seething with rage. Qi Hengqiu, I underestimated you. He examined the information left by Wulo with a grim face. Boss, Wulo left some information. Let's check it together. Be careful, he has mastered the wind. Another 4 days had passed, and it was early morning. Su Liang looked at his virtual panel. Su Liang opened his eyes, and the virtual panel instantly appeared in his view. He carefully examined the changes in various data, a slight smile appearing unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. The beast energy conversion progress had reached 267610000000. The beast god seal had advanced to level 13, with an evolution progress of 13.2. What pleased him the most was his strength attribute, which had skyrocketed to 800 points. Su Liang took a deep breath, calculating in his mind. In just 2 more nights, the Beast God Seal could reach level 14. Although slower than the first seal, this speed was already quite remarkable. Who among his teammates could claim to evolve a level in just a few days? Everyone else relied on gradual improvement over time. He gently stretched his body, feeling the surging power within. With the boost from this level battle armor, his strength could soar directly to 1360 points. Utilizing the Scorching Blood lead, it could even reach a terrifying 2,720 points. This was comparable to the level of an SS level 3rd seal. A hint of confidence flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Given enough time, he was confident he could take on a 4-star exotic beast. He only hoped this conspiracy would unfold slowly, giving him the chance to advance to levels 15, 16, or even higher. He stepped out of the safe house, where his teammates were already waiting. Knowing Su Liang's SS level status, everyone was willing to give him more time. After all, the stronger Su Liang became, the more powerful the entire team would be. The security brought by an SS level member was unmatched. Gong Lai smiled and said, "We've been waiting for you." Su Liang smiled faintly and nodded. "Let's go." Qi Hengqiu calmly stated, "Today we can install the 7th eye of the firmament. Let's move out." The group proceeded together. In recent days, they hadn't encountered any large-scale exotic beast attacks, only occasionally running into small groups during the day. This was the normal situation for leaving the city, and everyone's mood was no longer as tense. Gong Lai sidled up to Su Liang, chuckling as he asked, "What level are you now?" Su Liang replied expressionlessly, "Level 13, you just asked yesterday." Gong Lai laughed. "I thought you'd hit level 14 by now." Su Liang shook his head. "Do you really think I'm an evolution machine? It's not that easy." Despite his words, Qi Hengqiu and Long Lan still found it unbelievable. After all, Su Liang was only level 11 when they first left the city. Gong Lai continued to probe, "That's still pretty fast. I always wondered why you seemed so extraordinary when we first met. Turns out you're SS level. But seriously, why keep it a secret? If you told everyone, you'd get more resources, and people wouldn't dare mess with you." Hearing this, the other teammates also looked at Su Liang, eyes full of curiosity. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a calm tone. "What's the point of revealing it? My girlfriend is SS level and already gets resource allocation. I don't need that little extra. Plus, like I said, exposing it would just mean getting targeted earlier." The group fell silent at his words. They knew deep down that this likely wasn't the real reason. For someone Su Liang's age to forego such vanity and choose to hide his abilities, there must be a wise mentor guiding him. It might also relate to his need to evolve in the safe house. Sensing the somber mood, Su Liang quickly changed the subject. "Captain, the last time we requested to use the military sky eye, they refused. Plus, with our movements being leaked, do you think there might be—" He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Qi Hengqiu paused for a moment, then calmly replied, "There are definitely traitors within the military, but we don't know who, and it's probably more than 1 or 2. Everyone was shocked to hear this. "Really?" Gu Tianqing asked excitedly. Qi Hengqiu nodded calmly, his expression serene. "Yes, but no one knows who it is." The group had mixed expressions, and Gu Tianqing pressed on. "Why is that?" Qi Hengqiu shook his head. "The reason is unclear. But once exposed, they are usually already dead." Seeing Gu Tianqing about to ask more, Qi Hengqiu raised his hand to stop him. "This is not something you should concern yourself with. The military will handle it. Though there are traitors, their numbers are limited, and they pose no immediate threat." Gu Tianqing refrained from asking further, but Su Liang understood that the real threat was the Marshal of Shenzong. He secretly hoped that one day the truth would be revealed. By midday, the group reached their 7th target. After setting up the Eye of the Sky, they took a short break. Yunmu roasted some meat and handed a piece to Su Liang. "It's not as good as a chef's, but it'll have to do." Su Liang thanked him and accepted it. Yunmu, who was around the same age as Gong Lai and shared a similar temperament but was slightly more composed, asked curiously, "Su Liang, why did you want to join the Divine Hunt Squad?" Su Liang countered, "What about you?" Yunmu paused, sighed, and sat down next to Su Liang. "Me? I long for freedom." Gong Lai burst into laughter, sounding like a pig. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just couldn't stand that the girl he liked got married." Everyone laughed. Yunmu rolled his eyes. "Do you have to expose me like that?" Su Liang chuckled. "That's a pretty legitimate reason." He turned to Gong Lai. "I guess Green Sister joined for you, didn't she?" Green Sister glared at Su Liang. "You little rascal, making up stories about me?" Su Liang quickly gestured to apologize. Yunmu interjected, "He's like me. The girl he liked got married. But he got lucky and met Green Sister." Su Liang was surprised at how similar the two were. Gong Lai grumbled, "Is it fun to bring up old wounds?" Green sister explained, don't listen to them. They both had a crush on the same school beauty, who's now a big shot in the military and never paid them any attention. It's all just wishful thinking. They ended up working together in the Divine Hunt Squad. Gong Lai and Yun Mu's faces fell. Yun Mu complained, you traitor. Telling Green sister everything? Aren't you ashamed? Gong Lai straightened up. What's there to be ashamed of? We know each other well. Yun Mu smirked. Know each other well? Before he could finish, a large stone flew towards Gong Lai's face. He yelped, Green sister, what are you doing? Green sister spat. Who knows you well? If you have the guts, then sleep with me. If not, stop blabbering. Everyone laughed, and Su Liang was caught up in the merriment. Yunmu asked again, so, Su Liang, what's your reason? Su Liang thought for a moment and looked up at the sky. I long for freedom. The group collectively groaned. Come on, kid. Be serious. Su Liang quickly explained. Really, I genuinely long for freedom. They all rolled their eyes. Su Liang was about to elaborate when Longland's expression suddenly changed. Orders from the military have arrived. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.